Chapter 1. Becoming the Hokage in the pirate world. Do you desire my treasure? If so, you may have it all. Go and seek it. I have placed all my riches there. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, who conquered the Grand Line and ruled the seas, uttered these final words before his execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Thus, the world plunged into an unprecedented age of turmoil and chaos. The Great Pirate Era is indeed a time of disorder. Even with the existence of the Marines as a violent organization, they can only manage the first half of the Grand Line, while the New World has become a haven for pirates, a veritable paradise for those who dwell upon the waves. Year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. East Blue. Traditionally regarded as the weakest sea, East Blue has nonetheless birthed numerous formidable figures. Pirate King Roger, Marine hero Garp, the world's most notorious criminal, Revolutionary Dragon, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, and the future Pirate King, Luffy. Why is it deemed weak? The strongest in East Blue are not the pirates, but the mountain bandits, led by the Mountain Bandit King, Rorinoa, who wields a bottle and challenges the four emperors, while simultaneously trampling upon the future Pirate King. The warlords of the sea heed the mountain bandits' call, truly a terrifying spectacle. Moreover, there exists the King of the Near Seas, who shows no mercy even to his allies, having taken one of their claws, nearly leading to the demise of the future Pirate King, forcing Shanks and his crew to make a hasty escape from East Blue. Furthermore, this is the hometown of Marine hero Garp, who often returns to visit family. And if he encounters pirates he finds displeasing, he swiftly deals with them, preventing the rise of new stars in the pirate world. Thus, it is always humanity that brings down the stars. Rodney silently mused, casting a glance at the scarred brood on the deck, reveling in a banquet with his crew. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Steel saw pirates, led by the infamous Scarface Locke, with a bounty of 4.5 million berries. Is 4.5 million still considered a level mission? However, task levels are assessed based on danger. This fellow hardly poses a threat. Today, I shall eliminate you," he declared, hoisting a half-man-high barrel of liquor as he strode forward. "Oh, Jack, is a drink here?" The scarred brute, known as Scarface Locke, was indeed the ruthless leader of the Steel Saw Pirates, who had plundered a village just 2 days prior. They made a hefty profit there, setting the village ablaze upon their departure, leaving countless innocent villagers homeless. He is a bloodthirsty and cruel man. Rodney's face bore a distinct air of obsequiousness as he nodded eagerly. "Yes, Captain, this is your favorite rum. Allow me to pour it for you personally." "Ha ha, this lad understands." Scarface Locke guffawed, his laughter akin to that of a quacking duck, thoroughly enjoying Rodney's sycophantic behavior. The sailors below rolled their eyes at his boot-licking, holding him in disdain, yet who could argue with the fact that he was currently in the captain's favor? Scarface Locke seized the oversized cup from Rodney, downing the rum in hearty gulps. Once he finished, Rodney smiled and addressed the other pirates. "Everyone, don't just stand there. This is fine wine we just acquired today." Scarface Locke cackled. "Jack speaks the truth, drink up." With his encouragement, the pirates shed their inhibitions, eagerly yearning to savor the exquisite liquor. At sea, for pirates, there is nothing more indispensable than alcohol. Many pirates are afflicted with alcohol dependency. Liquor is more easily preserved than fresh water and allows one to forget their woes, serving as a disinfectant, a remedy for cold, and a source of courage, leading to a life of indulgence and oblivion. Almost all pirates on the ocean are drunkards. Upon encountering good wine, the aroma awakens their appetites, and soon, the barrel of liquor runs dry. Once everyone had finished their drink, Rodney beamed with satisfaction, but Scarface Locke suddenly exclaimed, "The drink is gone. Jack, hurry, bring me more barrels, or else what's happening? My body won't move." Scarface Locke was suddenly alarmed, feeling his body stiffening, his lower half limp and tingling, and his jaw gradually losing strength. Looking at his crew, he saw the same expressions, their faces displaying a dazed look, leading one to mistakenly believe they were merely intoxicated. "Jack, is it you?" Despite being a seasoned sailor, he quickly deduced the situation. Rodney chuckled. "My apologies, Scarface Locke, but this fellow named Jack was dealt with by me yesterday. He's likely in the belly of the King of the Near Seas now, destined to merge with the seabed by nightfall." "Who are you?" Scarface Locke shouted, astonished to find an intruder aboard his ship. No, they had been at sea for days. How did this person manage to sneak in? "Haha, allow me to show you who I am." Rodney laughed heartily, and with a sudden bang, white smoke enveloped him. As the smoke dissipated, a somewhat handsome young man emerged, appearing to be around 18 or 19, with a slender build, though not as exaggeratedly tall as Locke and his crew, clad in a jacket and blue sandals that revealed his toes. A short knife was strapped to his thigh, and a modest cloth bag hung at his waist. Upon seeing Rodney's true visage, Scarface Locke was taken aback. Noticing this, Rodney felt a swell of satisfaction, realizing he had reached the point where his mere appearance could elicit recognition. "Who are you?" "Rodney." "Never mind. What does it matter arguing with a dying man?" Scarface Locke spat a thick gob of phlegm towards him. "Pa, what skill is there in poisoning? If you have the guts, let me go and see if I, Scarface Locke, don't beat you to death. Allow you to taste my prowess." Rodney retrieved a kunai from his bag, saying, "Anesthesia is quite effective. I need not lift a finger. Scarface Locke, I shall claim the bounty of 4.5 million. That weapon you are the pirate hunter, Josta J. Rodney." Scarface Locke instantly recalled recent rumors from the sea about a pirate hunter named Josta J. Rodney, who employed peculiar weapons to hunt pirates, using poison and assassination without restraint, leading many to their doom. Each time, an entire ship was delivered directly to the Marines, and aside from that name and the unique weapons left at the scene, the sketches circulating among the Marines bore a striking resemblance to the man before him. "Oh, you are aware. Then, no need for introductions, you are under arrest, Scarface Locke." With a casual toss, he flung the kunai, striking Locke squarely in the eye socket. "Oh!" Scarface Locke's scream echoed, but alas, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as his life ebbed away, feeling no pain, as the anesthetic dulled his senses, leaving him unable even to speak. Before Rodney appeared a translucent screen visible only to him. Host, Josta J. Rodney. Race, human. Level, genin. Attributes, wind, fire, water, lightning, earth yin yang. Ninjutsu, great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, body flicker technique, earth wall, heart decapitation technique, healing technique. Taijutsu, Uchiha, shuriken technique, shadow dance, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, 8 gates. Bloodline limit, none. Task points, 260. Task, eliminate Scarface Locke, captain of the Steel Saw Pirates. Task level D. Reward, 100 task points. Status, completed. With 100 task points credited, as a transmigrator, he found himself in this pirate world, wielding the Hokage system. What a peculiar situation. Having been engrossed in a pirate-themed game while watching Naruto, he became so enraged as an African that he smashed his phone, leading to his demise. One moment, he was a living being, the next, he was gone. Fortunately, he had obtained a golden finger. The Hokage system possessed various flashy techniques from the Naruto world, requiring task points for redemption and mastery. With the golden finger activated, he emerged from the village, becoming an illustrious pirate hunter. In pursuit of task points to grow stronger, he specialized in hunting down those ruffians who wreak havoc upon the seas, burning, killing, and plundering. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, who are akin to adventurers, pirates act upon their desires, committing heinous acts without remorse. Rodney bears no psychological burden in eliminating these scoundrels. These individuals, who waste air while alive and soil the land when dead, deserve to meet their end. Scarface Locke bounty of 4.5 million, plus the first mate, second mate, and the rest of his crew, should amount to around 6 million. 6 million, with explosive tags costing 30,000 each. Let's purchase 100. In the Naruto world, explosive tags cost 300 each, with the purchasing power of berries being roughly equivalent to Japanese yen. That amounts to 30,000 per tag. Recalling the 6 trillion explosive tags possessed by Conan, the richest woman in Naruto, Rodney couldn't help but exclaim, "Being wealthy truly allows one to act with impunity. Indeed, I must earn money. I am destined to become the Hokage. Hokage, I shall undoubtedly become." Chapter 2. Targeting the 100 Plans of Kuro. Loguetown. Here lies the town of beginnings and endings, where the pirate King Roger was born and met his demise. Here, a formidable naval presence is established, with the naval colonel hailing from the headquarters, exhibiting unparalleled strength and unwavering resolve against piracy, thereby shielding the local populace from marauding invaders. Casual inquiries reveal that the newly assigned officer is vastly superior to his predecessor, who merely occupied his position while colluding with pirates. As a ship emerges over the horizon, naval soldiers at the port swiftly retrieve their telescopes should it be a pirate vessel. Immediate reports must be dispatched. Yet what they behold is a scene as customary as ever. Suspended from the bow of the ship is the lifeless body of a pirate, and behind the impeccably groomed man stands a group of trembling pirates. Despite his striking appearance, they are gripped by fear. It's Rodney. He has returned to collect his bounty. A naval soldier exhales in relief, for Rodney is a recently ascendant bounty hunter, renowned for apprehending entire crews of pirates. Summon reinforcements. At once prepare to receive the pirates. Understood. Before long, the vessel belonging to the Steel Saw pirate crew docks, as a swarm of naval soldiers disperses the gathering crowd, each armed with handcuffs and leg irons, ready to apprehend the entire band of marauders. Leading the charge is a bespectacled beauty, a naval ensign named Dasky, who approaches Rodney with utmost courtesy. "Greetings, Mr. Rodney," Dasky says politely. "Hello, Dasky. The Steel Saw Pirates are all here. Any estimate on the bounty?" Dasky replies with a smile. "Please hold on, we still need to calculate it, but rest assured, it will not be less than you deserve." Her gaze towards Rodney is imbued with respect, acknowledging that his deeds contribute significantly to the safety of these waters. "Very well," he nods, trusting in Dasky's integrity, confident that she would not deceive him, nor would she fear that Smoker might enrich himself should he do so. It would spell ruin for the Navy itself. Soon enough, a stack of banknotes lands in his hands. With one bundle, notably smaller, the entirety of the Steel Saw pirate crew yields a bounty of 5,630,000 berries. 3 million berries are reserved for purchasing explosive tags, while 100,000 berries are allocated for shurikens and kunai, with the remaining funds earmarked for personal use. After securing accommodations at an inn, he procures explosive tags, shurikens, kunai, wire, and more from the system's marketplace. The marketplace offers more than just these items. It also includes ninjutsu, taijutsu, bloodline limits, and more, albeit requiring task points. The 8 gates of opening, chakra blade white fang, chakra extraction technique, and his own chakra are all part of the system's grand gift package. Currently, he can only open one of the 8 gates, necessitating rigorous physical training to utilize it. In the marketplace, task points and berries are akin to in-game currency and diamonds, a stark contrast that evokes a sense of familiarity. However, this time, his expenditure of resources proves to be unfruitful. He places a stack of explosive tags into his pouch, along with a small collection of ninja tools. His pouch possesses a cubic space, akin to a space scroll, yet the scrolls in the marketplace are exorbitantly priced and offer limited storage. Once again, I find myself impoverished. Ding! Task issued. Just as he laments his financial state, a task materializes before him. Task: eliminate Baiji Kuro. Task level C. Reward: permanent chakra fruit, 150 task points. Chakra fruit? This is indeed a valuable item. The chakra fruit here is not the same as the one consumed by Kagaya Otsutsuki, but rather a diluted version, classified into permanent and explosive types. The permanent chakra fruit augments the chakra within his body, expanding its capacity, while the explosive chakra fruit provides a greater surge of chakra, but only for a fleeting moment before it dissipates. Baiji Kuro, however, is no ordinary adversary. Is it not reckless to ascend from 4,500,000 to 16 million? Baiji Kuro is regarded as the second most intelligent individual after Ben Beckman of the Red-Haired Pirates, known for his cunning escapes and infiltration of affluent households in Syrup Village to seize their wealth. A remarkably astute individual, regrettably, he has crossed paths with the formidable Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy. As of the latter half of the year 1517 in the sea calendar, it has been nearly 6 months since he infiltrated the Kaya household. That insidious fellow may prove quite troublesome. Dealing with the clever is always a challenge, albeit not insurmountable. Rodney embarks on another journey, following a merchant vessel without sufficient nautical knowledge. One risks becoming ensnared in windless zones or facing natural disasters. Unfamiliar with these dangers, Rodney opts to accompany the merchant ship, which is journeying through Syrup Village and requires protection, affording him an opportunity to earn some additional coin. The merchant ship makes intermittent stops, acquiring and selling goods, and the voyage remains relatively tranquil. Upon receiving 50,000 berries from the ship's captain, he commandeers a smaller boat to Syrup Village. The merchant vessel merely passes by, not docking, thus he must anchor his small boat at the northern edge of Syrup Village. Syrup Village is a tranquil settlement, the ancestral home of Jesus Burgess, the sniper of the Red-Haired Pirates, and Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Disaster has struck. Pirates are upon us. A cry echoes throughout the village, the voice of a youth, mistaking him for a pirate. In the distance, a cloud of dust rises, and upon closer inspection, Rodney discerns a boy with a bandana, an elongated nose, and an unruly mop of hair sprinting ahead, pursued by a throng of adults wielding brooms and sticks, their faces contorted in anger. Is that Usopp? The future legend dashes past him, while the adults relentlessly pursue, prompting Rodney to seize one and inquire, is it truly necessary to chase after a mere child? Necessary? The adult retorts. This rascal does this every day. Once or twice might be tolerable, but daily? It's infuriating. Truly, he is the son of a pirate, just like his father. The villagers harbor a strong disdain for Usopp, as he routinely employs such fabrications to frighten them. A few instances might be excusable, but the incessant repetition has undoubtedly become irksome, compounded by the disdain for his father's piratical legacy. In the eyes of many, pirates are synonymous with villainy. Usopp's father, Jesus Burgess, accepted an invitation from the notable Shanks to join the ranks of pirates, and to the villagers, he is viewed as a scoundrel who abandoned his family, especially since his wife wished to see him one last time before her demise. In an effort to provide his mother with hope during her illness, Usopp crafted the tale of the pirates are coming daily, a ruse to instill hope within her heart. After her passing, he developed the unfortunate habit of declaring the pirates are coming each day, earning him the reputation of a notorious braggart. Oh, is that so? By the way, where might the wealthiest family in this village reside? The individual gestures toward a villa atop the hill, stating, "That would be it, but wait, why do you inquire?" Upon scrutinizing Rodney's appearance, the man muses that he hardly resembles a benefactor. "I am a pirate hunter, and a rogue pirate has infiltrated this village. Could it be that mere boy we just saw? His father was also a pirate." "No. That boy hardly qualifies as a pirate. Thank you." Infusing chakra into his legs, he sprinted towards the villa atop the hill, his speed surpassing that of ordinary men. Akin to a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Surely, that individual could not be a pirate, could he? He scratched his face, contemplating, and beckoned a few companions to follow. Yet, how could they possibly keep pace with Rodney's velocity? The distance was not great. He arrived at the villa's rear courtyard and stealthily infiltrated it. This was the wealthiest family in Zilliba village, and it served as the hideout for the notorious Baiji Kalu. This scoundrel realized that his newfound identity as a pirate had drawn too much attention, so he staged his own death to escape. Using one of his crew members as a decoy, he had a hypnotist convince his subordinates that the crew member was indeed Baiji Kalu, orchestrating a scheme that led the Navy to ambush him, eliminating all witnesses while leaving only his subordinate and a naval officer alive, thus perfectly extricating himself from the situation. Upon arriving at Zillibu village, he disguised himself as a crew member cast off by the fleet, was taken in by this family, and became their steward, wearing a facade of falsehood that endeared him to the entire village. As a man second only to Ben Beckman in intellect, his machinations were executed with remarkable finesse, the depth of his cunning verging on the terrifying. Rodney stepped into the garden adorned with blooming flowers and leaped into a tree, concealing himself amidst the foliage. The mansions of the affluent were indeed vast, making them somewhat cumbersome to navigate. Thus he opted to lie in wait for his opportunity. Chapter 3. The Scheming of the Astute. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of the sea, softly caressed his cheeks, the mild zephyr soothing. While the sunlight was just right, inducing a touch of drowsiness, Rodney remained vigilant, his gaze fixed below, while Chloe moved silently, akin to a feline. A bespectacled man emerged. Clad in a black suit adorned with feces patterns, his uniquely designed shoes glistening, and his slick-back hair shining in the sunlight. With a disarming smile, he exuded an aura of danger. "Miss Koya, what a splendid day it is," Chloe remarked as he stepped through the back door. Following him was a youthful girl in a white dress, her light golden hair framing her fair complexion. She joyfully exclaimed, "Indeed, Chloe, the weather is delightful today." Her sweet smile radiated charm. Perched on a tree, Rodney felt a sense of urgency. It was imperative to shield the child from any gruesome sight. Transforming his appearance to resemble the scarred-faced Locke, he leaped down without hesitation. A year prior, Chloe, once a pirate, sensed impending peril and instinctively shielded Koya, his agile form swiftly navigating to the back door. "Miss Koya, an unexpected guest has arrived. Mary, please take care of her," he instructed a servant with a sheep-like hairdo. "Understood," Mary nodded, lifting Koya into her arms. Closing the door, Locke adjusted his glasses with an upward push of his palm, a habit ingrained from his piratical days. A constant reminder of his warrior spirit. Turning to Rodney, he inquired, "Scarred-faced Locke, what brings you here?" The news of Locke's demise had yet to reach the isolated village of Zulubu. "Ah, I never anticipated the illustrious Chloe, master of cunning, still drawing breath, and playing the role of a caretaker for a little girl. TSK, has he forsaken the shadows for the light?" Chloe scoffed quietly, taken aback by being recognized today. Having feigned his death to infiltrate this place, his intentions revolved around the Koya family's fortune. In his grand design, Koya's existence was paramount. Her parents were still alive, and her untimely demise would spell disaster for his plans. "I have come to a realization. I no longer wish to be a pirate," Chloe declared. "Our paths have never crossed, nor do we share any grievances. What is your purpose for being here?" "For what purpose? Why, to eliminate you, of course." Rodney chuckled mischievously and remarked, "You are a pirate for a day, and you shall remain one for a lifetime. Such a nature cannot be altered. Baiji Kuro, I have come to claim the inheritance of these two individuals." With that, he unleashed the leaf whirlwind. A powerful and swift kick descended upon Kuro's head. However, Kuro was no ordinary foe. Before feigning death, he was a pirate worth 16 million berries, equally adept in speed. With a swift retreat and a series of leaps, he vanished from sight. Rodney exclaimed, "Damn, you can really run." Shortly thereafter, He heard the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of bodyguards rushed in, armed with guns and clubs. With a disdainful smirk, he leaped onto the rooftop, cackling, "By G. Kalu, I grant you 1 hour to emerge. If you fail to do so, I shall ensure your name reverberates throughout the East Sea. Trust me, I possess that power." And the East Sea Gazette will undoubtedly relish this sensational story. I have even conceived the perfect headline. Shocking. By G. Kalu fakes death to retire. But why? I await you in the northern forest, and mind you, just 1 hour. With that, he departed from the rooftop and made his way towards the forest. Inside Kalu's chamber. Upon hearing Rodney's words, his expression darkened. He had painstakingly earned the trust of Koya's parents, cultivated a close relationship with Koya, and integrated himself with the villagers, all seemingly foolish actions aimed at seizing Koya's family fortune. He understood that while robbing was illegal for pirates, amassing wealth through cunning schemes was entirely permissible. Thus, he was willing to endure humiliation and hardship solely for that vast inheritance. However, Rodney's arrival had disrupted his plans. He needed to devise a strategy to eliminate this deviation and restore his plot to its intended course. From beneath his bed, he retrieved a package containing his infamous weapon, the 10 blades, cat's claw. Equipping the cat's claw, he flexed his fingers, the gleaming edges of the blades reflecting a chilling light. These razor-sharp blades could easily rend that fool apart, ensuring his plans would once again be flawless. With a gentle push of his furry palm against his eyes, a habit ingrained from years of wielding this weapon, he remained vigilant and instinctively ready for battle, despite not having fought in years. He pushed open the window, noting the absence of onlookers, and immediately leaped out, hastening towards the eastern forest. His mind wandered back to the details regarding Scarface Locke, a pirate with a bounty of 4.5 million, known for his penchant for using a steel saw to cleave his foes in two, possessing immense strength and a foul mouth. Steel saw, steel saw. Suddenly, he halted. Something about Scarface Locke seemed peculiar. Why had he not seen Locke's weapon? Furthermore, a pirate with a mere bounty of 4.5 million who recognized him, yet chose not to flee, instead threatening him. Was it not said that Scarface Locke specialized in leg attacks? Kalu discerned numerous blind spots. There must undoubtedly be traps within the forest, yet if he refrained from venturing forth, Rodney laid a cunning trap for Klo, leaving him with the choice of whether to come or not, while he was certain to set a snare. If Klo chose not to arrive, he could simply await the Navy's arrival. For the sake of his own schemes, Klo found himself forced to follow the other's lead. The thought ignited a fury within him. Who was he? He was the illustrious Klo, the master of 100 stratagems, yet here he was, ensnared like a hapless fool. This indignation was a bitter pill to swallow. Cursed be that scoundrel. If only his hypnotist first mate, Zango, were present, matters would be far simpler, alas. Due to his own orders, Zango would undoubtedly not appear here. The eastern forest was not far away. Klo drew upon his signature skill, silent steps, moving across the ground without so much as a whisper, akin to a feline predator on the prowl. Occasionally, the serene forest was interrupted by the calls of birds, while sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the grass, creating a scene of exquisite tranquility. Scarface Locke, I have arrived. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and Klo resolved to shatter the silence. Just in time. Clang, clang. A metallic sound resonated in the air, and Klo caught a glimpse of a shadow. He swiftly shifted his body to evade the trajectory of a shuriken. No, there were two sounds just now. Sensing danger, a sharp pain struck his back as two shurikens embedded themselves in his flesh, while another lodged itself into a nearby tree. The Uchiha's shuriken technique adeptly alters the trajectory of shurikens through their collisions, a remarkably practical ability. Clang, clang. The sound echoed again as Klo wielded his 10 blades, cat's claw, deflecting the shurikens. Then, with a swift motion, he dashed to a tree, raking his claws down its trunk, severing the crown effortlessly, and a figure emerged from the foliage. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball the size of a house materialized, hurtling towards Klo. Instantly, he leaped back onto the very tree he had just decimated. The fireball crashed into the tree, igniting it, while the intense heat generated by the chakra quickly reduced the great trunk to charred remnants. Such terrifying power, is this the capability of a devil fruit user? A sense of trepidation began to creep into Klo's mind. Rodney fell to the ground, and indeed, like the fireball in Amaterasu, it had never claimed a life. Silent steps. Upon seeing Rodney's appearance, Kuro decided to take a gamble. Kuro's speed was remarkable. When he reappeared, it was right behind Rodney, his 10 blades, cat claw, aimed at the nape of his neck, ready to sever his head with a mere stroke. Shadow clone technique. I have one. With a single swipe, he effortlessly tore apart Rodney's body, only to find it transforming into a wooden stump, which he shredded into several pieces. What? Enough. The game is over. Earth release, heart's beheading technique. A hand emerged from the ground, gripping Kuro's ankle tightly. With a powerful tug, Kuro was dragged into the earth, and shortly after, Rodney emerged, covered in dust, shaking it off, still looking quite disheveled. Meanwhile, the area where Kuro had just been engulfed was stained red with blood. With calculated precision, Rodney trapped Kuro underground, restricting his proud speed, ensuring that even his most skilled techniques were rendered useless, leading to his untimely demise. Time for a bath and a change of clothes. Transforming back into his previous self, Rodney made his way toward the village. Chapter 4. Taste My Punch. After a refreshing bath, feeling rejuvenated, his long black hair damp, he held a dark red orb the size of a lychee. Indeed, it was a permanent chakra fruit. It bore a striking resemblance to the chakra elixirs crafted by the Otsutsuki clan, or rather, it was quite similar. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth. Swallowing it whole, having tasted it once before, knowing the flavor was less than delightful. It was certainly better than the taste of a devil fruit, which was said to be akin to that of excrement. The secret concoction of Old 8. The chakra fruit dissolved instantly, replenishing the chakra expended during battle and even increasing his overall chakra reserves. If his chakra before was equivalent to 0, 5 of Kakashi, now it surged to 0, 8 of Kakashi. It is well known that Kakashi is the standard measurement for chakra. Chakra is the physical energy in every cell of the body combined with one's spiritual energy. Released through hand seals to perform ninjutsu, Rodney felt an overwhelming surge of strength, albeit it was merely an illusion. Many on the vast seas surpassed him in power. He resolved to develop cautiously and survive. The only source of his frustration stemmed from the fact that Kuro, having feigned death, rendered him unable to claim the bounty from the Navy, as his warrant had been retracted, officially marking him as deceased. Bringing him to the Navy would only lead them to believe he was attempting to deceive them for a reward. Opening the shop, he found he now possessed 510 task points, finally able to redeem something he had long desired. Forbidden technique, reciprocal explosive tag. Required for redemption, 500 task points. The reciprocal explosive tag, a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, is an A-level infinite explosion ninjutsu that allows for the summoning of countless explosive tags with just one tag, triggering a chain reaction of explosions, making it impossible for enemies to escape. The caveat is that one must possess a sufficient number of explosive tags. This explains why, despite being an A-level forbidden technique, it is relatively inexpensive because it requires significant investment. Yet, its power remains considerable. With enough explosive tags, one could unleash limitless bombardments. Originally meant to be paired with the Edo Tensei, it could be effectively replaced with a water clone, allowing for a single tag to be affixed to an enemy for an explosive kill. Considering the physical resilience of individuals in this world, a substantial number of explosive tags would be necessary. Additionally, if he were to enter the new world where everyone possesses Haki, the practicality of this forbidden technique would diminish significantly. At least in the East Blue, in the first half of the Grand Line, it could be considered a godly skill. After redeeming the reciprocal explosive tag, the method of use and the corresponding summoning techniques instantly appeared in his mind. Since it was developed by the second Hokage, it prioritized practicality and speed, requiring only a hand sign and the corresponding chakra to activate, with minimal chakra consumption. However, each summoned explosive tag requires chakra, marking it as a sustained consumption ninjutsu. The cost is not merely chakra but also monetary. After a meal on the island, Rodney heard news that Kuro, the butler of the Kaya household, had been taken by pirates. The restaurant owner lamented the tragic fate of that kind-hearted old man. In the realm of theatrics, Kuro could easily win an Oscar. Alas, there exists an even mightier presence, that being Blackbeard. The next ninjutsu he considered redeeming was the Shadow Healing Destruction. But upon seeing the required task points, an astonishing 5,000, he realized it was truly an A-level forbidden technique, leagues apart from the reciprocal explosive tag. It was exorbitantly priced. He decided to postpone that thought for now. With no tasks at hand, Rodney resolved to depart from this small village of West Rob, where the pace of life was languid, and instead seek respite in a larger city like Loguetown. As his small boat left West Rob, he paddled through the waves, venturing onto the open sea. Although unsure of his direction, he could follow the currents. His provisions were ample. His backpack contained military rations, costing 1,000 berries each, providing a day's worth of essential energy. For a more luxurious treat, he could indulge in a bowl of Ichiraka ramen for 2,000 berries, which would satiate his hunger while accelerating chakra recovery and offering a pleasing taste. Water was also not a concern. He possessed water-type chakra, allowing him to create fresh water to replenish his bodily needs. Unfortunately, the system indicated that the water produced by chakra could not counteract the curse of the sea for those with devil fruit abilities. Being energy manufactured, it was indeed commendable for replenishing his moisture. Moreover, using water techniques with seawater would reduce the curse's effectiveness, as the chakra within would mitigate its suppressive effects on devil fruit users. Originally, seawater would sap the strength of those with fruit abilities, but it would only weaken them. And with some luck, they might lose their powers while still retaining their stamina. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of water techniques had been diminished. He had initially planned to confront a fruit user with a powerful water attack, but the system doused that idea with a bucket of cold water. The small boat drifted on the sea, raising the sunshade and donning sunglasses to avoid sun exposure and dehydration. After some time adrift, a colossal creature erupted from the depths, surfacing with a body measuring over 20 meters long, sporting a rhinoceros head and covered in green scales, the fearsome sea king of the ocean. Roaring, The Sea King bellowed at Rodney, asserting its might. Why are you roaring so loudly? Rodney removed his sunglasses and stepped out of the small boat, striding across the water towards the Sea King. Huh? It had never encountered a human who could run on water before. To it, this creature was merely a snack. And it opened its massive jaws to pounce. Shadow Dance Leaf. A kick struck the Sea King squarely on its jaw, the immense force flipping it backward, sending waves crashing, while Rodney himself bobbed up and down with the surf. Oh no, I'm in trouble today. The Sea King possessed a certain level of intelligence, realizing the danger. But alas, it had encountered Rodney, and it was too late to flee. Heh, free labor has arrived. Not long after, a rhinoceros of the marine kind, adorned with a prominent red lump on its head, had steel wires bound to its horn, with the other end tethered to the bow of Rodney's small boat. The vessel's speed surged instantly, transforming it into a towing apparatus for Rodney. The marine creature moved with astonishing swiftness through the ocean, particularly. The marine beings of the East Sea were notoriously easy to intimidate. One could only wonder how the crimson-haired individual had lost an arm. As the creature braved the turbulent waters, it knew that should it attempt to drag itself into the sea, it would face a barrage of punishment. And having learned its lesson, the marine creature dared not repeat such folly. It was compelled to transport him to the nearest island. Cursed be the wretched humans. Once I grow powerful, I shall surely devour you. Enduring the pain, tears welling in its eyes, it pushed forward with determination. The speed was so exhilarating that Rodney, trailing behind, experienced a roller coaster-like thrill, soaring into the air only to plummet down again and again in an endless cycle. Damn it, slow down. The projectiles hurled by the bully behind struck its head, causing a twinge of pain. Woe is me. This is an affront to marine beings. As the speed diminished, a ship swiftly emerged ahead, yet the marine creature paid it no heed and charged forward. Meanwhile, Rodney, having admonished the marine creature, reclined back, savoring the pleasures of life. Boom. Waves erupted around him. Boom. Another splash. A small black dot loomed larger before his eyes. It was a cannonball. Rodney, goodness. The shell whistled past him, penetrating the hull of the ship behind. The seawater rushed in immediately. Rodney, with resolute determination, he swiftly leaped from the small vessel and ascended to the pinnacle of the Sea King. Before him lay a formidable warship. Rodney, with one foot upon the head of the sea creature, you scoundrel, what have you done? The creature emitted a few whimpers. It had done nothing at all. Nearly drawn closer to that direction, Rodney beheld a robust elder, cloaked in a mantle of justice, standing upon the ship's railing, brandishing a cannonball, which he hurled in his direction. Despite the apparent strength of his arm, the projectile's velocity rivaled that of a cannonball discharged from its barrel. Was this venerable figure mistaking him for a pirate? As he evaded the cannonball, he soon noticed a growing barrage of projectiles soaring toward him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Small fireballs erupted forth, colliding with the cannonballs and igniting explosions. Rodney seized the opportunity, leaping across the surface of the water until he reached the warship. Cease this at once. I am no pirate, he exclaimed. Hark, you shall first receive a blow from me. Bam. Rodney, you shall not rise again. Chapter 5. Are you here to join the Navy, young lad? Ha ha ha, my apologies. I received a report from my subordinate and mistakenly thought you were a pirate. Ha ha ha, are you all right? The robust and imposing elder laughed heartily, slapping Rodney's back with a hand as large as a fan. One slap, two slaps. Enough. Rear Admiral Garp, please refrain from further slapping. Mr. Jostad has coughed up blood, shouted the medic loudly. The naval hero Garp chuckled sheepishly. This simply won't do. How can a man's physique be so frail? How can one navigate the vast seas in such a condition? Who can withstand your mighty hand? Rodney wiped the blood from his lips, his physique remarkably resilient, having survived a punch from Garp. He survived. It is noteworthy that this elder once battered the Pirate King, Roger, leaving him with bruises and fleeing across the seas. Garp, known for his persuasive prowess, humorously noted that his fists were aptly named Virtue. With a swollen head, he experienced a pain akin to that inflicted by sea kings. A green light emanated from his palm, and a healing spell was immediately cast upon his wounds, stimulating the cells in the swollen area to accelerate recovery. Such a peculiar ability. Are you a power user? Well, sort of, he replied vaguely while rubbing his head. Ha ha ha, quite an impressive power. Can it be utilized on others? Garp inquired with interest. Yes, it can. Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes sparkled. What is your name, lad? Jostad J. Rodney. Haha, I'll call you Rodney then. Come, join the Navy. Ding. Garp extended an invitation. Do you accept? Yes, no. I'm sorry. But I do not wish to become a Navy officer, Rodney declined. Garp, puzzled, asked, why not? Your ability could accelerate the healing of many sailors, contributing to justice. That's not good. The Navy is too troublesome. I find my current life quite satisfactory. The Navy is overly complex, and with the world government looming overhead, I have no desire to be at the beck and call of those scoundrels. The so-called justice is mired in the burdens of many. It's better not to participate than to endure such indignities. I believe you would make an excellent sailor, though your physique is a bit weak and requires training. Under my guidance, you will surely grow. Garp chuckled heartily. Farewell, and goodbye. Rodney turned to leave. He was not Monkey D. Luffy, endowed with such formidable vitality. Training under Garp would surely lead to his demise. A pair of calloused hands grasped his shoulder, and the old man smiled kindly. Boy, you will soon be grateful for my guidance. No. Help? Garp seemed resolute, dragging Rodney off to training. For Garp, Rodney's ability was quite useful, and he seemed to possess potential worth nurturing. Besides, he was rather bored aboard the ship. Put in some effort. Hang in there, Rodney, Garp commanded, munching on a donut while seated on Rodney's back as he did push-ups clad in iron armor. This was the third day of Garp's training, and Rodney was subjected to intense physical regimens, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, there were benefits. His body was growing at a remarkable pace. His chakra was depleting rapidly as well. Sweat poured off him like rain, dripping onto the deck, while his chakra was being relentlessly drained, making his body increasingly heavy. The iron armor weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds, and with Garp's imposing figure added to the burden, without his naturally robust constitution, sustaining his chakra would have been a formidable challenge. I can't go on. He collapsed onto the deck. Garp inquired, how many did you do? A Navy soldier. Diligently recording, replied, 4,320, an increase of 400 from before. Your physique is improving rapidly. This one do. How can one grow to be an excellent sailor under such conditions? Garp shook his head. I never claimed I would become a Navy officer. I am a bounty hunter, not a member of the Navy. Why must I join? Removing the iron armor revealed his well-defined upper body, feeling relieved. With a sudden pain on his head, he had already mastered armament hockey to an extraordinary level. Even without its application, his strikes were immensely painful, capable of inflicting agony even on a rubber man like Luffy, who was immune to blunt force. What do you mean? Your abilities are ideally suited for the Navy, whether as a medic or a full-fledged sailor. Don't squander your talent. Garp had observed Rodney over the days. Initially, he believed the boy's frail physique warranted training as compensation for his accidental injury. But Rodney's healing abilities and rapid growth piqued Garp's interest. However, the boy seemed as stubborn as Garp's own grandson, fixated on being a bounty hunter. What is so great about being a bounty hunter? Have you allowed money to corrupt your heart? Of course. Old man, money isn't everything, but without it, you can do nothing. How mundane. Being a Navy officer comes with a salary. Enough. Taking down a bounty is enough to sustain me for quite some time. The Navy provides meals and accommodation, plus benefits. I'm sorry, I roam the seas, undeterred by hardships. Ouch. Old man, are you hitting me again? I believe you require some education. Garp's fist crackled ominously. Re-education? Special education. On what grounds? I haven't done anything wrong. Rodney protested defiantly. Dare to talk back? You're asking for it. Bang. On the deck, Garp chased Rodney around, who showed no signs of fatigue. Boom. A punch sent Rodney crashing into the deck, garnering the carpenter's ire. Such a large hole would be troublesome to repair. Ha ha ha, Rodney, it seems the training has enabled you to withstand one of my punches. This punch was far from Garp's full strength. Otherwise, Rodney would have been no more. Consider it a mere tap, perhaps lacking even that. Humph, old man. Even if I die and lie in a coffin, I will still use my withered voice to proclaim, I will never become a Navy officer. Rodney rose, battered and bruised. You little rascal, do you love money that much? Absolutely. I am a bounty hunter, scouring the seas for treasure. Rodney responded as he tended to his wounds. Then, I shall hire you to help me capture someone. Certainly, for the techniques of armament hockey or the 6 forms of the Navy. You're quite audacious. Garp rolled up his sleeves, his muscular arms radiating an intimidating aura. Of course, the person you want me to capture will undoubtedly be formidable. Hence my requested compensation is not exorbitant. Rodney flashed a cunning smile. Garp chuckled. You're quite the schemer. Your current physique isn't capable of learning hockey yet. But I can teach you one of the 6 forms now, and upon capturing the target, I'll teach you 2 more. Agreed. Who do you want me to capture? My grandson, Ace. Who? Your grandson? Where is he now? Rodney was astonished that Garp would want him to capture Ace, who had set sail, hadn't he? That lad departed 3 months ago, and has become a pirate instead of joining the Navy. It infuriates me. He is likely nearing Reverse Mountain by now. Boy, I hope you can help me bring my beloved grandson back. Garp understood that with Ace's abilities, he would undoubtedly make a name for himself upon the seas. Once he reached a certain level of prominence, it would be easy for the world government to take notice, given the relentless nature of the CP agents. Should Ace's identity as the Pirate King's son be discovered, his chances of survival would be bleak. The world government would not allow a lineage steeped in malevolence to thrive in this world. It was imperative that Ace remained undetected by them. Yet Garp was reluctant to thwart his grandson's aspirations. He knew that capturing him personally would weigh heavily on his conscience. So he decided to leave it to this young man. He instructed his subordinates to procure Rodney's information, as capturing pirates typically involved seizing both ship and crew. Garp was merciless towards pirates, but exhibited kindness towards ordinary folk. He was a man of justice, albeit one with a penchant for wealth. It would indeed be a pity for such a man not to serve in the Navy. Chapter 6. I am truly fortunate. Ding. Side quest activated. The seemingly inconspicuous system suddenly sprang to life, issuing a mission. Oh, there's a side quest as well? Mission. Capture the pirate port Asti Ace. Level. C reward. Fire style. Great Fire Annihilation. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 800 mission points. This mission is classified as a side quest and can be declined. Will you refuse? Gasping at the sight of such rewards, Rodney was taken aback. Not only was there the Great Fire Annihilation, but the 3 Tomo Sharingan was also included as a reward. Given that 3,000 points were required for a single Tomo, receiving a 3 Tomo Sharingan outright was an opportunity he could not pass up. Very well, I accept. However, since he is your grandson, I require Sea Prism Stone as insurance. What if Ace has consumed the Mera Mera no Mi? Logia types are quite the anomaly. How would one contend with that? You greedy little rascal. I have never relied on Sea Prism Stone. I merely returned for a vacation. Where would I acquire such a thing? Besides, do we really need it for Ace? Garp responded. From his reaction, it appeared that Ace had not yet consumed the Mera Mera no Mi. In the original narrative, Ace's consumption of the fruit was not depicted either, suggesting that a visit should be feasible. Do you have his life paper? Asked Rodney. If I did, why would I need you? Such logic was hard to refute. With a sigh, he replied, fine, I will find a way to capture him. This mission must be accomplished. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, alongside Madara's Great Fire Annihilation, such rewards are only level C? What technique from the 6 forms are you preparing to teach me? Sorrow. I will teach you, but whether you can master it depends on your own efforts. And thus, Rodney's arduous journey continued. Half a month later, Loguetown Rodney strolled through the streets clad in the attire of a naval soldier, not having enlisted in the Navy, but rather donning the garments of a sailor due to a complete lack of his own clothes. His encounter with Garp was indeed fortuitous, albeit somewhat unfortunate. Was this perhaps a retribution for bullying the Sea Kings? Although he had learned the shave technique, mastering it would require additional time. Garp's grueling training had significantly enhanced his physical condition, allowing him to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Subsequently, he procured a small boat from Garp and captured a Sea King to expedite his journey. After a week of travel, he finally reached Loguetown. This delay was primarily due to the opposing courses of their routes. While he had intended to journey from West Rob Village to Loguetown, Garp was navigating from Loguetown towards the Goa Kingdom, causing a complete reversal in their navigational paths. Consequently, he had to switch out several Sea Kings, journeying under the stars until he eventually arrived at Loguetown. The system had an innate positioning feature, and since Ace had yet to depart from the East Blue and was making his way towards this area, it sufficed for him to lie in wait. Mr. Jostad? Hearing his name called, he turned to find Dasky. Lieutenant Dasky, what brings you here in such haste? We received reports of someone dining and dashing at Uncle Frank's restaurant. It's a pirate. I must attend to this matter immediately, Dasky replied before leading her team away. Who could be so audacious as to feast for free in Loguetown? Rodney mused, reflecting on the boldness of such a transgression. Rodney was eager to join in the commotion. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle. It is an instinct deeply ingrained in Rodney's very essence, unchangeable. There is nothing more delightful than observing the unfolding drama. On the bustling streets of Loguetown, a group of individuals dashed forward, one among them shouldering a figure adorned with an orange cowboy hat, bare-chested, with bubbles of mucus rhythmically expanding and contracting, clearly in slumber. Is the captain asleep again? Do we not have any funds? Remarked a man wielding a firearm. It is perfectly normal for the captain to eat and sleep, and we have always dined on the house. It is his custom, replied a man with azure hair, glancing back at their pursuers. Hurry up. The Navy is upon us, and they certainly do not share the captain's fondness for Ensign Iska. Run. The harbor was swiftly approaching. Apologies, but this route is blocked. Due to Garp's rigorous training, Rodney's speed had significantly increased, allowing him to surge ahead of the others. Who goes there? Step aside. One rotund individual bellowed, only to be met with Rodney's fist as he leaped and struck him squarely on the forehead. Bill. Rodney gazed at his clenched fist, relishing the exhilarating sensation coursing through him. Naval forces, stand aside. The armed man immediately raised his weapon and fired directly at him. Rodney swiftly dodged to the side and leaped forward, rapidly positioning himself before the group. With a powerful punch, he knocked one individual to the ground. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Whirlwind. Leaf Great Whirlwind. He continued to strike down several more opponents. Just as he was about to kick the next assailant, a hand caught his leg. Apologies, but I can no longer allow you to bully my crew, declared a young man with a freckled face, a fierce heat radiating from his palm. Startled, Rodney quickly retreated, only to witness flames igniting upon the opponent's hand. A natural-type devil fruit, the flame fruit. Rodney's expression was as still as water. He never anticipated his fortune would be so favorable, encountering his target so swiftly, nor did he expect that Port Asti, Ace had already consumed the devil fruit. My apologies. I just dozed off. Dias, how is everyone? Ace inquired of the blue-haired youth beside him. Dias, the ship's doctor of the Spade Pirates, replied calmly, it's merely superficial injuries. But it will be difficult for them to awaken within 3 hours. Then there's no cause for concern. Everyone, take the unconscious back to the ship. I'll handle this. Ace declared gravely, his gaze fixed on Rodney. However, Rodney paid no heed to Ace's crew. His mission was to escort Ace to meet Garp. Be careful, Captain. Dias expressed unwavering faith in Ace's abilities, not worrying about him succumbing here. The natural type fruit was insurmountable in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Cs, hence there was no need to fret about Ace encountering any peril. They would only become a nuisance to him. Poor Dasti. Ace, your grandfather has sent me to bring you back. Surrender quietly. How fortunate. The tracking location was set just a few days prior. He never imagined Ace would arrive here so promptly. No, I refuse to return. I do not wish to see that old man. Ace shouted defiantly. You cannot stop me. Flame pillar. One arm transformed into a column of fire, surging towards Rodney. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Unlike Kakashi, who would carve a dog's head into his wall, this was a simple, unadorned barrier. The flame pillar collided with the earth wall, obliterating it. Damn it. There are too many people here. What are you trying to accomplish? Rodney could not tolerate this reckless area attack, fearing the collateral damage to innocent bystanders. My apologies. Ace immediately expressed regret, and Rodney seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering a punch to Ace's head. With a single strike, Ace's head was nearly crushed, yet flames engulfed the wound. How despicable. You dare to ambush me. Ace's headless body staggered back, a horrifying sight, flames erupting, and his head reappeared. Lacking haki, the natural type truly is insurmountable. No wonder it was later supplemented with haki, he muttered, now feeling perplexed about how to proceed. Clearly immune to fire attacks, Ace posed a significant challenge. Rodney found himself devoid of effective offensive measures as fire techniques and physical combat were inadequate. Explosive tags would merely delay the inevitable since Ace would regenerate even after an explosion. Seeing Rodney cease his assault, Ace chuckled. Step aside, you cannot defeat me. He may not, but I can. Whitesnake. A plume of white smoke erupted, at the forefront a gloved fist aimed at Ace. Ace leaped to evade the punch, landing atop a building, where he beheld a man clad in white, striding forward with a smoke-like right arm, sporting slick silver hair. Dressed in a white leather jacket that showcased his muscular physique, the word justice emblazoned on his back, a cigar between his teeth, exuding a ferocious demeanor. More pirate-like than a pirate itself. Colonel Smoker of the Marine Headquarters. Ah, you arrived just in time, Colonel Smoker. Vice Admiral Garp has tasked me with retrieving his grandson. Could you lend a hand? Smoker paused, taken aback, then scoffed. Even if he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, he should be imprisoned. How could he possibly be handed over to you? Rodney shrugged, acknowledging the seriousness of the man before him, and remarked, let us first apprehend him. Smoker's 10 hands, embedded with sea stone, were indeed the nemesis of those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Chapter 7. Fire Fist Ace. I absolutely refuse to return and meet that old man. Ace retorted vehemently. What does that have to do with me? My sole mission is to escort you back. And Vice Admiral Garp has promised me a reward. Rodney, stretching his body, continued, nature types are truly troublesome. Colonel Smoker, I shall provide you with cover. With kunai and shurikens now in hand, he hurled them directly at Ace. Fire gun. The index and middle fingers of both hands pointed like a firearm towards the two, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs that surged forth towards them. Rodney leaped into the air, executing a swift spin, his legs striking like a steel whip to obliterate Ace's upper body. How many times must I reiterate? Refrain from engaging in battles in the bustling streets. Dasky. Ensure the evacuation of the townsfolk from the vicinity. Smoker, puffing on his cigar, instructed Dasky to clear the area of all bystanders. In an instant, upon hearing of the conflict, a multitude of townspeople hastily fled, neglecting their shops and homes. Naturally, when the Navy and pirates clash, the risk to their lives is exceedingly high. What good is wealth if one is to lose their very existence? Rodney lacked the imposing presence. His strikes were futile against Ace, who had no need to evade them. Flames enveloped Ace's upper body as he remarked, what a formidable display of offensive prowess. Why not join my crew? Rodney's expression darkened. How is it that both brothers are the same? Damn it, do not recruit pirates in my presence. Smoker planted his foot firmly on the ground and vanished. 6 powers, shave. 10 strikes hurtled towards Ace. Sensing an instinctive threat, Ace refrained from elementalization and instead evaded. How perilous. Huh? What is this? A kunai suddenly appeared at his feet, bound with an explosive tag. The tag ignited in flames, and with a resounding boom, Ace's body was obliterated. Not even a trace of his head remaining. As the flames blazed, Ace reappeared, his expression grave. It seems you are no ordinary Navy officer. I am a pirate hunter. Smoker replied coldly, I simply lack proper attire at the moment. Rodney, do not waste any more time, apprehend him. Rodney skillfully positioned 6 shurikens, each affixed with an explosive tag, between his fingers before launching them towards Ace. He then retrieved shuriken from his waist pouch, striking in rapid succession to alter the trajectory of the shurikens, thereby evading destruction by Ace's flames. Boom. The explosions erupted, generating a dense cloud of smoke, from which a fireball emerged, taking on the form of Ace. With a lowered brim of his hat, he chuckled in midair, my crew awaits my return. I shall take my leave first. Boy, do you think you can escape? Smoker utilized his ability to appear instantly before Ace. Startled, Ace waved his hand, and flames engulfed Smoker. A 10-fingered strike broke through the flames, colliding forcefully against him, rendering him unable to transform due to the influence of sea stone. And he was violently smashed into a nearby building. Ouch, what just happened? I was unable to transform. Rising from the rubble, Ace bore minor abrasions. Just a few scrapes on his skin. Truly, he was a child nurtured by Garp. Surviving to this point was no mere coincidence. By the way, how long have you possessed this ability? Rodney inquired. Ace brushed off the dust from his attire and replied without a moment's thought, I acquired it just 2 days ago. Rodney, no wonder your power is limited. It hasn't been adequately developed. Are you still unfamiliar with your newly acquired abilities? Very well, if you become proficient. It will indeed pose a challenge for me. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, quickly reducing it to a mere stub. He produced 2 new cigars from his pocket, placing them in his mouth and igniting them with the remnants of the old ones. Puffing away. He seemed to be quite the seasoned smoker. The Navy truly is a nuisance. Adjusting his hat, Ace would not easily yield. For I am destined to become the Pirate King. How could I pause my journey here? Until I encounter my son, Ace's aspirations remain unchanged. The Pirate King, you say? Such a mundane ambition. The last Pirate King met his demise right here, Smoker remarked. Ace's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly shifted, and he bellowed. Who would meet such a fate like that fool? I shall become the Pirate King and live far better than he ever did. Having grown up deprived of paternal affection, he harbored a deep resentment toward his pirate father and felt disgusted whenever his father was mentioned. As for me, I have no concern for that. My sole responsibility is to bring you back to Admiral Garp's side. What you choose thereafter is none of my business. Rodney found himself at a loss. Facing the elusive nature of Smoker's powers, reminiscent of the scene where everyone battled a beetle. A tiger biting a hedgehog is indeed a futile endeavor. In contrast, Smoker. I beseech you to lend me your 10 hands. Smoker cast a glance at him, remaining silent, his meaning abundantly clear. Don't even think about it. Rodney, having hit a brick wall, sighed. What benefits did that old man bestow upon you? Half of the 6 forms, along with the training for armament hockey, Rodney chuckled. Ace. Do not underestimate your grandfather. He was once a formidable force who relentlessly pursued the Pirate King across the seas. It's merely because you are his grandchildren that he has indulged you. Garp is indeed a paragon of justice, yet he is shackled by it. Helplessly witnessing the demise of his beloved grandson. What restrains him is not Sengoku, but justice itself. Do not speak of whether Akaina might perish at Garp's hands. Grave injuries are a certainty. After a moment of silence, Ace declared, words are futile. I will escape today, for my crew awaits me. I shall apprehend each of you. Fire fist. Smoker's limbs instantly transformed into smoke, having consumed the smoke for it, allowing him to vaporize his body for attacks and tracking. His fists and feet remained solid while his arms and legs became smoke, accelerating his attacks and causing considerable trouble for Ace. Meanwhile, Rodney could only awkwardly observe the clash between the 2 elemental users, powerless and lacking hockey or sea stone, trembling as he clutched his melon, a mere spectator. The Flame Fruit's abilities excel in offense, and as Ace had just obtained his Devil Fruit, he was still unskilled. Otherwise, in a battle with Smoker, the victor would be uncertain. Ace swung his fist fiercely, his entire right arm engulfed in flames, launching a colossal fiery fist towards Smoker and Rodney. Boom. The entire street was obliterated, flames scorching the remnants of buildings. Smoker silently thanked Daz Bonez for evacuating the civilians. Otherwise, how many lives would have been lost? His resolve to apprehend Ace intensified, even if his grandfather was Garp. Just because your grandfather is a vice admiral, does that grant you free reign? I dare to confront my superiors and have no qualms about offending a naval hero. Emerging from the ground, Rodney gazed at the desolate surroundings, his expression somber. How many times must I say it? Do not use such wide-ranging attacks. What if civilians are harmed? This is precisely why I despise you pirates. Viewing the world through the lens of personal experiences, he could not adopt a callous indifference. The world may be warped, but he was not. He could only consider his own well-being, yet he would undoubtedly lend a hand where possible, disapproving of Ace's reckless disregard for life. I apologize. Fortunately, Ace's demeanor was earnest, acknowledging his mistakes. At that moment, Smoker seized the opportunity, lunging forward with sea stone encased hands aimed at Ace's throat. If struck, Ace's resilience would surely be tested. However, being Garp's grandson endowed him with sharpened reflexes and physical fortitude, enabling him to evade the blow and counter with a fiery punch that struck Smoker's chest. Smoker retaliated, wielding his sea stone to push him back. Rodney charged forward, unsheathing the dagger from his thigh, and cleaved Ace's body with a swift motion. Ace, resigned, remarked, you know very well that physical attacks inflict little harm upon me. If we don't exchange blows a few times, I shall feel quite embarrassed. Rodney shrugged, casting a helpless glance at Smoker. Colonel Smoker, do you not possess hockey? A loan of your weapon would suffice. If I had hockey, would I still require this? Smoker, still in the process of mastering Busashoka hockey, realized he would need further training before he could wield it effectively. Chapter 8. Behold my exquisite justice kick. Smoker's expression darkened as Rodney's words struck a nerve, reminding him of his demotion and assignment to this desolate location after striking his superior. He lamented the absence of formidable pirates in the Grand Line, and he felt his physical capabilities waning. His recent negligence in training weighed heavily on him. Once I deal with this nuisance, I shall return to my regiment. Seizing the opportunity, Ace unexpectedly delivered a powerful punch to Rodney, sending him hurtling through the air, eventually tumbling into the sea. With a sigh, Smoker inhaled from his cigar and launched his next attack. Rodney, his face darkened, emerged from the sea, dripping wet and wielding a knife. He was taken aback by Ace, the burly fellow with thick eyebrows and large eyes, who had unexpectedly launched a sneak attack. However, he was determined to settle the score. After all, he was a transgressor of fate. Water clone, come forth. The technique required water to manifest, a tactic he had initially wished to avoid, but circumstances had left him no choice. The ocean surged, and numerous clones of Rodney materialized beside him, rushing forward. How could there be so many? Were they his brethren? Was he also a wielder of power? Ace immediately recognized the predicament. He had stirred up a hornet's nest. Although each water clone was not as formidable as the original, their remarkable martial arts skills posed a minor nuisance to Ace. After Ace shattered the first clone, the chakra-infused seawater drenched him, momentarily hindering his movements. Smoker seized the opportunity, delivering a swift blow with a sea prism stone baton to Ace. Resembling a street thug bullying a student, Ace, recovering quickly, dashed away. His crew was not far and would arrive shortly. Aware that lingering here was unwise, he made his escape. You dare to offend me and still think you can flee? Rodney smirked, having discovered a method. Chakra infused the seawater beneath his feet, conjuring numerous water clones that surged towards Ace. As Ace fled, a shadow loomed overhead. He glanced up to behold a multitude of water clones descending upon him. This was dire. Fire fist. Flames shattered the water clones, reverting the seawater to its original state. Hiss. The intense heat of the flames met the water, transforming it into steam. A considerable quantity of water vapor clung to Ace's skin, resulting in scalding burns that made him cry out in agony. Ouch. Oh no. Ace resembled a boiled crab, leaping and scuttling forward in a frantic bid to escape. Rodney had not anticipated such a turn of events. Could steam truly inflict harm upon Ace? After all, it was merely water, a natural element. Wasn't he it? This was certainly worth pondering. Charge. With a few water clones remaining, Ace, having learned from past encounters, refrained from utilizing flames and instead resolved to rely on his fists. With a swift motion, he shattered one water clone, yet another ensnared his arm. Should he elementalize now, he would risk repeating previous predicaments. He swung his other fist, intent on delivering a blow. Not so fast. Another water clone seized his fist. The remaining clones converged upon him, transforming into seawater that cascaded over his body. A wave of weakness enveloped him. His fruit abilities abruptly confined, leaving only his physical strength, as his form shifted from elemental to corporeal. Behold my ex-justice kick. With the heavens delivering justice. Rodney struck Ace squarely in the chest. Bang. Ace was propelled through the air, and with a flick of his wrist, a steel wire shot from his fingertips, coiling around Smoker's sea prism stone staff. With a firm tug, Smoker did not resist, allowing him to proceed with his intent. Rodney dashed out, taking advantage of Ace's momentary disorientation, pressing 10 fingers against Ace's throat, rendering him incapable of resistance. Damn it, you actually caught me. Ace shouted, I will not give up. Why am I so powerless? This is sea prism stone, specifically designed to restrain devil fruit users, Rodney explained, turning to Smoker. Do you have handcuffs made of sea prism stone? Holding him like this is rather exhausting. Desbones, fetch the sea prism handcuffs. Smoker called out loudly. They had a limited supply, only 2 pairs, intended for subduing powerful users. After all, sea prism stone is a rare commodity, exclusively produced in Wano, and its processing is remarkably complicated. Smoker could only equip himself with it because he had brought some from headquarters. Otherwise, how could he handle users? He couldn't maintain this position forever. It was rather undignified for a colonel. I can't use my strength. What is this? Ace lamented, realizing he had been outsmarted by the very fruit he wielded. Though immensely powerful, his over-reliance on his elemental abilities led to his downfall at Rodney's hands. With sea prism stone in play, escape was no longer an option. Stop struggling, Ace. You cannot escape. I will not let you meet that old man, Ace shouted defiantly. He had only just set sail, and being taken back would surely invite ridicule from Luffy and the villagers. No, this cannot happen. I even brought Sabo's share into the ocean. Rest assured. I have no intention of letting you meet Vice Admiral Garp. I plan to take you to prison for proper instruction. Your future lies in the Navy prison. Captain? Release our captain at once. Members of the Blackbeard Pirates rushed over, concerned, shocked to see their once formidable captain in such a predicament. They hastily pulled their triggers, firing bullets. Smoker stood firm, allowing the bullets to pass through his body. Despite being labeled the weakest of the Logia types, he was still a Logia user, impervious to mere bullets. Rodney, however, reacted swiftly, dodging the bullets aimed at him with agile movements. Everyone, flee. You were no match for them. Ace felt genuinely touched by his crew's attempt to rescue him, but against these 2 cunning adversaries, they stood no chance. Escape was imperative. Am I invisible to you? Whitesnake. His arm transformed into smoke, curling like a serpent toward the pirates. Dr. Desbones, realizing the urgency, threw down a vial of green reagent, shattering it on the ground, releasing a vast cloud of green mist. As the smoke dissipated, the crew vanished, inciting Smoker's fury. You have a clever crew member, Rodney remarked. Desbones wisely chose to flee rather than recklessly confront Smoker, recognizing the inherent advantages of a Logia user in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace exhaled a sigh of relief, falling into silence. He understood that today would either lead him to prison or back to that old man. But prison seemed a preferable option. There, he might find a chance to escape, unlike facing the old man, although he could potentially escape from Garp. The thought left a bitter taste. Soon, Desbones returned with the C-Prism handcuffs, personally securing them on Ace. Rodney tossed the 10 fingers away, hoisting Ace over his shoulder. Hey, Rodney, what are you planning? Naturally, I am taking him to meet Vice Admiral Garp, as I mentioned, Rodney replied with a straight face. Smoker's expression darkened, stating, I don't care whether he meets Vice Admiral Garp or not. He must go to prison now. Garp can visit him later. Huh? Apologies. But if the old man wishes to see his beloved grandson, I must oblige, Rodney said earnestly. Smoker scoffed. Enough. You opportunistic scoundrel. You pirate hunters are no better than pirates, merely chasing profit. Hand him over. As he spoke, smoke began to billow from his body. Making his intentions clear, you won't give him to me? Then I shall take him by force. Smoker showed no mercy to pirates, regardless of their lineage. Even if they were the grandchild of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it made no difference to him. A vice admiral status did not grant privileges. Heroes of the Navy were no exception. Though he held great respect for Garp, respect was one thing, duty and responsibility were quite another. You are correct. The 6 powers are indeed an irresistible temptation, Smoker. Farewell. With a free hand, he tossed a smoke bomb, and as Smoker charged into the fog, he discovered that Rodney had already carried Ace to the harbor, walking upon the water. Damn it. Where's my vehicle? Reporting in. His subordinate swiftly pushed his amphibious motorcycle over. Injecting smoke into the bike, he revved the throttle and gave chase. Rodney glanced and cursed, open the 8 doors formation. Release the limitations of my brain domain and unleash my full physical potential. Suddenly accelerating, he stirred up a massive spray of waves across the sea. His speed far surpassing Smoker's, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. That scoundrel. I shall put a bounty on him. Chapter 9. The tradition of the monkey family. As Rodney sped across the ocean, he brought Ace to a halt on a rocky outcrop. The town of Rog now a mere blur in the distance. He plopped down on the stone, beads of sweat evaporating from his body. The strain of opening the first gate was still quite taxing. Had it not been for the grueling training under Captain Garp in recent days, he would not have been able to endure for so long. Let me go. My crew is still waiting for me. I refuse to meet that old man. Apologies. But that is of no concern to me. I am nearly done with Captain Garp's mission. I have already captured Ace, yet the task is not marked as complete. It is clear that I must deliver Ace into Garp's hands. With my vision clouded by impending red-eye sickness, how could I possibly halt my progress? As long as I keep moving, I shall reach that destination. As long as I persist, the path will continue to unfold. Cough, cough. Ace struggled against his restraints. But alas, his body was rendered powerless by the C-Prism stone, preventing him from utilizing his abilities. Damn it. Why would that old fool send you to capture me? Who knows? Perhaps it was merely a whim. To be honest, even without the devil fruit, subduing you would have posed a challenge. Yet here we are. With you having consumed the fruit, becoming overconfident, and failing to understand the C-Prism stone, Rodney's ability to capture Ace can be attributed significantly to fortune. As well as Ace's unfamiliarity with the powers of the fruit, coupled with his newfound dependence on the incendiary fruit's elemental transformation, he ultimately fell victim to Rodney's cunning. It was through the seamless collaboration with Smoker that he was apprehended. Had Ace encountered someone well-versed in the fruit's capabilities, he would have wisely chosen to flee. Meanwhile, Dias and his companions managed to escape the encirclement of the Navy. Dias declared, our captain has been captured. We must devise a plan to rescue him. One individual posed the question, but where shall we go to save the captain? The previous speaker had mentioned that he was sent to capture the captain under the orders of Vice Admiral Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy, whose homeland lies in the East Bluesgoa Kingdom. The captain had previously spoken of his hometown, so Dias concluded that they should first venture there in hopes of fortune. The other crew members exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. Although their captain may occasionally act erratically, failing to pay for meals and often dozing off intermittently, he is, after all, the leader of the Spade Pirates. As comrades aboard the same vessel, how could they abandon him? Spade Pirates. The plan to rescue the captain commences. Oh. Rodney traversed the surface of the water, carrying Ace, who gazed perplexedly at the undulating sea, utterly bewildered that someone could walk upon the ocean. Hey, aren't you afraid of being devoured by a sea king? Ace inquired. Oh, just in time. Perfect for a steed, Rodney replied. The sea kings of the East Blue are not nearly as colossal as those in the New World, which can reach thousands of meters. Here, they are merely a few dozen meters in length and quite easy to intimidate. So how did red-haired Shanks, as one of the 4 emperors, lose an arm? Suddenly, a shadow beneath them loomed larger and approached swiftly. Free labor has arrived. With a sudden leap, a sea king burst forth from the depths. Its lion-like head emerging from the water, gaping wide as it lunged toward the two. Rodney spun his body, channeling chakra into his legs. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a resounding thud, the lion sea king was struck down. Ace remarked, impressive. This individual's physical strength seems hardly diminished from his pre-fire fruit days. He is remarkably powerful. Steadily landing atop the ocean's surface, Rodney approached the fallen Lion Sea King, who, sensing defeat, attempted to flee but was seized by his damp mane. With a fierce glare, Rodney delivered another kick and warned, "Behave, or I shall devour you shortly." The Lion Sea King displayed a distinctly human expression of fear in this world. Animals possess the ability to comprehend human speech, albeit with occasional lapses in intellect. Sobbing softly, the Lion Sea King resigned to his fate. As Rodney gripped his mane and perched upon his neck, leaving Ace cast aside, "Take me in that direction, towards the nearest island," he commanded, gesturing opposite to Loguetown. Locating the kingdom of Goya amidst the vast sea proved challenging, yet the sea creature could guide them to the closest isle, thereby revealing their whereabouts for further planning. Ace remained silent, rendered powerless and unable to act. After a while, he spoke, "I am hungry." "Eat," Rodney replied, retrieving a military ration from his pouch. Ace inquired, "Is this chocolate? And this tiny portion is hardly sufficient to fill my gaps. Do you want it?" "Yes. Better to have something than nothing." He opened his mouth and popped the ration inside. Upon biting down, Ace exclaimed, "This is horrid. It tastes terrible." Though Ace was not picky, even he found this unbearable, which clearly indicated the lamentable flavor of the military ration. "Well, you were simply unlucky. The one I had was honey-flavored." The rations produced by the system had random flavors, most being abominable, while tasting honey was evidently a stroke of good fortune. The military ration was not chocolate, yet its flavor remained a mystery until the next bite. "I can't take this anymore. Is there anything else?" "Huh? One of these can stave off hunger for an entire day, providing the body with necessary sustenance." "You're still not full?" "Of course not. How could something so small and so vile possibly satiate one's hunger?" Ace was incredulous that such a minuscule, unpalatable morsel could ever suffice to fill one's belly. Rodney pondered for a moment, recognizing that Ace's stamina was unlike that of ordinary individuals, having undergone rigorous training since childhood. Coupled with the fact that the inhabitants of this world possessed an extraordinary appetite, it was hardly surprising that the military rations would fail to satiate him. Consequently, he retrieved a handful of these rations. Upon seeing this, Ace exclaimed vehemently, "No, I would rather perish than consume that. Release me, you insufferable oaf." Suddenly, a bubble of snot emerged, and to everyone's astonishment, he fell asleep in an instant. Rodney, truly, he is indeed the grandson of Garp. The art of dream entry at any moment. Luffy can do it. I wonder if Dragon can? The monkey family is truly formidable. Let's set him aside. He can't escape anyway. The pressing issue now is locating Garp. Must we resort to Windmill Village? The Sea Kings possess satisfactory mobility, although this one resembles the creature I previously captured, and it will undoubtedly attempt to immerse itself in water. However, as long as I remain mentally focused throughout the journey, it should suffice. Subsequently, the Lion Sea King continued to swim with 3 prominent humps atop its head. Ahead, a ship awaited to take us aboard, and with that, your task concludes. It was not until the sun sank into the ocean that Rodney finally spotted a vessel, its skull flag fluttering, unmistakably a pirate ship. Upon hearing that the mission was nearing its end, the Lion Sea King's previously dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, propelling it to accelerate. Rodney, grasping Ace, landed securely on the pirate ship and declared, "I apologize, but I have commandeered your vessel." "Who the hell are you? So audacious." "The captain." A burly man wielding a large axe, towered at 3 to 4 meters, his face adorned with a thick beard, exuding an aura of menace. His crew regarded Rodney and Ace with bewildered expressions, clearly underestimating them. TSK. Channeling chakra into his legs, Rodney leapt in front of the pirate captain, executing the Leaf Great Whirlwind. Seeking death, the pirate captain swung his axe, but he was a moment too slow. Rodney's kick struck the axe handle, bending the iron shaft and sending the captain flying into the sea. "Hey, a treat for you." The Lion Sea King seemed to sense its cue, leaping forth to engulf the captain, disappearing beneath the waves. "Well then, who else?" Rodney surveyed the surroundings. The remaining pirates trembled, their weapons clattering to the ground upon witnessing their captain's demise. In a typical pirate crew, the captain embodies the strongest will. Once dispatched, the morale of these scoundrels crumbled, extinguishing any desire to fight. "Excellent. I hereby declare this ship mine. Set course for the Goa Kingdom and prepare a lavish feast. Also, take care of this fellow. Do not mistreat him, or you shall meet the same fate as your captain." Kindness among pirates is a rarity. Much like Luffy and Ace, they are but a minority, rendering their fates and thoughts inconsequential. Chapter 10. I have caught the red-eye illness. Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Windmill Village, a quaint hamlet, bears little distinction from Syrup Village, tranquil and serene, rarely besieged by pirates. It is also the birthplace of naval hero Garp and the future pirate king. A naval vessel docked at the port, a commonplace sight for the villagers, signaling the return of the naval hero to his homeland. As a pirate ship slowly approached the shore, the Navy personnel accompanying Garp instantly perked up, arming themselves and training their cannons on the pirate vessel. When Vice Admiral Bogart raised his hand to signal the crew to fire, he caught sight of Rodney standing at the bow and immediately ordered a halt. "Mr. Jostad?" Bogart nodded in greeting. Rodney responded with a smile, "Vice Admiral Bogart, I leave these ruffians in your capable hands. Not a single pirate among them has clean hands." "Understood. Thank you for your gallant intervention." Bogart promptly instructed his men to apprehend the crew. The pirates made no attempt to resist, well aware of the futility of defiance, allowing the Navy to shackle them, knowing they would be taken away by Garp to face imprisonment. So this is the grandson of Admiral Garp? You actually managed to capture him, Bogart exclaimed, noticing the discontented expression on Ace's round face behind Rodney. Ace had gained quite a bit of weight since being captured, having received constant care and indulgence during the journey. However, he knew that even a slight increase in weight could be shed with a single training session. Where is Admiral Garp? I have brought back his eldest grandson, Rodney replied. The only tavern in the village, Bogart responded. All right, Ace, let us be off. No. I refuse to meet that old codger. Ace protested weakly, attempting to resist Rodney, but with his sea-stone handcuffs, he stood no chance against him. Is this sea-stone handcuffs? The grandson of Admiral Garp has become a devil fruit user? Bogart remarked. Indeed, a Logia type. Capturing him took considerable effort. By the way, it procured these sea-stone cuffs from Captain Smoker. He placed a bounty of 3 million berries on me, so I apologize, Bogart. Oliver, fully aware of the situation, chuckled. No problem. Revoking a bounty under 10 million is quite simple. I will notify them to lift your bounty. Who would have thought you could capture a Logia user? They had spent a few days aboard a ship and knew that Rodney lacked hockey, making it quite surprising that he managed to capture Ace, which left them astonished. It was merely luck. I shall take my leave now. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. With that, he hoisted Ace over his shoulder, disregarding his futile struggles. Ace? Is that not Ace? Windmill Village, not particularly large, had its port populated with individuals who instantly recognized Ace, who had been at sea for only a few months. They were perplexed as to why he had suddenly returned, and even more so that he was captured. Excuse me. Good sir, could you kindly direct me to the tavern? Rodney inquired, stopping an elderly man dressed in a yellow heart-patterned shirt. The elder pointed in a direction, stating, Walk that way, take a right, and it is the third establishment. Why are you capturing him? Capturing him? His grandfather instructed me to do so, Rodney replied without hesitation. Admiral Garp, you may proceed. The elder, having grasped the situation, stepped aside, exchanging a knowing glance with Ace, who felt a pang of discomfort at the elder's smile. He had set off from Windmill Village with grand ambitions but returned in such a pitiful state, utterly humiliated. This was not how he envisioned it. He should have returned after becoming the Pirate King, allowing the villagers to witness him. Ace, the boy they once knew, now transformed into the Pirate King, surpassing the father he both revered and resented. Hey, Rodney, let me go. I refuse to return here. Throughout these days, Ace had become familiar with Rodney. But no matter how he pleaded, Rodney remained unmoved, often silencing him with food. Apologies, Ace. I must endure for my 6 powers. There are no hard feelings afterward. Rodney stated. You scoundrel. You have bound me. How could there be no grievances? Once I free myself from these wretched handcuffs, I shall certainly give you a thorough thrashing. Ace declared, surveying the familiar surroundings and villagers, his heart swelling with indignation. Is this not the place? The two arrived before the tavern, and before they could step inside, they heard the resounding roar of Garp. Luffy, you little rascal. How many times must I tell you that you must become a great marine? Take this. A punch of love from your grandfather. That hurts. Grandfather. A youthful cry pierced the air, intertwined with a gentlewoman's admonition. Vice Admiral Garp, please stop. You've already swollen Luffy's face. Upon hearing that Luffy's face had been bruised, Ace exclaimed loudly. You old fool, you struck Luffy again. Rodney, release me at once. I must protect Luffy. Rodney pushed the door open, gently placing Ace down, and raised his fist towards the elderly man at the bar, who was in a deep slumber beneath a straw hat, saying, Vice Admiral Garp, I have brought back the person you requested. The tavern owner, Makino, upon seeing Ace, exclaimed in astonishment, Ace, did you not set sail? The other patrons of the tavern also expressed surprise at Ace's presence. Suddenly, with a loud pop, Garp's snore was interrupted as he awoke, realizing he had dozed off. Upon seeing his grandson still fast asleep, he landed another punch, exclaiming, How long do you intend to sleep, Luffy? Ouch. That hurts. Let me go. Faced with his grandfather, who had relentlessly beaten him throughout his childhood, Luffy had no desire to resist, illustrating the indelible psychological mark Garp had left on him. You old fool, let Luffy go. Ace, feeling weak and powerless, could only resort to shouting to threaten Garp. Both Garp and Luffy turned their attention to him, Garp with delight and Luffy with shock. Ha ha ha, well done. You completed your task splendidly, Rodney. Care to join the Navy and team up with me? Garp laughed heartily upon seeing the bound Ace, clearly pleased with Rodney's accomplishments. As Garp's laughter echoed, the system notified him that the task was complete, with rewards such as the Flame of Destruction, the 3-Tomo Sharingan, and 800 task points credited to him. A unique chakra began to manifest in his mind, converging towards his eyes, causing Rodney discomfort as he rubbed them, which soon turned red. 3 black tomos swirled around his pupils, radiating an aura of malevolence and foreboding, prompting Garp to pause and inquire, What is wrong with your eyes? Rodney? It's nothing. My eyes occasionally do this. With the Sharingan awakened, the world around him transformed, the movements of everyone appearing agonizingly slow, though not of the Uchiha clan. He adeptly adapted to the eyes with the system's assistance, requiring merely time to acclimate to the slowed-down world. I seem to have caught the red-eye syndrome. Release Ace. Luffy yelled, escaping from Garp's grasp. Spotting the bound Ace on the ground, Luffy's arm elongated at lightning speed towards Rodney, despite the rapidity of the attack. It appeared to Rodney as though it moved in slow motion, akin to a butterfly fluttering through flowers. He sidestepped effortlessly, grasping Luffy's arm, and with a swift motion, hurled him out of the tavern. All of this transpired in an instant, utilizing his keen insight. Chapter 11. Rodney versus Ace. Outside, chaos erupted alongside Luffy's cries. Rodney promptly thought system. Exchange for Leaf Village sword technique, Dance of the Camellia, wind release, vacuum sphere, and water release, water surge wave. The recently credited 800 task points were expended as follows: 500 for the Leaf Village sword technique, 50 for the Dance of the Camellia, 150 for wind release, vacuum sphere, and 100 for water release, water surge wave. 810 task points, all consumed. At that moment, Luffy rushed back in, ready to attack, but Ace quickly positioned himself in front of Rodney, interjecting, "Wait, Luffy. You're no match for him." Defeating Rodney would prove difficult for Luffy at this juncture. Even with Garp present, he would still be outmatched. He could not stand idly by watching his brother be bullied. "Step aside. Ace, I must avenge you." Luffy shouted angrily. They were brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune alike. "I understand, but you are not his equal." Ace shook his head, recognizing that Rodney was fundamentally decent, albeit a bit greedy. Given their earlier skirmish, it was clear that Rodney hadn't unleashed his full potential, and Luffy would merely suffer a beating. Yet, just as Luffy was about to retort, Garp interrupted, saying, "All right, Luffy. Although Rodney's physical prowess may not match yours, his intellect surpasses yours, making it easy for him to gain the upper hand in a fight." "Grandpa," he harmed Ace. Luffy, stubbornly fixated on his belief, rendered Garp helpless, much like how he remained unwavering in his aspiration to become the Pirate King. Regardless of Garp's attempts to instill wisdom through discipline, a testament to the monkey family's tenacity. "In that case, I had intended to teach you a lesson to show you that sheer recklessness leads only to ruin. However, now I am more inclined to test my newfound abilities." Luffy's resolute nature would not waver, even after countless societal beatings. Thus, delivering a harsh lesson would be futile. Perseverance is commendable, but facing a relentless adversary can be quite vexing. "Hey, Luffy, think of a way to free me. You cannot face him alone." Ace, noticing the tomo spinning in Rodney's eyes, snapped out of his daze and continued, "Quickly, find someone to release me." Rodney mused to himself. Significant modifications have been made to adapt to this world's system. Even illusions have been curtailed. The Sharingan, beyond its ability to perceive and replicate, also possesses the power to release and penetrate illusions. The release of illusions relies on disturbing the enemy's chakra, thereby obscuring their five senses. However, this world lacks chakra. How can it be utilized? Thus, the system has been altered to utilize mental energy. Illusions can only be fully enacted on foes whose mental strength is inferior to one's own. Those with comparable mental fortitude will merely experience a moment of daze, while those with superior mental prowess remain unaffected. The emergence of the three-tomo Sharingan has significantly augmented Rodney's chakra and mental strength, elevating him from a level of 0, akin to Kakashi, to a formidable one. 4. Due to the harmony of the Sharingan with his essence, he can wield it with remarkable ease, resulting in a substantial reduction in chakra expenditure, unlike Kakashi, who suffers from chronic low reserves due to lacking the Uchiha bloodline. "Oh, I shall first deliver a sound thrashing to him." As Luffy's gaze met Rodney's, he fell into an illusion. At merely 14 years of age, Luffy's mental strength is no match for Rodney's. His conqueror's haki has yet to awaken, leaving him no choice but to succumb to the dreamlike state of the illusion. "Hey, Rodney, what have you done to my grandson?" Garp exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the immobile Luffy, utterly oblivious to the manifestation of the conqueror's haki. Rodney concealed his Sharingan, his eyes once again transformed into a deep, inky black. He remarked, "Just a little trick of mine. A good nap will suffice." With that, Luffy collapsed, drifting into a deep slumber, blissfully murmuring, "Meat. Meat. So much meat. He. Is that so? Let us proceed. I shall guide you to other places. Ace, you shall follow as well." With Luffy in tow, Rodney strode forward confidently. "Come along," he commanded, as Ace reluctantly trailed behind. Kapu led them to Bogart, who procured the key to the sea stone handcuffs, freeing Ace. As he regained his strength, flames ignited from his body. "Is that the natural type flame fruit?" "Truly an extraordinary ability," Bogart exclaimed in admiration. "Your grandson is remarkable, Admiral Kapu." "Ha ha ha, it's merely a trivial matter, a trifling achievement," Kapu replied, puffing with pride over his grandson's prowess. Rodney, now liberated, Ace sought to reclaim his dignity and charged at Rodney. Fire gun. Sparks erupted from his fingertips. But Rodney effortlessly evaded the attack, the embers landing harmlessly on the open sea. Standing on water? How is that possible? Is he one of the power users? The onlookers from the Navy gasped in astonishment, and even Kapu and Bogart's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Such an ability would be exceptionally advantageous for apprehending pirates. Fire fist. Ace unleashed a blazing fist, radiating intense heat as it hurtled toward its target. Rodney swiftly completed his hand seals with the speed of decades of singlehood. Water release, water surge wave. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, resembling the relentless flow of rivers during the rainy season. As flames collided with the water, a white mist enveloped the scene. Rodney promptly executed another seal, wind release, vacuum sphere. The air compressed by chakra formed rapid air bullets that he expelled from his mouth, piercing through the mist and directly shattering Ace's body, leaving several gaping holes and marking the ground behind him. Water clone jutsu. The seawater coalesced into 5 water clones, which darted toward Ace, each drawing a dagger from their legs to launch a coordinated assault. Having learned from past encounters, Ace was not about to fall for the ruse of the water clones and unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks, obliterating 4 of them, only to discover that none remained. Where had they gone? Here. From beneath the earth, a figure suddenly sprang forth, a dagger glinting menacingly in the sunlight as it lunged at him repeatedly. Dance of the Camellia. An attack technique of Kagaya's clan, Komodori. It was soft yet incredibly swift. Underestimating it could lead to fatal consequences. Alas, Ace's natural fruit ability was indeed overpowered. Being pierced was futile. A punch landed on Rodney, flames roaring, yet he realized he had not struck his target. Rather, his target had transformed into a puddle of liquid. With a sudden tightening around his ankle, something seemed to have ensnared his foot, and his body grew weak. Looking down, he found the sea prism stone handcuffs that had just been removed from him now shackled to his feet. Damn it, Ace knew he had lost again. And in a one-on-one confrontation, feeling frustrated that he had not even unleashed his full strength. Ha ha ha, Ace, your fruit ability means little. Though Rodney may not possess your strength, his techniques are evidently far superior, Garp exclaimed heartily, observing Rodney emerging from the ground. Well done, Rodney. Do you wish to join the Navy? Thank you, Admiral Garp, for your praise. Perhaps it's time to redeem your promise? Rodney replied with a smile, completely disregarding Garp's invitation. Not a problem. What would you like to learn? Garp responded generously. I have already mastered the shave, thus, the advanced version of moonwalk is essential, along with a gale kick, Rodney stated. Sir Admiral, is it not somewhat against protocol to teach Mr. Rodney so many of the 6 powers? Bogart, as the lieutenant, felt compelled to gently remind Garp, who had been awarded by the Navy. Rodney solemnly stated, Admiral Bogart, your words are misguided. The 6 styles of the Navy are hardly a secret in this world. Are they? Many pirates in the New World have mastered various techniques of the 6 styles, and I am not a pirate myself. So there is little hindrance in my learning. Furthermore, there are defectors within the Navy, and these individuals have invariably acquired knowledge of the 6 styles. Once they become pirates, they will inevitably pass on this knowledge to their subordinates. While it may be rare in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line, many in the New World are well versed in these techniques. Thus, it may be considered a non-secret secret. In truth, there is little to debate about it. Chapter 12, Commitment to Sharingan, endowed with exceptional insight and bolstered by its user's formidable learning capacity, can effortlessly replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even genjutsu. Consequently, after Garp demonstrated the moonwalk and gale foot, Rodney easily grasped the essential movements, yet he still struggled to execute them. This was primarily due to his physical condition. The training of the 6 styles imposes certain requirements on the practitioner's physique. Much like a ninja with high attack power but low health, Rodney faced a similar predicament. Despite being a native of the pirate world, his physical training had been limited, necessitating further conditioning. He also needed a shadow clone, yet acquiring one required 1,000 points, which he often forgot to save for. At present, he could only focus on rigorous training to enhance his physical strength. He had mastered the shave technique, while the moonwalk and gale foot were still in the process of refinement. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Countless punches rained down, but Rodney deftly evaded them. Shave. In an instant, he appeared before Luffy. Shadow Dance Leaf. A kick landed on Luffy's chin, propelling him into the air. As he soared, Rodney maintained his parallel position, twisting his body to deliver a kick to Luffy's abdomen. Whirlwind. Lion's Barrage. Boom. Luffy was sent crashing into the ground. Rising and brushing off the dust, he exclaimed. That was close. You're really strong. His expression turned serious as he adjusted his straw hat. Having been easily taken down by Rodney's Sharingan previously, Luffy, feeling dissatisfied, challenged him. Initially, Rodney refused, but Luffy's persistence left him no choice but to accept the challenge. The Gum Gum Fruit grants immunity to blunt attacks, and as Rodney lacked haki, his punches and kicks proved ineffective against Luffy. Therefore, he resorted to using shurikens and kunai, deftly maneuvering them between his fingers and hurling them towards Luffy. The shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories. With the Sharingan, Uchiha Shuriken techniques became increasingly adept, effectively sealing off Luffy's escape routes and leaving only a direct path toward himself. As anticipated, upon realizing his retreat was completely blocked, Luffy charged forward, forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. The intense heat rushed toward him, and with wide eyes, Luffy leaped into the air, only to witness Rodney forming hand signs once more. In a mere breath, small fireballs were expelled. Fire release, Phoenix Fire. Oh no. With no way to evade in mid-air, Luffy felt at a loss. At 14 years old, his combat experience was limited. However, he fought instinctively, gritting his teeth. He disregarded whether his rubber body could withstand the intense heat of the chakra-formed flames and charged forward. The phoenix fire ignited his clothing, yet miraculously. It spared the straw hat atop his head. Indeed, the straw hat was the true essence, was it not? Gum pistol. His arm extended, crashing into Rodney with great force. But after a puff of white smoke, it transformed into a wooden dummy. Ha ha ha, that foolish Luffy. Rodney had already made his escape. Garp laughed heartily. Having sensed Rodney's earlier gesture before he vanished at astonishing speed, leaving behind a mere wooden stump to mislead Luffy. Where did he go? Earth release, heart-cutting technique. Soon. Only a head remained on the ground. Let me go. Let me out. Luffy yelled, brushing off the dust. Rodney ignored him, while the earth release was indeed effective. It left a considerable amount of dust, making baths particularly troublesome. Did you see that? Rodney prefers to fight with his head. You all rely too heavily on your abilities. That's where you falter. Rodney, would you consider joining the Navy? Your skills would be invaluable to us. Garp persistently extended the invitation. Rodney promptly rejected it, while Ace interjected. Old man, let me go. I want to get back to the sea. Despite being able to move freely, the sea stone handcuffs left him feeling weak and uncomfortable. Call me Grandpa. Garp swung a fist, leaving a smoking lump on Ace's head. Old man, why won't you just let me call you Grandpa? I wish for my grandson to adore me. Rodney, if you won't join the Navy, how about being my grandson? Garp's mind wandered, truly embodying the spirit of Luffy's grandfather. One couldn't help but wonder how he fathered the exceptionally intelligent dragon, and how Dragon managed to give birth to the endearingly simple Luffy. Perhaps it was the mother who passed down her traits? The Garp family's genes seemed to have evolved in Luffy. Absolutely not. Rodney stepped back, gazing out toward the sea, where a grand ship was approaching. Activating his Sharingan, his vision sharpened significantly, allowing him to discern the flag and the crew aboard the vessel. The Spade Pirates. Ace. Your crew has arrived. What? Ace felt a rush of emotion, suddenly recalling Garp's presence and exclaimed, No, they cannot come here. Garp also turned toward the sea, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Ace, it seems you have found yourself a reliable crew. In the vast ocean, a crew that would not abandon their captain is a treasure for any leader. And Ace had not chosen poorly. Of course, Ace replied with pride, only to see Garp, clad in his justice cloak, striding toward the port. Wait, old man. Where are you going? Do I even need to ask? A band of pirates approaches, and as a Marine Vice Admiral, I must take action. Ace charged forward, but was thrown back by Garp. Rodney helped him up, and Ace looked at him earnestly. Rodney, let me go. I need to save them. He was unaware of Garp's true strength, but he knew Garp surpassed him, and he harbored both respect and resentment for his father. Garp was undoubtedly stronger than his crew. And if he intervened, his comrades and friends would only find themselves captured. Rodney gazed at him, fully aware that he possessed the key to the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs and could indeed assist Ace in his escape. However, the prospect of Ace fleeing into the Grand Line and potentially becoming one of Whitebeard's sons was a formidable concern. Having never experienced paternal love, Ace could easily come to perceive Whitebeard's affection as a father figure. Subsequently, the emergence of Blackbeard and the ensuing war on the summit unfolded. Rodney simply gazed at him and inquired, Ace, do you truly wish to become a pirate? Of course, Ace declared, even if it means death? I fear not death. What if you were to perish before Admiral Garp? To let that elder who raised you watch helplessly as you die, living in regret for decades thereafter? During the Marineford War, Garp was bound by justice, helplessly witnessing his grandson fall at the hands of Akainu. Was he not tormented by such a sight? How could it be otherwise? Ace, after all, was also Luffy's grandson. Is there a grandparent who does not cherish their descendants? For a moment, Ace hesitated. He held Garp in great esteem. Though he often jested, calling him an old fool, Garp remained his grandfather, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rodney's question left him in a quandary. As a pirate, he was well aware that he would inevitably clash with the Marines. The very moment he decided to embrace the life of a pirate, he had cast aside the specter of death. Yet, Rodney's query suddenly instilled within him an unsettling dread of demise, dying before the old man, allowing him to witness his end while being utterly powerless to intervene. Burdened by guilt until his own death? How excruciatingly cruel that would be, even with Garp's esteemed title as a Marine hero in the face of familial ties. He was but an ordinary elder. Ace, what are you still pondering? Those are your crew, your comrades. Should you not bear responsibility for them? Luffy suddenly shouted, believing that comradeship outweighed all else, causing Rodney's expression to darken. Yet, Luffy's words solidified Ace's resolve. He looked earnestly at Rodney and declared, I shall not die before that old man. Absolutely not. Rodney, I vow here and now. Please assist me. I am their captain, and having brought them this far, I must naturally take responsibility for them. Ah, the people of this world, who so often elevate loyalty above all else, inspire admiration even as they provoke incredulity. Chapter 13. Grandfather and grandson Rodney gazed at Ace, sighed, and recognized the man's resolute determination. The monkey family was inherently steadfast. Garp dedicated his life to the Navy. Dragon fought tirelessly to liberate the oppressed masses, and Luffy pursued freedom through his quest to become the Pirate King. Yet, Ace, lured into a pit by Whitebeard, sought the paternal affection he so dearly lacked. Humanity is intricate, and the inhabitants of this world are even more so, simple yet complex. easily understood yet profoundly enigmatic. Ace held deep reverence for his mother, a woman of great respect who employed extraordinary means to bring him into this world, enduring 20 months of pregnancy, ultimately giving birth only after Garp's arrival, exhausting herself to the point of death. He harbored resentment towards his father, for it was he who caused his mother's demise. Although Roger was the pirate king, a man who conquered the seas and epitomized freedom, he failed to protect his wife. Had it not been for Garp, he might not have survived at all. Yet, he respected Roger for his unparalleled achievements, for having traversed the world and become the freest man on the seas. This respect kindled a yearning within him to prove his own strength and honor his bloodline by becoming the pirate king. Words are futile. I can assist you, but you must promise me one condition, one that you must adhere to. This is a man's promise. Ace met Rodney's blood-red gaze seriously and replied, "You speak, and I shall comply." Once they entered the Grand Line and encountered the Whitebeard pirates, he insisted on not joining them. How could I possibly join another crew? I set sail to become the pirate king. Rodney interjected, "We shall discuss this after you withstand Whitebeard's fatherly embrace." "I will undoubtedly become the pirate king," Luffy proclaimed loudly. Yet neither took heed of him. Rodney nodded, producing the key to the sea stone handcuffs, liberating Ace. As he felt the surge of unrestrained power, Ace acknowledged, "While I may not favor your character, Rodney, you are a man of principles." "Indeed, wealth is paramount," Rodney remarked, stowing the sea stone cuffs away, watching Ace pursue Garp. His efforts could only extend so far. Ace sought freedom, while Garp pursued justice. Witnessing his grandson's demise before him, restrained by justice, was a torment for the old man. Rodney, soft-hearted, detested such tragic scenes. If Ace adhered to their agreement, Blackbeard would not capture him, nor would any other misfortune befall him. If he failed to comply, he could only blame himself. He could not hinder a man from pursuing freedom and familial bonds. His actions aimed solely to spare an elderly man from the agony of losing his grandson. Garp was a commendable man, through both the anime and their time together. Rodney recognized him as a remarkable elder. "Hey, Rodney, free me already," Luffy shouted from the sidelines. Observing the loosening soil nearby, Rodney replied, "Figure it out yourself. It will be quick." In an instant, he vanished with a swift move. Meanwhile, flames began to ignite at the port. "Old man, I will never allow you to harm them." Ace's crew had arrived, standing on their ship, calling for their captain. "Haha, Ace. Do you intend to stop me for your crew?" Garp laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with intensity, a brilliant smile adorning his face as he gazed at the fiery barrier behind Ace. "Naturally, old man. I am their captain." Ace had resolutely decided to stand with his crew, for he was indeed their captain. "You cannot rival me," Garp declared, striding forward with an aura as formidable as a mountain. Once, he had stood before the legendary pirate rocks without flinching, and even in his old age, his presence remained undiminished. Ace retreated a step, aware he could not defeat his grandfather. He was no match for the man who equaled his reckless father. "However, I absolutely cannot allow you to harm anyone." Flames roared around him, an intangible force emanating from his being, causing Garp to raise an eyebrow. The nearby navy and ordinary villagers faltered under this pressure, with only a few managing to endure. Has Ace awakened his conqueror's haki? Garp's fist clenched as he swiftly closed the distance to Ace, who had no chance to react before receiving a powerful punch. Thud. Ace's body was sent flying by Garp's strike, crashing through the fiery barrier and landing squarely on the ship of the Spade Pirates, where his crew caught him securely. "Captain Ace, are you all right?" they called, their concern evident. "Dr. Dews, check on Captain Ace." The crew support deeply moved Ace, even after being struck by Garp. He understood that it was not with full force but rather a means of affirming his resolve. "Enough chatter, Duke. Turn the ship around. Quickly." "Aye, Captain." Duke the helmsman responded eagerly, adjusting the ship's course. Suddenly, the sea erupted beside them, creating a massive swell that propelled their vessel away from the port. "Missed it, Rodney." "Cannonballs! Cannonballs!" Unbeknownst to them, Garp had already boarded a warship, accompanied by the hurried Rodney, who appeared exasperated as he handed Garp a lead cannonball the size of an ostrich egg. The warship and pirate ship were merely a few hundred meters apart. With Garp's strength and accuracy, how could he possibly miss? Yet Rodney chose not to expose Garp's intentions as he assisted in sending his grandson off into the ocean. He was merely frustrated that Ace had slipped away without a word, and while joking with Rodney, he had not anticipated the old man would actually capture Ace. However, it was fortuitous. He could finally ease his worries for his grandson. Fist of the Meteor. The cannonball shot forth at the speed of a cannon, striking the side of the pirate ship and assisting in their departure. "You little brat, do not let me catch you." Garp laughed heartily as the pirate ship sailed further away. "Grandpa, thank you for your unwavering care." Ace knelt on the ship, bowing deeply in Garp's direction. Hearing Ace finally call him Grandpa, Garp's robust frame trembled slightly, yet he laughed heartily. "This rascal never listens. I wanted him to join the Navy, but he insisted on becoming the Pirate King." "Really? What is so great about that?" Rodney interjected. "You really do not harbor regrets, do you?" "Regrets? I never regret my actions. I wished for him to join the Navy, yet he refused. I cannot bind him here, forcing him to forego his freedom. That I cannot do. Is that so?" Rodney discerned that Garp was unable to take action against Ace, which is evident from the original narrative. Had he desired, He could have easily captured Ace during the early days of his ascent in the Grand Line. Yet he chose instead to silently observe his grandson navigating the seas in pursuit of his own destiny. Ha ha ha, enough of that. This group of new recruits, having been so effortlessly brought to their knees, shall indeed face rigorous training under my command. As a member of the Navy, they cannot afford to be so feeble. Silently, I offer my blessings for these sailors. At this moment, Luffy rushed in, standing atop the warship and shouting, Ace, wait for me. I will never relinquish the title of Pirate King to you. Garp's expression darkened. Luffy. Bang. The formidable fist of affection struck Luffy on the head. As he was dragged down from the ship, Garp remarked, it seems I must train you diligently. Ah, grandfather, let me go. Grandfather. Chapter 14. Ace's bounty notice. Every time Garp took a vacation, he would return to Windmill Village to visit his grandson. As the holiday drew to a close, having exhausted Luffy to the point of resembling a dog, he departed, equally fatigued. Rodney, too, found himself in a veritable hell, for Garp had deemed his physique too frail, his vitality insufficiently robust, making him prone to peril on the battlefield. Thus, Rodney's arduous training regimen commenced anew. Days filled with rigorous training, and nights devoted to refining his chakra. This cycle endured until Garp's holiday ended, marking a temporary respite from his torment. Each day, he indulged in copious meals. Absorbing vast amounts of energy, his physique began to align with that of the denizens of Gay Village, sun-kissed and weathered. Should this continue, he might inadvertently become one of them. This simply could not stand. He must swiftly master all 6 forms and learn the technique of life return, lest he truly become a member of Gay Village. Thanks to the Sharingan, he recorded Garp's movements while employing the 6 forms. Once he comprehended them, he could amalgamate the knowledge, greatly increasing his chances of mastering life return. However, prior to that, he must first learn the 6 forms. Why did I not initially choose the shadow clone technique? Oh, it comes back to me now. It was simply too costly to afford. Damn it. I have tasks to undertake. Ding. Task issued. Is it truly that easy to converse with? Task: assassinate pirate Clive Chaser. Task level: D reward: 100 task points. Clive Chaser? Who might that be? On board the warship, Rodney inquired of Officer Bogart about this individual. Before joining forces with Garp, Officer Bogart had been a member of CP3, specializing in intelligence. After some reflection, he replied, Clive Chaser, captain of the Cannon pirate crew, with a bounty of 11 million. He commands the most heavily armed ship in the East Sea, with a crew of 1,000 pirates. He emerged in Greyrow Village 2 months ago, where Colonel Smoker attempted to apprehend him, but Chaser managed to escape. To evade someone like Smoker indicates a certain degree of skill. Smoker is among the most formidable in the East Sea, wielding a Logia-type devil fruit and the 6 forms of the Navy, allowing him to dominate the region. Only the leader of the Dragon Pirates could possibly contend with him. Over time, Smoker would prove to be an insurmountable opponent, without Haki or Sea Prism Stone. A Logia fruit is nearly unbeatable. Escaping is indeed a noteworthy accomplishment. What? Are you planning to confront him? Officer Bogart inquired. Rodney smiled, of course. A target location map materialized on the screen before him. The vastness of the ocean was daunting. Without assistance, he might spend a lifetime searching for the individual. Naturally, a precise location was imperative. Have you forgotten that you are a bounty hunter? Where do you intend to capture him? First, I will inquire at the nearby naval base. Thank you for your care over these past days. With that, he leaped from the ship, walking upon the water. Has that lad Rodney departed? Garp donned his dog-headed hat, savoring a donut. Indeed, is such a person truly unsuitable for the Navy? Bogart inquired. Rodney's abilities, awareness, and perspective on justice render him exceptionally suited to become a member of the Navy. However, he has repeatedly declined Admiral Garp's invitations, citing a reluctance to be bound by various orders, opting instead to continue his role as a bounty hunter of pirates. Garp pondered the profitability of being a bounty hunter. Is it truly lucrative? Garp inquired. Indeed, it is. A bounty hunter can exchange pirates for rewards. Capturing a pirate with a bounty of 10 million is something that a typical family would take an eternity to accumulate, came the response. Is that so? Perhaps we should become bounty hunters ourselves, Garp mused, his thoughts wandering, much to the chagrin of his subordinate, Bogart. Admiral Garp. The Navy does not receive bounties for slaying pirates, Bogart interjected with a sense of urgency. It is the Navy's duty to apprehend and eliminate pirates. The most they can hope for is a modest bonus, while the exorbitant bounties are simply unattainable. Haha, how could I forget? Garp chuckled heartily, his gaze fixed on the horizon where Rodney was valiantly confronting a sea creature. That lad, as long as he does not succumb to degradation, will undoubtedly become an ally of justice. Garp comprehended that the goodness within Rodney's heart, if shielded from the corruption of these tainted waters, would surely radiate the brilliance that he was destined to embody. Rodney possesses a profound understanding of good and evil. He feels a surge of anger when pirates inflict harm upon others, and he is equally enraged when he strives to rescue those in distress. He remains indifferent to matters beyond his sight, responding only with a few angry words before dismissing them entirely. However, when faced with injustice before him, he resolutely ensures that the perpetrators face consequences. Although he does not desire to resort to violence, it is the prevailing norm of this world. Even the Navy operates merely as a rudimentary force of brutality. He can only manage what is within his immediate perception and reach. Beyond that, he is truly powerless. Still in the phase of prioritizing his own survival. Ultimately, he acknowledges his own weakness. Perched atop a sea king, Rodney observes the creature's eyes, which resemble the Sharingan. A sign of its subjugation. His mental prowess has utterly overwhelmed it, rendering the beast a mere vehicle for his will. The Sharingan is remarkably effective. The Sea King glides swiftly across the ocean, while a seabird soars above, riding the currents, adorned with a hat and a somewhat tattered satchel. He gently pats the Sea King, prompting it to halt, and waves to the bird above, signaling for a newspaper. A newsbird, tasked with delivering the latest tidings, descends gracefully, landing on the Sea King's horn, and skillfully retrieves a newspaper with its wings. Rodney places 100 berries into the newsbird's satchel. It is noteworthy that this sum could procure 2 Chopper figures. The thought of Chopper toiling for mere scraps while raking in millions is truly disheartening. The newsbird departs, allowing the Sea King to continue its journey, while Rodney engrosses himself in the newspaper. Traveling can be exceedingly tedious, and he resolves to acquire a few books upon reaching the next town, lest he succumb to boredom. The newspaper predominantly covers events from the New World, with scant mention of occurrences from the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate graveyard is not merely a name, it is a focal point of Navy attention. Guarded by the 7 warlords, few pirates manage to emerge alive, and those who do, having traversed Fishman Island, find themselves in the New World, often at the mercy of the Emperor's subordinates. In the New World, the 4 emperors wield absolute authority. Newly arrived pirates are left with the choice to either submit or challenge. To survive, one must submit. To challenge is to invite death. The paper recounts the tale of a foolhardy individual, boasting a bounty of 530 million, who dared to confront Big Mom, only to be swiftly subdued by her first mate and subsequently flattened for unwittingly consuming her cake. Of course, if one can earn the favor of an emperor, survival is possible. Whitebeard may take you in as a son, Big Mom might accept you as a son-in-law. Provided your lineage is unique and you possess some strength, Kaido could recruit you as a subordinate, or else you'd find yourself mining in his labor camps, while Shanks might simply invite you for a drink. Having finished the newspaper, Rodney feels a sense of ennui wash over him. He is still far from his goal, with several days of travel ahead, leaving him with little to occupy his mind. He resolves to seek out some engaging literature in the future, though he wonders about the quality of novels in this world, hoping they possess a certain intrigue. Chapter 15, The Mission Hall East Blue. Sherlock Village. A band of pirates has encircled this village. In the vastness of the sea, pirates are synonymous with freedom, yet they are indolent and unproductive. Treasure does not simply materialize from thin air. Thus, their daily expenditures are sourced from the hard-earned wealth of ordinary citizens. The quest for treasure is a mere fraction of their pursuits. After all, how many treasures could there possibly be? To hoard wealth without extravagance is a folly of the insane. The cannon pirate crew seeks not hidden treasures, but rather opts for a more convenient and advantageous method: robbery. The notions of freedom and dreams serve only as faude, concealing their reckless lifestyle. They abandon their homes to venture into the boundless ocean. Thriving on the riches they plunder from others, squandering money, indulging in excess, and embracing brutality, this is the grim reality for most pirates. Come, support the cannon pirate crew. When our captain becomes the pirate king, we shall generously reward your village. A lanky man, resembling a bamboo stick, chuckled menacingly, his predatory gaze sweeping over the terrified villagers. His companions, equally ruthless, scanned the crowd for women who might alleviate their loneliness aboard the ship. The young girls cowered, fearful of attracting their attention. The village elder, a frail old man teetering on the brink of death, trembled as he addressed the pirates. My good sir, our village is utterly destitute. I implore you to show mercy. Sherlock Village is not affluent. Had it not been for its secluded location, it would have long ceased to exist. Occasionally, pirates would visit, and the villagers could scrape together a meager sum, but just recently, another pirate crew had raided most of their wealth. How could they possibly endure? What? No money? Old man, are you courting death? One of the burly men, resembling a bear, seized the elder by the arm, threatening to crush him. The glint of a blade flashed ominously, and the adults in the village quaked with fear. They were not unwilling to resist, but their strength was insufficient. In this era of the great pirate age, only the common folk suffer. Who is Clive Chaser? A sudden voice rang out from behind. The pirates turned to see Rodney striding forward, dragging 2 large men behind him. As the pirates recognized the individuals he had subdued, they realized these were the crew members left aboard their ship. Kid, who do you think you are? The bear-like man tossed the elder aside, who was caught by a young villager, before striding toward Rodney, his massive hand swinging toward him. Rodney, gazing up at the towering figure, shook his head in resignation. The nutrition in the pirate world is extraordinary. With a single punch, he struck the exposed abdomen of the brute, sending him flying and crashing into a tree, leaving him unconscious. The surrounding pirates stood in stunned silence. This man had effortlessly defeated one of the bamboo pole men appeared to hold a significant position. Under his instigation, a throng of individuals surged towards Rodney. Shadow Dance Leaf, Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fireballs erupted among the pirate crowd, scattering them in disarray. The bamboo pole man, wielding a knife, charged forward with remarkable speed, though not quite matching the astounding velocity of Kuro. Drawing his chakra dagger, White Fang effortlessly sliced through the bamboo pole man's skin, muscle, and trachea. Gasping, the bamboo pole man struggled to speak, emitting a sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. As blood flooded into his trachea, and his life force ebbed away, suddenly, a thunderous explosion resounded as the ground where Rodney had just stood erupted, affecting the bamboo pole man as well. He was obliterated by the cannon fire, unleashed by a burly man standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. Smoking a cigar and manning a cannon of moderate size, he tossed the cannon to a subordinate and took another cannon from the subordinate's hands. While the latter reloaded the first cannon, this cannon-wielding pirate, Clive Shazo, wore a bounty of 11 million berries and was known for his audacity as he prepared to venture into the Grand Line, likely meeting his demise shortly after entry. Ha ha. How foolish these little creatures are to challenge the mighty Clive. Ha ha ha, that idiot Char actually fell to such a person. Clive's derisive laughter echoed amidst the swirling smoke, enhancing his sinister demeanor. A chill ran down his spine as he seemed to hear the sound of flesh tearing. Ninjas are adept at body flicker techniques, Mr. Clive, Rodney said, grinning as he appeared behind him. White Fang had already plunged into Clive's back, the 40-centimeter blade embedding itself deep within Clive Shazo's body, leaving no hope for recovery. How could you? You can still speak? Clive gasped. Oh, I forgot to withdraw the blade. With a smile, Rodney extracted the knife, releasing a spurt of crimson blood. Yes, red, not some peculiar hue. Captain, how could this happen? Captain, what are you doing? The pirates gazed in disbelief at their ambushed leader, unable to comprehend how a notorious pirate with a bounty of 11 million berries could be defeated by an unknown entity. Impossible. This cannot be real. Are we still dreaming? Next, it will be your turn. A swift kick sent Clive, barely clinging to life, sprawling, before Rodney charged towards the remaining pirates. Every act of resistance was met with lethal force, while those attempting to flee were dispatched. He compelled them to surrender the remaining treasure aboard the ship as compensation for the villagers. The residents of Sherlock Village gratefully accepted. Rodney, initially invited to share a meal, declined and took some dried meat for the journey, instructing the remaining pirates to bury the bodies of their fallen comrades. Among them, only Clive Shazo and the bamboo pole man had bounties, the latter being the vice captain with a bounty of 3 million. Hence, Rodney severed the bamboo pole man's head and carried it away. The pirate ship, along with the remaining crew, departed, with Rodney ensuring they would be taken to the nearest naval base for confinement. None shall escape. If they do, they will be fodder for sea monsters. Rodney grinned with a devilish smile as the ship drifted upon the waves, rendering escape futile. The pirates, faces etched with despair, awaited their fate aboard the vessel, knowing that jumping into the sea to be devoured by sea creatures was no better option than being imprisoned. Yet, imprisonment offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Better to live in misery than to die. Rodney snorted, remarking that were it not for the absence of bounties on their heads, he would have undoubtedly dealt with them to eliminate future troubles. One must always settle accounts when mingling in such circles. This group was far too feeble. He had no inclination to eliminate them. As for his current task, it had been fulfilled, and no new assignments would arrive in the immediate future. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his ear. Ding. The host has completed a total of 20 tasks, and the task hall is now accessible. A task hall? There is indeed a task hall. Upon opening the so-called task hall, he discovered it to be a place for accepting tasks. Not merely a sequential list, but rather a selection of assignments. The options were not limited to mere assassination missions. There were escort tasks for merchant ships, reconnaissance missions to investigate the private lives of certain kings, and even assignments to assist a tavern in selling its wares. However, all these tasks were classified as D rank, with task points ranging from 10 to 100, offering no extraordinary rewards. C rank tasks had yet to materialize. The system stated, from this moment forth, the host may freely accept tasks, yet any task designated by the system cannot be evaded. In other words, the tasks assigned by the system must be accepted and cannot be avoided. This arrangement allows for a greater degree of freedom and a broader selection of tasks. Chapter 16, Naval Branch 153. Rodney arrived here and handed over the crew of the Cannon Pirate Gang to the Navy, trading the heads of Clive Shazo and the Bamboo Man for a bounty. After securing his reward, he sought refuge in a restaurant for a meal. The fare prepared by that band of pirates had been quite unbearable, merely sufficient to stave off hunger without any regard for flavor. Sir, your dish has arrived. Please enjoy. A large platter of meat was set before him, its aroma enticing. Just as he was about to dig in with his fork, a cacophony of barking erupted from outside, followed by the sudden intrusion of a large dog that charged directly at him. Rodney would not allow this creature to succeed. With a swift kick, he sent the dog flying, and the entire restaurant fell silent. The sizable canine crashed against the wall, groaning as it regained its footing. After barking at Rodney twice, its expression morphed into one of trepidation. The restaurant owner quickly interjected, Sir, you must flee. That dog belongs to Colonel Monka's son. You have struck his pet, and he will not let this go unpunished. Colonel Monka? The name stirred a memory within Rodney, a former Navy lieutenant. Monka had risen to the rank of branch colonel after apprehending the notorious Baiji Kilo. However, Baiji Kilo had merely feigned his demise. Monka, having fallen prey to the whims of a hypnotist, mistakenly believed he had captured Baiji Kilo. This manipulation had transformed his character drastically from a passionate Navy officer to an arrogant and cruel individual, now ruling over the town of Shells and the 153rd Navy branch. As if on cue, just after the owner finished speaking, a pudgy blonde youth with a middle part and a double chin burst through the door, flanked by two Navy officers who wore grim expressions. If circumstances allowed, they would have relished the opportunity to teach this boy a lesson. However, given his connection to Colonel Monka, they knew better than to act against him. Rodney cast a glance at the young man adorned in garish attire, instantly discerning his dubious character. Upon hearing him exclaim, Who? Who dares to harm my beloved dog? The canine, recently subjected to a kick from Rodney, barked in response. The individual named Barumabur immediately unleashed a tirade of anger towards him. So it is you, brat. Now I suspect you to be a pirate. Someone. Seize him and take him away. Yes, sir. Two Navy officers approached with grim expressions, murmuring, We apologize. Bang. Bang. The two were swiftly rendered unconscious by Rodney's swift hand strikes. He chuckled sinisterly, snatching a piece of meat from a platter, devouring it with his hands as he advanced towards Barumabur. Is it you who wishes to capture me? Barumabur, struck with fear, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Desperately invoking his father, he stammered, And my father is Colonel Monka, the mightiest man in this place. Dare you to harm me? Rodney devoured the meat in his hand and exclaimed, Oh dear, I am quite frightened. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, leaving half of Balumeb's face swollen and causing him to flee in tears while covering his face. The restaurant owner observed the scene and advised, Sir, you must make haste. Colonel Monka is not one to be trifled with, and given that you have struck his son, he is certain to come seeking retribution. Rodney appeared slight and frail, and facing the brawny Colonel Monka, he was undoubtedly outmatched. It would be wise for him to retreat. As for Rodney's audacity in striking Barumab, they found it immensely gratifying. They had long yearned to deliver a beating to this arrogant little brat. Had it not been for their apprehension regarding his father, they would have already launched an attack. Rodney's slap was indeed gratifying. No matter. Rodney returned to his seat and continued to enjoy his meal, which was quite delectable, especially after that satisfying slap. The restaurant owner, however, was somewhat distressed. He feared that a fight would ensue and wreak havoc in his establishment. In martial arts novels, conflicts often erupt and ends, and it is invariably the innkeeper who suffers the consequences, left with a disordered mess and significant losses from unruly patrons. The prospect of a brawl was indeed alarming for the proprietor. Seeking compensation from Colonel Monka seemed nearly impossible, unless, of course, the sun rose in the west. Seeing that Rodney was unyielding to reason, the restaurant owner grew anxious as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Before long, Balumeb brought reinforcements, including his father, Colonel Monka, who had just arrived in town after his naval duties and stumbled upon his injured son. It was inconceivable for him to tolerate such an affront, prompting him to rush over with his men. Having had his jaw shattered by Jiklo, he now sported an iron jaw adorned with the naval insignia and wielded a formidable axe in his right hand. Towering and imposing, his gaze was filled with contempt. Indeed, the legendary Axe King Monka, the very man who had felled the naval hero Garp with a single blow, was as formidable as his reputation suggested. So, you are the one who struck my son? Rodney finished his meal and, using a toothpick from the table, inquired, Is there a problem? Indeed, there was no issue, except that one must pay a price. He raised his right hand, the gleaming axe poised to strike, yet his body froze. Tremors coursed through his eyes and form, as if he had forgotten something of significance. Yet, he could not recall what that was. Within his crimson pupils, 3 black tomos spun slowly, the illusory memory shattering, replaced by that blood-soaked night. His towering frame swayed and collapsed. Boss, here is the payment. He tossed a coin onto the table and, with the toothpick clenched between his teeth, departed, leaving the naval officers blocking the restaurant too intimidated to stop him. He utilized his Sharingan to unravel the hypnotic spell cast by the master hypnotist, allowing Colonel Monka to confront the truth of that fateful night. The extent of change lay in his own hands. At the very least, he would no longer exhibit the arrogance and disdain of moments prior. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence, patrons holding their breath, fearing for Colonel Monka's safety. Barumeb, father, wake up. Please, don't scare me. The nearby naval officers examined the colonel and confirmed his steady breathing and lack of injuries, reassuring, young Master Barumeb, there is no need for concern. Colonel Monka merely fainted. It's nothing serious. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry and carry my father back. With reluctance, the naval officers muttered curses under their breath, and a few begrudgingly lifted Colonel Monka. The mission: escort the merchant ship to Kokoro village. Mission level: D. Mission reward: 20 task points. Thus, the task commenced in an orderly fashion. The escort mission was not particularly arduous, even verging on leisurely, allowing him ample time aboard the vessel to train and enhance his physical prowess. In the world of pirates, honing one's body could lead to the pinnacle of strength. Take, for instance, the young Garp, who once faced the infamous Rocks pirates alongside Roger. It is noteworthy that, apart from Rocks himself, the crew included formidable pirates such as Shiki, Whitebeard, and a youthful Big Mom and Kaido, yet they managed to bring down this legendary pirate crew. On Roger's ship, no one consumed the devil fruit, and Garp had no need for such things. This illustrates that one can indeed stand among the strongest in this world through the rigorous refinement of the body. it is imperative that he learns the 8th gate swiftly, elevating his physical prowess to a significant height. Only then can he unlock the 7th gate, which represents the pinnacle of his abilities. The 8th gate shall only be opened when he is prepared to face mutual destruction with his opponent. Otherwise, it would be sheer folly. However, he believes that in this lifetime, such an opportunity may never arise, for he is not yet ready to embrace death. The training of the 6 forms is also within his plans, yet it must be approached methodically, as his body requires further fortification before achieving that level of mastery. Fortunately, the Sharingan has proven invaluable. Without it, grasping the subtleties would be exceedingly challenging. He has already committed Garp's movements to memory, and the only remaining challenge lies in his relatively frail physique, a common weakness among most ninjas, with high offensive capabilities but low vitality. Not everyone possesses the resilience of the Senju or the Uzumaki, nor do they all train in the formidable techniques of lightning release armor. Thus, it remains essential to enhance his training and ensure adequate nutritional intake. This endeavor will require time to accomplish. Balancing tasks with training is the current state of affairs. Chapter 17, The Click Pirate Crew Mission. Eliminate Click Mission Level. See Reward. 500 Mission Points. 1 Permanent Chakra Fruit. Shadow Clone Technique. Taijutsu. Konoha Dragon God. This mission is not one from the task hall, but a genuine assignment issued by the system, with rewards comparable to the previous capture of Ace. The Click Pirate Crew? Is it not the crew that was chased back to the East Sea by Mihawk just a week after entering the Grand Line? They claim to be the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, yet 5,000 of them were effortlessly felled by Mihawk alone. It is indeed a sobering thought. A weakling accompanied by 5,000 lackeys stands little chance against the world's greatest swordsman. How did Mihawk manage to traverse the calm belt in a small boat? Could it be that he wielded his supreme sword, Yoru, as a makeshift, or otherwise, the source of his propulsion remains a mystery? Witnessing Click rowing in the calm belt must have shattered his aloof image, leading him to contemplate silencing any witnesses. Perhaps he stumbled upon something even more private. The situation is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. So, what exactly did the unfortunate Click witness? Rodney followed the merchant vessel, engaged in a protective escort mission. At present, the clique had not yet reached its future scale, certainly not 5,000 men, yet the exact number remained uncertain. A plan needed to be devised for the journey ahead. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon the Smoke Man from Loguetown. He stroked his chin and deemed it a viable idea, although the Smoke Man was somewhat unfortunate. He could still hold his own, capable of trading blows with anyone, yet ultimately unable to secure a decisive victory, much akin to Kakashi's archetype. Rodney had been away from the 153rd branch for 2 or 3 days and still had a considerable distance to Loguetown. Through his tracking device, he discovered that the clique pirate crew seemed to be drawing near. Should he ambush them, launch a surprise attack, or confront them head-on? He resolved to confront them directly first. If he found himself outmatched, he could resort to stealth and assassination, thus becoming an incompetent assassin. Alas, not everyone possesses the prowess of a heroic assassin, wielding a great sword while clad in heavy armor. A mere disagreement could lead to the loss of one's head. And in the direst of hunger, one might even resort to cannibalism. The distinction between true assassins and imposters is glaringly apparent. Not dwelling on such thoughts, he continued to train, for training brought him joy. 3 days later, on a splendidly sunlit day, Rodney prepared for departure, donning his ninja gear, leg bindings, white fangs, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and a myriad of other tools. He observed the clique pirate crew approaching the merchant vessel, utilizing chakra to enhance his footing. He ascended to the lookout tower and activated his Sharingan, gaining an expansive view. On the distant horizon, a fleet of ships was steadily advancing. Each pirate ship bore a uniform emblem, a skull flanked by hourglasses. The leading vessel, a grand sailing ship, was adorned with the visage of a black panther, exuding an aura of menace and aggression. The clique pirate crew. Rodney revealed a smile, however. It was imperative to first notify the owner of the merchant ship to retreat swiftly. What? Pirates? Upon hearing this, the corpulent owner exhibited no fear. Instead, he remarked, "It is precisely because of the pirates that I have employed you. Otherwise, what need would I have for your services? These ruffians are your responsibility, not mine. I cannot protect such a multitude. That is not my concern. You must devise a solution." Pirate Hunter Jonathan J. Rodney, this is your dilemma, not mine. I have engaged your services, and you must find a way. He pointed a thick finger at Rodney, his gaze laden with disdain. Are you out of your mind? Rodney was genuinely tempted to hurl his slipper at the oversized visage of the man before him. With a fierce glare, he activated his Sharingan, immediately ensnaring this fellow in an illusion that compelled him to issue commands to halt the fleet. Shaking his head, he exited the room. And under the orders of the rotund proprietor, the fleet came to a standstill. The merchant vessel was not singular. There were several in tow, each day laden with goods, local specialties, tobacco, wine, and various other items. The owner, despite his corpulence, displayed a modicum of integrity, refraining from engaging in illicit activities. Daily, the ship was accompanied by guards, yet, upon Rodney's estimation, they appeared to be no match for him, suggesting that this group was merely coasting along for a paycheck. Unlike passenger ships brimming with people, the merchant vessel housed only the essential crew and the guards, totaling just over 100 souls, in the event of a conflict. He might struggle to ensure the safety of all. Rodney nodded, leaped from the ship, and found himself amidst the surging sea. His body ebbed and flowed with the waves as he treaded the water, only to feel a sense of defeat as no sea kings emerged to ambush him along the way. He had hoped to capture one of these formidable creatures to serve as free labor, but alas, disappointment enveloped him. However, remaining vigilant, he recognized that this distance afforded him ample opportunities for maneuvering. Water clones. The seawater coalesced into 3 duplicates, each grasping explosive tags, before charging toward the distant fleet. He had already retracted his Sharingan to conserve chakra, knowing that a grand battle was imminent. Although the Sharingan harmonized perfectly with his body, conserving chakra was prudent for the impending conflict. The Delano-Donade Sabrel, a grand vessel claimed by the self-styled pirate captain, Click, hosted most of his elite crew. Clad in heavy golden armor with lavender hair and a bandana atop his head, Click was of average appearance in a world where beauty was either strikingly exquisite or grotesquely unattractive, with little in between. Perhaps the less attractive were easier to portray, possessing unique characteristics. Is there no amusement for my crew? Click mused, resting his head on one hand, boredom seeping into his tone. Sailing often proved to be a tedious endeavor, with monotony frequently overshadowing any semblance of excitement. Captain Click, there is a merchant convoy halted in the distance, cried a lookout from the crow's nest, peering through his telescope. Oh, a merchant convoy? Click's spirits lifted at the revelation, erupting in laughter. Prepare yourselves, crew. Inform the others aboard the ships, for today we shall seize the moment. Ho ho ho. The pirates aboard raised their weapons in jubilant cheer. Eddie Man, the strategist of Click's crew, inquired, Captain, shall we employ our usual tactics? The reference to their customary ruse involved disguising themselves as naval forces to lower the enemy's guard. A tactic Click often utilized to ambush and turn the tables on his foes. He was a true rogue, devoid of gratitude, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. No, we shall approach directly. I have grown weary of such underhanded methods. This time, we shall rob them with honor. A legitimate heist. Ha ha. His laughter rang out, grating to the ears. As Click's laughter echoed, the crew followed suit, agreeing that employing deceit had lost its thrill. A straightforward robbery promised more excitement. How could the merchant guards possibly contend with Click's crew, the rulers of the East Sea? Surely, they could not fail to seize even a humble convoy. Yet, just as their confidence swelled, the lookout's voice rang out once more, filled with astonishment. Captain Click, someone is running across the water's surface, approaching us at an incredible speed. Have you drunk too much? What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone run on water? This is the sea. A pirate with a bit of stature scoffed. On the sea, no less. Do you lack even this basic understanding? The lookout retorted. Shut it, Beck. I have not been drinking. I see clearly. There are 4 individuals, and they all look identical. Click remained unfazed, declaring, they must be devil fruit users. There is nothing to be alarmed about. We are the Click Pirates, the sovereigns of the East Sea. A mere devil fruit user cannot possibly be our adversary. They are all landlubbers and cannot be invincible. We merely need to submerge them in the sea. Snipers, take them down. Understood, Captain Click. Chapter 18. The operation commences bang. A gunshot rang out from the ship, narrowly missing the hair of Rodney's water clones. Scatter. Rodney commanded, and the water clones dispersed, darting towards the other pirate vessels while he focused on the largest flagship. His presence had been detected, and as the first shot missed its mark, a barrage of gunfire ensued. The Sharingan flared in his eyes, slowing the leaden projectiles in the air as he calculated their trajectories, allowing his body to instinctively evade. All occurring in the blink of an eye. Useless. Useless. Shoot him. Make him a sieve. Click roared in fury at the sight. Understood. The terrified pirates continued their assault on Rodney and his water clones, but alas, their efforts proved futile as he easily evaded their attacks. Give me the gun. Frustrated with his crew's ineptitude, Click snatched a firearm and aimed at Rodney, preparing to shoot. The distance was now close enough, and the water clones hurled kunai affixed with explosive tags onto the pirate ship. What is that? A pirate leaned over the ship's edge. Curiosity piqued as he observed the kunai. The explosive tag ignited suddenly, followed by boom. A sizable hole erupted in the vessel's hull, seawater gushing in through the breach and flooding the hold. We're taking on water. Abandon ship. Quickly, abandon ship. The pirates leapt into the sea, swimming towards other vessels. With such a large breach, repair was impossible, leaving them no choice but to desert their ship. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted incessantly around the fleet, as the water clones moved swiftly, attaching explosive tags to the hulls of passing ships, blowing out their bottoms and forcing the pirates to abandon their vessels. A fleet of over 1,000 was thus easily dismantled. Click's crew's greatest advantage lay in their numbers, but at sea, the most crucial element was the ships. Without a vessel, they had no means to set sail. The ships of the East Sea were not constructed from the extraordinary materials of Water 7, making them relatively easy to destroy. In no time, the sea resembled a scene of dumplings falling from a height, with countless heads bobbing in the water. Rodney remained indifferent to the fate of these individuals. Their survival hinged solely on their own fortunes. Having chosen the path of piracy, they must embrace the peril of perishing upon the seas. In the world of marauders, one cannot evade danger. They must take responsibility for their actions. Captain Click, save us. Allow us aboard your ship, Captain Click. I do not wish to die yet. Please, let me join you. I am your most loyal subordinate. The pirates yearned aboard Click's grand vessel, for it was the last ship remaining, as the other dozen or so had been annihilated by Rodney. Their only hope for survival rested on Click's ship. Get down. All of you, get down. You worthless scum. Not a single one shall be taken aboard. Where had that cursed creature gone? Initially, Click would accept some unfortunate crew members, but soon he refused those he deemed useless, instead ordering the others to be cast down. Though the ship was large, it could not accommodate 1,000 or two. Besides, that fiend would surely find a way to board, and a crowd would complicate combat. As for loyalty, he required none, for he did not trust his crew. His dominion over them was rooted not in camaraderie, but in fear and wealth, a balance of a firm hand and sweet rewards. Instilling dread among the crew sufficed. Everything else was trivial. If one perished, another could be recruited. But first, that scoundrel who had devastated his fleet must be eradicated. There he is, shouted one of the pirates. Rodney defied gravity, sprinting up the nearly vertical hull with a grace akin to a ghost rising from a coffin. Firmly standing upon the ship's railing, his eerie crimson eyes swept across the crowd, instilling profound fear in the hearts of many pirates. Fire! Click commanded with ruthless decisiveness. Under his orders, armed subordinates drew their weapons and shot, accurately striking Rodney and reducing him to liquid. Indeed, merely water. The true Rodney surged into battle from a different direction, accompanied by two remaining water clones. Water style, water surge. The sea erupted violently, sending numerous hapless souls tumbling from the deck. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. The Phoenix fire ignited the sails, while the Great Fireball crashed into the throng, claiming many lives. Heavens! The Great Fireball is killing people, seeking death. Click's first mate, the formidable demon Akin, wielded two iron crutches, each tipped with a lethal iron ball. A strike from them could easily end a common life. Akin spun the iron balls with centrifugal force, enhancing their destructive power, and charged toward the true Rodney, not out of insight into the clone technique, but by sheer luck. Clang! White Fang, imbued with wind chakra, met Akin's iron balls, sending sparks flying. Yet, had Akin paused to inspect his weapon, he would have noticed a shallow cut etched into the iron ball. White Fang effortlessly countered Akin's assault. Each of Akin's strikes was heavy, yet Rodney found no difficulty in responding. His keen perception, honed by the Sharingan, captured Akin's movements, allowing him to anticipate and counter with ease, deflecting the attacks with minimal effort, leaving Akin feeling as though he were striking a pillow, utterly impotent. How can this be? This man is on par with our captain? He is too strong. Captain, you must defeat him. Indeed, Captain. We are the Click Pirates, the strongest crew in the East Blue. One of the water clones scoffed, knocking over a hapless pirate with a single punch. The strongest? Perhaps in numbers. The pirates, feeling the sting of truth in those words, were left speechless, resorting to blind attacks. Under pressure, the two water clones swiftly dissipated into puddles. Only Rodney remained, engaged in battle with Akin. Click squinted. It was evident Akin was at a disadvantage. Contemplating whether to fire a shot, regardless of whether it would harm Akin, he deemed it a worthwhile trade to exchange a subordinate for a formidable adversary. However, Akin still held significant value. He decided to delay action and commanded, Bala, assist Akin. Yes, Captain Click. Allow me, Iron Wall Bala, to teach this scoundrel the meaning of cruelty. A figure resembling a sandwich rose, adorned with towering steel shields both front and back, encapsulating him like a sandwich. The shields were exquisitely designed, with a pearl the size of a small watermelon embedded at the center, and he donned pearl earrings and a pearl atop his head, with smaller shields on his hands, elbows, and knees. Iron Wall Bala, the most formidable defender of the Click Pirates. Clang! The shields collided, and Iron Wall Bala chuckled. Since you've encountered me, your luck today is in the negative. Rodney, am I playing with fire? Resolving to swiftly conclude the battle, I utilized my Sharingan to pinpoint the vulnerabilities of the demon, Akin. In my grasp, the white fang glimmered under the radiant sunlight, while a thin layer of wind attribute chakra enveloped the blade, possessing a cutting force capable of slicing through gold and stone. With a sudden surge of power, I cleaved through Akin's iron ball staff. Akin's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by those around him, as if they had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. At that moment, someone recognized me and exclaimed loudly, I know who he is. The recently ascendant pirate hunter, Joster J. Rodney. Chapter 19. There is a reason for bad luck. I know who he is. The recently ascendant pirate hunter, Joster J. Rodney. Rodney turned around, displaying a smile he believed to be amiable, yet it was, in truth, insidious. He remarked, Ah, you know me, splendid. Those who wish to live, clasp your hands atop your heads and face the ship's side. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the ghostly figure of Akin brandished a firearm and fired directly at him. A wooden post remained in his place as Rodney swiftly maneuvered to Akin's rear, wielding his white dagger with precision, regardless of whether he was a green bull or not. The priority was to eliminate him first. Akin, a merciless pirate, would not hesitate to slay even those who cried out for mercy before him. Although he valued loyalty and righteousness, this was not a justification for Rodney to spare him. Shaking off the blood from his dagger, a fierce wind howled as the ironclad Bala, undeterred by the prospect of death, charged forward, bringing his shield down heavily towards Rodney's face. Rodney leaned back, evading the strike while deftly affixing a detonating talisman to his shield, then swiftly withdrew. Boom. Irewall Bala staggered backward, the flesh between his two large shields quivering violently from the explosion, as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him quite discomfort. Bala, sir. The captain, leader Click, and his crew of pirates gazed at the lifeless figure of the ghostly Akin in panic, seeking solace from Click. Look at that waste, Akin. Bala, advance. This fool cannot breach your defenses, and I shall provide support from the sidelines. Click spat disdainfully. Had I known this fool would perish, I should have eliminated him with that move from the outset. Truly, such a loyal henchman is hard to come by. Understood, leader Click, Bala replied, brimming with pride. How could the captain be slain by you? I am Irewall Bala, the steadfast shield bearer of the Click Pirates. He gleefully clashed his two shields together, producing an unpleasant noise. Irewall? Not so fast. The quality of those shields is acceptable, yet I shall ensure your demise here. Bala was taken aback when the detonating talisman failed to detonate. Let me die here? Haha. Bala laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Raising a finger, he proclaimed, I have fought 27 battles, and in none have I been injured or bled. Even the Navy's cannonballs are ineffective against me. Can you truly kill me? If you can, I shall devour my shield right here. Rodney, you are dead. How can you eat? Of course, I shall not perish. It is you who shall meet your demise. Irewall Bala charged forth with a ferocious countenance, akin to a frenzied bull. However, his weaknesses were glaringly apparent. He possessed mere brute strength, a mere supporting character, unworthy of excessive concern. Swiftly evading, I leapt atop the mast, and Click promptly assumed his stance. As gun barrels emerged from his golden armor, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Rodney, the danger was palpable. Once more, I dodged, plunging into the midst of the pirates. Like a tiger among sheep, reveling in the chaos as I wreaked havoc upon these feeble foes, plunging the scene into disarray. Boom. Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, and several pirates were sent flying. One landed at Bara's feet, causing him a sharp pain in his heel, before he collapsed towards the very pirate that had just fallen. The pirate rolled over, stood up, and with a sinister grin, tossed another smoke bomb, enveloping Bara in a chilling haze that rendered him incapacitated. What transpired? Where did that fellow go? Click inquired. I know not. Has that scoundrel Rodney fled? I believe I just heard Mr. Bara's anguished scream. I heard it too. Where is Mr. Bara? Here, Click, the leader, Mr. Bara. He has perished. As the smoke dissipated, all beheld the grisly side of Bara, his throat slit, and a bloody foot still standing on the ground, a horrifying spectacle indeed. Rodney resembled a specter, having vanished without a trace, poised to emerge at any moment to claim their lives. In that instant, confusion reigned among the crowd. With a furious roar, Click fired a shot at the pirate who had first discovered Bala's corpse. The unfortunate soul fell without comprehending the reason for his demise, perhaps due to Click's suspicion, or perhaps merely as an outlet for Click's pent-up rage. Regardless, he was dead. Prepare yourselves, Click commanded, removing the golden disc from his shoulder. Gripping the mechanism concealed behind the disc, which bore the emblem of Click's pirate crew, a skull with an apple-sized cavity where its mouth should be, he instilled terror in the hearts of those around him. That's MH5. They gasped, recognizing the most formidable chemical weapon of Captain Click. Gas masks. Quick, where's my mask? Captain, we are still aboard the ship. Yes, Chief. Could you perhaps offer us some encouragement? MH5, the gas grenade prepared by Click, was lethal to common folk. Merely inhaling it would lead to certain death within 10 minutes. Of course, this applied to ordinary individuals. Those with robust physiques could endure for a while the stronger ones would feel not. Click scoffed. What are you all babbling about? This is combat. The deceased are merely unfortunate souls. I care not what means I employ, victory is all that matters. Haha. Once I enter the Grand Line, I shall undoubtedly uncover the great treasure and become the Pirate King. He donned his gas mask and activated the device. Instantly, a thick purple smoke billowed from the skull's mouth, enveloping the deck. In the shadows, Rodney regarded Click as a fool. Gas grenades, how base. Look at Magellan, who puffs on this stuff as if it were a cigarette, consuming poison in every meal. And yet, he remains unharmed, though often finds himself entangled with the latrine. Securing a mask he had seized from a pirate, Rodney strode through the gas, unfazed. Ah, no, please. Spare me. The air was filled with anguished cries, sending Click recoiling in terror. He desperately sought Rodney's silhouette, but all he discerned was a blurred figure darting past, followed by yet another pirate collapsing. Is he mocking me? Playing with me like a cat with a mouse? Realizing this, Click bellowed in rage, disregarding the fates of his crew. Wielding the golden disc as though it were a machine gun, shooting spikes as if they were bullets, and began to fire indiscriminately. Why, Captain? No. I do not wish to die. Mother, I want to go home. The sea is too terrifying. In their panic, some leapt overboard, meeting their doom alongside their comrades. Today proved to be exhilarating, as Click's primary fighting force was annihilated by a single individual, leaving only the pirate commander Click, who, in his reckless fury, continued to attack indiscriminately, indifferent to the lives of his crew. As the toxic mist dissipated, Click donned a cloak adorned with deadly spikes, a cloak of thorns. Rodney, wielding a knife and donning a gas mask, gazed at the fully armed Click with a tilted head before hurling a shuriken embedded with a detonation rune. Boom. The effect was remarkably pronounced. Click was sent flying, his cloak shredded by the explosion. The golden armor adorning Click was likewise ravaged, leaving him with numerous injuries as he struggled to rise. Grasping two relatively intact golden discs, he fused them together, extracting a gun barrel as a sharp point emerged from the center of the discs. The battle gun, Click's most formidable weapon, weighing over a ton. It would trigger an explosion upon striking its target, with the force of the explosion proportional to the strength of the swing. Observing Click in this state, Rodney comprehended why this individual had encountered Hawkeye within a week of entering the Grand Line, returning in disgrace with a fleet of 5,000 reduced to mere hundreds. Such misfortune surely had its reasons. Why, of all pursuits, did he choose to be a gunner? A gunner is ill-suited for someone of his unfortunate caliber. Even Europeans transform into formidable warriors when wielding firearms. The concept of lucky is no jest. Chapter 20. Red-eyed Rodney Click possessed immense strength. Already considered formidable among ordinary folk in the East Sea, the one-ton battle gun whirled effortlessly in his grasp, displaying no signs of fatigue. His strikes were powerful and heavy, each collision accompanied by an explosion, leaving the workings of its mechanics shrouded in mystery. Rodney, with his high attack but low health, was not one to confront directly. Instead, he retreated while engaging. The mere foot soldiers dared not advance into the fray, witnessing Click's cold-blooded demeanor through a series of actions. They understood all too well the futility of offering themselves as fodder. Should Rodney inadvertently eliminate one of them, there would be no place left to mourn. Survival was of paramount importance. Curse it. If you possess such skill, then do not hide. Frustration consumed Click as he futilely attempted to seize Rodney, who flitted about like a monkey. Not only did he fail to capture him, but the ship's deck had become riddled with holes, a trajectory that threatened to lead to its destruction. In a moment of resolve, Rodney hurled a shuriken, one inscribed with an explosive tag. This time, Click had learned. He launched his great gun towards the shuriken, aiming to collide with it. Unfortunately, a second shuriken, unleashed with swiftness, struck the first, diverting its path and allowing the shuriken to land accurately at Click's feet. Boom. Once more, Click was sent flying, his great gun slipping from his grasp and soaring overboard, creating a splash before sinking into the depths of the ocean, leaving behind no further ripples. Click's fate was sealed. Rodney swiftly severed Click's head, leaving behind a decapitated corpse, and placed the severed head into his satchel. He surveyed the surrounding pirates, contemplating for a moment, before affixing a detonating talisman to the mast. With a wave of his hand and a smile, he bid them farewell, proclaiming, "Goodbye. Your survival now rests upon your own fortune." He then flipped backward, leaping off the deck and landing upon the ocean's surface, leisurely treading the waves as he departed. "Hurry! Hurry! The plague has left. Quickly, get up there. Throw down the ropes," shouted the desperate crew above. This was the last vessel, the sole hope for over 1,000 souls. Should anything befall this ship, their chances of survival would vanish entirely. However, Rodney was resolute in his actions. With a thunderous explosion, the towering mast was severed, and the blast triggered a chain reaction of subsequent explosions aboard the ship. The dreadnought Sabrilo was thus obliterated by the very talismans intended for destruction. Rodney extinguished all hopes of these pirates. It remains true that once one chooses the path of piracy, one must be prepared to face the depths of the sea. It is nearly impossible to show them mercy. Evil deeds come with a price. In the vast ocean, human life holds little value, yet paradoxically, it is also the most precious, particularly that of the exceptional pirates. The lives of others merely serve as fodder. Ignoring the wails of the defeated, Rodney completed his mission, and the rewards were duly issued. Mission: eliminate Click. Mission level: C. Status: completed. Rewards: 500 mission points, a permanent chakra fruit, shadow clone technique, body technique, leaf dragon god. Upon consuming the permanent chakra fruit, a portion of chakra was immediately replenished, and growth was attained. Subsequently, he brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands into a cross, forming the seal of the serpent, and quietly uttered, "Shadow clone technique." Boom. Suddenly, a duplicate of himself appeared beside him, setting off in another direction, both racing forth. Shortly after, the shadow clone dissipated, memories flooding in. It was a peculiar sensation, yet undoubtedly a cheat for experience grinding. Truly, it was a technique developed by the second Hokage, proving its practicality. Leaf Dragon God. His body spun rapidly, condensing into a colossal dragon-shaped whirlwind, whipping up a vast amount of seawater, and a water vortex materialized on the surface of the ocean. As the water vortex dispersed, Rodney emerged, a testament to the prowess of a ninja once renowned as the strongest in physical arts of the Leaf Village. This technique, though a creation of the TV series, was recorded within the system, alongside numerous other jutsu that had yet to be revealed, awaiting Rodney's exchange and utilization. Returning to the merchant ship, it continued its voyage across the sea. In his cabin, Rodney accessed the system. Host: Josta J. Rodney race: human rank, genin attributes: wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, een. Yang ninjutsu: great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone. Taijutsu: Uchiha Shuriken technique, shadow dance leaf, leaf whirlwind. Bloodline limits: none mission points, 760 points. Having amassed such a wealth of mission points through diligent quests, it was time to exchange for some jutsu. Ah, his strength would surely grow. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave 250. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique 200. Water Release, Wave Riding Strike 300. After much toil, he promptly redeemed his hard-earned efforts. The Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave, when paired with Water Release, could yield double the damage, if only he remembered to do so at the time. The Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique delivered a direct assault, with both speed and power of the highest caliber. As for Water Release, Wave Riding Strike, this technique, invented by the second Hokage, also went by the names Instant Water and Clear Water Wave. It utilized the water release to create aquatic environments, enabling swift gliding across the water's surface and rapid movement within it. These were all exceptionally practical ninjutsu. With the downfall of the clique pirate crew, the largest pirate faction in the East Sea, Rodney's reputation spread like wildfire. Single-handedly, he had overturned a fleet of over 1,000 men, and the three strongest members of the clique crew met their demise at his hands. Possessing an unknown devil fruit ability, his combat prowess was formidable. His eerie red eyes became a symbol of dread among the surviving pirates, akin to a demon. Thus, the legend of Red-Eyed Rodney echoed throughout the East Sea. Rodney, gazing at the newspaper filled with his own reports, tore it up in frustration. What an absurd moniker, Red-Eyed Rodney. Could the East Sea News Agency not adopt a more dignified style akin to that of the World Economy Report? Surely, it is not too much to ask for a more favorable portrayal. After all, I am a person of integrity. What nonsense is this Red-Eye title? It is disheartening to have my rare vacation sullied by such a publication. This article has completely strayed from reality, disregarding my reputation while fixating instead on the nicknames bestowed by a group of people. Indeed, if left unaddressed, this label could haunt me for a lifetime. I cannot allow these individuals to tarnish my name. I must devise a means to rectify this title. What should I write? Perhaps 50-50? No. I am not the foremost technician of Konoha. I cannot adopt such a name. How about the Fate Weaver Rodney? That title exudes a certain sophistication. Yes, I shall proceed with this. Seizing pen and paper, I swiftly composed a remarkable article, pouring my heart into it. I then submitted it to the East Sea News Agency along with a few generously sized bills, a mere casual gesture. On the third day, my article graced the most prominent position of the East Sea newspaper. In bloom amidst slaughter, like a flower at dawn, it proclaimed, presenting the tale of Josta J. Rodney, a man audacious enough to toy with fate, in a flowing narrative of several thousand words. The piece meticulously dissected the origins of my nickname while providing an honest account of myself. The title of the Fate Weaver swiftly gained traction, far surpassing the ludicrous red-eyed moniker. Rodney effortlessly salvaged his nickname from crisis, having only lost a few bills, which was of no consequence to him. Subsequently, he went to redeem the bounty on Clique, only to discover that this individual had not yet reached the anticipated valuation of over 10 million. Despite commanding a fleet of East Sea inhabitants, it seemed that Smoker and his associates were aware that Clique had merely gathered a band of misfits, for he was too cunning to have been apprehended in a timely fashion. Ultimately, Rodney managed to eliminate the entire gang, and the survival of that motley crew was no longer his concern. He continued his daily routine of completing tasks, and on that particular day, he arrived at a floating restaurant known as Baratai aboard a merchant vessel. Chapter 21. Baratai. The Baratai, a renowned floating restaurant celebrated for its combat prowess, is the most famous establishment in the East Sea. Its head chef, the red-legged Zeph, was once a pirate who traversed the Grand Line for a full year, only to return to the East Sea after tragically losing his most vital right leg. He established this floating restaurant to offer delectable dishes to merchants and pirates alike navigating the vast ocean. The ambience of the restaurant is pristine and inviting, providing a tranquil environment where patrons relish the culinary delights before them. A young man clad in a black suit, with golden hair and curly eyebrows, gracefully navigates through a throng of young women and mothers, exuding elegance and a gentle demeanor, truly embodying the essence of a gentleman. Rodney settled into his seat when a server promptly approached, pouring him a glass of fresh water and presenting the menu with a courteous inquiry. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? After perusing the menu, he replied, I would like a serving of sweet and sour seafood tenderloin, braised beef meatballs, seafood fried rice, and sashimi of razor clams. Also, please bring me a bottle of wine. Any kind will suffice. Very well, esteemed guest. Please hold on. I shall arrange that for you shortly. However, I must remind you that the policy of Baratai restaurant prohibits food wastage. Are you certain you can finish your meal? The server inquired, glancing at Rodney's physique. Every morsel at sea is hard-earned. Food must never be squandered. Those who waste are promptly ejected from Baratai restaurant, he added. Rest assured, I can manage it, Rodney replied with a smile. The server nodded in acknowledgement, noting Rodney's order before turning to depart. The ambience of the restaurant was exceedingly comfortable, with patrons savoring the culinary delights prepared by Baratai chefs, an experience they relished. Among them were numerous affluent merchants, some even seeking to recruit a Baratai chef to prepare meals exclusively for them. Alas, all Baratai chefs uniformly decline such offers. Baratai holds a special significance for them, providing exquisite cuisine to all who traverse the seas. Witnessing the satisfied smiles on their faces is the greatest commendation for the chefs. The establishment is also home to a plethora of exceptionally skilled chefs, presenting an opportunity for challenge and growth in their culinary arts. Under the tutelage of Chef Zapp, their skills have developed at an astonishing pace. Before long, Rodney's selections were served. The sweet and sour seafood tenderloin arrived on a substantial platter, showcasing the impressive size of the seafood, with the tenderloin occupying nearly half the table. Many were unfazed, as this world is inhabited by numerous hearty eaters, capable of consuming large quantities and possessing great strength. Rodney commenced his culinary journey with an exquisite selection of sashimi, each slice meticulously cut to an even thickness, glistening and transparent as it lay gracefully on the plate. The presentation was artful, and as he lifted a piece of sashimi, he dipped it into the secret sauce crafted by Baratai, savoring the tender morsel of sea bream. Delectable. His taste buds erupted in a symphony of delight, and his stomach churned eagerly, demanding more sustenance. Next, he selected a luscious brown beef ball, bursting with savory broth. Delightful. The rich flavors cascaded upon his palate with each bite, an explosion of taste that was simply invigorating. He then cut into a piece of tenderloin, drenched in a vibrant red sauce. Exquisite. The sweet and sour notes eradicated any hint of fishiness, rendering it not only appetizing but an ideal first choice. Though it did not significantly affect his enjoyment, he took a hearty spoonful of seafood fried rice. Delightful. The medley of seafood intermingled with the rice created an exhilarating burst of flavor, dancing down his throat and filling the void of hunger. Contentment washed over him. This was pure bliss. He relished the meat and savored the wine, reveling in the deliciousness that surrounded him. His movements were unhurried. Yet the dishes on the table vanished swiftly. Rodney called out, "Waiter, bring me another round of the same, no more sashimi, and 3 more bottles of wine, please." The waiter no longer questioned his capacity, as Rodney's belly merely rounded slightly despite the copious amounts of food consumed. Through rigorous training, Rodney's physique had strengthened, increasing his appetite. The energy provided by the soldier's food was substantial, yet it did not hinder his ability to feast. Each morsel, once chewed, settled comfortably in his stomach, nearly reaching the point of digestion. A new dish arrived promptly, and Rodney continued to indulge, patting his rounded belly, declaring, satisfaction. Truly delightful, Baratai never disappoints. Time to settle the bill. The prices at Baratai were reasonable, and he spent little, akin to his last visit when utilizing the explosive multiplier. As he patted his stomach, he slipped a few bottles of wine into his bag. Suddenly, a gang of menacing figures burst into the restaurant, led by a one-eyed man, whose lackeys were so disheveled they were almost unwatchable. With a toothy grin, he stammered, "Don't move. This is a robbery. Our boss has ordered it." The men positioned themselves on one side, the women on the other, while an androgynous figure stood in the middle, clamoring loudly. Pirates. The once tranquil restaurant erupted into chaos. The patrons, feeble and unarmed merchants, cowered in fear, further emboldening the pirates' brazen demeanor. "Habaha, hand over your money. And that kid over there, summon your head chef. Bring all your cash." Before the leader could finish, a polished shoe appeared before him, and he was sent flying into the sea with a loud splash. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, declared, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." His actions unleashed a chorus of gasps from the female patrons, for he was undeniably handsome. Rodney, initially poised to intervene, returned to his seat, realizing his assistance was unnecessary. Sanji was undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat prowess at Baratai, and one could only speculate on Zeph's remaining strength after losing a leg. Charge. Forward. The commotion escalated, and with a flurry of blows, the pirates were expelled from the restaurant. This establishment did not welcome those who disrespected food, especially if they frightened the lovely ladies present. Sanji, lost in thought, wore a mischievous grin, embodying the charm of a gentleman, or perhaps a knight. He was the type of man who wouldn't attack even those of the third gender in this world. After the pirates were vanquished, Rodney returned to his merchant ship. The few bottles of wine insufficient to intoxicate him, merely akin to a soft drink. Next on his agenda was training. One must keep fit, after all. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he created a shadow doppelganger to engage in rigorous combat, employing taijutsu reminiscent of Naruto's style and the Marine Six Powers, all while burdened with weights. Throughout the bout, he activated the Sharingan, doubling his experience and enhancing his reaction time. The two engaged in combat upon the waves, keeping pace with the merchant ship, remaining unseen, as time passed, and they completed a transport mission. Upon joining another convoy, he undertook a reconnaissance mission, primarily to investigate what this merchant group was secretly transporting. Under the cloak of night, Rodney entered his quarters, instructing his shadow clone to infiltrate the ship's hold, a perilous task best suited for the clone, as the second Hokage had intended this technique for intelligence gathering and hazardous endeavors. The shadow clone stealthily slipped into the hold, effortlessly utilizing the Sharingan to subdue the guards, reaching the innermost sanctum of the ship. After a thorough search, he discovered crates filled with food and local specialties. Something felt amiss. This was unusual, for there had to be something more, or the system would not have issued such a task. Could it be? Arriving at the storage room filled with provisions, he began to clear aside the food, soon revealing a concealed box beneath. Upon opening it, he uncovered a cache of pristine firearms. Smuggling arms. This group of individuals is indeed audacious, should they be discovered. They would face dire consequences. However, a considerable faction of the East Seas Navy is notably corrupt. So as long as one navigates the proper channels and camouflages their dealings with provisions, selling these goods to pirates poses no issue and can yield substantial profits. Utilizing shadow clones, they vanished. A few days later, Smoker received a tip-off from a concerned citizen and apprehended the merchant convoy. Chapter 22. The great god Buggy days spent at sea are often filled with monotony, a blend of boredom and inactivity. One cannot constantly train. Life must strike a balance. Originally, there existed a romantic paradise for sale in the system shop, pinned by Jiraiya himself. His literary prowess is well known, having risked his life to gather material. Pouring his heart and soul into a work that captivated the ninja world, an 18-plus bestseller, profound and plentiful, even the young ninjas of Konoha praised it. Despite needing to fetch tissues while reading, him, being young and exposed to the elements at sea naturally leads to some irritability, merely a case of a nosebleed. Thus, he typically refrains from reading this book as it proves unbearable. The pirate's literature, on the other hand, serves as mere entertainment, featuring titles like The Second Pirate King or The Overbearing Pirate Falls in Love with Me. Among the 10 titles related to the future Pirate King, 9 are about pirates, and 1 pertains to the Revolutionary Army. The Navy is left weeping in the restroom, unexpectedly finding these tales a bestseller in this world, stirring a fervor that makes one yearn to set sail as a pirate, vanquishing Whitebeard, taking Kaido as a subordinate, and having Big Mom as a maid, all while disregarding Shanks entirely, fixated solely on the pirate life. Such literature is irresistible, and the Navy ultimately surrendered to this phenomenon, allowing it to flourish. The manga, however, remains somewhat unclear. With a novel covering his face, he reclined on a lounge chair, dozing off, currently relishing his vacation in a picturesque village. The community is simple and hospitable, though one must overlook the recent screams that have echoed through the air. Pirates. The pirates have arrived. Everyone, hurry inside and hide. Is there truly no respite in the world of pirates? Removing the novel from his face, he sighed softly. The village possesses little combat capability, and the newcomers are far beyond their means. Though not overtly sinister, the pirates' attire is bizarre, resembling more of a circus than a crew of marauders. Many don striking makeup, while others wear outlandish costumes. Even the skull depicted on their pirate flag sports a clown's red nose, which adds an inexplicable humor to the scene. Yet they remain pirates. Leading them is a notorious figure, akin to a clown, adorned with a captain's hat, lips painted an unknown shade of red, a comically large nose, a tight red striped outfit, loose trousers, and a fluffy red cape, brandishing throwing knives and laughing boisterously. Lads, seize everything. All treasures here belong to us. Ha ha ha, let us plunder. Buggy the Clown, a former apprentice on Roger the Pirate King's ship and a friend of Shanks, consumed the devil fruit known as the chop-chop fruit, rendering him a man who can disregard slashing attacks. A man whose name and body can be whimsically rearranged. Captain of the Buggy Pirates, possessor of the Conqueror's Haki. He boldly confronted the Emperor Whitebeard, impervious even to the world's greatest swordsman, and barely spared the life of the future Pirate King. Buggy, the everlasting deity. This godlike man laughed uproariously, leading his crew through the East Sea, embodying the saying, the small hide in the wild, the medium in the city, and the great in the court. This man has achieved the ultimate concealment, mingling among a throng of weaklings while performing menial tasks. Such unfathomable cunning is truly terrifying, making one gasp in awe. Today, one individual, daring to challenge the divine, braved the risk of death. In a mere encounter, Rodney expelled all the pirates invading the village, leaving them sprawled on the ground, some groaning in pain, others completely unconscious. Since being knocked out by Garp, Rodney had scarcely sustained any injuries. That single blow was indeed formidable, lingering in his mind as a dull ache. Ninjas are inherently fragile. If they remain unscathed, all is well. But a single wound can easily turn the tide against them, akin to a mage facing a throng of warriors and tanks, truly a daunting battle. Who dares strike my great pirate lord Buggy's men? Are you unaware of my esteemed reputation? Buggy, clutching a throwing knife, inquired with a self-assured demeanor. Rodney scrutinized him from head to toe, concluding that he appeared rather feeble. One could only remark on how truly remarkable Buggy was. The ability to conceal one's strength was evidently profound. After all, even the apprentice of the Pirate King, Shanks, managed to ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors. There was no reason to doubt that Buggy could achieve the same. Thus, it was entirely plausible that this individual harbored hidden prowess. Contemplating this, he swiftly approached Buggy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, blades of the daylight. The chilling edge of the sword descended, cleaving Buggy in two. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth, nor could any anatomical structure be discerned, only a vivid crimson mass that appeared somewhat grotesque, illustrating the stark contrast between animated tales and reality. With a flurry of strikes, Dance of the Camellia, slash, 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 Buggy offered no resistance as he was reduced to chunks of flesh, suspended in the air. His crew exhibited no signs of shock. Instead, a peculiar smile graced their faces. They were well accustomed to such displays, recognizing this as their Captain Buggy's merciful gesture towards challengers, a spontaneous performance of sorts. Rodney stepped back as the chunks of meat echoed with Buggy's laughter. Ha ha ha. I am invincible. Lord Buggy shall never be slain. Your attacks are utterly futile against me. The pieces of meat reformed into Buggy's likeness, clothing and all, showcasing a truly peculiar ability. Rodney's remarkably calm demeanor left Buggy in a state of bewilderment. Shouldn't he be shocked or even reduced to tears at this moment? Why was there no reaction at all? This was rather embarrassing for him. Ah, the devil fruit. How could you accept it with such tranquility? In the East Blue, those who possess the powers of a devil fruit are as rare as phoenix feathers. Few and far between. To encounter such an ability and remain unfazed? What is there to be surprised about? Not to mention you. Even if a person of renown were to appear before me, I would not be astonished. What on earth is a person of renown? A face fruit? Of course. Anyone who consumes the face fruit must be given face. Rodney declared with utmost conviction. Humph, you shall probably never witness it in your lifetime. For you will be slain by the great Buggy right here. Prepare yourself for death. Machi. With a resounding roar, a lion with a purple mane approached. Atop which sat the beast tamer Machi, adorned in a white plush vest and wearing a doll's headpiece. Go, Ricky, devour him, the beast tamer Machi urged. Cracking a small whip against the lion Ricky. With bloodshot eyes, Ricky let out a ravenous roar and lunged toward Rodney. Bang, bang. After exchanging 2 blows, both man and beast found themselves on the ground, each nursing a sizable bruise. Very well, who else remains? Rodney smiled, displaying no inclination to draw his weapon. How should one put it? This group was truly feeble. He sauntered towards Bucky, who bellowed, "Don't come any closer." Just then, his foot slipped, nearly causing him to topple. What on earth? Hadn't there been stones just a moment ago? The ground was remarkably level. Was he really falling on flat terrain? This was quite embarrassing. What a splendid opportunity. Fragmentation cannon. With a swift motion, the hand clutching the flying daggers detached from the arm and hurtled towards Rodney at an astonishing speed. Yet, Rodney merely tilted his head to evade it and deftly seized that hand, subsequently stepping down upon it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kid, release my hand at once. The pain from the dismembered body still transmitted sensations to the rest of him, and Bucky cried out in agony. How could this kid react so swiftly? Ah, you little rascal, are you truly exerting that much strength? Rodney forcefully pressed Buggy's hand into the ground with his foot, making him feel the sting of pain. You little rascal, scattered like a pancake. With a swift motion, Buggy's upper and lower body separated, spinning through the air like a flying dagger. I will strike. A piercing agony surged through him as Buggy's upper half uncontrollably plummeted to the ground. Glancing over, he saw his lower body suspended in a bizarre posture, legs twitching, while Rodney's foot landed squarely on Buggy's vulnerable spot. A fatal blow. To accomplish this strike, Rodney had deliberately activated his Sharingan. Captain Buggy, you must endure. Encouraged by his crew's shouts, Buggy overcame the pain, unsteadily rising into the air, filled with rage. You brat. I swear I will kill you and toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Don't kick. Ah, another blow, and the mighty Buggy fell, unable to rise. Chapter 23. Poor Buggy. Is he dead? Picking up a nearby twig, he poked Buggy's red nose. Hey, red nose, big nose. Are you awake? Who are you calling red nose, you little brat? Are you seeking death? Upon hearing red nose, Buggy instinctively overcame the excruciating pain, forcing himself to stand. Brimming with fury, he could not tolerate being called red nose. Even in a state of deep unconsciousness, he would awaken with determination. His character was indeed peculiar. After a brief flash of anger, rationality reclaimed his mind as the two locked eyes. Rodney, Buggy. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, rendering the scene exceedingly awkward. Fragmented and in a state of emergency, Buggy's body disintegrated into dozens of pieces, scattering in all directions. Not long after, he reassembled in the woods, floating in midair, yet lacking 2 feet. My feet. Through the gaps in the leaves, he glimpsed his feet trapped beneath Rodney's. This was troublesome. His disintegration ability revealed a significant weakness. He could not take flight and could not stray too far from his feet. Fortunately, my abilities render me invincible here. Immune to slashing attacks, he need not worry about his feet being harmed. His primary concern now was to reclaim his feet and rescue his crew. Despite often bullying his subordinates, Buggy held a certain regard for them. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed at the feet he was standing on, smirking. Fully aware that cutting them would be futile, he refrained from employing ninjutsu again, instead pointing at the remaining crew members, commanding, carry the unconscious back to the ship. Then casting a glance at Buggy hidden in the woods, his smile decidedly unfriendly. Who exactly is this individual? Buggy, unable to recall any pertinent information about Rodney, sensed that this was not a foe to be trifled with and chose to observe the unfolding events. Under Rodney's intimidating presence, his crew had no choice but to dutifully transport a group of unconscious individuals aboard their pirate ship. Meanwhile, Buggy's feet remained firmly beneath Rodney's, clearly indicating that he had no intention of relinquishing them, which infuriated Buggy. How absurd. Do you intend to remain here? Being stood upon is rather unpleasant. At that moment, Rodney took action, kicking Buggy's feet one by one, ultimately sending them onto the pirate ship. This is bad. Wait. Buggy's body could not control itself, following suit in flight. Any part of him could be absent, but his feet were essential. Set sail. Rodney's formidable power instilled fear in Buggy's crew, compelling them to set sail. A group of disgruntled individuals silently cursed, betraying nothing outwardly. Buggy, hanging at the rear of the ship, stealthily boarded while Rodney was distracted. What is the situation? Buggy inquired of a crew member aboard. I don't know, Captain. This fellow has ordered us to sail towards the nearest naval base. What should we do, Captain Buggy? The crew member asked. The entire combat prowess of Buggy's pirate crew rested upon him, for he was a devil fruit user, a rarity in the East Blue, where those with such powers were few and far between. They had always followed their captain's commands. Buggy pondered for a moment and replied, let me think. Let me contemplate this well. However, you must first retrieve my feet. He had to reclaim his feet, otherwise his abilities would be compromised. Is this it? A hand extended from the side, presenting 2 feet. Without a second thought, Buggy accepted them, grinning as he exclaimed, yes, indeed. Well done, lad. I hereby appoint you as my first mate. Buggy's gaze met a pair of crimson eyes. Ah, Captain Buggy, the young man responded. Your eyes remind me. You are the recently renowned bounty hunter, Red-Eyed Rodney. Buggy shouted the nickname that Rodney wished to deny. Have you set your sights on me? Curse it. Rodney's forehead throbbed with veins, yet a smile lingered on his face. Captain Buggy, you may call me the gambler Rodney. I had no intention of capturing you. But it appears I must escort you and your comrades to Loguetown, a place of both beginnings and conclusions, quite fitting for you, isn't it, Buggy? Buggy's body trembled. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. You, what do you mean? Ah, I possess a rather unique intelligence network. I am fully aware of your true identity. Rodney replied. You, what do you intend to do? The identity of a member of the Pirate King's crew must remain concealed, otherwise we may attract a battalion of Navy officers, and that would be quite troublesome, for his capabilities are not to be underestimated. Rodney smiled faintly. It was just as simple as that. With a swift punch, he sent Buggy crashing to the ground. Just as he was about to utilize the powers of the split fruit, Buggy felt a sudden chill in his wrist, followed by an overwhelming weakness that rendered him limp on the floor. What is this? Ah, indeed, see stone handcuffs. You shall not escape. I will deliver each of you to Loguetown, he proclaimed, casting a glance at the crew members who had been spectating. What are you staring at? Hurry up and set sail. If you dawdle any longer, I shall have you feed the sea kings. Yes, yes. The crew members hurriedly complied. Well, the scenery here is quite pleasant. You may remain here. With his back turned to Buggy, he departed. Though Buggy lacked physical strength, it did not imply that he was devoid of a counterattack. Observing Rodney's back turned towards him, he positioned his foot against him. Special Buggy ball. A cannonball, the size of a candy, shot forth from his foot, hurtling swiftly towards Rodney. Rodney swiftly turned around, drawing his white blade, imbued with lightning-infused chakra. With a single stroke, he sliced through the specially designed Baki bomb. Boom. Despite being severed by Rodney, the bomb detonated with ferocious force, propelling him backward. Baki erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Aha. After taking my specially crafted Baki bomb, you must be finished, right? Rodney's body was propelled from the pirate ship, and contrary to expectations of plunging into the depths of the ocean, he skimmed across the surface like a stone skipping over water, gracefully bouncing several times before finally coming to a halt. His clothing was tattered, revealing numerous burn wounds on his skin, and his face was charred from the explosion, with a portion of his bangs singed away by flames. Buggy exclaimed, Winky face, this monster. To have endured a direct hit from my specially crafted Buggy bomb and still remain alive? Rodney, with his blood-red Sharingan fixed upon him, made Buggy feel as though his demise was imminent. What should he do? Was he destined to meet Captain Roger? No, he thought, not yet. He had yet to uncover those treasures. Regret coursed through him for having employed the specially designed Buggy ball against Rodney. Very well, just splendid, Buggy. Rodney gritted his teeth, his body racked with pain. Medical chakra emanated from his palm, stimulating cellular regeneration and providing a cool relief to his wounds. What do you intend to do? Please, do not approach me. Buggy stumbled backward, only to be seized by Rodney, who extracted a steel wire from his waist pouch. This wire was specially crafted, possessing remarkable resilience. It could not be easily severed. One end was secured to the sea stone handcuffs, while the other was tethered to a nearby railing. Wait. You cannot possibly mean to. A swift kick sent Buggy tumbling overboard, dragging him along the surface of the sea. Gurgling and sputtering, Buggy was pulled along, sometimes surfacing, at other times submerging, his body weak and his abilities rendered useless, feeling utterly frustrated. Every half hour, we'll haul him up, he won't die. Rodney chuckled sinisterly to the surrounding pirates, sending chills down their spines. Understood. Per Captain Buggy, just endure a little longer. Thus, for the days that followed, Buggy spent his time adrift in the ocean, aside from eating and sleeping, his resilience allowing him to survive while an ordinary person may have perished. Rodney had indeed underestimated him, failing to anticipate that Buggy had a trick up his sleeve, causing him considerable discomfort. The burns on Rodney's body took several days to heal, although he would need to regrow his hair. Chapter 24. I will no longer be a ninja. In Loguetown, Smoker, with 2 cigars clamped between his teeth, glared at Rodney, who had delivered the infamous Buggy the Clown to their shores. Despite bringing the pirate to justice, Rodney had cunningly made off with the sea prism stone handcuffs, a treasure far more valuable than the pirate himself. Hey, Colonel Smoker, please don't look at me like that. I'm no beauty. And your gaze makes me blush. Besides, I am a man who favors women, Rodney retorted, sensing Smoker's intense scrutiny and quickly retreating with his arms crossed defensively over his chest. Upon hearing this, Smoker's fingers danced over the 10 hands on his back, his menacing demeanor evident. You scoundrel, speak another word and I shall end you. How dare you attempt to hunt me down? You took our sea prism stone handcuffs, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Oh, that? It has already been reclaimed by Vice Admiral Garp, Rodney replied, avoiding eye contact. Huh. As if such a strategic resource would ever be returned to him. It's a rarity in the East Blue. You must have pocketed it, you little thief. Smoker accused. How could you think that of me? I aspire to be a partner of justice. Rodney protested indignantly. Smoker let out a derisive laugh. You? A partner of justice? How amusing. Do you not believe me? I do not. At that moment, Dashiki, who had been observing the exchange with a smile, chimed in, Mr. Smoker and Mr. Rodney seemed to have a rather good rapport. Rodney maintained a forced smile, then turned his attention to Dashiki, asking, Lieutenant Dashiki, what about my bounty? Buggy's bounty was over 10 million, a sum that could procure many things. Here it is. Please accept this, Dashiki replied, handing over a bag filled with the bounty. Without counting, Rodney took the bag, confident that neither Smoker nor Dashiki would indulge in corruption. Well then, Buggy has been handed over to you, and that concludes our business. Now that I have received the payment, I have no reason to linger. As he neared the door, he recalled, by the way, has the damage from capturing Ace been repaired? Dashiki responded, yes, it's almost done. The repairs should be complete soon. I see. After a moment's thought, Rodney pulled out a handful of berries and tossed them to Dashiki, saying, consider this a gesture of apology for the previous destruction, though it is not much. After all, we must provide some recompense for the damage caused. But the Navy has already compensated them. No, this is my personal apology, Rodney insisted. Smoker interjected. Why did Fire Fist Ace enter the Grand Line? Shouldn't you explain that, Rodney? Currently, Ace was the most dazzling star in the Grand Line, with few pirates of his caliber. His remarkable physical skills, endurance, and fearsome Logia fruit made him a near-invincible force in the first half of the Grand Line. Oh? That? Don't ask me. Go ask Vice Admiral Garp. Rodney quickly deflected the question. Weren't you the one who assured us nothing would go wrong? Did I? You seem to need a moment to recall the circumstances, Smoker remarked, again touching the 10 hands on his back. Ha ha ha. I've already said it has nothing to do with me. Keep this up, and I might have to accuse you of defamation and public disturbance. Humph. I am the Navy. Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke, giving the impression that he was the pirate instead. Enough of this talk. The matter of Fire Fist Ace is irrelevant to me. Perhaps the old man is simply worried about his grandson, Rodney dismissed, shaking his head, eager to distance himself from the issue. Not my concern. Ding. A new mission arrived. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, Rodney said with a chuckle before turning to leave. The Chunin exams are commencing. Will you accept? Accept to begin immediately or wait a year before starting again. Wait? The Chunin exams? Are they starting already? ISNT that a bit abrupt? I've only been a Genin for about a year. He hesitated, reluctant to leave his invincible rank. The thought of Leaf Village Genin battling was daunting, as was the chaos caused by 2 Jonin. He wasn't eager to advance. However, the time had come for promotion, and he confirmed his participation in the Chunin exams on the system panel. Ding. The host has accepted the Chunin exams. The mission commences immediately. Chunin exam mission. Hunt the evil dragon pirates mission level. See mission rewards. Summoning beast slug, 100 heal technique, creation rebirth, 1000 task points. Rodney gasped at the generous rewards. The slug, a summoning beast of the infamous gambling den of Konoha, though not particularly combat capable, possessed remarkable healing abilities, requiring only sufficient chakra from its user. Unlike the frogs of Mount Mayaboku or the snakes of Ryoichi Cave, the slug was singular in form. Those capable of summoning it would find it difficult to manifest its full size. The 100 heal technique involved infusing large amounts of chakra into a seal on the forehead, unlocking it when necessary to freely utilize the chakra stored within. This technique could enhance physical abilities and allow for the summoning of larger slugs, achieving seamless self-healing during battle and significantly boosting the user's overall capability. In essence, it served as a backup energy source, accumulating power to unleash an overwhelming force when the need arose, enabling healing while fighting. Additionally, it possessed the ability to maintain youth and beauty, a technique coveted by many young women. Truly, Tsunade's prowess was undeniable. As for creation rebirth, Rodney hesitated. Although it was an excellent medical technique that could instantaneously heal injuries through the 100 heal technique, it was said to shorten one's lifespan. The art of regeneration is achieved through the stimulation of chakra, which accelerates cellular division, enabling rapid healing of wounds, even those that inflict severe damage to internal organs. However, the human body's capacity for cellular recovery is finite. Hastening the process of cell division, in essence, shortens one's lifespan. The ability known as super strength is undeniably practical. Employed by the Senju clan, the practitioner can meticulously control their chakra, enveloping their entire body with it, thus unleashing formidable power. Notable masters of this skill include the first and second Hokage, Tsunade, and Sakura. Indeed, such a skill proves invaluable, Upon acquiring it, one's strength can significantly increase. Particularly in this world teeming with formidable beings, one must strive to cultivate a robust physique. In the pirate world, possessing a bit of muscle is advantageous. Not everyone can aspire to be Gandalf, excelling in melee combat while casually mastering a simple light spell. Consider, for instance, the three esteemed Grandcaster magicians from the adjacent realm of Type Moon. Merlin, with his incantations and sharp tongue, excels in swordsmanship, dominating the Knights of the Round Table with his blade, earning the illustrious title of the Sword Saint of Avalon. The Axe King of Uruk replaces traditional magic with a wand of royal lineage, wielding an axe to vanquish foes. The illustrious Israel King of Fighters, a distinguished Grandcaster and sorcerer, often dons the appearance of the Ten Rings while saturating himself with buffs, ready to unleash his might. With such exemplary figures before us, how can one not dedicate themselves to diligent study, mastering melee prowess, enhancing abilities, and maximizing various buffs such as healing and mana restoration? All lead to the ultimate goal of delivering powerful, direct blows. It is well known that true masculinity lies in the thrill of physical confrontation. A character with high attack yet low health is devoid of promise. Rodney, in my brief existence as a ninja, I have gleaned a profound truth. The more one delves into the art of ninjutsu, the more acutely one perceives its limitations. Indeed, ninjutsu is bound by constraints. System, what exactly are you trying to convey? Rodney, I shall no longer remain a mere ninja. I aspire to transcend the realm of ninjas. I shall emerge victorious. Chapter 25, The Little Thief Cat. Nami, the little thief cat, lost her parents to pirates at a tender age. She and her adoptive sister, Nojiko, were taken in by a remarkable female Navy officer named Belle Marie, who raised them as her own daughters. Together, they shared a blissful life as a family of three. Yet, this happiness was shattered when the Dragon Pirates invaded their tranquil existence. The Dragon Pirates seized control of Coco Village, intending to establish their nefarious empire and dominate the entire East Sea. Their leader, Arlong, brutally murdered her adoptive mother and demanded a monthly tribute from every villager to spare their lives. Nami's idyllic life crumbled into despair. Eventually, Arlong recognized her talent for cartography and coerced her into servitude, threatening the lives of the villagers. He promised that if she could gather 100 million berries, she could buy back the village and her own freedom. Thus began her years of thievery, earning her the moniker of Little Thief Cat. As her skills became renowned across the East Sea, rivaled only by the cunning Khalifa, with the promise of saving her village and its people, Nami clung to hope. She believed that she could achieve this goal, despite the overwhelming strength of Arlong, who colluded with the nearby Navy's commanding officer. Even the Navy's attempts to defeat them ended in disaster, with their ships sunk and lives lost in the depths of the sea. The strength of the fishmen far surpassed that of humans, making it rare for particularly powerful humans to emerge in such a place as the East Sea. In comparison to Arlong, they stood no chance. This left Nami in a state of utter despair, forced to adhere to the rules set by Arlong. As it was the only path available to her, she understood the likelihood of being deceived was substantial. However, this was her sole glimmer of hope. She refused to yield. Even if it was but a sliver of possibility, she resolved to try. Determined to gather the remaining 23 million berries needed to reach the total of 100 million berries and rescue everyone from Arlong's grasp. With a gentle pat on her cheek, she encouraged herself, "Come on, Nami, just a little further, and you can save everyone from Arlong." Despite being just a high school student in age, her physique had developed remarkably well, possibly due to the abundant nutrition in this world. Clad in the attire of a merchant ship's waitress, she pondered the wealth of the ship's owner. As she gracefully pushed her cart, she made her way to the finest rooms aboard the vessel. Having stealthily boarded under the cover of night, she was uncertain which room belonged to the owner, yet she was certain that those residing in such lavish quarters were affluent. Gently knocking on a door, a warm voice inquired, "Who is it?" "The kitchen on the ship is delivering late-night snacks, sir. Would you care for some?" Nami replied politely. "Late-night snacks? How fortuitous. I was just feeling hungry." "Thank you," came the response, followed by footsteps and the door opening. A young man with bronzed skin and flowing dark hair appeared, his handsome features softened by the dim light of the cabin. "Thank you. Please come in," he invited, his gaze sweeping over Nami's face as he welcomed her inside. There was something intriguing about this woman. Rodney contemplated the journey aboard this vessel, which would pass by Coco Village, a convenient opportunity to undertake a task. However, he had not anticipated encountering petty thieves instead of the notorious pirates. Nami entered, pushing a cart laden with food, her eyes swiftly scanning the room before settling on the waist pouch Rodney had placed on the bedside. Turning to him with a smile, she inquired, "Sir, may I ask which dish you would prefer?" The cuisine from the kitchen was quite decent, presenting a feast for the senses, complemented by a bottle of red wine. Unbeknownst to him, Nami had laced both the food and wine with a sedative. Once consumed, she would be free to pilfer his treasures. "Thank you," Rodney said as he sat down to indulge in the meal. The flavors were satisfactory, though they paled in comparison to the culinary creations of Sanji and his esteemed restaurant, Baratai. He devoured the food with fervor, washing it down with the wine in a manner reminiscent of a thirsty beast. With a yawn, he remarked, "Please close the door on your way out. I feel quite drowsy." "Certainly, sir," Nami replied, smiling as she wheeled the cart away and shut the door behind her. Outside, she pressed her ear against the door. straining to hear the sounds within. As she had anticipated, rhythmic snores soon filled the air, indicating that her target had succumbed to slumber. With a sly grin, she gently opened the door and, using the moonlight streaming through the porthole, navigated the room's obstacles to reach Rodney's bedside. Her delicate hand reached for the waist pouch resting there. It came away easily, but then she sensed a peculiar resistance. Just as she began to withdraw, a dagger-like object shot forth from the shadows, slicing through the air close to her beautiful cheek. A trap? How perilous! Nami thought, pride swelling within her, believing she had narrowly escaped. Yet, just then, several shurikens flew from the darkness, this time tethered with steel wire. The wire coiled around her, ensnaring her in a most compromising position as she tumbled to the ground. What is this? So tight. What is happening? Nami murmured, exerting all her strength to break free. But the wire only constricted further, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Oh dear, it appears you have triggered my trap, Miss Thief, Ronnie said, sitting up on the bed with a smile, showing no signs of having just been in a deep sleep. You weren't affected? Nami stammered. Of course not. I frequently employ such sedatives and naturally carry the antidote, Rodney chuckled. Moreover, I must inform you that these substances are best mixed with potent spirits, and the flavor of the food and wine makes it quite easy to detect the presence of a sedative. Nami sighed. I have encountered a true expert. How unfortunate. Adopting a pitiful expression, she pleaded. I'm truly sorry, sir. This is my first offense. I had no choice but to resort to this for my livelihood. Please. I implore you to spare me. I have a family to support. If the captain learns of this, I will lose my job. Rodney stowed away the useless wire into his waist pouch and said, Miss Flying Thief, do you think I would believe your nonsense? He leaned closer, inhaling the fragrant aroma. This scent was the essence of deceit. You are lying. Nami retorted. You can discern my lies merely by scent? What kind of nose do you possess? Moreover, lies can be detected by smell? Are you jesting? Humph. You don't believe me? Without hesitation, you are indeed lying. Miss Flying Thief, you are clearly a habitual offender. Therefore, I shall show you no mercy. The glint of the blade flashed as White Fang thrust it directly before Nami, who could see her own terrified reflection mirrored upon its edge. Am I to perish? No, I shall not die here. Absolutely not. If I were to die, who would save everyone? I must protect them. To safeguard my cherished memories and to rescue the villagers whom I consider family, I must survive. No matter the suffering I must endure. Please, spare me. I cannot die yet. Nami implored loudly. Oh, provide me a reason. Rodney replied coolly, unaware that he stood before Nami, merely perceiving her as a beautiful thief. I want to save the villagers. I beg you. I cannot die yet. Another falsehood? Rodney replied. Miss Flying Thief, I relish deceiving others, especially the astute, yet I detest being deceived myself. With that, he drew White Fang. Nami frantically exclaimed, Wait. Please. Spare me. I can lead you to treasure. I know of a pirate crew's hidden fortune. Rodney paused, pondering the allure of the treasure before him. Ah. The temptation is indeed substantial. Very well, you have successfully captivated me, Miss Thief. I am still quite eager to acquire the treasure. Pray tell, what is your name? Nami. What? Could you repeat that? Nami, is there a problem? A significant one. Chapter 26, an increase in price. Rodney gazed at Nami lying on the ground, momentarily lost in contemplation. Ah, what fortuitous luck. Just as he was preparing to venture to Cocoa Village, he encountered her. Fortunately, he had not acted with undue violence, nor had he harmed her or cast her into the sea. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, he feigned nonchalance and inquired, Are you that little thieving cat? Yes, Nami replied, nodding her head. Do you reside in Cocoa Village? Nami, wary and questioning, wondered how he knew this, regarding him with caution, uncertain of his intentions. Rodney bent down, deftly severing the steel wire with a kunai, and assisted her to her feet. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Josta J. Rodney, a bounty hunter. Red-eyed Rodney, Nami exclaimed. Please refrain from using such a dreadful moniker. As for nicknames, I much prefer the title of the gambler, or you may simply call me Rodney, he replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Rodney. The gambler seems rather embarrassing, carrying a strong aura of youthful bravado. I choose to decline, she retorted playfully. However, I have heard that your eyes are red, Mr. Rodney, Nami remarked, half-heartedly. Rodney's reputation soared after his triumph over the Clique pirate crew, single-handedly dismantling a fleet of 1,000. None among the upper echelons of the Clique crew escaped. All met their demise, sinking into the depths of the sea. It is said that only a mere fraction of the 1,000-man fleet survived. While the rest became sustenance for the ocean, their bodies consumed by its depths. A pair of crimson eyes, akin to those of a demon, signaled death the moment one beheld them. In the East Blue, for those pirates, Rodney's name has become synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Encountering him signifies an encounter with death itself. The moniker of the Red-Eyed struck more terror into the hearts of pirates than Rodney's self-fashioned title of the Fate Weaver. Thus, the red eyes became a means of identifying Rodney. A glimmer of crimson flickered in her gaze, and under the scrutiny of those eyes, Nami felt herself stiffen, as if plunged into an icy abyss, ensnared by some malevolent spirit. With a retraction of his ocular prowess, Rodney offered a smile. I apologize. That is merely a facet of my abilities, one I reserve for troublesome adversaries. Fear not, Miss Nami. In stark contrast to before, he now exuded the aura of a refined and amiable gentleman, akin to a reassuring older brother, instilling a sense of comfort within her. He seemed far from the cold-blooded butcher she had envisioned. Do you now believe me? He inquired. Nami hastily shook her head. I apologize for misjudging you. May I take my leave? That would not be permissible, Miss Nami, Rodney replied with a gentle shake of his head. Alarmed, Nami's mind conjured ominous scenarios, reinforcing her belief that all men were alike. She took a step back, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. Mr. Rodney, what is it you wish to do with me? Preparing for the worst, having navigated the seas alone for so long, Nami had acquired a maturity beyond her years. Striving to remain composed as she braced herself for a fight. Internally, she chuckled bitterly, pondering what resistance a weakling like her could muster against such formidable strength. Yet, a flicker of yearning for life reignited within her, prompting a decision to stall Rodney for a while. Unbeknownst to her, Rodney had already labeled her a foe in his mind, yet he maintained his smile. I merely wish to pose a few questions. Questions? What would you like to ask? Nami inhaled deeply, not daring to let her guard down. Your village is under the dominion of the dragon pirate crew, correct? Rodney inquired. After a moment of silence, Nami asked, Are you intending to confront the dragon pirate crew? Indeed, that is my mission, he replied. Hope flickered in Nami's heart. But it was quickly eclipsed by the daunting strength of the dragon pirate crew, particularly the fearsome fishmen. She felt her momentary hope extinguish. Even the red-eyed Rodney could not possibly stand against Arlong and his ilk, who were so powerful and malevolent. Moreover, she had to ensure the survival of her companions. Please do not pursue that course. You cannot hope to contend with the dragon pirate crew. Rodney curiously inquired, Are you doubting my abilities? No, please trust me. I am not some feeble individual. Indeed, when compared to the evil dragon pirates, the clock pirates are insignificant. They possess physiques more resilient than those of humans, being fishmen. The physical prowess of fishmen is formidable, with innate strength exceeding that of ordinary humans by more than tenfold. They can effortlessly toss houses around like mere toys. The disparity between humans and fishmen is akin to that between adults and children. There is simply no comparison. The members of the clock pirates boast excessively, yet in reality, they are merely a ragtag bunch. She had once stealthily boarded a ship and pilfered some treasure. She mused that humans cannot triumph over fishmen. Indeed, the clock pirates are a motley crew, but I am certainly not someone to be dismissed, she insisted earnestly. Please, Nami, take me to your village. Her gaze was sincere, brimming with confidence. Upon witnessing this determination, Nami felt increasingly compelled to prevent Rodney from going. She could not allow a good person to perish unnecessarily. The Navy could not handle them. How could she let him go? You cannot go. Are you out of your mind? They are fishmen, for heaven's sake. Ah, do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Rest assured, I will certainly help you deal with them, even if you refuse to let me accompany you. I will reach there regardless, he declared. He was resolute in his intention to participate in the Chunin exams, enticed by the multitude of rewards. Moreover, he harbored a strong desire to eliminate Arlong, a self-proclaimed extremist racist who believed fishmen were superior to humans. After being nearly defeated by the old man Huang, he furiously brought his willing followers to the East Blue upon learning that Jinbei had become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, seeking to establish his so-called evil dragon empire. Why can't you understand what others are saying? Nami exclaimed loudly. Do not worry. I will not be a burden to you and your village, Rodney smiled reassuringly. Nami retorted, All right, assessment complete. This guy is a fool. He has never experienced the might of fishmen, and this man will certainly not concede. However, once he witnesses the strength of humanity, he may face his demise. But then again, what does it matter to me? I must find a way to leave this place immediately. Noticing Nami's reluctance, Rodney chuckled and retrieved a stack of bills from his satchel. Upon seeing the money, Nami's eyes immediately transformed into the shape of berries, captivated by the sight. What do you say? If you take me to Cocoa West Village, this money is yours. Understanding Nami's weakness, Rodney began to entice her. Although it was possible to reach Cocoa West Village by merchant ship, a considerable distance remained, which would be tiring. It would be far better to take Nami's small boat directly to Cocoa West Village, saving both time and effort. That is my hometown. Do you not comprehend the terror of fishmen? I will disguise myself and will not reveal anything about you or the villagers. Please trust my promise. You misunderstood, I meant. You need to pay more. Rodney, transforming into a wealthy benefactor, Nami counted the freshly acquired stack of cash. This was merely a deposit. Once Rodney was brought to the island, he would remit an additional sum. They had forged an agreement. And Nami firmly believed that Rodney would never reveal her role in his arrival on the island. With that trust in his promise, she declared, All right, follow me. Having counted the money meticulously, Nami tucked the bills into the 4th-dimensional pocket nestled within her bosom. Rodney's gaze deepened. Upon reflecting on the age of the other party, he retracted his gentlemanly demeanor and coughed before inquiring, Where are you headed? If you wish to go to the island, then follow me. For the merchant ship is far too slow. Nami shook her head in dissent. She had arrived in a small boat, stealthily taken from a port, lightweight and exceedingly practical. Very well, wait for me a moment, he conceded. After gathering his belongings, including his white fong, he boarded Nami's modest vessel and spent the night on the deck. Damn it, this is even worse than taking the merchant ship, he muttered. Chapter 27. The Dragon Pirates' Cocoa West Village is a tranquil and serene little hamlet, inhabited by a community of simple-hearted villagers. Aware of being a burden to Nami, they directed harsh words towards her, hoping she would abandon them and embark on a path to freedom. They never wished to be a hindrance to a young girl. Deep down, they fervently hoped that this gentle and kind-hearted girl could attain true freedom and be treated with tenderness. They were a lovable bunch, unable to resist the oppression of the dragon pirates and unable to alter Nami's obstinate spirit. Thus, they resorted to this manner of urging her to relinquish them, allowing her to escape this place with a clear conscience. Nami skillfully navigated the boat, carrying a small bag as she set foot on the shore, while Rodney chose an alternative method of infiltration, primarily to avoid implicating the villagers, which was their agreed-upon strategy. In the sea, channeling his chakra, Rodney darted through the water like a cannonball. With the wave surge technique, he could remain submerged for extended periods, as it possessed a unique breathing mechanism that considerably prolonged his ability to hold his breath from a few minutes to half an hour. However, vigorous activity would drastically shorten this time. The scenery of the shallow waters was quite splendid. Sunlight filtered through the waves, creating a picturesque view. Schools of fish were startled by his presence, swiftly darting away, only to return in eager curiosity, swimming past him in haste. Rodney, startled, wondered if a predator lurked behind him. Upon glancing back, he was taken aback to find a colossal sea creature with the head of a cow, its large eyes fixed upon him. Adorned with a nose ring, this behemoth was significantly larger than the average marine beast, approaching a length of nearly 100 meters. It gazed at him with an endearing innocence, seemingly devoid of any threat. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the bovine sea creature opened its cavernous maw, revealing a mouth brimming with sharp fangs, and lunged toward him. Rodney, damn it, retract your statement. Hastily accelerating, both physical techniques and ninjutsu significantly diminished in water. The water-based techniques rendered ineffective, as he propelled himself towards the surface. With a splash, he broke through the water like a dolphin, racing upon the surface, while a massive sea creature surged forth, buoyed by the ocean's grip, rising upright. Its gleaming white teeth, sharp as daggers, interlocked as it lunged towards Rodney. Bastard! Did you think I would be as feeble as I was in the water? Meet your demise. He lifted a foot and kicked the creature skyward. Boom. The creature crashed down, creating towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. Being in the coastal vicinity, such a commotion quickly caught the attention of the nearby evil dragon pirate crew. Two fishmen, witnessing the fallen sea creature and Rodney on the surface. One rushed to report to their captain while the other swam towards him. The fishman's speed surpassed that of Rodney's wave-powered movements, which he remained oblivious to. As he hurried towards the shore, he disregarded the possibility of failure in his infiltration. If necessary, eliminating all witnesses would suffice for a perfect incursion. After all, no one would know. Moving swiftly across the surface of the sea, a red-skinned fishman suddenly surged from the depths, lunging at him. Rodney swiftly dodged. The fishman dove back underwater, then resurfaced, inquiring, "Intruder, who are you? How can you walk on water? What business is it of yours? And who are you?" The fishman, displaying a proud demeanor, proclaimed, "Listen well, I am Green, a crew member of the evil dragon pirate crew. You still haven't answered my question. Never heard of it." "You must be a mere extra," Rodney retorted. "Human, I am indeed a member of the formidable evil dragon pirate crew. How can you not know such a powerful pirate crew?" "Oh, right, our evil dragon empire is still in the making, so it's understandable. But since you've trespassed into our territory, have you paid the protection fee?" Upon finishing his sentence, Green suddenly saw his size 42-foot magnifying in his vision. Bang! His size 58 face collided intimately with the size 42-foot, delivering a crushing blow that left him with a splitting headache. Yet, for a resilient fishman, a strike powerful enough to shatter an adult skull was merely a source of discomfort. Green sank to the seabed, rubbing his face, exclaiming, "Ouch! This human is incredibly strong." Taking a deep breath of seawater, filtering the air through his gills, he endured the pain and swam back towards Rodney on the surface. The two began a race. One above, one below, as Green could not fathom losing to a mere human. Then he reached the shore. On the soft sand, a trail of footprints led into the jungle. Following the trail, Green dashed forward, only to feel something snap beneath him as he burst into the thicket. Whoosh! Several shurikens shot forth, embedding themselves into his body. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. From the trees, Rodney seized the opportunity, immediately hurling a shuriken affixed with an explosive tag, which accurately pierced Green's mouth. Boom! The explosive tag could be manipulated at will by infusing it with chakra. One could control the detonation timing or trigger it like a landmine, making it particularly convenient. With a resounding explosion, Green's head was obliterated, flesh and blood scattered. As his robust form collapsed, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the earth, Rodney employed a transformation technique to assume the appearance of Green, facilitating his infiltration into the dragon pirates without causing any trouble for Nami and her companions. As for the lifeless body, he paid it no heed. After walking a short distance, he encountered an ordinary villager engaged in agricultural work. Just as he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the dragon pirates, the villager, terrified, fled in haste. To the merman, humans appeared as monstrous beings, and as they were often subjected to bullying, it was only natural for him to run away. Alas, I completely overlooked the opportunity to utilize my Sharingan to discern the precise location of the dragon pirates. Shaking his head in frustration, he was on the verge of employing his transformation technique to ask for directions when he spotted a merman approaching from afar. "Hey, Green. What happened to that human we discovered? Did you not bring him along?" The merman inquired. "Excellent. Just when I needed a pillow, a nap has arrived." In imitation of Green's voice, he replied, "I captured that fellow and dragged him into the sea to drown. Humans are truly no match for us." Upon hearing this, the merman beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. We mermen are the superior race, and how could such a feeble species ever compete with us?" Rodney curled his lip, contemplating that this group had likely fallen under Arlong's brainwashing, failing to recall who had once been reduced to tears by the yellow ape. Had it not been for the end of the workday, that scoundrel Arlong would have met his demise. Nevertheless, he still had to play along, grinning triumphantly as he proclaimed, "Indeed, humanity is feeble and should rightfully be governed by us, the fishmen. Those who aspire to coexist peacefully with humans are simply deluding themselves. Of course, let us proceed." "Captain Arlong awaits your report," the fishman declared, clapping Rodney on the shoulder as they ambled off together. Arlong Park, with its architecture reminiscent of the amusement parks of the Chambered Islands, reflected Arlong's covert admiration for human living environments, despite his disdainful words. The entrance was not a road but a waterway leading directly from the sea into the courtyard, where 3 swimming pools connected to this channel allowed members of the Arlong Pirates to swiftly enter the ocean. Being a pirate crew of fishmen, they had no need for land routes. Had it not been for the fatigue of travel, they could have easily departed without ships, with caution allowing them to even navigate through windless areas. Jumping into the sea alongside a fisherman, Rodney held his breath, passed through the entrance into the pool, and then leapt ashore. Directly opposite sat a fisherman adorned with a serrated, elongated nose and dressed in a vibrant yellow floral shirt, his chest exposed. A red sun symbol of the Sun Pirates adorned his left side, while the emblem of the Arlong Pirates was tattooed on his left forearm. Decked in gold and silver, he resembled a nouveau riche individual, Captain Arlong himself. Chapter 28, The Chives. "Hey, Green, what became of that human?" Arlong inquired nonchalantly, his voice grating and marred by his jagged teeth, rendering him particularly grotesque. "Well, although he is unsightly, his sister is quite beautiful. A true beauty, albeit lacking legs." Rodney chuckled, shaking off the water and responding, "Of course, we dealt with him, Captain Arlong. A mere human could never stand against us fishmen. Ha ha ha." "Indeed." Arlong roared with laughter. "Humanity's resistance against fishmen is tantamount to defying the laws of nature. How can these humans not comprehend the necessity of yielding to natural order?" This was Arlong's creed, believing fishmen to be inherently superior to humans, who ought to submit to fishmen. It was a natural law that could not be contravened. His raucous laughter reverberated through Arlong Park, and as he guffawed, the other fishmen joined in, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed in the sunlight, resembling a white rainbow piercing the sky, aimed directly at Arlong. Startled, Arlong instinctively opened his gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, clamping down fiercely on Rodney's white tooth. The blade, coated with a thin layer of wind chakra, sliced through the edge of his mouth. Despite the pain, he did not relent. Instead, he transformed his agony into strength, biting down harder. With a crack, the not particularly resilient white tooth shattered. "I should not have placed such high expectations on white tooth," he mused. While it was exceptionally sharp, it was merely sturdier than an ordinary knife. Arlong's teeth had proven to be far stronger than he anticipated. "Next time, I shall aim for the heart." Initially intending to deliver a fatal blow to Arlong, he had instead shattered his weapon, now realizing he had underestimated Arlong's might. "Green, what are you doing? What have you just done?" Arlong spat out the fragments, his mouth torn and blood staining his teeth, rendering him especially menacing. The fishmen were utterly shocked. They could not believe that the usually docile Green would dare to ambush their captain. Here, Arlong was the strongest. This act was undoubtedly a death wish. Even though Captain Arlong was protective of his subordinates, Green would not escape unscathed. Rodney missed his strike and quickly retreated, standing atop the wall as he shed his disguise, revealing his true form. "Human, who are you? Where is Green?" Arlong shouted. "Green? The merman I dispatched? I killed him in the woods." "I hope he has been dragged away by beasts," Rodney shrugged, his crimson eyes flashing. "You scoundrel. Despicable human. How dare you slaughter my kin in such a vile manner and attempt to ambush me?" Arlong seethed, his eyes bloodshot with rage, wishing to rend Rodney to pieces with his own teeth to vent his fury. "Oh, are you angry, Arlong?" Rodney taunted, his hands moving swiftly to form a final seal. "Leave it to me, Captain Arlong. Chill," spoke a figure with azure skin and tousled golden hair, puffing up his cheeks, with rosy blushes on either side of his face. Chu, a cadre of the evil dragon pirate crew, was among the top 3 in strength. "With me and the formidable sea bull, there are 5 in total. Kill him," Chu commanded. "I understand, Captain Arlong." Water gun. As he spoke, a long jet of water shot forth towards Rodney. Water release, water chaos. The robust stream collided with the water arrow, rapidly engulfing it and toppling Chu and the other mermen. Arlong and Shu remained unmoved, Arlong declaring without hesitation, ha ha ha. Human, we are mermen. Water is of no consequence to us, ha ha ha. Human, I shall tear you apart. Shu, silent, bent down to the sea. Gulping down large quantities of water, his body swelling like a balloon, before unleashing a torrent at Rodney. Water cannonball. A barrage of water arrows surged forth, moving with the speed of bullets, easily piercing through trees and Rodney's form. Useless human. Yet, as they believed they had succeeded, Rodney's body transformed into a wooden post, riddled with holes from the water arrows. What? Where is he? Shu exclaimed, eyes wide as a figure burst from the water, crashing into a nearby merman. Boom. Smoke billowed forth, and suddenly, a merman soared high into the air. Bang. The crowd heard Rodney's low growl, followed by an explosion. The merman in the sky was torn to shreds by the sudden blast, plummeting into the pool, fresh blood staining the waters crimson. Scoundrel. Humans are indeed a despicable breed. Retreat, everyone, jump into the sea. The smoke had yet to dissipate when this calamity struck, shocking them into retreat to minimize casualties. At Arlong's command, the mermen leapt into the water, and once the smoke cleared, not a soul remained. Do not surface. I refuse to believe he can last that long. Mermen could breathe freely underwater, a feat beyond human capability. Even if that human mingled among his kin, he could not hold his breath for long. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Suddenly, a figure burst from the depths, eyes glinting with menace, charging toward Arlong with the intent to kill. Arlong did not strike, instead. His companion, Kurubi, a soft-boned merman with 2 buns atop his head and clad in a martial arts uniform of iron gray, intercepted the charge. Lifting a foot to kick Rodney in the abdomen. Merman karate, sea speed, lower abdomen kick. The precise strike connected with Rodney's gut. A blow potent enough to shatter human ribs and sever spines, leading to certain death. However, in the next instant, Kurubi found his target had transformed into a puddle of seawater. Water clone. How was this possible? Kurubi and the others had never encountered such a bizarre ability. Could he be a devil fruit user? Arlong dismissed the notion. A devil fruit user could not enter the water, as they would be rendered powerless. Yet, how could one explain this ability? This world had no ninjutsu, and the techniques from Wano were merely illusions, far inferior to Rodney's genuine ninjutsu. Captain Arlong, look. Shu suddenly exclaimed, and Arlong followed his gaze to see fresh blood surging in the pool, indicating someone had been injured below. Splash. A wounded merman emerged from the sea. Gasping, Arlong, Captain Arlong, that human is right below us. Without a second thought, Shu dove down, and Arlong, concerned for his kin, followed suit. Kurubi, however, regarded him sternly and said, that's not Ted's voice. Human. Upper blast palm. A palm strike was launched at Rodney, who reverted to his original form. His Sharingan immediately capturing Kurubi's movements, mirroring the same technique. Upper blast palm. Bang. A resounding blast echoed as Rodney and Kurubi both staggered back. But Rodney was propelled further away. How could this be? That stance was indeed the upper blast palm. How can a human possibly wield merman karate? Kurubi, a master of 40 styles of merman karate, recognized Rodney's recent motion as his own. He could not fathom that Rodney had replicated his movements with the Sharingan and augmented his strength with chakra, enabling him to match Kurubi's power. Ultimately, the physical prowess of the merman far surpassed that of any human. Why should I tell you? Rodney mused, finding merman karate appealing, envisioning a substantial increase in strength upon mastering it. As he recalled, humans could learn merman karate as well. He was a prime example. And there were masters among the Revolutionary Army teaching it. Thus, this was a formidable martial art, a veritable treasure to be harvested. Chapter 29. What did you just say? In that moment, Rodney gazed at Kurubi with bright eyes, realizing that the martial arts of the Naruto world, in comparison to this one, fell short in several aspects. Naruto's martial arts were more coordinated and versatile, while the techniques in this pirate world were direct and destructive, undoubtedly due to the superior physical capabilities of its denizens. Yet, the level of destruction was unparalleled by ordinary martial arts. With numerous martial arts schools like the Navy's 6 styles and merman karate, Rodney's Sharingan could perfectly replicate movements, and the force exerted could be substituted with chakra, allowing him to execute seemingly authentic techniques without issue. The potency might differ with the user, but as physical strength and chakra increased, so too would the power. With this realization, Rodney smiled slightly, mimicking Kurubi's stance, infuriating him. You damn human. How dare you steal our merman karate techniques? I will kill you. Merman karate, rising back kick. With a swift motion, he aimed a high kick at Rodney. Merman karate, rising back kick. The two combatants collided once more with identical strikes, and Kurubi was consumed by rage. To be attacked with the same technique by a mere human, whom he had always regarded with disdain, was particularly infuriating. He was a black belt in fishman karate, a source of immense pride for him, and this human was trampling upon that pride. He found it incomprehensible that a traitorous fishman would impart the dignity of their kind to such repugnant humans, using it against him. I shall employ the essence of fishman karate against you, to demonstrate that humans can never surpass fishmen. With that proclamation, he positioned his right fist at his waist and raised his left hand in a knife hand stance. 100 tiles punch. In the water. This technique could shatter 100 tiles with a single blow, a testament to the power of his fist. The resistance of the water was considerable, even fishmen were affected. On land, the absence of air resistance would amplify the speed of the attack, while its velocity would diminish underwater. Observing Kirby's stance, Rodney keenly noted his movements and the tension in his muscles, mirroring the pose as chakra flowed into his fist. Fishman Karate, 100 tiles punch. Fishman Karate, 100 tiles punch. Boom. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous force that seemed to clash with the very fabric of the air. Neither Kirby nor Rodney yielded an inch. A fierce gust swept through, dislodging tiles from the rooftop and causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously, as if they might topple at any moment. Ultimately, it was Rodney who faltered first, for his technique was merely a mimicry born from the Sharingan and chakra, and thus lacked the authenticity of the original. His hand, which had faced Kirby, throbbed painfully, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. Damn it, I should have held back, Rodney muttered. Retreating to the rooftop, though his right hand was incapacitated, he had nonetheless gleaned some knowledge of Fishman Karate. Recovery would take time, and he cast his gaze downward to see Kirby wearing a triumphant expression. This stern fishman felt a sense of elation in having bested a human in the art of Fishman Karate, a truly naive sentiment. Humans can never rival fishmen. How could a mere human ever hope to compete with us? Kirby declared. At that moment, Aaron, along with Cho and a 6-armed octopus man, arrived on shore with a contingent of allies. Did the water clone fail to hold up? Never mind, let's south obliterate this place, Aaron seethed, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Rodney, the despicable human. You employ such underhanded tactics against my kin. It appeared that the water clone had indeed dispatched several fishmen. The water clone functioned exceptionally well in such environments, akin to a stand-in. Shadow clones would expend a substantial amount of chakra, and their demise would be wasteful, whereas a water clone could operate with minimal chakra and remain largely independent. The only drawback was the lack of memory transfer. Otherwise, shadow clones would be unnecessary. Oh, so that's how it is, shadow clones. With a new clone materializing beside him, Rodney utilized his temporarily functional right hand to retrieve 3 shurikens from his pouch, hurling them forth. The shadow clone mirrored his actions, launching shurikens as well. The shurikens effortlessly sailed past Aaron and his companions. Humans are utterly incompetent, even in weapon throwing, scoffed Octopus Xiaoba, puffing with pride. Attached to the shurikens were fine wires. He bit down on one while tugging on the wire with his left hand. Consequently, the shurikens spiraled through the air, altering their trajectory to ensnare the group. Do you think such feeble contraptions can bind us fishmen? Aaron scoffed, dismissing Rodney entirely. The shadow clone formed seals, biting down on one of the wires, and unleashed fire release, dragon fire technique. A searing torrent of flames raced along the wire toward the 4 fishmen. Not good, Aaron exclaimed, hastily breaking the wire, as did Kirby and Xiaoba, fleeing toward the pool. However, Cho did not follow suit. Instead, he opened his mouth and expelled seawater, attempting to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the high-temperature fire ignited by chakra was far beyond the capability of such a small amount of seawater to quell. As the water met the flames, the seawater evaporated in an instant. Indeed, while water could extinguish fire, when the flames were of such intensity, even a small amount of water was rendered ineffective. Cho was engulfed in flames, transforming him into a living torch, the agony unbearable. The pain compelled him to sever the wire and leap into the pool. Shortly thereafter, Aaron, Kirby, and Xiaoba emerged on shore, carrying the charred Cho, whose skin was scorched and hair completely singed. Rodney was undergoing the healing technique of his shadow clone, with his right hand now capable of movement, albeit limited. Observing the heavily injured Geo below, he chuckled, overestimating oneself. The damage from flames is far more potent than that from water. Human, I shall slay you. This time, Aaron chose not to remain a mere spectator. He had already heard from Kirby that this human was adept in Fishman Karate, and such a threat had to be eradicated. With a powerful leap, he opened his mouth and lunged at Rodney to bite. Rodney and his clone effortlessly dodged, but the house beneath them was shattered, and Aaron crashed through the wall, emerging with a jagged, serrated sword in hand. Great saw blade slash. Rodney, eyeing the weapon, clicked his tongue and clenched his fist, feeling ready, however, against Aaron. He could only opt for guerrilla tactics. His chakra was still ample, but caution was paramount when facing a fishman. Aaron bent his legs, exerting force akin to a torpedo launched from a submarine, charging forth and swinging his sword downwards. Shark water arrow. Would Leaf Dragon God? As he spun, a dragon-shaped whirlwind manifested, colliding with Aaron's blade and sending him flying into the sea. Meanwhile, the shadow clone charged at Kirby. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The invisible air bullet struck Kirby, inflicting painful wounds, leaving multiple blood holes in his arms and chest, blood gushing from the injuries. How could this be? What power is this? The wind-based attacks were largely imperceptible unless one possessed the ability to sense chakra or had mastery over observation haki or similar ocular techniques like the Sharingan, which could perceive chakra. Thus, techniques like vacuum sphere posed a significant threat to this group. Allow me to escort you on your journey, the shadow clone exclaimed. But at that moment, the wave surged, and droplets of water shot toward him like bullets. The shadow clone was far more fragile than the original. Even a minor attack would cause them to vanish. Struck by the water droplets, it instantly dissipated. Aaron emerged from the sea unscathed, having executed that maneuver himself. As a member of the shark fisherman tribe, he could harness this trait, wielding ordinary water as if it were scattershot. Let me demonstrate the might of the merfolk. He scooped up a handful of seawater, sending large droplets flying. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames incinerated the water droplets, transforming them into steam, forcing Aaron to evade. Rodney inquired, "What did you just say?" Chapter 30. Exhausting chakra. The atmosphere became tense as Rodney's actions further enraged Aaron, whose eyes transformed into bloodthirsty slits. A typical reaction of a fisherman when provoked. "My dear brethren have been wounded and slain by you, and you dare to humiliate our noble kin." He glared at Rodney, their eyes locking in a fierce confrontation. "I will kill you. You shall learn what true cruelty is." Kruby. Little 8. Join me in ending his life. Understood. Kruby assumed the stance of fishman karate. Oh, got it. Little 8 ready to 6 arms, grasping 6 long blades. Are we preparing to attack together? He flexed his still somewhat sore arms. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water gushed from his mouth as Aaron, Kruby, and Little 8 braced against the current. Little 8 chuckled. Is this human a fool? Water can't possibly harm us fishmen. As he spoke, his 6 tentacle-like arms waved cheerfully. Aaron scoffed. This mere human could never comprehend the might of fishmen. Wait, Aaron, look at his hands. Kruby noticed Rodney's incessant hand movements and shouted, "Lightning release, wave of gratitude." Brilliant lightning erupted from Rodney, racing toward the 3 fishmen. Crackle. The 3 were rendered numb by the electric shock, and seizing the opportunity while they were immobilized, Rodney inhaled deeply, forming a single hand seal. His chest swelled as a vast amount of chakra converged in his throat, and in the next moment, a raging inferno surged toward the trio. Fire release, great fire extinction. What? The wall of flames bore down upon them, the intense heat searing their skin. The moisture within their skin evaporated swiftly, causing it to crack, and soon the flames engulfed them entirely. Rodney heard several anguished screams followed by the sound of heavy objects plunging into the water. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he ceased to channel his chakra, a decision that cost him a significant portion of his energy. Indeed, not everyone possesses the prowess of Madara. He had managed to manifest the effects of a forbidden technique through a mere B-rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, for the sake of visual spectacle, he had expended considerable chakra, resulting in a display of formidable power. He could not allow them to escape. The 8 gates release. First gate, open. Release. This unshackled his cerebral limitations, allowing him to utilize his body to its fullest potential. The 8 gates release. Second gate, rest gate, open. This liberated him from the fatigue that constrained his physical strength, enabling him to exceed his limits and recover vitality by alleviating the exhaustion caused by energy depletion. The 8 gates release. Third gate, life gate, open. Blood surged to the surface of his skin, and the vibrant green chakra energy flowed with overwhelming force. This was the final safe zone of the 8 gates release. At this juncture, Rodney paused. This was merely an experiment, one that would not endanger his life. The shackles within him momentarily vanished, allowing chakra to circulate freely throughout his body, which sufficed for his purposes. He stepped onto the roof, and with a thunderous crash, immense force shattered the structure. The chakra manifesting around Rodney temporarily dissuaded him from launching an attack. One could only imagine the peculiar skills he might employ. However, Rodney had no intention of utilizing any special techniques. With the tremendous enhancement provided by the chakra, he executed the moon step, propelling himself into the air like a bolt from a crossbow, soaring towards Arlong. Arlong, unwilling to concede to a mere human or to choose flight, was resolute in his desire to vanquish Rodney, intending to rend him with his proud teeth, resolutely refusing to relent even in the face of death. He opened his jaws wide, aiming to bite down on Rodney. Regrettably for him, awaiting his teeth was a fist of unparalleled might. Even underwater, where resistance was formidable, sufficient force could indeed correct speed. This singular punch shattered Arlong's jagged teeth, and Rodney offered him no respite. One punch after another rained down upon Arlong, as if he were merely a punching bag. As Rodney's right fist drew back to his waist, the sight-left crocodile, who was poised to intervene, wide-eyed. Fishman karate, 1,500 wazing fists. The tremendous force erupted, propelling Arlong above the water's surface. Rodney did not pause. He broke through the surface, repeatedly stepping upon the water to catch up with Arlong. Utilizing the moon step, he leaped into the air, positioning himself behind Arlong, and delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring. The Relin Rodney effortlessly evaded, his Sharingan once again capturing Kruby's movements, which indeed mirrored the gesture of 100 explosive punches, though amplified in power. As he sidestepped, he swiftly drew a shuriken from his waist pouch, a blade enveloped in a razor wind. With a swift thrust, he severed a robust arm with ease, his actions unrelenting. A detonating tag was affixed to Kruby's body, and with a fluid turn, Rodney executed a spinning kick to Kruby's abdomen. Boom, boom. The chain reaction of explosions commenced, each detonation enhancing the lethal force that ultimately claimed the life of the soft-bodied fishman. Kruby, it is your turn now. Your trembling hand gripped the knife, retreating incessantly. Rodney appeared as a harbinger of death, casting a terrifying shadow upon you. his presence far more fearsome than that of Arlong. If you abandon the evil dragon pirates now, I can spare your life. Leave this place immediately and return to your homeland. Rodney remarked that the system notification indicated the task was complete. With only a minor obstacle remaining, the evil dragon pirates had effectively ceased to exist. His demeanor was amiable and simple-minded. When not engaged in combat, he generally treated others with kindness, and the original narrative did not portray him as particularly malevolent, allowing him to evade conflict. I won't back down. You have slain everyone. Although terror gripped his heart, he steadfastly held his ground. Was it so? He ceased the 8 gates technique and subsequently delivered a powerful blow to Little 8's face, sending him hurtling into the sea. After dusting off his hands, he felt an overwhelming void of power after the 8 gates technique concluded. The shackles within him re-emerged, with scarcely any chakra remaining, leaving him in discomfort, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was unacceptable. He could not falter. As his consciousness began to blur, he forced himself into the forest. In his hazy state, he glimpsed a river and a group of fishmen he had defeated, waving at him in a friendly manner. Was this merely an illusion? Chapter 31, Healing Ding. The host has completed the CH9 exam task. CH9 exam task. Eliminate the evil dragon pirates task level. See task status. Completed. Reward granted. Summoning beast slug. 100 heal technique. Creation rebirth. Superhuman strength. 1000 task points. Ding. Level up. Host. J Suda J. Rodney race. Human level. CH9 attributes. Wind. Fire. Water. Lightning. Earth. Yin. Young ninjutsu. Great fireball. Phoenix fire. Water clone taijutsu. Uchiha shuriken technique. Shadow dance leaf. Leaf whirlwind. Leaf great whirlwind. 8 gates. Bloodline limit. None task points. 1340. Lying on the bed, he felt utterly drained. The room was modest and somewhat disordered, filled with numerous books and scattered notes. The air was imbued with a pleasantly tangy citrus aroma, creating a soothing ambience. He had not been taken away by his mother, but was rescued by Nami, who had come to assess the situation. The battle at Arlong Park had drawn considerable attention from the villagers of Cocoa West, and Nami, still a member of the evil dragon pirates, would not be attacked by her comrades. Upon nearing the scene, she discovered Rodney, presuming he had failed, and concealed him in the underbrush before proceeding to Arlong Park, only to find it had been reduced to ruins, with Arlong's lifeless body lying amidst the debris. Stunned, she questioned whether their nightmare had truly come to an end. And so effortlessly, in disbelief, she cautiously approached, plunging her small knife into Arlong's cold corpse multiple times before finally confirming that their nightmare had concluded. The torment she had long wished to obliterate had been vanquished by Rodney. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept beside Arlong's body, releasing the pent-up feelings that had accumulated over time. After an indeterminate duration of weeping, she remembered that she had hidden Rodney in the underbrush. With all her strength, the girl carried Rodney back, settling him in her room. Mr. Rodney, do you feel any better? A girl with short blue hair and bronze skin entered respectfully, addressing Rodney with reverence. Rodney has slain Aaron, liberating the villages that had long been overshadowed by a great burden. His actions have allowed his beloved sister to cease her perilous toils upon the sea and have relieved the villagers, who have long wrestled with guilt, from casting harsh words toward their cherished Nami. All thanks must be bestowed upon Mr. Rodney. As for Miss Nokigao, she is in decent health but remains immobile. Rodney's voice is faint, as though he has engaged in arduous training for days, depleting his chakra excessively. It recalls the time when Kakashi faced Tsubusa, drained from prolonged use of the Sharingan and numerous formidable jutsu, leaving him incapacitated for a considerable time. This was also Zabos's pinnacle, nearly extinguishing hope for the ninja world. Rodney finds himself in a similar plight, his body marred by hidden injuries. Aaron's threat is minimal compared to the significant harm inflicted by Crocodile, whose fishman karate has left him with internal injuries that require prompt treatment. Please, continue to rest. Do you require anything? Nokigao inquired. Nothing much. How is Miss Nami? He replied, having lain there for 2 days. It seems Nami is leading a group to excavate the treasures buried beneath the ruins, wealth that had been extorted from the villages by the dragon pirate crew. Nami and her companions are distributing the riches, Nokigao informed him. And what of Aaron's head? According to your wishes, it has been severed by the village butcher. Thank you for your assistance. With that, he closed his eyes. If his hands remain immobile, he cannot gather chakra, rendering him temporarily helpless. Curse it. I shall never exhaust my chakra again. I should never have opened the 8 gates. A day later, Rodney regained control of his hands. With Nokigao's help, he began to form the hand seals necessary to gather chakra. After half a day, his hands moved slowly, forming the seals. Hi, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei. He slapped his hand on the bed, and black runes spread like a spider's web around him. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted, revealing a blue-white slug less than a meter in size beside his bed. Greetings, Lord Rodney. The slug's voice was ethereal and gentle, reminiscent of a kind neighbor. Observing Rodney's injuries, it asked, You are wounded. Do you require treatment? Please, first address my hidden injuries, though my chakra is nearly depleted, he replied. Without sufficient chakra from you, my healing will be sluggish. However, as long as your chakra does not dwindle to the point where I cannot maintain the summoning. We can proceed, the slug explained. Compared to the summoning beast of Myaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave, the slug is particularly adept at healing. However, without adequate chakra, even it cannot perform extraordinary self-healing. When Tsunade was bisected, the slug had to sustain the contract while healing the 5 Kage, significantly slowing the healing process. Nevertheless, once Tsunade recovered, the 5 Kage swiftly revived. Its healing abilities are influenced by its summoner. But the impact is not substantial unless the summoner is an exceptionally powerful medical ninja. Then I shall trouble you. Let us begin. Indeed. The slug crawled onto Rodney's body and commenced its healing. Immediately, Rodney felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, akin to quenching an intense thirst after a long journey in the desert, as if he had plunged into an oasis. He sensed his chakra's recovery accelerating. Lord Rodney, you have mastered the 100 healings technique, allowing your chakra to resonate with mine. I am now accelerating your chakra recovery. Once you complete the 100 healings technique, I can transmit a small amount of chakra to you. The slug's sage chakra is not something the average person can withstand. It can only restore a little chakra to its summoner. Otherwise, the summoner's body may not endure, leading to complications. I feel invigorated. In that case, I shall concentrate on refining my chakra. Mr. Rodney. Noki Gao and Nami burst through the door, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the slug atop Rodney. Nami, slightly calmer, retrieved a collapsible staff from her fourth-dimensional pocket and aimed it at the slug. Wait, it is not an enemy, Rodney exclaimed urgently, halting Nami just as her staff was about to strike the slug. She paused, bewildered, glancing between him and the slug. The slug turned to them and reassured. Do not worry, I am treating Lord Rodney. Ah, a talking creature. Noki Gao and Nami gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the pirate world is filled with peculiar life forms. Yet talking animals are a rarity, particularly in the East Blue, where even Nami, despite her many years of adventures, had never encountered such an extraordinary being. Rodney elucidated that the slug was his companion, capable of aiding him in healing his wounds. I see, Nami replied, though the thought of the creature repulsed her. She rubbed her arms, shivering at the mere notion of the slimy being. As a lady, despite her fierce demeanor that could easily vanquish the Straw Hat Crew's strongest members, she still possessed a refined side. Upon hearing her words, the slug's antennae drooped, appearing somewhat hurt. Realizing her faux pas, Nami hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I just have a fear of bugs. It's quite all right, the slug replied in a comforting tone reminiscent of a kind elder sister. If one were to disregard the ominous thoughts of the gun god in the land of shadows, well, if one could set those thoughts aside. It is worth noting that this voice belonged to many mature young women. Nevertheless, Nami mused that the likes of Lady Tsunade and Sakura, those female ninjas, were far superior. The slug's mutterings, however, did not escape Rodney's notice. Rodney, it appears that the elder slug harbors quite a bit of resentment. However, according to her, she is not merely a summoned beast created by the system, rather, she is connected to the world of Naruto, and the storyline may be nearing its conclusion, having progressed at least halfway. Thus, could it be possible to utilize the slug for reverse summoning, transporting oneself to the Wetbone Forest, and subsequently entering the Naruto world? Chapter 32. The restricted summoning technique. With this thought, I found it difficult to contain my excitement, yet I refrained from inquiring further as Nami and Nojiko were present. Nami asked, Mr. Rodney, how's your health? I'm recovering well, I replied. The elder slug's treatment has been remarkably effective. My body is gradually healing. The soreness in my muscles is dissipating, and my chakra is slowly replenishing. Soon, I will be able to rise and walk. He then inquired, what is the status of the villagers? Everyone has reclaimed the treasures plundered by Arlong and is fervently repairing the village, especially since their homes were previously destroyed. We are planning to erect a statue in honor of Mr. Rodney. A statue? That is unnecessary. I came solely to eliminate Arlong. I must express my gratitude for saving me, as in my weakened state, I could have easily fallen prey to a passing beast. Rodney chuckled. If you truly wish to repay me, perhaps you could assist me with a small favor. Ah, assistance comes at a price, you know, Nami replied, her fingers rubbing together in a calculating manner. Wait, Nojiko sighed, casting a helpless glance at her sister. Alas, this child has become rather avaricious due to her past experiences. A price? Certainly, I can offer you Arlong's bounty, which should amount to around 10 to 20 million berries. That should suffice, wouldn't it? That will do. Nami nodded vigorously, her eyes transforming into the shape of berries. After a moment of contemplation, she added, however, since you have helped everyone, I will reluctantly accept half. By the way, Mr. Rodney, what favor do you require? At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Rodney declared, I am prepared to embark directly from here to the Grand Line. Please take me to Reverse Mountain. The prospect of traveling by merchant ship was simply too sluggish for him, having captured virtually all the notorious pirates in this region. Remaining here had lost its significance. The Grand Line? Mr. Rodney, are you truly set to venture there now? Upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable for Rodney, having triumphed over the Krieg Pirates and the Dragon Pirates, to enter the Grand Line, as he was likely unmatched in the East Blue. Rodney's response aligned closely with her thoughts. Remaining here had become futile. Miss Nami, I know you are an exceptional navigator, and I would like to request your assistance in guiding me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. I intend to venture in alone. Upon hearing him refer to himself as an exceptional navigator, Nami felt a swell of pride and chuckled lightly, yet she inquired, alone? How do you plan to traverse the currents? By walking across, of course. Isn't that obvious? Rodney, capable of disregarding the tumultuous currents and traversing the mountainside, had no need to worry about personal peril. He was likely the only one in the entire world with such abilities. Oh, right, you can walk on water. That indeed poses no issue, Nami nodded, smiling as she asked. So when do you plan to set off? Once I have recovered my strength. But I will be imposing on you all during this time. Norki smiled and shook her head, saying, no need for concern, you saved our village. So it is our duty to assist you. Please take your time to heal. We will prepare lunch now. With that, she and her sister exited, allowing Rodney to focus on his recovery. Such gentle little girls, the Slug Elder remarked. Indeed, came the reply. By the way, Slug Elder, I have a question. With that, he shared his earlier speculation with her. After a moment of contemplation, the Slug Elder replied, that will not do, Lord Rodney. Your contract is rather unique. I am uncertain when you formed this bond with me, and I cannot perform reverse summoning on you. This is my first time entering a realm rich in natural energy. The wetbone forest and the habitats of summoning beasts do not entirely align with the world of shinobi. Typically, it is the ninjas who form contracts with them, passing them down to their disciples, or it is the fortunate ninjas who stumble into it and, upon passing their trials, can form contracts with these summoning beasts. The Slug Elder, a split entity of the Slug Sage from the wetbone forest, was aware of other worlds beyond this one. Yet she had never ventured into another realm before. Being summoned by Rodney was a first for her. The natural energy in the pirate world is exceedingly abundant, which is one reason the flora and fauna here are notably large, making it a veritable paradise for summoning beasts like slugs that cultivate sage techniques through chakra. The Slug Elder's arrival was prompted by her surprise at Rodney's sudden contract, leading her to investigate. Why can't I? He pondered, wishing to visit Konoha. In hindsight, it seemed the system was preventing him from wandering aimlessly. I apologize, Lord Rodney. I am uncertain. The Slug Elder's antennae twitched, hinting at her displeasure. Wait. I can't go to the wetbone forest. How will I cultivate sage techniques? He had hoped to learn sage arts, but now it appeared that opportunity was lost. A significant setback indeed. System, was this part of your calculations? The Slug Elder responded, Lord Rodney, I see you possess knowledge of sage arts. However, you do not need to venture to the wetbone forest. You can cultivate in any area rich in natural energy. How so? The Slug Elder elucidated. Ordinary ninjas must enter the three great sage lands due to their abundant natural energy, which facilitates a deeper understanding of it. Sages typically do not stray far from these lands, but the natural energy in this world is far more abundant, exceeding that of Lady Tsunade's world by more than double. It can be considered a treasure trove. This is splendid news. If the East Blue is so rich in natural energy, what of the Grand Line? The New World? Using the marine life from these regions as an example, the disparity between the New World's sea creatures and those of the East Blue is akin to that of clouds and mud. Here, they are limited to mere dozens of meters, while in the New World, the deep-sea creatures often stretch to thousands of meters, making them incomparable, thus ensuring an abundance of natural energy there. By the way, Slug Elder, you mentioned Lady Tsunade. Is she the fifth Hokage? Indeed. I did not expect you to know Lady Tsunade, Lord Rodney. Due to certain circumstances, I am familiar with some matters from that realm. Is she still the fifth Hokage? No, Lady Tsunade has retired. Currently, Konoha is under the governance of the sixth Hokage. Oh, so the storyline has concluded. Konoha is now led by the new generation, and the era of ninjas is nearing its end. Can they come here? If Lady Tsunade could be summoned through reverse summoning, she could provide assistance in case of injury. The slug shook her head. That is unlikely, Lord Rodney. Your contract differs from that of Lady Tsunade, making reverse summoning impossible. I can only come here or return. Frankly, I do not understand how this contract came to be. Well, to put it simply, someone facilitated the transfer of your contract to me. I am the only ninja in this world. Slug Elder, would you be willing to become my summoning beast? The Slug Elder's tentacles stirred gently, her voice warm. Of course, Lord Rodney. Your strength is impressive, and I find this world quite intriguing. Having never ventured beyond the realm of shinobi, she had seldom encountered such novel experiences throughout her long existence. Thank you, Slug Elder. It is nothing. Having regained some strength, he rose from his bed, though still felt weak and drained, as though his essence had been depleted. I need a tailed beast for a power boost. Chakra, in some respects, is quite a burden. The Slug Elder slowly descended from him, leaving a sticky residue on his clothes. Being a slug after all, it seems I will trouble Norki and the others. What is happening outside? It seemed quite noisy. He approached the window. Through the orange grove, he observed a gathering of people, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the door burst open. It was Norki, her expression frantic. Mr. Rodney, the Navy has arrived. They demand your surrender. You must leave quickly. Surrender me? Why? Rodney found himself utterly bewildered, his expression a portrait of confusion. Chapter 33. Shamelessness? Under Nokigo's elucidation, Rodney came to comprehend the collusion between Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division and Arlong, a scandalous alliance that oppressed the villagers. This despicable naval scoundrel, in cahoots with Arlong, engaged in corrupt practices, receiving bribes, and enabling Arlong's tyrannical rule over the villages surrounding Cocoa West. He had committed numerous vile acts under the guise of the Navy, even seizing the hard-earned sum of 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly accumulated to redeem her village. Truly, his actions were the epitome of insidiousness. Today, he had sought out Arlong to collect the bribes he was owed, only to discover Arlong's demise. Consequently, he dispatched individuals to inquire about the situation. A villager inadvertently revealed that Rodney was still bedridden, prompting him to entertain malicious intentions of profiting from Rodney's predicament. Unfortunately for him, he had misidentified his target. "Let us depart, dear slug sister. My body has sufficiently regained its strength, and I regard a few Navy officers with indifference," he asserted. Nokigo, however, expressed her concern. "Yet, your health. I remain apprehensive about Rodney's condition. After all, he has been confined to bed for several days." Rodney shook his head and remarked, "Now this is intriguing. A ragtag bunch does not necessitate my full strength." He chuckled. "Miss Norkageo, kindly assist me. I shall pay a visit." "Very well," urged to persist. Norkageo reluctantly supported him towards Colonel Mouse's direction. Near Nami's home lay an orange grove, cultivated by Norkageo and Nami's foster mother, Belmere, for the purpose of selling oranges to supplement their household income. She was a resilient woman and an exceptional Navy officer. Outside the orange grove, the villagers of Cocoa West Village confronted the Navy, led by a man wearing a mouse hat, with shifty eyes and a repugnant demeanor, sporting 6 whiskers reminiscent of a rat. With a sneer, he taunted, "What do you lot intend to do? Do you not recognize me as a Navy colonel? I have come to pay my respects to the valiant hero who vanquished the vicious pirates. What is this? Do you wish to oppose the Navy? Humph. Pay respects to a hero? Where were you when the evil dragon pirates wreaked havoc? Are you still a member of the Navy?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in brown, his hat adorned with a spinning windmill, his face marred by several intersecting scars. Mr. Ajian, a true man, had suffered grievous wounds inflicted by Kuro in his endeavor to protect Nami's mother. He treated Nami as if she were his own daughter, had fate not intervened. He might have formed a family with Nami's mother, a family that would undoubtedly have been filled with joy. Beside him, Nami interjected, "Humph. A bunch of scoundrels colluding with pirates." Colonel Mouse fixed his gaze upon her, sneering, "I recall you were also affiliated with the evil dragon pirates, young lady. What is the matter? I suspect you have ties to them. Seize her. How dare you lay a finger on Nami? Try it, and see what happens. No one is permitted to harm our treasure." Initially, the villagers had come forth to thwart the overreaching Colonel Mouse, expressing their gratitude to Rodney without engaging in a direct confrontation with the Navy. They intended to stall for time, allowing Norkageo to escort Rodney away. However, Colonel Mouse's threat against Nami changed everything. Who was Nami? She was their beloved, a child they had watched grow, akin to family. Furthermore, Nami braved storms and ventured into the seas to procure treasures, risking her life at every turn. How could they not feel anguish? How could they not feel rage? Colonel Mouse's words ignited a powder keg of fury among the villagers. "We can tolerate your collusion with the evil dragon pirates, but to threaten our beloved is intolerable." The villagers' demeanor shifted dramatically, instilling fear in Colonel Mouse, who instinctively stepped back. Regaining his composure, he drew a pistol, aiming it at Mr. Ajian, exclaiming, "You lowly scum. Dare to defy the Navy? You seek death." Though the villagers felt trepidation upon seeing him draw his weapon, they did not retreat. Their resolute glares at Colonel Mouse conveyed their determination. At that moment, a voice resounded, "I am Rodney. Who seeks me?" Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, allowing Rodney, supported by Norkageo, to approach. What had once been a massive slug now shrank to the size of a palm, perched upon his shoulder. This was a split form of the slug. Her body had been too large, necessitating the creation of a smaller version to accompany him. "Mr. Rodney? Your condition has yet to improve. Why have you ventured out?" "Indeed, Mr. Rodney, leave this to us. There is no need for concern." "Mr. Rodney, how could you come out? Given your state?" Nami exclaimed in astonishment, casting a glance at her sister, urging her to take him back. How could he be here in such a frail state? Norkageo shook her head, indicating her own helplessness. "Rodney, I am Josta J. Rodney. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Colonel Mouse holstered his weapon, observing Rodney's frail demeanor, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. He relaxed his guard, thinking to himself that although Rodney had vanquished a formidable dragon, his weakened state suggested he would hardly withstand a bullet. He naively believed that this fragile Rodney was within his grasp. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I am Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. I have heard that you defeated the dragon pirate cruise Arlong." "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Rodney replied. "Of course." Colonel Mouse exclaimed loudly. "You have slain our target. A plan we had meticulously crafted for some time. You have abruptly disrupted our scheme. Josta J. Rodney. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? How shameless." The villagers, incensed, retorted, "You spend your days accepting bribes, never once acting for the good of the people. You have oppressed us alongside Arlong. And now you seek to distance yourself from your own transgressions, attempting to threaten our benefactor. How can one be so utterly shameless? Rodney blinked in disbelief. He had never encountered such a person capable of misrepresenting bribery as an undercover operation. What are you attempting to achieve? Are you waiting until you ascend to the second-in-command of the evil dragon pirate crew to ensnare us all in one fell swoop? Is this a performance of an undercover operation? Nonsense. Clearly, you are colluding with the evil dragon pirate crew, oppressing the innocent. If it weren't for Mr. Rodney, we would have been condemned to such a life for an indeterminate time. Where are you, Navy? You are merely accepting bribes. Now, you dare to slander Mr. Rodney? Individuals like you are unworthy of being part of the Navy. Indeed, you are unworthy of such a title. Get out of our village. Yes, exactly, leave at once. Depart from our village. Out, out. The crowd was incensed, and Colonel Mouse, visibly irritated, fired a shot into the sky, exclaiming, "What is all this noise? Pirate Hunter Josta J. Rodney, I now suspect that you are colluding with other pirate crews. Come with me to the Navy headquarters for questioning. What a disgrace. This is the epitome of shamelessness." Sister Slug remarked softly, "Mr. Rodney, this human truly possesses no shame. Indeed, I have never encountered someone so devoid of integrity." Rodney nodded, instructing her to dissolve the pistol in his hand. Very well. Sister Slug expelled a sour, corrosive liquid that accurately landed on the pistol Colonel Mouse was holding. Sizzle. Sister Slug's limited means of attack, her acidic tongue, exhibited remarkable corrosiveness. Even Uncle Snake conceded that this was a technique capable of killing him, as it reduced the pistol to nothing but a grip. With newfound courage, he gazed at Rodney and declared, "You are assaulting the Navy. There are witnesses present." Rodney gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment and remarked, "Please, could you use your brain for once? Everyone has merely come out today to assess the extent of my injuries. There are no outsiders in the village, right? Did anyone witness anything?" The villagers paused momentarily before departing one by one. "Indeed, it seems the weather is turning. I must return to gather my laundry. Let us all go then. I feel the same. It is curious that, despite the sun shining brightly, everyone insists that rain is imminent." Rodney wore a smile. "You can be shameless. And so can I." Chapter 34, Journey to Upside Down Mountain. The villagers departed, while Colonel Mouse appeared grim, the Navy behind him trembling as they raised their rifles, aiming at Rodney. "Oh, is this truly necessary? Are you really going to shoot me? It would be quite disastrous, you know. You could die." Rodney gazed at them, a hint of crimson flickering in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed an illusion, rendering the feeble-minded Navy motionless, akin to being ensnared by a malevolent spirit, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld Rodney. You. Colonel Mouse remained capable of movement. A deliberate choice by Rodney to instill fear. "Don't even think about escaping," Rodney declared with a grin. "You wretches only bring trouble. Today, I shall enact justice. Please, don't kill me. I have money. I can give you everything." Colonel Mouse, frightened, fell to the ground, retreating against an orange tree. His body trembled, pallor seeping into his face, his trousers dampening with fear. "Such cowardice," Rodney scoffed. His gaze was indeed terrifying. His Sharingan not only enhanced his abilities but also augmented his intimidating presence. "Lord Rodney, how shall we deal with this individual?" Sister Slug inquired. "Eliminate him. I cannot linger here indefinitely. To avoid prolonged complications, it is best to end this swiftly. As for how he meets his demise, the villagers of Cocoa West will not encounter him," Rodney replied with a smile, addressing Colonel Mouse. "After all, I am not a devil. I will grant you a head start of 40 meters. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse scrambled to his feet, frantically dashing forward. Once he had gained sufficient distance, Rodney seized a shuriken and hurled it toward him. Colonel Mouse screamed, the weapon piercing his chest, and he collapsed lifelessly. "Is there truly no issue with Mr. Rodney?" Mr. Aiken asked. "No issue at all. If anyone inquires, we simply instruct the villagers to maintain a consistent narrative that they have never encountered that fellow. As for you," he approached the remaining Navy, "though you have committed numerous misdeeds, your crimes do not warrant death. Look into my eyes." As the three Tomo began to swirl, the Navy fell into a daze, collapsing one by one. "What is happening?" "Fear not. All is well. When they awaken, they will leave of their own accord." He manipulated the illusion to alter the cause of Colonel Mouse's death, claiming he perished at sea, devoured by a sea creature, dying in the line of duty. Rather than being slain in Cocoa West, they had merely sought refuge from a maritime disaster, and the villagers had welcomed them amicably. Indeed, if no one possessing hypnotic abilities unravels this illusion, it will persist, subtly influencing their perceptions until they come to believe it. A simple application of illusion, regrettably ineffective against those with resolute will or superior mental fortitude. Rubbing his eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort due to his depleted chakra, he instructed Sister Slug to dissolve Colonel Mouse's remains with her acidic secretions, erasing all traces. Although Noki and Nami were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Rodney's decision. 3 days later, fully restored chakra revitalized Rodney. He was poised to embark toward Upside Down Mountain. The bounty in the East Blue proved insufficient, and he needed to enter the Grand Line, departing aboard the ship of the evil dragon pirates, the Shark Spab. A rather unappealing vessel, its prow bore a serrated nose reminiscent of a dragon, devoid of any aesthetic merit. Under Nami's guidance, Rodney's shadowy duplicates commenced their voyage aboard the ship. It is indeed fortunate that the vessel remained unscathed during the fierce battle. Mr. Rodney, your ability is remarkably advantageous. One person embodies an entire pirate crew, Nami remarked, holding a nautical chart and compass to ascertain their course with a smile. Having not yet entered the Grand Line, navigating the four seas still relies on the compass, as the magnetic forces here are not as formidable as those found in the Grand Line, thus rendering the compass functional. Not too shabby, Rodney mused lazily in his deck chair, shaded by an umbrella, sipping on a chilled beverage, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The shark Spab sailed gracefully through the waves, with a manatee ahead pulling the ship. The manatee, mooing, was one of the Sea Kings brought over by Arlong from the Grand Line. It was indeed formidable in the East Sea, but alas, it encountered Rodney and was knocked unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, it discovered that the Arlong pirates had vanished and, in a state of liberation, had attacked the villagers of Kokoyasi who were drying fish by the sea days prior, only to be captured by Rodney and forced into servitude. With a bandaged head, the manatee lamented silently, wishing for food, yet finding itself beset by such a calamity. Curse my ill fate. Nami, consulting the nautical chart, stated, Mr. Rodney, we shall first proceed to Loguetown to exchange Arlong's bounty, then devise a means to sell this ship for a smaller vessel, before I escort you to Reverse Mountain. That shall be our general route. Rodney nodded and said, no problem. You can handle the arrangements. Had it not been for Nami's insufficient strength, he would have been able to better care for his companions while facing formidable foes at sea, as he alone possessed the ability to cultivate chakra. He could not impart this skill to others. Otherwise, he would have taken Nami along with him. Having a navigator on the ocean would certainly mitigate numerous dangers. Not to mention that Nami would eventually blossom into a stunning beauty. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to relinquishing a few billion, considering it a chance to cultivate goodwill. And shook his head. He returned to his sunbathing. For lunch, they enjoyed braised sea king, with the sea cow consuming the most, given its labor-intensive nature. It was only fair to provide it with sustenance. Dinner was to be had at the floating restaurant, Baratai. During their journey, they fortuitously encountered one another, leading to a delightful meal shared with Nami. During this time, the culinary artist Sanji prepared an array of delectable dishes for Nami. Though most found their way into Rodney's stomach, Nami, being a beautiful maiden and lacking in combat prowess, did not expend much energy and therefore could not eat as much, leaving Rodney to indulge. Indeed, Sanji's culinary skills were commendable. This provoked Sanji's ire, leading to a near confrontation with Rodney, which was ultimately diffused by Nami's intervention. It was truly delightful, Nami mused, still savoring the flavors of Sanji's cooking from the previous evening. Rodney held a packet of spicy strips, prepared for him by Bharati's chef the previous night. Though the quantity was modest, the flavor was exquisite. He offered it to Nami, inquiring, would you care for some? Thank you. It's quite spicy and aromatic. Nami instantly fell in love with the taste. As they chatted, the entire packet was consumed. Throughout the day, the two engaged in conversation, snacked, played cards, and read newspapers and novels aboard the ship. Life at sea was undeniably dull. With Nami by his side, the allure of the distant paradise was diminished, especially given her youth. Thus, they continued in this manner until they reached Loguetown. There, they exchanged Arlong's bounty with Smoker and sold the shark Spab. In accordance with their prior agreement, they divided the bounty equally and purchased a small, nimble boat to set sail for Reverse Mountain. The shark Spab was simply too large for Nami to manage alone, rendering its sail the more prudent choice. Rodney procured the nautical chart from Smoker, who had reluctantly provided it, fearing that Rodney might embark on a path of piracy as they entered the Grand Line. In Smoker's eyes, Rodney lacked a sense of justice, driven more by avarice, and if he were to become a pirate, he would certainly be a troublesome one, causing the Navy considerable grief. Nevertheless, the chart was ultimately given. While rare in the East Blue, it was not unattainable. It could be sourced elsewhere if necessary. With the chart in hand, Rodney and his companions, under Nami's guidance, arrived at a vantage point from which Reverse Mountain was visible. Here, Rodney instructed Nami to halt, cautioning that getting too close would risk the current sweeping their vessel away, leading to potential complications. Farewell, Nami, he called, waving from atop the sea cow Mumu. Goodbye, Mr. Rodney. In a few years, I too shall venture into the Grand Line to chart its waters. Promise me you will be my support then. Absolutely. He waved again, signaling Mumu to head towards Reverse Mountain. Chapter 35, Reverse Mountain and the island whale Reverse Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain, serves as one of the two intersecting points between the Red Line and the Grand Line, the other being the holy land of Mariehua. This mountain, fraught with both wonder and peril, is the gateway to the Grand Line. Unless one traverses the calm belt, this path is essential for entering the Grand Line. The ocean currents are so powerful that they defy gravity, causing water to flow upward towards the summit, forming an X-shaped convergence. At this convergence, the water descends, marking the sole exit and the entrance to the Grand Line. Newton might exclaim in frustration, do you comic artists not possess even a modicum of respect for my principles? Reverse Mountain is the genesis and terminus of the Grand Line. On the opposite side lies the New World's edge. However, one must first cross the Red Line before entering the vast and treacherous expanse of the New World. The uncertainties of what one might encounter in the ever-changing environment of the New World render navigation the safest method, at least in comparison to others. The mountain towers majestically into the clouds, its peak obscured from view. Thick clouds shroud the midsection, while its imposing presence leaves an indelible impression. The mountain is barren of vegetation, revealing the stark red rock beneath. How high is it? The exact height is unknown, but it is undeniably great. Upon reaching the waterway's entrance, the sea, defying the laws of physics, surged upwards in a surreal spectacle. A series of white stone gates stood proudly above the waterway, layered and adorned with enigmatic carvings. These gates have likely stood sentinel for countless years, witnessing the dreams of many ambitious souls seeking great treasures. They shall remain. Day after day, year after year, steadfast like guardians, weathering the elements without faltering. Let us ascend, Moo. We must leave this place and journey to the Grand Line. Freedom awaits, Rodney exclaimed, patting Moo's towering horn. The sea cow responded with a bellow, propelled by the current as they swam upwards. The current roared with vigor, akin to a rush from the mountain's heights, yet it flowed from low to high. Who dares to tell me that water flows downward? I shall be incensed. Moo swished its tail, moving swiftly, the wind whipping against Rodney's face, causing him to squint against the stinging gusts. With the current as assistance, they pierced through the misty clouds, and after several vigorous surges, reached the summit, where they beheld 3 additional waterways converging, all rushing towards a single outlet. Onward! Rodney chuckled heartily as the manatee Moo dove downward. The thrill was akin to a roller coaster ride, exhilarating yet steady. However, the surrounding sea frequently splashed against him, drenching his attire, rendering him a drenched chicken. Yet, he radiated exuberance, for the excitement surpassed that of both roller coasters and pirate ships. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Moo hastened his pace, the fierce wind whipping against his face, contorting his expression into a vivid display of emotions. Breaking through the clouds once more, Rodney could discern the exit below, alongside a dark island. Wait, an island? Moo, slow down, slow down, slow down. Please decelerate, Rodney shouted, fearing that at such a velocity, collision with the island was inevitable. Why was there an island obstructing the exit? Moo wished to decelerate as well. However, even if it ceased its movement, the previous speed combined with the current of the ocean propelled it forward with astonishing swiftness, nearing collision. Humans, why are you so reckless? A piercing wail resonated in his ears, and Rodney felt as though dozens of voices clamored around him, some even scratching nails against chalkboards and scraping glass with knives. Moo, too, shut its eyes in agony, pressing its ears against its skin. Its sense of hearing was more acute than Rodney's, allowing it to perceive the anguished tones of interspecies communication, imbued with pain, longing, and sorrow. Yet, the predominant sensation was one of auditory torment. Unable to resist, its body twisted, plunging into the ocean, with Rodney following suit, his feet seemingly glued to Moo's head, his hands grasping its horns. However, sound traveled faster underwater, intensifying their discomfort. They had no choice but to surface. The colossal dark island loomed before them, and though their speed had diminished, it appeared they were still on a collision course. Just as Rodney prepared to act, the island shifted, revealing a gaping abyss, its white fangs resembling towering peaks, with seawater streaming through the gaps. Moo, turn quickly, if you wish to avoid being swallowed. Upon hearing this, Moo summoned all its strength to escape the terrifying suction, successfully navigating to the other side of the island. Phew, we made it. Both man and manatee exhaled in relief, grateful that Moo was not a vessel. Otherwise, executing a turn would have been exceedingly challenging. Rodney gazed at the island and murmured, "Is this the island whale Laboon? It is truly magnificent." They arrived beneath Laboon's enormous eye, lifting their heads to behold the nearly 100-meter-wide orb, and were left in awe. Originally dwelling in the West Sea, the island whale had followed the Rumbar pirates here decades ago, entrusted to the care of Crocus, the guardian of Twin Cape, with a promise to return after circumnavigating the globe. Alas, the Rumbar pirates were annihilated 49 years prior by rival pirate crews in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. The once jovial crew that could lift the spirits of a weeping child was now reduced to just Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi no Mi and remained trapped within the confines of the Devil's Triangle. Laboon waited for 50 long years, yet the promised return of the Rumbar pirates never came. Unable to navigate the waterways back to its homeland, the enormous creature repeatedly rammed into the Red Line, yearning to meet its friends from the Rumbar pirates and fulfill their past vow. This was a whale imbued with human emotions, and its plight was indeed tragic. Each collision with the Red Line left its body battered and bruised. Had it not been for the medical care of Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, it would likely have perished long ago. Sighing, Rodney decided to lend a hand. He gathered his chakra near his vocal cords and amplified his voice. "Laboon, look this way. I have news about the Rumbar pirates." To Laboon, the Rumbar pirates were akin to family. Upon hearing this, its colossal eye shifted towards Rodney and the manatee, Moo. The manatee, frightened and on the verge of tears, felt like fainting. It attempted to flee, but Rodney threatened, "Do not run. If you do, I shall stew you, and you will become just as you were when you consumed that sea king." Moo lamented, "I am in such distress. TT, A harsh noise pierced the air once more, prompting Rodney to cover his ears, though to no avail. Where did you learn of the Rumbar Pirates? At that moment, a robust elder, adorned with glasses, a floral shirt, and a flamboyant crest-like headpiece, stood atop Laboon's back, his gaze scrutinizing. Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, and also the guardian of Twin Cape, spent his days reading newspapers and attending to Laboon, with whom he had formed a deep bond over the years. They had accompanied each other for decades, and aside from a brief period when Crocus sailed with Roger, he had been a constant presence for Laboon. However, even after their journey to Raftel, they never encountered the Rumbar Pirates. By then, Crocus had come to believe that the Rumbar Pirates were likely no more. To spare Laboon from further fruitless waiting, he brought this news, which prompted Laboon to begin ramming the red line in a desperate attempt to reach the other side and seek out the Rumbar Pirates himself. Now, hearing a young man speak of such matters to Laboon, Crocus suspected he might be a charlatan. This lad appeared to be barely 20. The Rumbar Pirates had been active 50 years ago, and few knew of them. Where could this youth have gleaned such information? The young man's demeanor suggested he was rather smooth-tongued, leading Crocus to conclude he was likely a fraud. Chapter 36. My special ability, where did you learn of the Rumbar Pirates? Crocus inquired, standing atop Laboon's back. Rodney, unable to see anyone, spoke to the manatee, saying, wait for me here for a moment. He leapt gracefully onto Labo's moist skin, his feet, resembling suction cups, firmly planted as he ascended vertically. Labu, an island whale, lived up to his scientific name, appearing as a miniature island, his size ever increasing. The once external treatments of Crocus had to be modified to accommodate his vastness, necessitating internal care. Within Labu's belly, Crocus had fashioned a leisure spot, constructing various amenities that did not disrupt Labu's daily life. A marvelous creature of the sea. Labu's back was significantly larger than a plaza. Upon reaching Labu's back, he encountered Crocus, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, who regarded him with a scowl. Beside him rested a lounge chair, adorned with a sunshade, suggesting he was indulging in a leisurely existence. You mentioned you were familiar with the Rumbar Pirates? Indeed, Rodney replied. Crocus continued, do you know that this pirate crew perished 50 years ago? Yes, I am aware. This island whale, Labu, was brought out by them. Although they have all met their demise, Labu's acute hearing allowed him to perceive even ultrasonic sounds. How could he possibly miss such remarks? Disturbed, he began to fidget. Wait. I haven't finished speaking, Crocus interjected. Boy, are you here to amuse yourself at my and Labu's expense? Of course not. 50 years ago, the Rumbar Pirates were annihilated in the mystical Triangle Sea by their foes, and indeed, they all perished. However, one named Brook, having consumed the revive fruit, returned to life. He is the last of the Rumbar crew, yet remains trapped in that place. I heard that his shadow was taken by the Warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Hence his inability to escape, Rodney explained. With a rumble beneath his feet, Labu's demeanor shifted. He was no longer sorrowful, but rather, imbued with a hint of joy. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Crocus inquired. Rodney shook his head and replied, no, why would I deceive the ship's doctor of the Pirate King? That would be a fool's errand. Kurakasu stroked his beard and remarked, I am now quite curious about the source of your information. The fact that he is the ship's doctor of the Pirate King is not common knowledge. I find myself intrigued by your insights regarding the whereabouts of the Rumbar Pirates. Rodney chuckled and said, I consumed a peculiar devil fruit, and sometimes my eyes randomly behold certain things. I happened to witness the antics of the Rumbar Pirates. That Brook is a man clad in a black suit, adorned with a top hat, a wild afro, and thick lips, not to mention a notorious lecher. He displayed the Sharingan, adding an air of credibility to his words. Now that I think about it, Brook does seem to fit that description. At this point, Colokas was entirely convinced. Those eyes were indeed extraordinary, possessing a unique power. You dare to venture into the Grand Line alone? He pondered, believing Rodney to be overestimating his capabilities. The journey of a pirate has never been one embarked upon alone. It is only through mutual support with companions that one can reach the end. And as for the manatee, I shall release him later. I am only here to hone my strength in the Grand Line, not to court death. Besides, if he wishes to escape, few could catch him. Once in a crowded area, he can simply transform and blend in, ensuring that nothing is found. These eyes bestow upon me more than mere abilities. Observing his confident declarations, Colokas shook his head, retracting his reclining chair, and remarked, Young man, if what you say holds true, then both Labu and I owe you a significant favor. It is but a trifling matter, Rodney replied, shaking his head. Then, as if recalling something, he rubbed his hands together and said sheepishly, by the way, I currently lack a log pose. In this chaotic magnetic field, an unpredictable climate of the Grand Line, one must rely on a log pose to sense the magnetic forces between islands, guiding oneself from one island to the next. Each time, one must wait a while for the log pose to recharge its magnetic energy, pointing to the next island. Colokas laughed heartily. That is no issue at all. Follow me. Labu, wait here. Soon you shall meet the one you have longed to see. With a mighty swish of its tail, Labu created towering waves as it swam to the edge of the lighthouse. Upon landing, Colokas realized that Rodney was a bounty hunter. having eliminated the formidable pirates of the East Blue, which is why he brought the manatee into the Grand Line. Truly, the audacity of youth. The current generation of young people is not to be underestimated. Wait for me here, Coloca's instructed as he entered the lighthouse to fetch a log pose for Rodney. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed at the numerous scars etched into Labo's body, deep and uneven, with some fresh wounds likely inflicted recently, evidence of years spent colliding against the Red Earth continent. Now, summon the spirit technique. With a resounding thud, a 20-meter-long slug appeared beside him. Lady Slug, please heed my command, Rodney requested. Can you heal that whale's wounds? The slug focused its gaze on Labu, noting its impressive size. However, compared to her true form in the wetbone forest, it was still considerably smaller. Her true form, the slug sage, encompassed the entire wetbone forest. These wounds will heal swiftly, perhaps within half an hour. Master Rodney, shall I commence now? However, please cleanse the seawater from its skin, as the salt will damage my slime. Though it won't be fatal, it will be quite uncomfortable for me. After all, Lady Slug remains a slug. The salt would dissolve her cellular structure. While she wouldn't perish due to her nature as a summoned beast, it would still be quite unpleasant for her. No problem. Labu, could you come a bit closer? Labu obediently moved nearer, nearly pressing against the steep cliff. Here it comes, water style, water torrent. Chakra formed a torrent of fresh water that cascaded over Labu's skin, washing away some of the salt. All right, I'm going up now. Lady Slug began to move onto Labu, her 20-meter length resembling a doll resting atop him. Green medical chakra was infused into Labu's skin, stimulating the healing of his wounds. While the old scars could not be healed due to their prior healing, the new ones were amenable to treatment. Even without chakra, medical ninjutsu could still affect the physical body, utilizing chakra to promote healing. Labu felt immensely comfortable. Compared to the injections of healing medicine administered by Coloca's, this method of healing was far more enjoyable. At that moment, Coloca's emerged from the lighthouse, holding the log pose in hand, and upon seeing Lady Slug atop Labu, inquired curiously, "Oh, Mr. Coloca's, this is my partner, Lady Slug. She can utilize her bodily energy to accelerate healing, which is one of my abilities. Is that ability yours?" "No, it is a summoning. These eyes can manifest miracles." The crimson irises caused Coloca's to pause for a moment before he chuckled. "Indeed, those two abilities alone are quite astonishing. Young man, your power is truly remarkable. Is it all right for me to inform the old man?" "Of course, it is no concern, as you won't divulge my abilities." "How reassuring. Here, this is the log pose you requested. The magnetic energy is fully charged," pointing to the next island. "Now, which route do you wish to choose?" he asked. "This is the starting point of the Grand Line. From here, 7 distinct magnetic forces extend, representing 7 different routes. However, regardless of which path one chooses, they will ultimately arrive at the destination, Raftel. Once a route is selected, it cannot be changed. One can only continue forward. And returning to traverse another path serves no purpose. The Grand Line, which route leads to Alabasta?" "That one." Coloca's indicated a direction. "Understood. I shall take that route." As for why he chose that particular path, the reason was simple. It was the same route that Luffy took in the anime. He only knew the nature of that path, while the other 6 routes remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, he chose the one most familiar to his heart. Chapter 37. Riding the Whale. "All right, Master Rodney." Lady Slug slowly descended from Labu's back. Labu's new wounds had all healed, and he appeared quite healthy. However, the healing process had also consumed a considerable amount of Rodney's chakra, necessitating some time for recovery. Coloca's was momentarily taken aback by the talking slug. But having accompanied Roger through countless storms, he had witnessed all manner of wonders. "What a remarkable ability!" he exclaimed. "Master Rodney, the natural energy here is significantly denser than before, nearly reaching the level required for cultivating sage arts," Lady Slug whispered. "How long would it take to cultivate?" "I'm not certain yet, but it will be slower than in the wetbone forest. Let us set that aside for now. I appreciate your assistance, Lady Slug." "It was no trouble at all. I shall take my leave now." With that, Lady Slug bid farewell and vanished in an instant. Coloca's marveled once more. "Your abilities are truly useful. Was that enormous slug dispatched through your fruit's power?" "Quite so," Rodney remarked with a faint smile. "I have returned the esteemed slug sister to her rightful place. Pray tell, Coloca's, when do you intend to embark on your journey?" "What? Do you wish to accompany me?" "Well, if there's a favorable wind and a ship to hitch a ride on, I shall certainly take advantage of that," Rodney replied boldly, asserting that unless he was tasked otherwise, he would undoubtedly follow Coloca's. "Ah, splendid. I must first venture to the Shambadi archipelago to summon an old acquaintance." "Will you join me there?" "The Shambadi archipelago? You mean to seek out the pirate king Rayleigh? Poor Moria is bound to face misfortune." "Do not be deceived by the age of the current pirate king's crew. In the realm of pirates, age does not equate to weakness, particularly when it comes to those ancient monsters of yore. While the powers of Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Rayleigh may have waned, one must ponder how much they have truly diminished. Even if they are not as formidable as in their youth, they still reign at the pinnacle of this world. Your esteemed elder remains just that, your esteemed elder." Coloca's, a ship's doctor by profession, knew that the crew aboard Roger's ship was far from ordinary. He could handle himself alone. Although confronting the Moonlight Moria might present some challenges, having Rayleigh along would facilitate matters, especially if they aimed to compel Moria to return Brook's shadow. A show of force would be necessary. Moreover, Coloccus was eager to reunite with the first mate. Oh, by the way, I had the pleasure of sending Buggy from your ship to prison, Rodney mentioned. Huh, that rascal Buggy? You've imprisoned him? Well, I suppose that's simply a stroke of bad luck for him. Coloccus chuckled, recalling the small fellow with the red nose. He thought little of it, confident that Buggy would never be truly constrained. Though timid, he was a man of the captain's favor and would surely not be easily subdued. He continued, so Rodney, is it? Prepare yourself. We are about to set forth. Just like that? Indeed. Coloccus nodded, and they boarded Laboon, where they could rest within its embrace for the night. As for provisions, traversing the seas would present its own solutions. They merely needed to ensure they had adequate fresh water and fine wine at hand. Is that so? Before Rodney's eyes, a mission materialized. Mission: dissolve the Baroque Works studio. Mission level: B. Rewards: shadow clone technique, water release, water barrier, mastery of sage arts, permanent chakra fruit. 5,000 mission points. Mission: defeat crocodile. Mission level: B. Rewards: bloodline limit, boil release, fire release, phoenix flower claw, fire release, head hardening, lightning release, false darkness. Lightning release, thunder tiger, 5,000 mission points. 2 missions? Surprised for a moment, Rodney fell into contemplation. He had merely intended to traverse the route to Alabasta. How had 2 missions suddenly been issued? Yet, the rewards were undeniably enticing. Is it typical for a B-level mission to offer such substantial rewards? What is the matter? Kurikasu observed as Rodney paused in his tracks, seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly ahead as if entranced. Nothing, just recalling some matters, Rodney replied, shaking his head. Approaching the cliff, he spotted a manatee surfacing from the sea, saying, "You are free now. Go wherever your heart desires." The manatee silently submerged into the ocean with remarkable speed, appearing eager to leave without delay. "Oh dear, do you truly find me so detestable?" Rodney mused. The manatee seemed to fear him more than it did Arlong. Wishing to distance itself from the harbinger of misfortune, at least now it faced no threat to its life. Yet, it wondered who would provide its sustenance, as it had previously been cared for by Little Eight under Arlong's rule. Well then, it is time for us to depart as well. After a long absence, we shall leave this place, Labu. Let us commence our journey, Kurikasa declared, patting Laba's hide, which emitted an excited and joyful cry. How shall we proceed? Rodney inquired. Let us enter Labu's belly and head to the nearest location. Rodney, fortuitously. It aligns with your chosen route, Kurikasu explained. Indeed, I am bound for Alabasta, Rodney affirmed. Kurikasa pondered for a moment and remarked, I recall you are a bounty hunter. Correct? Are you planning to confront the warlord of the sea residing there? Alabasta was the domain of the warlord crocodile, who frequently eliminated pirates attempting to reach the nation, earning the adoration of the populace as a hero. The warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government as pirates, are permitted to plunder legally and are not pursued, often viewed as the government's lackeys. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Don Quixote da Flamingo functioned like a sieve, filtering out incoming pirates and significantly alleviating the Navy's burdens. Although distasteful, one could not deny that these 3 had, in some measure, aided the Navy. Haha, old man, do not be so hasty in your words. I currently stand no chance against the warlords, he replied with a hint of uncertainty. He recalled that Crocodile's powers were countered by water. Sand, when saturated, lost its efficacy, much like Gar's abilities. Yet he was unsure if water generated by water-type chakra would have the same effect. If it did, even without Hokage, he could potentially defeat Crocodile. The powers of the sand fruit were greatly advantageous in Alabasta, yet they were also susceptible to countermeasures. Additionally, Crocodile was entirely focused on seeking clues regarding the Underworld King. Having not trained Hokage, a confrontation would likely result in a 50-50 chance of victory. He resembled a particular overzealous deity. Having made his entrance too early and consequently falling into a trap, Rodney continued, there are certain matters to investigate in Alabasta. My eyes have witnessed some occurrences that I must clarify. Oh? Crocus, intrigued, inquired, may I ask what they are? Rodney pondered for a moment before responding. Someone is clandestinely utilizing dancing powder. Dancing powder? Such a substance is utterly impractical for a water-scarce nation like Alabastan. It is intended for artificial rainfall. However, its effects are exceedingly domineering, drawing moisture from the surrounding areas to induce precipitation centered on its point of application. To resolve one's own water crisis by plundering from others is nearly fatal for a desert nation. Did you happen to see who it was? Rodney shook his head, recalling only fragments of the past. He felt compelled to investigate further and eliminate that individual, performing a gesture indicative of a headhunter, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Then let us proceed, though I fear I may not accompany you for long, he remarked. No, I am truly grateful for your escort. If Mumu were to take me, given the vastness of this place, its pace would inevitably slow. I must remain here to await the pirate ship arriving from that direction. Robbing them would indeed pose a complication. Haha, Go fetch some wine and water. Prepare for our venture, and do lend a hand. Certainly. Chapter 38. Whiskey Peak. The days of sailing remained unchanged, yet there was a distinct difference now. Laboon's body had grown sufficiently large, accommodating Rodney within its belly. Above, the azure sky and white clouds seemed to be whimsically painted by Crocus in a moment of leisure. Bright and devoid of darkness. It was a mystery what sort of pigment he had employed, as it had withstood the corrosive nature of Laboon's gastric acid. The pale green acid spread like an expansive lake, with a small island floating at its center, upon which stood a quaint wooden cabin, accompanied by a coconut tree. Several articles of clothing hung between the tree and the makeshift drying rack. If one could overlook the cacophony, this place could be deemed suitable for relaxation and leisure. Why the noise, you ask? Because Rodney was engaged in his training, manifesting a multitude of shadow clones, diligently practicing the 6 powers and fishman karate. His chakra now allowed him to create hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously, each honing their skills and relaying their experiences back to him, thus exponentially increasing his training speed, an astonishing accelerator. Crocus couldn't help but marvel. The youth of today truly defy expectations. The ability to walk upon water alone is astounding. What sort of devil fruit has this lad consumed? His powers are manifold: prophecy, healing, duplication, and water walking. There must be more hidden potential within him. Should he cultivate these abilities properly, it is certain he will carve out his place upon the seas in due time. A sudden sense of obsolescence washed over him. It was not that he had been cast aside by the times, but rather that he could not keep pace. Such formidable powers would have been terrifying in their era, yet the weakness of the shadow clones rendered them ineffective. No wonder this boy claimed that no one could apprehend him if he so wished. Returning his focus to the literature in his hands, his gaze deepened. This author possesses remarkable talent. As I read, even this old man feels a surge of fervor. Jiraiya, indeed a formidable writer. Laboon swam through the depths, following Crocus's direction. Its immense form caused creatures far larger than those of the East Blue to shy away from provoking it. The capricious weather above posed no concern. The tumultuous waves on the surface could not penetrate the depths of hundreds of meters below. Such a depth was shallow for Laboon. Not long after, Laboon surfaced, and Crocus emerged from the hatch on its back. In the distance, land appeared, a vast island adorned with enormous spherical cacti, shrouded in a thin mist that rendered it somewhat ethereal. Glancing at the recording compass on his wrist, Crocus addressed Rodney. Rodney, the magnetic force of the compass is waning. We must pause here to replenish its energy. As Rodney was still learning, the compass remained in Crocus's possession. Each island possessed distinct magnetic properties, necessitating a period of local recording to fully charge the compass before it would point to the next island. Thus, they were required to wait. Though the duration remained uncertain, anywhere from hours to potentially years. We have scarcely traveled a few days, Rodney remarked. Is it truly so swift? Haha. Do not underestimate Laboon's speed. It is indeed rapid. However, its size confines it to the deep-sea regions, preventing entry into shallower waters. Hence, it is imperative that we ascend first. Patting Laboon's skin, he added, Laboon, we shall disembark. Once the magnetic energy is replenished, we will set sail. Laboon emitted a sound in response, a low rumble echoing its understanding. Then I shall entrust this to you, Rodney. He cast out a rope and retrieved a plank resembling a surfboard. Agreed. Rodney secured the rope around his waist and leaped from Lab's back, landing deftly upon the surface of the sea. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, gliding across the water with Coloccus in tow, who grasped the rope while the board beneath his feet acted as a surfboard, slicing through the waves at remarkable speed towards the distant island. Before long, they reached the shore, where Coloccus remarked, "This is Whiskey Peak. Although I am aware of it, I have seldom visited. Whiskey Peak is relatively close to Twin Gorges." Yet he was unaware of the specifics of the place. While he remained in the dark, Rodney was well informed. This town welcomed pirates, yet it was, in truth, a haven for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. With a subtle smile, Rodney suggested, "Old man, let us explore the town. Given its name, I wonder if there is any whiskey to be found." Coloccus readily agreed, acknowledging that a considerable number of pirates at sea were known to be inebriates, ever yearning for fine spirits. The duo made their way towards the town nestled beneath the towering, spherical cacti. Their discreet arrival did not incite the jubilant reception typical of townsfolk, yet the appearance of 2 unfamiliar faces inevitably drew attention. In the shadows, an individual brandished Rodney's previous wanted poster, stating, Joster J. Rodney, a bounty hunter of the East Blue, with a reward of 3 million berries, truly a plump target. Yet, I remain oblivious to the identity of his elderly companion. Little did he know, Rodney's bounty had already been rescinded by the Marines, rendering this poster obsolete. This bounty was outdated, hastily withdrawn, and they remained unaware of the updated information. The bounty hunters in town had already set their sights on Rodney, eager to apprehend him and claim the bounty from the Marines. "Let us prepare a feast to honor this bounty hunter with a splendid evening," they conspired, their laughter betraying their nefarious intentions. They had always operated this way, acutely aware of their own meager capabilities, thus choosing to band together, leveraging the arrogance of others to deceive the unsuspecting newcomers, leading them to a brutal fate. Many inexperienced young pirates had already fallen prey to their schemes, earning the hunters a handsome reward. However, Rodney was aware of their true nature, and he was accompanied by a seasoned veteran. Rodney and Coloccus had not wandered for long when they were encircled by a group of individuals, their faces illuminated with admiration. One among them eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, are you two pirates? Has the moment truly arrived?" Coloccus chuckled heartily. The old man was a pirate for several years in his youth, but now he is retired. "Well, why did you choose to retire, old sir? Surely, pirates are the heroes of the seas." Another person questioned. "Age has taken its toll. My body can no longer endure the rigors," Coloccus replied with a smile, though he found it puzzling. The reputation of pirates upon the ocean was not particularly favorable. He had traversed that very path himself and could not fathom such adoration. It was remarkable that they were not met with fear or disdain. This was the first town he had encountered that welcomed pirates so warmly, and it struck him as rather peculiar. "Is this young man beside you your grandson?" Rodney, maintaining a smile upon his face, remained silent. Before Coloccus could respond, the man interjected, "Your grandson must be a formidable pirate, indeed." Rodney maintained his smile while listening to the flattery from the crowd. Coloccus intended to offer an explanation, but upon witnessing the grin on Rodney's face, he sensed something sinister lurking beneath and chose to remain silent. At that moment, Rodney spoke, his voice elongated, capturing everyone's attention. "I am a bounty hunter." The atmosphere instantly turned awkward as the uninformed individuals were at a loss for words, realizing their previous compliments had been misdirected. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and Coloccus chuckled heartily as he departed alongside Rodney. "Damn it, this fellow is toying with us." "Indeed, but we must devise a way to capture them. Isn't he also a bounty hunter like us? Worth next to nothing." "No, you're mistaken. Just look at that smug grin of his. For some inexplicable reason, I feel an overwhelming urge to land a punch on his face. Take me with you." I want to join as well. Count me in too." Chapter 39. Diamond Barbie? Rodney Coloccus entered a tavern, where the air was infused with the aroma of alcohol. It was not particularly exquisite, yet not entirely displeasing either. The wine was decent, albeit somewhat lacking in potency. Coloccus, a seasoned veteran, could discern the alcohol content merely by its scent, while novices like Rodney could only follow suit. Exclaiming in admiration, two patrons inquired about his drink of choice. "We have exquisite wines, crafted from last year's bountiful harvest," the tavern keeper suggested, touting its delightful flavor. Coloccus waved dismissively, requesting the strongest spirit available, dismissing wine as nothing more than mere juice. It seemed the old gentleman was indeed a man of hearty appetites, favoring robust meat and copious drink, seeking the fiercest liquor and the most perilous adventures. "Very well," the bartender replied with a smile, turning to procure the strongest beverage. The local drinkers exchanged knowing glances. They recognized this unfortunate newcomer, audaciously requesting the most potent alcohol. No need for any nefarious means. The drink would surely do him in. Soon, the requested drink was served, and Rodney interjected, "I'll have a cup of oolong tea." The bartender paused, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of oolong tea. "Apologies. I seem to have forgotten something." He slapped his forehead, retrieving a bottle of whiskey and another transparent spirit from the shelf, mixing them together. Channeling his chakra, he ignited the concoction with a flick of his fingers, the flames dancing atop the liquid. It is well known that oolong tea can indeed be ignited," he remarked, extinguishing the flames with a puff and taking a satisfied sip. Rodney silently set down his wine glass, rolled his eyes, and slumped over the table, remaining there without rise. The crowd remarked, "Coloccus, your capacity for alcohol is truly dismal. How can you possibly navigate the vast sea like this?" With that, he seized the bottle and downed it in one go, pointing at Rodney and declaring, "Bring 10 more bottles. Put it on this lad's tab." Rodney staggered after consuming 10 bottles. Coloccus soon followed suit. "Humph, two fellows with such poor tolerance. I could handle an entire barrel," one person disdainfully declared. "Humph, I can drink 3 barrels. 10, 20. Unbeknownst to them, the bounty hunters in the tavern erupted into a cacophony of noise. Enough of this ruckus. At that moment, 2 individuals entered, silencing the commotion. The newcomers included a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, impeccably attired, who spoke in a slow and deliberate manner, exuding an air of gentleness. His presence brought an immediate hush to the previously boisterous tavern. Following closely behind him was a tall, dark-skinned nun, clad in traditional habit. Yet, her visage bore a striking resemblance to a man's, particularly with her square jawline. If she had a beard, one might easily mistake her for male. These two were a Carlum, the mayor of Whiskey Peak, and the nun, who was, in truth, a member of the Baroque Works, Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 was not merely an intermediary agent of Baroque Works. He also served as the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, embedded within Baroque Works to protect Princess Vivi and uncover the organization's secrets. He had infiltrated Baroque Works alongside Princess Vivi, but was dispatched by Crocodile to oversee the bounty hunters here, capturing inexperienced young pirates who had just ventured into the Grand Line and exchanging them for bounties, one of the financial lifelines for Baroque Works. Mr. 8 surveyed the now quiet crowd and declared, "A pirate hunter from the East Blue has a bounty of merely 3 million berries. Capture him and deliver him to the Navy branch for the reward." 3 million berries? Quite meager, someone remarked. A pirate hunter? From the weakest sea, it's hardly worth our time. Indeed, we needn't even bother getting them drunk, another chimed in. That old fool. Just a decrepit man, hardly worth anything. Toss him into the sea and let fate decide his survival. As the conversation continued, a few approached to carry Rodney away, however, in his drunken stupor. He waved them off, sending them crashing into the wall. What incredible strength. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed the unfortunate souls embedded in the wall, unable to extricate themselves. Mr. 8 frowned and instructed, "Miss Monday, you take care of this." "Very well." Miss Monday stepped forward, extending her bear-like hand towards Rodney. Just as she was about to grasp him, her wrist was seized by a smaller, swifter hand, exerting a surprising strength that caught her off guard. Rodney opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils seemingly imbued with a mocking eloquence. In that moment, Miss Monday deftly twisted her wrist, liberating herself from Rodney's grasp. With a voice that belied her rugged appearance, she remarked, "Your strength is considerable, but it pales in comparison to mine." Rodney, who mentioned that? Moreover, I did not exert my full strength. Endowed with extraordinary strength, he was enveloped in chakra, unleashing a powerful torrent of energy capable of effortlessly shattering walls. This skill served as an augmentation of his might. The more chakra he expended, the greater his power became. With judicious allocation, his destructive capacity soared, and the chakra consumption remained manageable. As he sat there, his chakra erupted, generating a violent gust that rustled their garments. Kurokas, unable to restrain himself, opened one eye and gazed at Rodney. This fellow still has hidden techniques, doesn't he? No wonder he dared to venture alone into the Grand Line. Miss Monday squinted. Seizing her nun-s attire and with a sharp rip, the fabric tore as if it were mere paper, revealing beneath it safety shorts and a pink checkered romper. Yet, the most striking aspect was her muscular physique, reminiscent of a statue forged from bronze and iron. Rodney, is this the Barbie of strength? No. This is beyond that. It resembles a brotherly figure, does it not? Miss Monday possesses a rather masculine demeanor, which makes it somewhat difficult to behold. It is not out of disdain, but rather an inexplicable discomfort. What kind of twisted humor possesses the artist? I have never encountered a man with greater strength than mine. Thus, can your might truly surpass my own? Miss Monday speaks with a voice that starkly contrasts her physique. With a single hand, she seizes a cabinet from the tavern and hurls it towards Rodney. Rodney effortlessly caught the object and tossed it aside, under the influence of his extraordinary strength. A cabinet brimming with liquor felt as light as a feather to him. Of course, even in a normal state, lifting it was not particularly challenging. Grasping one side, Kurokas smashed through the wall and dashed onto the street, where a throng of individuals brandishing knives and guns surrounded them, clearly having come prepared. "Old man, stop pretending. You should find a safe place up top," he said, throwing Kurokas onto the rooftop. Kurokas landed safely and sat down with a thud, exclaiming, "Huh? Let me witness your prowess." Boom. Miss Monday similarly shattered the wall, opting against the door for the hole created by Rodney, although her stature necessitated a more forceful entry. Her muscles rippled with the aesthetics of power, yet Rodney failed to appreciate it. Miss Monday raised her fist and brought it crashing down upon his head. Fishman karate, mighty upper palm. The empowered upper palm collided with Miss Monday's strike, resulting in a resounding crash as the ground beneath Rodney fractured, allowing him to transfer the force he endured into the earth. Unfortunately for Miss Monday, she was not as fortunate, being forced back by the impact, prompting Rodney to pursue her relentlessly. Slicing. Mighty leaf hurricane. Bang. Miss Monday was sent flying by his kick. Although his strength was formidable, it was not lethal, merely leaving her injured and unable to recover swiftly. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and take him down," Mr. 8 urged, snapping the stunned group of pirate hunters out of their shock at Miss Monday's defeat. They raised their weapons and opened fire on Rodney. Chapter 40, Permanent Pointer and Little Garden Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Although Rodney failed to comprehend how this group could fire off dozens of rounds without a magazine, he still needed to evade. As he dodged, he executed a series of movements, pressing his palm against the ground while leaning against a wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth abruptly rose, blocking the incoming bullets. Water release, water rampart. A surging torrent erupted from behind the earthen barrier, sweeping the group away as if flushing a toilet, leaving only a few behind, including Mr. 8. Seeing his subordinates falter, Mr. 8 scoffed, "What a bunch of useless fools. You should never have been allowed to engage." Noticing Rodney peek out, he commanded, "Prepare the cannon." A barrel protruded from his curly hair. Cannon preparation complete. With a tug of his bow tie, the curly cannon fired. Bang bang bang. Bullets the size of lychees were unleashed. Rodney struck the earthen wall with a single, forceful blow, causing it to collide with a bullet, resulting in a resounding explosion. Suddenly, a figure surged forth, arriving before Mr. 8, and delivered a swift chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious and collapsing to the ground. Rodney then turned his gaze toward the approaching pirate hunters, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he invoked the technique of shadow clones. With a series of resounding thuds, 3 clones dispersed, charging towards the oncoming throng. Like a tiger entering a den of wolves, they overwhelmed their adversaries with ease, much like the legendary Ban Yi encircled 100,000 shinobi, leaving them utterly defenseless. Piling them together, Rodney then gently tapped Mr. 8 awake and inquired, "Baroque Works? Are you aware?" Mr. 8, taken aback, replied, "Naturally, my current objective is to eliminate you." With a smile, Rodney continued, "Come now, divulge the location of Baroque Works headquarters, or summon a few individuals to facilitate their demise." He pressed a kunai against Mr. 8's chin, urging him to contemplate. "Your life hangs in the balance. Who are you? What is your purpose? Are you attempting to extract information from me?" Rodney chuckled softly. "I am J. Rodney Joestar. Just know that I intend to dismantle Baroque Works. Now, make your decision swiftly, or face your end. Why is a bounty hunter from the East Blue so formidable, yet only worth a mere 3 million belly?" Mr. 8 retorted, "That was due to a prior offense. It has long been rescinded. Your intelligence network is severely lacking." Kuroka's approached with hands clasped behind his back, chuckling. "You won't extract any information this way," Rodney remarked. "I shall let him speak for himself. The Sharingan need not be employed for the time being. He has his own thoughts, and there is no rush." Mr. 8 surveyed all the subdued pirate hunters who were, in fact, members of the Baroque Works. They had lured this group to establish a small town here, aimed at deceiving unsuspecting novice pirates. With a sigh, he spoke, "Baroque Works is situated in Alabasta, though I am not privy to the exact location. However, you might try your luck there. This is all I can divulge." He had infiltrated Baroque Works alongside Princess Vivi to uncover the truth, yet thus far, they had not unraveled any substantial leads. The man before him, though a pirate hunter, remained a figure of uncertainty. An encounter with Baroque Works could very well expose the hidden truths lurking beneath the surface. Rodney failed to discern Mr. 8's true intentions, nor did he exhibit any inclination to uncover them. Were it not for Mr. 8's inherent decency, he might have been swiftly eliminated. The individuals here merely sought to claim the bounty on the pirate's head, and serving as a mere sieve was a preferable alternative to allowing a band of nefarious characters to wreak havoc upon innocent lives. Thus, your utility has reached its conclusion. With a firm grip upon Mr. 8's neck, he rendered him unconscious. Was that the end of the matter? Certainly not. As he rummaged through Mr. 8's belongings, he discovered the coveted item he sought, chuckling with delight. Eureka! In his possession lay a permanent record pointer, quietly resting in his palm. This pointer contained the magnetic coordinates of Alabasta, eternally directing its bearer towards the location, an unchanging beacon. A permanent pointer, you say? How did you ascertain that it was in his possession? Korokasu inquired, intrigued. Rodney, not quite. Given that those affiliated with the Baroque Workshop are more likely to possess a permanent pointer, I merely wished to ascertain whether he had one. He admitted that there was an element of chance involved, yet the crux of the matter is that he was fortunate in his wager. Casting aside the permanent pointer he held, he declared, "Let us proceed, old chap." It had not been long at all. "Well, there is still some wine left at the tavern. Let us take it with us." Off they went. Though both possessed considerable strength, they could not carry much, only half a warehouse's worth of wine. Rodney bore the burden of Kolokas, while Kolokas struggled under a large wooden plank laden with barrel after barrel of wine, thus forming a precarious tower as they entered Lab's mouth. They stored the wine within one of Lab's internal chambers and commenced their journey anew. Little Garden. After several days of sailing, as night approached, Lab halted before an island where they would spend the night. Upon landing, Rodney inhaled deeply, the scent of sulfur filling his nostrils. This island must harbor a volcano, for the sulfur stench is quite pronounced, Kolokas remarked as he set down the wine barrels from his shoulders. So this must be Little Garden. The presence of a volcano indeed renders the air quite unpleasant. Covering his nose, Rodney glanced around, noting the trees bore a distinctly Jurassic appearance, reminiscent of tree ferns, alongside a multitude of other peculiar flora. Not to worry, one grows accustomed to it after a while. Now, let us see what game we can find for Lab's dinner and procure some food for ourselves. Rodney waved his hand and ventured into the thicket. Oh, that old fellow can tend to the fire, Kolokas mused as he set off to gather dry twigs. Rodney traversed the jungle, the twilight casting a somber hue as the waning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, diminishing visibility. He came to a halt and looked up, only to find a saber-toothed tiger lounging upon a fallen tree trunk, its predatory gaze fixed upon him. Its elongated fangs resembled two gleaming blades, capable of piercing his flesh with ease. Ah, how remarkable, the first time he encountered a saber-toothed tiger, and still alive at that. The vast expanse of ocean created a barrier among the islands, leading to disparate developments. Some had evolved into modern societies while others remained entrenched in ancient eras. Many islands were home to unique species that did not exist beyond their shores. This particular island, due to its unique climate and geographical positioning, housed a plethora of ancient creatures, including dinosaurs, rendering the saber-toothed tiger not the apex predator in this realm. Rodney pondered for a moment, contemplating the notion of hunting a formidable creature. A single saber-toothed tiger would scarcely suffice for his appetite. Begone! With a surge of immense strength, he unleashed a gust of force that sent the saber-toothed tiger fleeing with its tail tucked between its legs. Ascending a tree, He gazed into the distance and spotted a herd of brontosaurs feasting on cycad leaves, towering nearly 100 meters high. Among them was one particularly battle-scarred individual. Its fierce gaze exuding a commanding presence, suggesting it was the leader. You shall be my quarry. Fixing his sights on the target, Rodney flexed his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. In an instant, he appeared before the brontosaurus leader with a swiftness akin to teleportation. Power punch. His blow, capable of splitting mountains, struck the brontosaurus leader squarely on the head, sending it crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, akin to a mountain collapsing. Do you wish to perish? Rodney inquired, casting a glance at the other brontosaurs. They all shook their heads vigorously, hastily retreating. Well, I shall feast on its thigh. And then perhaps Lap can devour the rest. Lap's immense size requires a considerable amount of sustenance. This portion should merely satisfy his hunger, while the remainder would necessitate his own hunting efforts. Grasping the brontosaurus's body, he pulled it once, twice, thrice. Alas, it proved somewhat strenuous. Even in his state of enhanced strength, dragging this creature was no small task. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder compelled Rodney to look upwards. Is it raining? A giant clad in armor, wielding a sharp axe and a round shield, emerged, blocking the sunlight. He beheld the fallen brontosaurus leader and Rodney hauling it. Curiously, he exclaimed. A human? His voice resonated like thunder, filled with intrigue. Have humans ventured here once more? Human, do you possess any wine? Indeed, I do. Would you care for some? The giant replied with a distinctive laugh. Ah, allow me to assist you. Place yourself in my hand. Very well. Rodney leaped onto his palm, which was the size of a pickup truck, and pointed the way. Let us proceed in that direction. Aha, off we go. With the brontosaurus in tow, the giant began their journey. Chapter 41. The Glory of Warriors. Speaking of which, I am called Buloki. What is your name? Buloki's voice sounded as if someone were playing a drum right next to him. Rodney, you may refer to me as Rodney. It is a pleasure to meet you. Aha. Human, did you and your crew come to this island to harness magnetic power? Buloki inquired. Buloki, one of the captains of the giant warrior pirate crew from a century ago, was known as the Red Demon. He was a close friend of the Blue Demon, Dongli. However, a trivial dispute arose when a young girl questioned who could hunt the larger prey, leading to an argument that culminated in a duel to determine the victor. Thus began a century-long contest, each encounter ending in a draw. To engage in 100 years of conflict over such a trivial matter seems, well, how shall I put it, somewhat of a squandering of life. Nevertheless, the lifespan of the giants is thrice that of humans. 100 years constitutes merely a third of their existence, an entirely bearable expenditure. They share a profound friendship. Bound by their ongoing attempts to outdo one another in the pursuit of glory, yet this rivalry does not diminish the camaraderie between them. Rodney shook his head and said, I merely ventured out for a hunt. I brought my permanent compass. Ah, you are quite fortunate, Baroque replied. If it were a recording compass, you would need to remain here for an entire year to accumulate sufficient magnetic energy. The little garden is an exceptionally treacherous place. Using a recording compass to reach the island requires a year to gather full magnetic power. While it poses no threat to Rodney, it is indeed a nightmare for weaker pirates. Volcanic eruptions occur with alarming regularity, akin to daily meals, while apex predators like the Tyrannosaurus roam, occasionally accompanied by unbearable heat. The average person would struggle to survive even a year here. Furthermore, Baroque and Dongli use the eruptions of the central volcano as signals for their battles, and those unfortunate enough to be caught in their skirmishes face a particularly high risk of death. At that moment, Rodney suddenly spotted a giant seated at the very spot where he had just landed. The enormous barrel in the giant's hands resembled a mere cup in the grasp of an ordinary man. With a single gulp, he finished its contents. Upon seeing the giant, Baroque exclaimed, Dongli? Baroque? Ha ha ha, have you come for a drink as well? The long-bearded giant was none other than Dongli, Baroque's formidable rival for a century. They typically regarded the central volcano's eruptions as the signal to commence their battles, refraining from engaging in conflict at other times. Indeed, I accepted Rodney's invitation. I heard this place boasts fine wine. He greeted Rodney and Dongli with enthusiasm. Ah, let us partake together. Wine is far more enjoyable in the company of friends. Dongli laughed heartily as he finished a barrel of wine. Kuro, noticing Rodney, grinned and said, I encountered Dongli while gathering firewood. Upon learning he is from the giant pirate crew, I extended an invitation. His age lent him familiarity with the once mighty crew, though it had long since fallen into decline. Baroque settled down and began to dismember the Thunder Dragon leader, using a nearby tree to fashion skewers for roasting the meat, which he then placed over a fire fueled by the tree trunk. Accepting the barrel of wine from Dongli, he lifted the lid and downed its contents in one go. Ah, the rich spirits I have long missed. Baroque laughed heartily. Engaging in conversation with Dongli, he mused, Indeed, it has been ages since I enjoyed a drink with friends. To friendship. The giants, with their simple natures, reciprocated goodwill with friendship. Kuro and Rodney raised their cups. They were not giants, and drinking from barrels proved rather cumbersome. Soon, the Thunder Dragon meat was perfectly roasted, and they feasted, drinking deeply and eating heartily. Dongli inquired, Kuro, you mentioned knowing the fate of the giant pirate crew. How fare my comrades? Disbanded. Disbanded. Impossible. Even if we have departed, Yorilu and Sanrilu would ensure the crew continues to sail. Dongli insisted. The crew was already disbanded decades ago when I first set sail. I heard it from a fellow giant, Kuro replied. How could this be? Sanrilu and the others should still be able to carry on. The giant pirate crew consisted of 4 captains, Baroque, Dongli, Sanrilu, and Yorilu. Baroque and Dongli had battled each other for a century due to a wager, never departing, yet they believed that even in their absence, the remaining 2 captains could sustain the crew. Kuro explained, many years ago, the giant pirate crew fell into the hands of the Navy after losing 2 powerful captains. Just as they were about to be executed, they were saved by Sister Carmelo. Since then, the crew has faded into obscurity upon the seas. And even the giant race has become scarce. What? Baroque exclaimed, striking his head in self-reproach. Dongli expressed relief, stating, thank goodness for that, sister. At this moment, Rodney spoke up, saying, you would be wise not to express gratitude towards that individual. Dongli and Baroque turned to him, while Kalokas, astonished, inquired, did you see it as well? Indeed, it was a conspiracy, Rodney replied. This is a performance orchestrated by Sister Carmelo and the Navy, aimed at facilitating Carmelo's entry into Elbaf, thereby eradicating the animosity between Elbaf and the Navy, and ultimately allowing the Navy to introduce the giant warriors. This is the ruse concocted by Sister Carmelo in collusion with the Navy. What? Such a scheme exists? Kalokas, taken aback by this revelation, felt deeply surprised. The despicable Navy. How dare they deceive our kin? They would rather place their trust in their friends than in that none they have never met. Rodney turned his head and inquired of Kalokas, have you heard of someone in the underworld known as Yamaba? Yamaba? Kalokas pondered for a moment before replying. I have heard she is a trafficker of children. Indeed, she is referred to as the Holy Mother in Elbaf, yet in truth, she is nothing but a notorious human trafficker, selling the children she adopts to CP. Not to mention, she has also taken in one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. He refrained from mentioning the fact that Sister Carmelo is a user of the Soul fruit, as divulging too much information could lead to undesirable consequences. Why is it that this mouth of mine cannot resist the urge to divulge spoilers? A moment of revelation brings fleeting pleasure, yet incessant revelation brings continual delight. After all, there are no pirates to pursue here. Big Mom, you say? That monstrous figure. Kalokas recalled the time when they had teamed up with Garp against the Rock's pirates. Among the formidable beings in the Rock's crew, she was indeed powerful. Now standing on par with that young Shanks as one of the 4 emperors. Is it possible she has abducted children from our giant race? Not quite. However, the Navy currently possesses a giant army and several lotteries, Rodney stated. Suddenly, Dongli rose to his feet, proclaiming, let us continue the fight. Bragi also stood, affirming, yes. Indeed, we must press on. Only those who survive can return. I shall restore the giant warrior pirates. Come on. With that, the 2 brandished their great sword and axe, engaging in battle. The storm of their conflict stirred the air, making it difficult to see, while Kalokas stood firm, safeguarding his drink. Rodney stood with his back to the storm, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. How did a minor disagreement escalate into a brawl? Rodney was unable to even tilt his head. Is this what it means to be a giant? The mere aftershocks of their battle unleashed such energy, it was genuinely terrifying. Yet, Big Mom was even more fearsome. At the tender age of 5, she had grievously injured her fellow giant pirate crew captain, Yoruru, ultimately leading to his demise. Although her voracious hunger played a role, it nonetheless highlights the formidable nature of that creature. This is the essence of giants, yet the sea is rife with monsters, Rodney. You have a long journey ahead. Kurikasu, with an air of calm, savored his drink and remarked, their battles do not concern me, regardless of how long they fight. It will always end in a stalemate unless interrupted by external forces. Otherwise, they shall remain locked in this cycle for all their days, a true waste of life. Baroque and Dongli's powers are indeed evenly matched. Even the fabric of their garments and the quality of their weapons are comparable, rendering any unforeseen events highly unlikely. Unless someone intervenes or an accident occurs, such as a slip that grants the upper hand to the other. Giants fight for honor. The initial reason for their combat has become irrelevant. Indeed, it no longer matters. They would fight to the death for the glory of a warrior. Chapter 42. The Kingdom of Wei. The battle between Baroque and Dongli concluded once more in a draw. They lay upon the ground, gazing up at the vast starry sky. Dongli inquired, Baroque, how much longer do you think we will continue to fight? It may be quite a while. After so many encounters, has it been nearly a century? Or has it already reached a century? Over these years, have we not always ended this way? The future appears to hold the same fate. Aha, Dongli. You truly are my dearest friend. Of course, we are adversaries for life. The 2 giants reclined on the ground, engaging in casual conversation while Rodney and Kurikasa dragged a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a Triceratops, respectively, toward the shore to present them as dinner for Laboon. Dongli's gaze shifted toward the duo, and he suddenly suggested, Baroque, what if Baroque, being his lifelong companion, could read his thoughts with a mere glance? Very well, then. Let it be so, Brother Rodney. Rodney turned around and inquired, is there something amiss? We wish to ask you a favor, came the reply. What is it? Please, speak. We kindly request that you visit Elbaf and assess its condition. If it is well, we will find solace. If I happen to pass by one day, I shall do so, Rodney replied, unable to assure them of his visit to Elbaf. Then we are counting on you. As a token of our gratitude, we shall present you with a gift, Loki stated. Ah, your offerings are far too grand for me. I must decline. Donley chuckled. No, it is not a material possession. At present, we possess only a permanent pointer directing us to Elbaf, but what we can impart is combat skills. The combat techniques of giants? Rodney pondered. Could it be the extraordinary skill known among our kind as the hero's spear? I wonder if you can master it, considering no human has ever wielded our techniques. Loki and Donley rose and proclaimed, the giant's ultimate skill, the Elbaf spear, W-Egu. W-Egu? Rodney's eyes lit up. The destructive power of this technique was formidable. Although it was likely learned in the ranks of the Rock's pirates, the giant race regarded her as a formidable foe, making it improbable for them to have imparted such knowledge. But can I, as a mere human, truly learn it? Rodney asked. For the disparity between giant and human physiques was vast, and mastering W-Egu was no simple feat, even among giants. Perhaps, Donley replied. I shall simplify W-Egu for you, making it easier to learn, and you can further refine it upon your arrival in Elbaf. I understand. Please teach me, esteemed masters. Then let us begin. Watch closely, Rodney. I shall first demonstrate the complete version of the Elbaf spear. Loki rose, raising his axe, stating, the most vital element is the weapon in your grasp. Without a resilient weapon, relying solely on physical prowess to execute this move will impose great strain. The quality of the weapon is paramount. Ours has withstood a century of combat, but this strike may render it unusable. He lifted the axe and swung it down towards the empty sea. Elbaf spear, W-Egu. The axe unleashed a magnificent spiral of air, the fierce and potent force condensing into a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing anything, creating a vast chasm in the sea until the force dissipated and the waters reclaimed the void. Crack. This strike also caused his venerable weapon to shatter, marking the end of its lifespan. Rodney's Sharingan captured Baroque's recent movements, allowing him to exchange task points for a standard straight blade from the hidden cloud village. Imitating Baroque's actions, an immense amount of chakra converged in his arms and the blade. Elbaf's spear, might of the nation. Boom. The spiraling sword energy was compressed into a spear, but it dissipated in midair before traveling far. Ah, quite impressive. Such a remarkable talent for learning. You are truly an exceptional warrior, exclaimed Donley, unable to contain his admiration. Even they had taken considerable time to master Elbaf's spear. Their initial attempts had failed to produce such sword energy. Baroque affirmed, indeed, a natural-born warrior. Given time, you will surely master it. Donley added. Baroque just executed the complete version of Elbaf's spear. I will now teach you the simplified version. Though it may seem unnecessary for you, it will greatly aid your understanding. He rose and swung his great sword. Elbaf's spear, might of the nation. This strike was considerably weaker than Baroque's previous one, but its potency should not be underestimated. Cracks began to appear on his weapon, warning that repeated use of such attacks could lead to its destruction. Even the weapons of giants could not withstand continuous releases of such force, which was one reason they rarely employed this technique. Donley and Baroque began instructing Rodney on the nuances of executing the might of the nation, enlightening him on many previously unclear aspects. Utilizing the simplified version significantly increased the success rate and exhibited commendable destructive power with an effective range of 40 meters in front of him. It was unlikely he could manage the true might of the nation. Elbaf's spear, might of the nation. The spiraling sword energy pierced a large tree before dissipating, showcasing its considerable strength. Crack. A fissure formed on the straight blade in his hand, shattering it, leaving only the hilt in his grasp. The might of the nation would drastically shorten a weapon's lifespan. To wield a single blade effectively, one must master the Hokage. Until then, Rodney would either have to continuously replace his weapons or seek one of superior quality. Had I known, I would have taken the third-generation ghost cutter from Loguetown, sparing myself the trouble after White Fong's blade shattered. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalled that the corpse of the sword Saint Ryuma from Wano had been unearthed by Moria, who still possessed the formidable sword, the autumn water of the 21 craftsmen. He remembered that sword's excellent quality. With this thought, he turned to Coloca's beside him and said, Old man, I would like to ask for your assistance. Oh, what is it? Coloca's replied, turning from tending to Baroque and Donley's wounds. I just noticed a fine blade in Moria's possession, held by one of his zombies. I would like to ask you to have your friend take it to Spade Archipelago, where I can retrieve it. Oh, you have your eye on that sword? Very well, I shall inform the first mate. You can collect it from him later. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping Laboon find friends. He had not yet decided on a gift for Rodney, but now he had a lead. Though he would still need to assess the sword's quality, if it fell short, he would prepare another gift. Thank you, old man. Coloca's waved his hand dismissively. Returning to his task, Baroque and Donley, burdened with old and new injuries, or numerous wounds, their giant physiques allowing them to endure what would have felled ordinary individuals. You should refrain from fighting for the next few days. It will not benefit your bodies. Heed the doctor's advice. Coloca's cautioned. Baroque chuckled. Haha. That is out of the question, doctor. Our battles are a daily affair. The volcanic eruptions merely signal the commencement of our fights. You can rest for a day. It is for your health. Haha, doctor, that would no longer be us. Their responses left Coloca's exasperated, reminiscent of the crew members aboard the ship who, despite being forbidden to drink, would do so nonetheless, no matter how I try to stop them. Very well, let us agree not to fight tonight. Coloccus waved his hand, leaping down from Dongley's shoulder to seek rest. An old man cannot stay up all night. It is detrimental to his health. We should also rest, Baroque and Dongley said, lying down on the spot and slipping into slumber. Their snores resonated like thunder, booming through the air. Rodney, disturbed by the noise, surrendered to the call of sleeplessness and sought a secluded spot to utilize his shadow clone technique to continue his studies on the Elbaf spear in 6 forms. As for rest, that could wait until tomorrow. After all, he could afford to forego a single night's slumber. Chapter 43. The journey to Alabasta. After a fortnight at sea, Rodney finally arrived at his destination, the port city of Alabasta, known as Canola Flower. Not long ago, he had bid farewell to Labu and Coloccus before entering this nation. On the day he departed from the little garden, the insatiable goldfish that could devour islands was shattered by Dong using the Elbaf spear, marking the end of his sword's lifespan. Throughout those 2 weeks, apart from his rigorous training, Rodney had also allocated a shadow clone to study navigation and medicinal knowledge with Coloccus, primarily focusing on the latter. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in stimulating one's own cells with chakra to accelerate healing through rapid division. However, cellular division has its limits. Excessive stimulation could lead to a reduced lifespan. Minor injuries are best treated with medicinal remedies. Simultaneously, he inquired of Coloccus about which wild edibles were safe to consume. As he primarily sustained himself on meat, care was necessary when it came to plants. Ingesting something peculiar could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Over the span of 2 weeks, he forced himself to memorize Coloccus' teachings, employing his Sharingan to enhance his memory, transforming it into his own knowledge. The Sharingan proved to be remarkably effective. As he neared Alabasta, he bid farewell to Labu and Coloccus and set forth on his journey across the sea. During his travels, he encountered a sea cat, which he adopted as his steed, for the people of Alabasta regarded the sea cat as a sacred creature. Its presence signified his entrance into Alabasta's climate. Guided by the sea cat, he arrived at the harbor and leaped onto the shore, where astonished onlookers drew their gazes toward him. He inquired, "Is there a place nearby that sells water?" Although he could produce water through his water release technique, the notion of drinking water he had expelled felt peculiar. Previously, during his time at sea in the East Blue, he had resorted to this method when his drinking water had run out, but he preferred to avoid it if possible. Upon landing, he was met with the sweltering winds that greeted him. This place bore no resemblance to a coastal city, but rather felt like an arid inland region, with endless stretches of yellow sand as far as the eye could see. It truly was a nation suffering from a scarcity of water resources. A local pointed him in the right direction, and Rodney tossed him a decent amount of belly and gratitude before departing. Due to the scarcity of fresh water, aside from bars, there were establishments solely dedicated to selling water, with prices rivaling those of alcohol. He purchased a barrel of water, slung it over his back, and then procured a map of Alabasta. Unfolding the map, he noted that Canola Flower was the port city, and by heading west and traversing the desert, he could reach Alabasta's only major river, the St. Dora. Upon crossing the river, he would arrive at the parched city of Aruma, then head north through the oasis of Yuba to reach Crocodile Stronghold, the city known as the Dreamland. However, he could also embark on the water route from Canola Flower, entering the mouth of the St. Dora River. Indeed, the river, a broad waterway formed by the influx of seawater, would sustain a thriving city along its banks if it were freshwater. Regrettably, it was a saline river. Navigating through the St. Dora would involve dealing with the river's resident St. Dora catfish, which could pose significant challenges. Opting for land travel was not without its complications. He produced a coin, with one side representing land and the other water. Clink. The coin spun in the air and landed in his palm. Land. Very well. Land it is. He sought confirmation from another individual regarding his bearings and purchased a sand sled, quickly mastering its operation with the owner's guidance. The sand sled, akin to a sailing vessel in the desert, relied on the wind for propulsion. Given the unpredictable winds in the area, Rodney had exchanged for wind release, breakthrough, should the need arise. Once he secured the water atop the sand sled and steadied himself, he tied a rope around his waist and raised the sail. Whoosh! The sand sled darted forward like an arrow, and Rodney skillfully adjusted to the wind's direction, racing toward the St. Dora River. Pirate Hunter? Jostat J. Rodney? Has he arrived at Canola Flower? The voice of a knowledgeable woman echoed from within the hidden office of the largest casino in the kingdom, Rain Feast, where the Baroque Works operated. If he continues westward, he'll reach Rain Feast. What could his objective be? The Baroque Works, perhaps? Having effortlessly defeated Mr. 8 and Miss Monday, whose strength was not to be underestimated, she mused. But since the boss has tasked us with eliminating him, let us send Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. 2 devil fruit users should suffice to deal with a suspected devil fruit user like the pirate hunter. With the mission's personnel decided, the woman smiled and resumed her work. After traversing the desert, Rodney directed the sand sled across the St. Dora River, discovering that the sled could move swiftly not only over sand but also upon water. Though it leaked slightly, he deemed such details inconsequential. The slow leak was manageable enough to carry him to the opposite bank of the St. Dora. As he peered down into the water, he spotted a massive shadow approaching. What the hell? Something else is coming my way. This was reminiscent of his travels at sea, where sea kings often appeared out of nowhere. Couldn't they find another method? Wind release, breakthrough. A gust of wind filled the sail, propelling the sand sled into a sudden burst of speed as a colossal creature surged from the depths, its enormous jaws engulfing a mouthful of water. Its house-sized eyes appeared innocently bewildered upon spotting Rodney, and it began to pursue him with a swishing tail. Damn it, what kind of catfish grows to such a size? What do they even eat? Rodney disregarded the direction of the sand sled as he unleashed several fireballs, which erupted against the St. Dora catfish. The creature recoiled in pain, thrashing its body and causing waves that propelled the sand sled forward at an even greater speed. Rodney chuckled heartily, exhaling a gust of wind that propelled the sand scooter even faster. As he ventured beyond the surface of the sea and onto the sandy terrain, he lowered the sail, lifted the sand scooter, and emptied the water from within, shaking off his long robe to remove any excess sand. He donned the traditional attire of Alabasta to shield his skin from the sun's harsh rays. He also sported a pair of wind-resistant sunglasses, a complete ensemble that had cost him a pretty penny, courtesy of that unscrupulous merchant. The sun blazed mercilessly, the daytime desert offering no refuge from the sweltering heat. The temperature soared, and with the relentless sun beating down, the sand itself radiated an intense warmth. Were it not for the special material of his ninja footwear, they might have melted beneath him. In just a few minutes, the sand scooter had dried out completely. He placed it back onto the sand, standing atop it, and stowed the remaining water in his waist pouch before hoisting the sail once more and dashing forward. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the port city of Iruma, which paled in comparison to the bustling prosperity of canola flour. Iruma was considerably more desolate, with few souls in sight. Situated within the arid desert region of Alabasta, the area suffered from extreme dryness and scant rainfall. Moreover, the use of dancing powder had rendered the moisture in regions beyond the capital almost non-existent, with some areas experiencing over a year without rain. The entire nation was rife with discontent. Not long ago, news had emerged from the palace that the king was clandestinely utilizing the globally prohibited dancing powder, further exacerbating the populace's grievances. It was rumored that rebel forces had begun to gather near canola flour, although the number of people at present remained relatively small. Rodney stowed away the sand shovel and parked in front of a modest inn, perhaps the sole establishment of its kind in the vast city. This once thriving metropolis had dwindled, with many inhabitants relocating to the nearby oasis of Yuba or crossing the St. Dora River to reach the fields of rapeseed. The scarcity of potable water rendered it impossible to sustain such a population. The innkeeper, a gaunt old man with a kindly visage, cheerfully remarked, "Dear guest, you would do well to leave this place. It is hardly suitable for living." "But, sir, why do you choose to remain?" Rodney inquired. "Because this is my home." The old man replied, "There is still a little water left, enough to sustain us who have chosen to stay for a time. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not abandon my home." This place was their sanctuary, and they would not depart so easily. Chapter 44, Distilled Water and Assault. Upon reflecting on the innkeeper's words, Rodney posed a question. "Do you simply wait for the rain to fall? Have you not considered drilling a well to extract groundwater, or employing alternative methods to obtain fresh water?" The innkeeper shook his head, saying, "There is but one well in the town. It used to yield sufficient groundwater for everyone's daily needs after a few rainfalls each year. However, it has not rained for over a year, and the supply has long been depleted. It is precisely due to the scarcity of fresh water that many have chosen to leave. As for other means of obtaining fresh water, I am unaware. We have always relied on rainfall and groundwater." Rodney fell silent. Logically speaking, being by the coast, one could procure fresh water through distillation. Although excessive consumption of distilled water is detrimental to human health, it could significantly alleviate the immediate need for fresh water in the short term. Yet, the inhabitants here appeared oblivious to this method. It was evident to him that the technological advancements in this world had taken a misguided turn. Furthermore, the geographical isolation of these waters hindered communication with the outside world, resulting in a stark disparity in lifestyles among the populace. Some lived in a semblance of modernity, while others were entrenched in the Middle Ages or even antiquity. Their daily lives were rather uninspiring, with technology primarily serving the elite, leaving the lower strata with minimal exposure to such advancements. They continued to rely on age-old traditions that had persisted to this day. There were even cyborgs capable of firing lasers. Yet certain individuals still found themselves living in the past. It was perplexing. Is technology not meant to serve humanity? The people in this world seem to devote all their energies to warfare, neglecting the ordinary citizens. With such low productivity, were lives truly deemed so worthless? For heaven's sake. Rodney exhaled deeply. He was not a science student, and the prospect of instigating a technological revolution in this world seemed utterly implausible. He could only undertake tasks within his limited capabilities. His worldview clashed with that of the world around him. Despite having assimilated into it to some extent, he still felt a sense of discomfort. Rising to his feet, he inquired, "Do you have any concave glass here?" "A pot lid would suffice, but ideally, I would prefer concave glass." "Concave glass? Let me think. Yes, we do have some. What do you intend to do with it?" The proprietor responded, "It is merely for an experiment. Rodney replied with a smile. The owner then retrieved a sizable glass dish, seemingly intended for serving food. He requested 2 basins, one large and one small. They proceeded to the banks of the Santola River, filling the larger basin halfway with seawater and burying the smaller basin in the sand. The concave glass was positioned to face the larger basin, covering it completely and left exposed to the sun. Curiously, the owner asked, "Sir, what is your purpose in doing this?" "To extract fresh water from the seawater," Rodney explained. His words astonished the proprietor. "Extracting fresh water from seawater? Surely, you jest." Influenced by a lack of scientific understanding, the owner had no concept of distillation. However, they did manage to derive fresh water from the moist sandy soil. Relying on nature for sustenance, when it rained, they thrived. But in the absence of rain, they faced dire consequences, as the water in the sand was scarce. Though the concave glass dispersed light, the intense heat from the sun and sand caused the seawater to evaporate rapidly. The rising water vapor was captured by the concave glass, allowing Rodney to collect the cool water as it condensed into droplets upon contact with the cooler surface. Due to the curvature of the glass, the droplets gravitated toward the center, ultimately falling into the small basin. Meanwhile, the water in the larger basin continued to evaporate. As Rodney cleared away the sand from one side and retrieved the scorching glass in 2 basins, he found the smaller basin filled to the brim with warm distilled water, while the surface of the larger basin was covered with a layer of salt crystals, beneath which lay a thick mixture of salt and water. Handing the distilled water to the proprietor, he urged, "Please, give it a taste." With trembling hands, the owner took a sip. It was mild, devoid of any brackish taste of seawater. Although it felt slightly different from the water he was accustomed to, it was undoubtedly fresh water. Fresh water, truly extracted from seawater? Tears welled in his eyes as he cradled the water, exclaiming, "If only you had come sooner, perhaps so many would not have left us, and countless lives would have been spared." Rodney remarked, "Although this is fresh water, prolonged consumption is not beneficial for the human body. It is advisable to consume more vegetables and other foods. Since distilled water lacks the essential trace elements required by the body, excessive intake offers little advantage. However, one can supplement these nutrients through alternative means. Oh, and do remember to store some ice for the evening. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme. It can reach 40 to 50 degrees during the day, while nighttime temperatures can drop below freezing. The condensation of distilled water is a crucial step. The temperature of the water is merely lower than that of the steam. Ice is preferable." He meticulously documented the necessary materials and steps for producing distilled water and handed the notes to the proprietor. The owner received this information with immense gratitude, as it was akin to a lifeline for those unfamiliar with the method. Having access to water in the desert signifies the possibility of survival. They would no longer be beholden to the whims of the elements. All of this was thanks to the individual before them. "Pardon me, esteemed guest. What is your name?" "I am Josta J. Rodney. Please remember each of the steps above, and it would be best to customize a quality collector." Rodney, having rested sufficiently, prepared to depart. "Sir Rodney, are you truly leaving? Could you not stay a few more days? Once everyone learns of your contributions, you shall undoubtedly achieve great renown, becoming a national hero like Lord Crocodile," the proprietor said earnestly. He believed that Rodney would surpass Crocodile, for while Crocodile protected his people, Rodney's method had the potential to save many more lives. "No need for that. It is but a small matter. I have more pressing engagements," Rodney said as he hoisted the sails and departed with the sand sledge. The proprietor gazed at the receding figure, resolute in his belief that Rodney's name would be celebrated throughout Alabasta. Not long after leaving Alabasta, Rodney halted the sand sledge. Before him stood a gargantuan, earthy yellow tortoise. On its back rested a seat with an umbrella, occupied by 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man, with dark skin, donned a brown coat adorned with the number 5 on the left chest and the right lower corner. His hair was styled in unkempt braids, and he wore sunglasses, exuding the aura of a rock musician. The woman, under a small parasol, wore a lemon-yellow bodycon dress emblazoned with lemon motifs, complemented by a yellow hat, presenting herself as a fashionable beauty whose smile suggested a hint of malice. She glanced at the wanted poster in her hand, featuring Rodney's face, and said with a smirk, "Ah, we found him, but it's a pity the warrant has been rescinded. 3 million berries is quite a substantial sum for pocket change." "What a shame," the man interjected. "Let us skip the pleasantries, Miss Valentine. Once we eliminate him, our task will be complete." Miss Valentine, clearly displeased, replied, "We specifically came here for this guy, and the sun is scorching my skin." Mr. 5, with an impassive expression, inserted a finger into his nose, extracting a nugget of mucus, which he pinched between his fingers and aimed at Rodney, stating, "Eliminating him is merely a trivial matter, quite simple indeed." With a flick of his finger, the mucus flew forth. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. A kunai embedded with an explosive tag shot forth, piercing their seat, igniting the tag into flames. Observing this, Mr. 5 seized the explosive tag. The explosion occurred, leaving his hand merely stained with soot, prompting him to boast, "I have consumed the exploding fruit of the paramecia type. Explosions are of no consequence to me." Miss Valentine chuckled. "Is this his final struggle?" Mr. 5, how pathetic. Such is the fate of the weak. As their task neared completion, Mr. Five shoved Miss Valentine aside, and a flurry of shurikens whizzed past, embedding themselves in the sand behind them. Turning to look, they found Rodney standing there, unharmed, smiling as he exclaimed, "Surprises." Motherfer. Chapter 45, The Assassination of the Baroque Works. Rodney cast aside his long robe, revealing a handful of shurikens in his palm. The densely packed projectile soared toward Mr. Five and Mississippi Valentine. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt them before me? Mr. Five scoffed, extracting a lump of nasal mucus and launching it at the incoming shurikens. Boom. As a user of the bomb fruit, Mr. Five's entire body could serve as a bomb. Even the expelled mucus and the breath from his mouth could be used as explosive projectiles. Such a terrifying ability, yet he resorts to playing with his own nasal discharge? Does he not fear injuring himself? Mississippi Valentine leaped into the air, buoyed by the wind as she gazed down with an exaggerated grin. Mr. Five. That individual is still standing there. She had consumed the fluffy fruit, granting her the power to manipulate her weight freely, from 1 kilogram to 10,000. Allowing her to float temporarily amidst the explosion's aftermath. My dear lady, your taste is impeccable. Those yellow and white stripes are quite striking, Rodney remarked. Taking in the view above, Mississippi Valentine exclaimed, "Ah, I shall end your life. Behold my attack. 10,000 kilograms, crushing down." Rodney cast a glance and silently took a step back. Bang! The immense weight of Miss Valentine's figure, weighing 10,000 kilograms, crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater as sand surged towards the opening. Emerging from the pit, Miss Valentine wore an expression of indignation. With her weight under her own control, she lightened herself and briefly soared into the air. Indeed, one cannot trust a woman's weight, Rodney mused quietly. At that moment, Mr. Five charged forward, swinging a fist in Rodney's direction. A mere touch would result in explosive injury, and even proximity would lead to a detonation. Rodney swiftly retreated, unleashing a vacuum ball. The invisible air bullet struck Mr. Five, causing an explosion that sent him staggering back, yet he remained unscathed, much to his astonishment. How can this be? Logically, a vacuum ball capable of piercing stone should have easily penetrated this fellow's body. Mr. Five dusted himself off and remarked, "I suspected you would attempt an ambush. The moment you touch me, my body will explode regardless of where you strike. So that's how it is. I thought you were a fool," Rodney chuckled. This clarified the situation. The vacuum ball was immediately neutralized upon contact with his body, resulting in the earlier scene. Fire release. Phoenix fire. Fireballs were launched, and Rodney charged alongside them. The fireballs did not strike Mr. Five. Instead, they served as a feint, creating clouds of smoke that obscured vision. Mr. Five then heard a voice. "Fishman karate, 100-pound cannon." The surging force of the punch penetrated the smoke, striking Mr. Five and propelling him backward. This time, no explosion occurred, as Mr. Five was caught off guard. Such a splendid fruit was wasted. Shaking his head, Rodney, utilizing his Sharingan, swiftly maneuvered through the smoke to Mr. Five's back. With a spin, he unleashed a dragon-shaped whirlwind, launching him into the sky. Leaf Dragon God. Bang! Mr. Five crashed to the ground, unconscious. Rodney turned to Miss Valentine, offering a smile that, combined with the crimson hue of his eyes, filled her with terror, leaving her with a psychological scar. However, she felt fortunate to be airborne. If the wind carried her away, she might survive. Tightening her ankle, she looked down to find a steel wire tied to an unknown weapon wrapped around her ankle, the other end held by Rodney. "Come down." Rodney yanked Miss Valentine from the air. "Ah," she screamed as she fell to the ground, a cold kunai pressed against her throat. The man who easily defeated them smiled and said, "I have a few questions for you. Which senior agents from Baroque Works are in Rain Base?" With a chilling gaze emanating from his blood-red eyes, he instilled a sense of frost in Miss Valentine, making her feel as if she were plunging into an icy abyss despite the sweltering heat. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Mr. 2, Miss Christmas, Mr. 4. I saw them a few days ago. I don't know about the others. They must be on a mission." "Oh, I see. If you're deceiving me, this will be your fate." He smiled as he tossed the kunai towards a nearby sand dune. A scream pierced the air as Miss Valentine stiffened, glancing towards the direction of the sound. A vulture, armed with a machine gun, and a sea otter in ridiculous spotted attire were simultaneously pierced by the kunai, losing their lives as blood stained the sand. These were mid-level operatives of Baroque Works, known as the Unlucky Duo, tasked with gathering and reporting intelligence while monitoring the activities of other Baroque Works members. Should they discover any dereliction of duty, they would resort to explosives to deal with the personnel, and this instance was no exception, but they had been handled by Rodney. Rodney smiled and remarked, "I am not a devil, am I? Perhaps there was just an oversight." Miss Valentine's Day nodded enthusiastically. Yes, there are indeed oversights. And there is also the Vice President, Mississippi. All Sunday, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, and I cannot speak for anyone else. Truly, I am not lying. You must believe me. All right, I shall believe you, Rodney replied. The last thing Miss Valentine's Day saw was Rodney's smile and his blood-red, swirling eyes. It seemed something was spraying from her neck, her strength gradually ebbing away, yet she felt no pain, only a warm and comforting sensation enveloped her. "But I never said I would spare you," Rodney whispered as he buried Miss Valentine's Day's lifeless body beneath the yellow sands, then turned his gaze toward Mr. Five. Approaching the gravely injured and unconscious Mr. Five, Rodney retrieved a banana from his waist pouch. Should a devil fruit user perish, there exists a significant chance that the fruit's power will seek out a nearby fruit to inhabit, transforming that fruit into a new devil fruit, endowed with the same abilities. Of course, this is subject to probability, and success is not guaranteed. Killing Mr. Five right now might not necessarily grant him those powers. Much like SCHR Dinger's cat. The outcome regarding the fruit remained uncertain. He might acquire Mr. Five's abilities or he might not. However, falling into the hands of a master of martial arts would certainly be more advantageous than remaining with Mr. Five. For example, if the bomb fruit were to be consumed by Garp, not to mention the sheer might of his punches, simply striking an enemy's body would trigger an explosion, yielding a devastating effect. The body could be utilized as a bomb, which is no trivial matter. Why engage in trivial pursuits when one could harness such power in close combat? Strengthening one's martial prowess. Delivering a single punch that detonates like a high-explosive grenade. Does that not sound appealing? Why indulge in frivolity? Regardless, the time for deliberation had passed. With a kunai in hand, he struck down Mr. Five, ending his life. Almost immediately, he noticed a transformation occurring with the banana in his grasp. The once yellow peel began to turn red, adorned with spiral patterns reminiscent of traditional motifs. The superhuman bomb fruit has manifested. Yet, Rodney chose not to consume it. Instead, he decided to retain it. To him, the bomb fruit seemed somewhat superfluous, especially considering the existence of a bloodline limit known as explosion release in the Naruto universe. Without mentioning the artist Deidara. During the Great Ninja War, the explosive techniques employed by the reincarnated master Yoshida were akin to the bomb fruit. Though it could only cause an explosion upon striking a target, it was sufficient for practical purposes. After all, he still possessed explosive tags. In retrospect, the abilities of a certain office worker appeared far more practical. Anything touched would transform into a bomb, proving exceedingly useful. Queen of Assassins, third bomb, devourer of the vanquished. Time rewinds by an hour. Casting aside unrealistic fantasies, he buried Mr. Five's corpse and proceeded to their mode of transportation, the waterway transport turtle. After a brief glance, he cast an illusion to control the creature, leaping onto its back, proclaiming, "Let us go." To Yuba. The waterway transport turtle kicked up a cloud of dust on the sandy terrain, moving faster than when they had utilized the sand shovel. Chapter 46, Yuba Yuba. A city constructed in a desert oasis over the past decade, serves as a vital rest stop for desert merchants traveling between Rainfall and Aluma, a crucial artery for trade. Since its establishment, Yuba has flourished with prosperity, but the lack of rainfall over the past year has begun to wither the oasis, with encroaching sands threatening its existence. Recently, the influx of nearby nomads has strained the already scarce water resources, leading to a diminishing water supply in Yuba's waterways. The architect of Yuba was Naruto, the father of the future leader of the rebellion. The incident involving the dancing powder was revealed shortly before Rodney's arrival, causing nationwide uproar and leading many who had once placed their trust in King Cobra to harbor doubts, with some radical individuals joining the rebel forces. However, Naruto remained steadfast in his belief in the king, convinced that he would not commit such treachery. While his son also believed in Cobra, he chose to join the rebellion for the sake of the oppressed populace, successfully ascending to the position of leader due to his innate leadership qualities. Yet, that journey had yet to commence. Rodney arrived at this once thriving oasis, which, although still more prosperous than Aluma, now bore the weight of melancholy upon the faces of its passers-by. The dwindling water supply had become a grave concern, and the infrequent visits from merchant caravans had precipitated a decline in local services. The inhabitants found themselves unable to earn a living, facing threats to their very existence, compelling many to seek refuge elsewhere for their own safety. The trees that remained, though scarce, were resilient species adept at withstanding heat and drought, their names lost to memory. Yet, beneath their shade, a gust of wind would sweep through, carrying with it a mouthful of sand. Rodney, the sandstorm approaches. In the distance, yellow sands rise tumultuously, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Dust is swept high into the heavens by the wind, enveloping everything like a primordial beast intent on devouring this pearl of the desert. Just when he thought the townsfolk would seek refuge within their homes, a group surged forth, led by a somewhat portly elder. His rough, calloused hands gripped the shovel tightly, and his eyes radiated unwavering determination. "Let us rally together, everyone. Yuba shall never be consumed by this mere sandstorm. We will certainly restore Yuba to its former glory." His words resonated with a profound strength, inspiring the robust young men around him to raise their shovels and shout loudly as they charged forward, resolute in their mission to protect the waterway from being engulfed by the encroaching sand. That waterway represented Yuba's last hope. Rodney gazed upon the scene with a sigh, following along, feeling somewhat intrusive, yet unable to restrain himself. After all, he was merely offering assistance, nothing more. He purchased a windproof veil from the sand-hidden village at the system marketplace, renowned for its breathability and effectiveness against sand, complemented by a pair of wind-resistant sunglasses, thus fully equipped for the impending storm. The sandstorm approached swiftly, enveloping Rodney in a shroud of low visibility. Moments ago, a group of individuals had gathered by the waterway, diligently shoveling away the yellow sand poised to cascade into the channel. However, human effort often pales in comparison to the whims of nature, especially when some were deliberately obstructing progress. As Rodney appeared at the periphery, conjuring a doppelganger, the startled onlookers turned in surprise. Among them was an elderly figure, the son of Dado, the builder of Yuba, who stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you?" Rodney remained unresponsive, while all his clones, evenly distributed on both sides of the waterway, executed identical movements and proclaimed in unison, "Earth style, earthen wall." In the astonished gaze of onlookers, walls of earth surged from the ground, merging into an extensive barrier against the sand. The clones continued to maneuver, diligently stitching together the sandy fortification. By the time the sandstorm abated, all of Rodney's clones had exhausted their energy and vanished. When Dorado and Kosha found him, he was breathless, seated atop the carcass of a deceased purple scorpion. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your name?" Dorado inquired, extending the highest courtesy of Alabasta, a gesture mirrored by his son Kosha and the others, for this stranger had earned their respect. The construction of the earthen barrier significantly alleviated their daily burdens, safeguarding the waterway, which in turn protected the lives of the city's inhabitants. "Rodney, you may call me that," he replied, rising to his feet. Though his chakra had dwindled considerably, leaving only a fraction of his usual reserve, he still retained some energy. Since mastering the 100 Healings technique, he had been routinely infusing chakra into his forehead, though the mark had yet to manifest. He had no intention of utilizing it at present, as the situation had not escalated to a dire level, and he preferred to conserve his reserves. Smiling, he said, "Uncle, I intend to stay here for a few days. Might you waive my travel expenses?" "Of course, that will certainly be waived," Dorado responded, turning away. "You have done so much, protecting the lifeblood of this city. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your wishes. I am the mayor here. My name is Dorado, and this is my son, Kosha." Kosha, though somewhat taciturn, regarded Rodney with a gaze that conveyed both respect and a hint of wariness, having previously encountered those who wielded the powers of devil fruits, though none as extraordinary as Rodney's. "Thank you, Uncle," Rodney said with a grin, dragging away the scorpion he had dispatched during the construction of the earthen wall. "Such a large creature must be quite delicious, no?" Initially, the others contemplated assisting him in moving the scorpion, but soon discovered that it was a formidable task for them. While in Rodney's hands, it felt as light as paper. Settling into the finest room of the inn arranged by Dorado, he exhaled deeply. Water resources here were precious, and bathing would be a cumbersome endeavor. Fortunately, Rodney possessed water techniques. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, he opted to bathe at night. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. "Come in," he called. The person entering was Kosha. "I apologize for the intrusion. My father sent me to see if you require anything." "Mr. Rodney." "Oh, it's quite comfortable here. By the way, where is the scorpion I dispatched?" Rodney inquired. "It is placed behind the inn," Kosha answered, his curiosity piqued. "May I ask what you intend to do with it?" "Eat it," Rodney replied. "Eat? Such a large scorpion?" Kosha was taken aback, as they had never considered such a creature edible. "Indeed. Oh, and I would appreciate it if you could procure an iron plate, some stones, firewood, and a few seasonings. I intend to prepare a teppanyaki dish." "Yes, teppanyaki scorpion." "Very well," Kosha said, quietly departing. Though puzzled, he chose to fulfill Rodney's request, soon returning with the necessary items as dusk fell and the sky darkened. Rodney ignited a flame and dismembered the scorpion, discarding all its useless parts. He then peeled back its shell to reveal the tender white flesh within, reminiscent of the meat found in crab claws, placed upon a sizzling iron plate. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the children nearby to the point of tears. "Come, let us feast," Rodney called, gathering everyone for a lively bonfire gathering that lasted deep into the night, until each person returned to their respective homes and families. Later that night, after a refreshing bath, Rodney wrapped himself in a robe and ascended to the rooftop of the inn. The starry sky was resplendent, a sight to behold. Lowering his gaze, he noticed someone beckoning him. Upon closer inspection, it was Uncle Dado. He leaped down and cheerfully inquired, "What brings you here, Uncle Dado?" "Staying up late is rather taxing on one's health at your age." Dado chuckled and shook his head. "Oh, it's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. I tend to rise rather late in the morning. What about you? Unable to sleep?" "Not quite. I am merely curious about the source of the water in Yuba. Today, I noticed he constructed earthen barriers along the waterways, yet I could not discern the origin." Dado revealed, "That is groundwater, emerging from the depths of the earth to invigorate the city." "Is that so? Can we dig a well here?" Rodney asked. "This isn't Aluma. It's close to the Sandora River, situated in the heart of the desert, relying on underground water and rainfall for sustenance. Digging a well is quite arduous. We have been striving to do so." Dado, a man of resilience, was well aware of the challenges, having attempted to excavate multiple wells without success. Yet, he remained undaunted in the face of sandstorms, embodying a spirit as steadfast as steel. He would persist in his efforts for the sake of Yuba. Chapter 47. When sleep arrives, offer a pillow. Rodney pondered this information, although he did not perceive Yuba's water scarcity as acutely as that of Aluma. The threat of sandstorms loomed. Were it not for the efforts of Dado and others, Yuba might share a similar fate, based on the recent sandstorm situation. It seemed unlikely that this place would endure for more than half a year without dwindling, as long as Kusha remained. It indicated that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of necessitating his involvement with the rebel forces, reflecting his continued faith in Kabura. However, Kurokadar's interference aimed to erase Yuba from the map. Yet, the atmosphere here felt somewhat unsettling. Ultimately, this was not his concern. His priority was to disband the Baroque Works before the rebellion began and to defeat Kurokadar. The sand fruit held the key. After bidding farewell to Dado without inquiring about his presence, perhaps due to his nocturnal nature, Rodney stood by the narrow window gazing into the serene desert night. He wondered how Kurokadar would react when confronted with the sand manipulation of either the guardian crane or Gara. Surely, it would be a sight to behold. However, the conflict of sand against sand bore little significance. Kurokadar's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. His reliance on his fruit rendered him vulnerable. Though he wielded formidable power due to favorable conditions, contact with water would cause his sand to solidify, temporarily stripping him of his abilities and significantly diminishing his strength. At that moment, Kurokadar would be vastly inferior to Rodney, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, grinning like a villain, his expression rather unsightly. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the air remained pleasantly humid. Rodney awoke early, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and unexpectedly encountered Kusha, who was carrying a shovel. Curiously, he asked, "Kusha, with no sandstorm in sight, what are you up to?" Kusha explained, "I am digging a well. Yuba cannot solely depend on the waterways, otherwise we shall all perish here. Water is undeniably precious, akin to life itself. The human body requires hydration, particularly in this arid desert. Yuba's water supply was dwindling. Reliance on the waterways alone was insufficient. Allow me to assist," Rodney offered with a smile. "How can I accept such a generous offer? You have already aided us immensely." "Not at all. I have little else to do. Spending time here is no burden." Rodney shook his head, smiling. "Just provide me with a few more shovels. I can make good use of them." Recalling Rodney's capabilities during the sandstorm, Kusha nodded in agreement and, after expressing his gratitude, sent someone to fetch several shovels. Shadow clone jutsu. Rodney summoned a multitude of clones and, alongside Kusha, sought a nearby area with vegetation to commence their digging. "Hey everyone, let's dig for water." "Yes, let's go." The shadow clones raised their shovels, working in groups, their speed of excavation enhanced by their chakra and immense strength. Some clones, finding the shovels unwieldy, resorted to using earth manipulation. Kusha stood there, holding a shovel, unsure of what to do, observing as the shadow clones rapidly piled sand to one side. Rodney cast a shovel full of sand aside and crouched down to feel the earth, which was somewhat moist rather than parched. He sensed that he had indeed found the right spot and summoned several shadow clones to embark on a frenzied excavation. The deeper they dug, the more the sand became damp and refreshing. Nodding in approval, he realized he was already in a pit several meters deep and called out, "Hey, Kusha, Kusha." "Mr. Rodney." "I'm here," Kusha replied, leaning over the edge of the pit to gaze down. Rodney exclaimed, "We've struck gold. There must be water here." Overwhelmed with joy, Kusha clenched his fist in excitement. "Go fetch some tools for transporting sand. I've compacted the surroundings, and I can hardly move now." "Understood. Please wait a moment." With enthusiasm, Kusha dashed back to gather a group to assist in transporting the sand. Subsequently, shadow clones began to aid Kusha and his companions in moving the sand, which grew heavier as it became saturated with water. Rather than discarding the sand, they intended to distill the moisture for drinking. Poverty breeds its own solutions. Had they not been in the heart of the desert, these people might have already devised a method to distill seawater. Hey, we've uncovered water. Wait, stop digging." A Chneen heard his call and rushed over, discovering Rodney standing atop the murky water, with several clones still excavating. The water level was rising, and they too were slowly ascending. "Water. We have water. Ha ha ha. Yuba will regain its former vitality. Splendid. Heaven bless us. We shall conquer the sandstorm. If only we could wait for rain. Yuba will surely return to its former glory." Unquestionably, the discovery of fresh water was a tremendous boost for the people here. Water signifies life, and Yuba would once again pulse with vigor. Wonderful, water has emerged. Kusha tightened his fists, knowing that Yuba could endure a while longer. Rodney returned to the waterhole, and along with 3 clones, erected an earthen barrier around the waterhole, stating, "Let's find a few people to cover this area to prevent the sun from evaporating the water unnecessarily." "Certainly, Mr. Rodney." Kusha comprehended and sent for the best masons in Yuba to construct a sunshade and create an entrance and exit to thwart the sandstorm's efforts, ensuring the area would not be easily engulfed by sand. While fetching water might be a hassle, it was far better than allowing it to evaporate wastefully. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Rodney gazed into the distance where a cloud of dust was rising. Narrowing his eyes, he perceived a crimson gleam, and his vision sharpened once more. Through the haze, he discerned a large turtle, seemingly social, rapidly approaching while pulling a pink cart, reminiscent of a young girl-ass toy. Kusha also noticed the situation, and Rodney sighed softly, saying, "It might be an assassin looking for me." "Kusha, instruct the people of Yuba to stay indoors, otherwise they may be caught in the crossfire." However, as Kusha was about to assert his ability to assist, he was interrupted. "These individuals are formidable assassins. Your involvement would be futile. I am better equipped to handle them." With that, he leapt away, vanishing before Kosha, leaving only a silhouette behind. Kosha, watching his retreating figure, vacillated between clenching and relaxing his fists. After much internal conflict, he resolved to inform everyone to hide. How opportunistic, Rodney mused, positioning himself on the route that the water delivery turtle must traverse, obstructing its path. As the cart's doors swung open, a group emerged. Among them a bald man with crossed arms, a prominent one emblazoned on his chest. He was tall, muscular, and donned monk-like attire adorned with serpentine patterns at the sides. His demeanor was cold and unyielding, radiating an aura that commanded distance. More intriguing to Rodney, however, was the individual seated beside him, clad in a pink swan costume, inscribed with H. Bune, revealing long, graceful legs. With a flamboyant visage and one leg raised while the other rested on its toes, she resembled a ballet dancer, chanting, 121. 1, 2, 121. Mr. 2, Baroque Works senior operative, the only one without a partner, is a transgender individual. The seas are rife with oddities, and such individuals are not scarce. Reminiscent of a tale where Sanji endured 2 years of torment at the hands of a lecherous nation. For him, it was the utmost suffering. Though Frankie is a pervert, he values loyalty, not entirely virtuous, yet not thoroughly villainous. Never mind, I shall spare him later. His gaze drifted across the others, landing on a man with one emblazoned on either cheek. Mr. 11, the scimitar-wielding, swift blade of 50. Weapons are indeed delivered when one desires them. Chapter 48, Baroque Works. The swift blade of 50, Mr. 11 scimitar, had granted him entry into Baroque Works as a mid-level operative, absent this fine blade. His capabilities would mirror those of countless others beneath the mid-level operatives. Leading the assassination of Rodney was none other than Baroque Works' most formidable senior operative, Mr. 1, Dazbones. Having consumed the cutting fruit of the paramecia type, he could transform any part of his body into a razor-sharp edge, while his skin hardened to the strength of steel. Beside him stood Frankie, Mr. 2, a transgender individual. Mr. 3 and his partner were absent, while Mr. 4 and his companion, Mississippi Merry Christmas, accompanied Mr. 1 and Mississippi. Double Finger, along with a cadre of weaker assassins, including Mr. 9, Mr. 11, and the blue-haired girl, Mississippi Wednesday, a princess of this nation, who was undercover within Baroque Works, seeking to uncover the truth behind the dance powder incident. With her formidable strength, she successfully ascended to the mid-level operative rank. The failures of Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine alarmed Crocodile, prompting him to dispatch Mr. 1 and others to locate Rodney. If they could recruit him, it would be ideal. If not, they would collectively overpower him. For Crocodile never permitted a threat to persist. Mr. 1 addressed Rodney, the pirate hunter of the East Blue. Red-eyed Rodney, I offer you an opportunity to join Baroque Works. Should you accept, your past transgressions will be forgiven, elevating you to the rank of Mr. 5 or higher. If you decline, however, he formed a lethal blade from his arm, extending razor-sharp fingers. There is no doubt that we will overwhelm you and end your life here. Is that so? Rodney scratched his head, squinting with a smile. In that case, I shall open my eyes, let the bloodlust surge forth. His crimson Sharingan glimmered with murderous intent. I shall strike first. With a swift motion, he plunged into the sand. Mr. 1 immediately ordered, Mississippi Merry Christmas. A plump woman with an exceedingly rapid speech replied, Understood. Understood. No more dilly-dallying. Her mouth elongated, sprouting whiskers, her skin sprouting fine black hair, transforming her hands into claws, forming a living humanoid mole. Mississippi Merry Christmas, who had consumed the mole fruit of the Zoan type, swiftly burrowed into the sand, seeking Rodney's whereabouts. Mr. 11's ankle tightened as he grasped his leg, an immense force pulling him downward, silencing any potential scream as he was buried beneath the sand. Fool. Mr. 11 is a simpleton. Is he a pig? Miss Merry Christmas angrily ordered the body of Mr. 11 to be brought forth. Mr. 1, with his keen eyes, spotted the detonation symbol on Mr. 11's chest and shouted, Everyone, run. Rodney's bomb paper. Mr. 1 and his companions possessed far more information about Rodney's findings than others, including knowledge of the detonation symbols. Though no one knew their name, due to the explosive nature of the situation, they temporarily referred to it as bomb paper, which was indeed powerful. With a thunderous blast, the detonation symbol on Mr. 11's chest exploded, causing everyone to retreat and hastily drop to the ground. As the dust settled, they found themselves covered in sand and strange debris. Princess Vivi, still on the ground, tightened her grip as she caught sight of a face emerging from the sand, startling her. Just as she was about to scream, a large hand covered her mouth, silencing her. Quiet, come in, it commanded, dragging her into the sand. While a shadow clone transported her to Yuba, the remaining individuals were left to engage in battle. Emerging from the sand, shaking off the dust, he drew the huazhou. Its blade adorned with flame-like patterns, a fine sword, superior to the standard long knife he wielded. With huazhou crossed over his chest, he stood firm on the ground, pointing it at the agents before him, and inquired, who wishes to advance and meet their demise? Have you taken little 11's dagger? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Foam Keeley's voice resembled that of a duck, and merely speaking caused Rodney's expression to shift. In the realm of animation, this person was emotional and humorous, albeit a bit deranged, fascinating nonetheless. However, in reality, farewell. The mannerisms and tone were unsettling. Perhaps it was best to forego the blade. He thrust the sword into the sand when suddenly a mole popped up, frantically exclaiming, "Are you an idiot? You almost struck me. That would mean certain death. Retreat." Unbeknownst to who issued the warning, Miss Merry Christmas looked up to see the glinting blade raised high, swiftly descending. She immediately burrowed into the sand. But the hole she created was torn apart by a fierce sword aura, causing dry sand to converge towards the center. This individual was clearly treating the situation like a game. Mr. One solemnly remarked that Rodney had entirely disregarded Miss Merry Christmas, regarding her and many others merely as playthings. Understanding Rodney's intentions, Mr. One exchanged glances with Fonkilii, and they advanced from two directions, one forward and one back. Mr. One's fingers curled into claws, blades sprouting from his fingertips as he lunged at Rodney, who parried with Wajo, sparks flying. Ballet fist, elegant swan dance. Fonkilii unleashed a flurry of kicks using his ballet technique against Rodney. A shadow clone appeared beside him, blocking Fonkilii's kick before vanishing. What was that? Mr. One thought, finding Rodney to be an even greater nuisance than any adversary he had encountered before. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Swift as the wind, yet Rodney effortlessly countered each blow. Fonkilii, astonished, noted he can actually match Mr. One's strength. What a terrifying opponent. However, I too must employ my best techniques. Taking a deep breath, Fonkilii leapt into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at the two engaged in fierce combat below. Human demon fist, memories of that summer. Disgusting. Rodney countered Mr. One's attack with a swift strike, his body spinning to generate a violent dragon-shaped whirlwind that lifted a vast amount of sand, transforming into a fearsome yellow dragon. Makuzai Dragon God. What? Fonkilii's attack collided with the Makuzai Dragon God, and he was immediately engulfed by the sandy dragon, which lashed against his face, causing pain and even tearing his skin in places, drawing blood. Struggling to open his eyes against the wind, Fonkilii saw Rodney at the center of the wind dragon and gritted his teeth, spinning his body to unleash a barrage of spinning kicks toward his target. Determined to bring him down. Behold my proud technique. Human Demon Fist, 320,000 circle spinning kick. Rest easy, Rodney retorted, executing the Makuzai Great Whirlwind. His powerful kick collided with Fonkilii's leg, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise, despite feeling nauseated. He noted that the Sharingan could perfectly replicate the martial arts here, but he was unwilling to learn Fonkilii's Human Demon Fist, sensing it would cost him something profoundly significant, perhaps his integrity. Turning his gaze to the onlookers, he declared, "All right, who shall go next?" Suddenly, a loud bark echoed from an unknown source, followed by a hefty figure hurling a baseball towards him. It flew straight but was easily dodged, landing behind him. "Huh, you think a baseball could attack me? What a fanciful notion." Just as Rodney reveled in his triumph, the baseball unexpectedly erupted with light. Sensing the danger, he swiftly took flight. Boom. Damn it, it's a bomb. Rodney leaped from the sand, only to feel a pair of mole claws latch onto his ankle, preventing his escape. Mr. One pursued, swinging his arm, the blade gleaming ominously as he aimed to decapitate him. Chapter 49. Mr. One. Mr. One's blade was blocked by Rodney's Huajo, and in an instant, Mr. One launched another offensive, his fingers forming into a blade aimed directly at Rodney's heart. Six styles. Iron Block, would you care to join me? The terms are negotiable. Although I am a solitary wanderer, I would not mind having one or two reliable companions. In essence, he has recognized Mr. One's capabilities and wishes to recruit him under his banner. Mr. One remained silent, adopting a stance that clearly indicated he was prepared for a fierce confrontation. Very well, I shall grant you a more visually striking demise. A layer of lightning enveloped the flower platform, and even an ordinary tool like a kunai could be infused with chakra. How could the flower platform be any different? What kind of fruit is this? Mr. One could not help but inquire. Initially, he assumed Rodney possessed a fruit akin to the flame fruit, characterized by its fiery attributes. But now with the sudden emergence of lightning, he was thoroughly perplexed. What on earth is this? Who knows? Perhaps I am a magician. What you see may merely be an illusion. With a casual shrug and a light-hearted smile directed at Mr. One, he declared, "Come, I shall grant you a swift end." Transforming his fingers into blade-like edges, he crossed them over his chest and lunged fiercely towards Rodney. Dust slash. Rodney sensed countless fine sword energies intertwining, forming an impenetrable web of blades. Should he be struck, the likelihood of being sliced into cubic fragments loomed ominously, sending a chill down his spine. With a flourish of his blade, the air shimmered with the afterimages of his movements as he engaged Mr. One in a rapid exchange of strikes, their clash occurring dozens of times in an instant. His Sharingan spun relentlessly, capturing Mr. One's every move with precision, and several openings presented themselves, yet Mr. One's body, as hard as steel, proved impervious to even the lightning-infused chakra that Rodney wielded. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive. Were it not uniquely yours, I might find myself envious. Rodney mused. As the possessor of the Sharingan, failing to replicate techniques would be a disservice to his eyes. Regardless of suitability, he resolved to mimic his adversary's moves, employing the same tactics against him, for if he could not prevail, he could at least discomfort his opponent. Take a look at the stalemate. He could resolve this swiftly yet chooses not to unleash his full power, opting instead to mirror his enemy's techniques merely to vex him. with his chakra reserves. A quick resolution would be the optimal strategy. Unfortunately, Mr. 1's skills had been developed post-consumption of his devil fruit, rendering them ill-suited for Rodney to replicate. Unaware of Rodney's contemplations, Mr. 1 shifted his approach, manifesting a series of horizontal blades along his arms, which began to spin rapidly like saw teeth. He swung his arms, attempting to cleave Rodney in two. The clash of teeth against blade echoed with intensity, sparks flying. This guy is as tough as nails. Perhaps I can end this quickly. Rodney thought, devising a plan to escape Mr. 1 and dive underground. Miss Christmas, where did that guy go? Mr. 1 inquired. I don't know. I can't find him. Miss Christmas responded from below. I see him. Ah. Mr. 1 realized Miss Christmas's time was running out and focused intently on locating Rodney. Behind a sand dune, Rodney utilized the blood acquired from Miss Christmas, painting it onto his hand. Summoning technique. With a puff, a palm-sized slug materialized before him. Why summon me so small, my lord? The slug inquired. There is a purpose, Rodney replied with a smile, tucking the slug into his sleeve. When the moment arises, assist me in dealing with an enemy. Understood. The slug's tentacles gripped his sleeve to avoid being dislodged. With a wave of his blade, Rodney took a step forward, descending with a mighty strike. Mr. 1 hastily crossed his arms, blocking the blow. Pain surged through him as he felt the impact, and with a fierce swing, he temporarily forced Rodney back. Inspecting his right arm, he noticed several small holes corroded by an unknown slime, causing him considerable agony. Despicable. Wasn't I promised a swift death? Apologies, but for me, victory is paramount. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is not too merciful, Rodney retorted, his lack of scruples evident in battle. As long as he could emerge victorious, he would employ any means necessary. Survival was the only objective. Mr. 1, I will strive to spare you pain. Or perhaps, you would prefer to take your own life? Foolish dreamer. Mr. 1, a man of grit, would never choose such a humiliating end. It was an affront to him. Disgusted by the slippery opponent before him, he vowed, I shall rend you into pieces. Foam daisy slash. His palms and fingers morphed into blades as he lunged at Rodney like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Clang. 6 styles. Iron block. The tip of Rodney's blade met Mr. 1's hand, unleashing a petal-like flurry of slashes that rained down upon him. The ensuing strikes shattered the dune behind them into smaller mounds, shredding Rodney's upper garments into tatters, revealing several deep wounds that exposed bone beneath. Impressive. Rodney gritted through the pain, absorbing Mr. 1's assault. Discarding his blade, he concentrated his strength into a powerful fist. Fishman Karate. Super strength 2000-watt punch. With no hesitation, his fist collided with Mr. 1's chest, delivering a blow capable of splitting mountains. The indomitable body of Mr. 1 was shattered by Rodney's might. Mr. 1 was sent flying, and Rodney pursued relentlessly, refusing to grant him a moment's respite. Painful heaven kick. Concentrating chakra into his foot, he delivered a crushing blow to Mr. 1. A crater formed around the impact, and even Mr. 1's formidable physique could not withstand Rodney's relentless barrage. Mr. 1 is down. Ah, it hurts. If not for my fear of his blades, I wouldn't have needed my weapon at all. His swordsmanship is lacking, unable to dominate. Fists cannot withstand blades. And there is no escaping the foam daisy slash. The substitution technique is only effective when one can flee, meant to confuse opponents, not a guaranteed escape. Enduring such an attack must be excruciating. Chapter 50. A desire for a tranquil life. Nefertari Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, a truly devoted royal, devoid of pretense, shared her father's passion for peace and was beloved by the people. As a competent princess, she recently infiltrated the Baroque Works with the palace guard captain, Icolum, to investigate the mysteries surrounding the dance powder. Within mere months, their formidable capabilities had secured them positions as mid-level operatives. Now, she and Koza were tending to Rodney's wounds. As a slug, half his height, rested upon him, using chakra to aid in his recovery. That Mr. Rodney, from Baroque Works? All dead. Though perhaps 1 or 2 may have survived. However, with the loss of these high and mid-level operatives, Baroque Works has been significantly weakened, effectively rendered defunct. Mission. Dissolve Baroque Works mission level. B rewards. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Water Release. Water Barrier. Palm Sage Technique. Permanent Chakra Fruit. 5,000 mission points. Status. Completed. With the high and mid-level operatives he had eliminated, Baroque Works could no longer pose a threat, equating to its dissolution. The system confirmed the mission's completion, and a substantial sum of mission points was credited. Rodney consumed the permanent chakra fruit before their eyes, replenishing his chakra and elevating its limit by 30%. Lord Rodney, your chakra has suddenly restored? The slug inquired. Indeed, it was merely a secret medicine akin to the soldier pills, harmless to the body, Rodney replied with a smile. He turned to Princess Vivi and asked, So, Princess Vivi, what brings you to seek me? I wish to express my gratitude and invite you to the royal capital, Alabasta. Rodney had dismantled Baroque Works, severing their investigation, yet their existence had been detrimental to the kingdom, making his actions deserving of her respect. Nothing of great significance. It was merely a matter of convenience. I shall visit the royal capital when the opportunity arises. However, not at this moment. He shook his head and smiled, saying, If you wish to investigate the dancing powder, I can assure you that it is no longer necessary. I will unveil the mastermind behind it. This is not a difficult task. The mastermind? Is it truly possible? Indeed, His Majesty has been wronged. Kusha clenched his fists. Even if he were to become the leader of a rebellion, he would still choose to trust the benevolent king, believing that the uprising was merely a result of pressure and the interference from the Baroque Works. Naturally, Princess Vivi, King Cobra is a competent ruler. If it were not for the severe water scarcity in Alabasta, this nation would likely be extraordinarily prosperous. He believed that a wise ruler like Cobra could undoubtedly lead the country to greater flourishing if placed in a more favorable environment. However, Alabasta's dire lack of water severely limits economic development. Thank you for your praise. I have always had great confidence in my father. This is our nation, and we will undoubtedly guide our people towards prosperity. Vivi, I believe you, and His Majesty can achieve this. Thank you, leader. Perhaps you could assist me later? Princess Vivi and Kusha have been childhood friends, both deeply concerned for the people and filled with hope and goodwill for their country. Princess Vivi inquired, Mr. Rodney. May I ask who the mastermind is? A man you cannot provoke, ambitious and unscrupulous. He is my target. After glancing at the two, he continued. Prepare some items for me. Your status as a princess should suffice. I will immediately inform my father to send the items. Very well. 3 days later. Having recovered from his injuries, Rodney headed to the Rain District with the items prepared by Princess Vivi. In the opulent chambers of the greatest casino in the Rain District, known as the Rain Banquet, the vice president of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday, whose true name is Nico Robin, reported 3 days ago. Our agents sent to eliminate Rodney have all been wiped out. The figure seated in darkness was none other than Crocodile, a member of the Warlords of the Sea. An ambitious man seeking the ancient weapon Pluton to become the Pirate King. The smoke from his cigar swirled, casting shadows over his scarred face. As he placed his golden hook heavily on the table, after a lengthy silence, he asked, Mr. One, was he also defeated? Yes, according to the witness. His chest bones were shattered, his spine broken, and his upper body utterly destroyed. It is likely he survived solely due to his devil fruit powers. But there is no doubt that he is dead. Additionally, Mr. Two's body is missing. Miss Wednesday has also vanished. Do not concern yourself with her. Our high-level and mid-level agents have been nearly annihilated. Even if the remaining ones were to be promoted to high-level agents, it would be of no use. Find Miss Wednesday. She is crucial for Princess Vivi and for us. Crocodile calmly analyzed the situation. Baroque Works was finished, and his plans had been thrown into disarray. He had intended to garner public support for a few more years to facilitate his coup, but now, without Baroque Works, everything was in turmoil. Josta J. Rodney. What exactly do you desire? After contemplating for a moment, he commanded, within a day, gather all available information regarding Rodney. I want to see it on my desk by tomorrow. Understood. Nico Robin nodded and departed. Watching her slender figure leave, Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, thinking, Nico Robin. Truly a valuable assistant, though she is a restless one. For now, she still held utility. The ancient weapon Pluton, a ship constructed in the prosperous Water 7. Capable of sinking an island with a single cannon shot, lies dormant somewhere in the world, while the historical texts detailing Pluton's location remain unfound within Alabasta. Only Nico Robin possesses the ability to decipher these texts, though she must remain untouched for now. Ah, Pluton, once I acquire you, I could grasp the world in my hands. Nico Robin returned to her workspace and opened her drawer, revealing a stack of documents concerning Rodney, the bounty hunter. Peculiar weaponry, explosive papers, and the notorious red-eyed Rodney. Were his actions truly aimed at exterminating pirates? For money? No, he was not in need of wealth. She sought to analyze what manner of man Rodney was. The information had been meticulously gathered since his rise to prominence. Beginning from the time he took down the Creek Pirates, his attacks encompassed various elemental assaults, capable of expelling vast amounts of water. Her eyes narrowed. She was certain that Crocodile would fall to this bounty hunter. Would she take advantage of their mutual injuries to escape amid the chaos? She could conceal herself during their battle and continue her investigations in the shadows. However, what if Rodney were to lose? Would she not then fall into the hands of Crocodile? Having worked alongside him for 2 years, Robin knew well the kind of man he was, treacherous and ruthless. Willing to seize a nation. This filled her with deep apprehension, especially with his possession of a Logia-type devil fruit. Perhaps it would be best to observe the situation. If Rodney emerged victorious, she could propose an alliance. Surely he would be interested in the whereabouts of Pluton. Robin believes that few individuals in the world would refuse the allure of the ancient weapon, Hades. An opportunity to ascend to greatness and dominate the world that few would willingly forsake. If Rodney were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at them. Would it not be more gratifying to accumulate enough mission points to procure a few tailed beasts? They possess both offensive and evasive capabilities, and can even serve as a source of energy. A single blast from a tailed beast bomb can obliterate a mountain peak. The Sharingan surely has room for enhancement. And isn't the heavenly body technique advantageous? Why must one be so fixated on the firepower of Hades? Would obtaining Hades truly spare one from the world's government? Rodney yearns for a tranquil existence, perhaps. Chapter 51. Should you become my companion? In the rain, Rodney arrived in this still-thriving city, known as the City of Dreams. Characterized by its splendid environment, a true oasis, abundant in water, having never experienced any shortage even in the span of nearly 2 years. though it was daylight. A refreshing breeze swept through, alleviating the heat, while the nearby date palms bore a bountiful harvest, appearing delectable and seemingly ripe for the picking. Seizing the opportunity unnoticed, he plucked a few and tasted them. Their sweetness was delightful. In this city of rain, several pyramids towered, prompting deep contemplation. It was clear that the Egyptian influence was strong, yet he pondered the purpose of constructing such tombs. Were they preparing for a clash of the graves? Amused, he chuckled to himself. Am I a king among kings? The pharaoh reigned supreme. Shaking off the whimsical thoughts, he focused on the grandest pyramid adorned with blue and white stripes, its golden bricks framing a statue of a crocodile with bananas atop its head. The Rain Banquet. The largest casino in Alabasta was under the shrewd management of Crocodile, though the public face of ownership was that of Nico Robin, who kept her true identity concealed. Given the exorbitant bounty on her head, commanding the kingdom's most lucrative casino, Crocodile amassed wealth daily, living lavishly, tending to his crocodiles, and occasionally ridding the seas of a few pirates, leading a rather comfortable existence. Yet, driven by ambition, he forsook this tranquil life, donning a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and a stylish black and white striped outfit. Embracing a life of confinement while partaking in the Marineford one-day tour and engaging in the fierce battle against the admirals, emerging as a top contender. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, the atmosphere remained relatively calm, devoid of overwhelming noise, though sporadic outbursts from agitated gamblers echoed as they were ejected by staff. Disregarding these disturbances, the ambience was still quite serene. After exchanging 10,000 berries for chips, Rodney approached a gaming table, refraining from immediate bets as he scrutinized the dealer's movements. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes as he activated his Sharingan, meticulously noting the dealer's technique. It was adequate, with a certain swiftness, but still a tad sluggish for someone of their caliber, sufficient only to deceive the average player. After observing the dealer's method, he joined the game, utilizing the replicated techniques from his Sharingan and executing movements so rapid they eluded ordinary perception, thus amassing a substantial pile of chips. The dealer, intent on outplaying him, found themselves swiftly outmatched, realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Promptly, they summoned the boss. Emerging was a graceful figure, exuding an aura of maturity and intellect. Albeit with a slightly sun-kissed complexion due to prolonged exposure in Alabasta, a trivial concern, as time would restore her fairness. Noticing Rodney's surprised gaze, Robin immediately recognized that he was familiar with her, yet, she wondered how he could possibly know her, for the wanted poster depicted her as a mere child, rendering recognition unlikely. Rodney's crimson eyes were indeed remarkable. Instinctively averting her gaze from those uniquely captivating eyes, she maintained a polite smile. Greetings, Mr. Rodney. Have we met before? I've seen your cough. I do not recognize you. Suddenly recalling the illicit images from his mind, he coughed again and inquired. Mississippi. All Sunday? Robin paused for a moment, then smiled and said, so you were already aware. Come with me. The VIP room awaits you. They proceeded to the opulent VIP chamber, where Rodney sank into a sofa so plush that it enveloped him entirely. He inquired, so, what brings me here? Nothing much, Mr. Rodney. There exists a considerable rift between you and our Baroque workshop. Of course, I have done nothing wrong, yet you dare to send people after me? Rodney's face was etched with indignation as he exclaimed, I merely came to enjoy a trip, and you resort to pursuing me? Regardless, the animosity has been established now. There can be no coexistence between us and the Baroque workshop. One of us must prevail. Robin, from the very beginning, it was you who initiated the assault. Was it not? Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, and Mr. 1, clearly, you were the one who dealt the most severe blows. Our Baroque Works, after all, is a legitimate assassination organization. Left severely weakened by your actions, and yet you dare to retaliate? Robin pondered whether she had perhaps overestimated this man's limitations. What had become of the dignity of the strong? Who had instilled in him such shamelessness? If you seek compensation, state your terms. We shall consider them and see if we can meet your demands, Robin asserted, recognizing this merely as a stalling tactic, while Crocodile approached from the periphery. She held little regard for Rodney, merely a bounty hunter. If her true identity were to be revealed, this man would likely draw his weapon. For her bounty was indeed considerable. Since the destruction of O'Hara, she had navigated a life fraught with treachery and intrigue, enduring until now. Yet, in her quest to decipher the true history, to comprehend that blank century, she had made a pact with the tiger, striking a deal with Crocodile solely to unveil the historical truth. Her ambition was simply to understand the obscured chapters of history. Yet an insurmountable obstacle stood between her and that clandestine past. Terms? Rodney mused, a smile gracing his lips. Then I propose you surrender yourself to me, for after all, you are not the true mastermind behind the Baroque Works. A sudden shock coursed through Robin, yet she maintained a smile upon her face, though her gaze remained frigid. This just is far from amusing, Mr. Rodney. If it fails to amuse, let us consider another, a bounty on Crocodile's head. With one hand propped against her chin, she exhibited no hint of fear, for she was preparing something, albeit the cast had yet to assemble. Oh, why do you still linger? Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Our Baroque Works is hardly his match. Robin remarked, do you wish to kill him? Who wouldn't want to eliminate a warlord? He replied, regrettably, ever since he ascended to that rank, his bounty has stagnated. Otherwise, with his prowess, A sum of 2 or 300 million would be a mere trifle. The 7 warlords are pirates acknowledged by the world government, their bounties remaining unchanged. And they are shielded from the Navy's pursuit. However, should they lose this title, their bounties would soar, and the Navy would resume their hunt. Is no fool like Buggy, relying on sheer luck to secure his position among the warlords. He may even aspire to become one of the future emperors of the sea, provided he first escapes from prison. His gaze roamed over Robin's alluring form, sharp yet clear. I must calculate. It appears that the bounty on the son of the devil surpasses that of crocodiles, albeit only slightly. Robin took a step back and calmly remarked, my role extends far beyond merely exchanging bounties with the world government. I am aware that you are also a historian, and I harbor a keen interest in those historical narratives. So, what do you say, Nico Robin? Would you consider joining me in my endeavors? It is certainly a more promising path than aligning with Crocodile. One cannot expect a favorable outcome when conspiring with a tiger. Robin chose silence. Indeed, this man was remarkably akin to those others, if not more avaricious. In truth, she had misjudged Rodney. He possessed a genuine interest in history. The enigmatic blank century. What a fascinating topic to ponder. What secrets does the world government conceal? What transpired during that century of obscurity? Regrettably, he lacked the ability to comprehend. Had he understood, he could swiftly locate and grasp the essence of the historical text with his knowledge. It can only be said that he had traversed time in an untimely manner. Had he arrived a decade later, he would have completed the narrative. By then, even the Grim Reaper would still be in elementary school. Thus, one wonders what truly occurred. The curiosity within her was insatiable, and she endeavored to respond with the most amiable smile she could muster. Miss Robin, consider this. I offer splendid terms. Should you join me, I shall elevate you to the position of first mate. Are you not alone in this endeavor? Or rather, do you even possess a vessel? Chapter 52. Sand Crocodile confronted with Rodney's inquiry. Robin expressed her reluctance to answer, sensing an air of deception about him, an essence that reeked of trickery, rendering trust impossible. After years of navigating the world, she felt she had seen through this man. You jest. My circumstances here are quite satisfactory, she replied, her face adorned with a practiced smile, devoid of any discernible flaw. Oh, is that so? After analyzing the historical texts, will Sand Crocodile spare you? Pray, do not jest. Once he learns what he desires, he will certainly not let you, the informant, escape unscathed. So, you are aware. Robin's expression was as calm as water. She was acutely aware of Crocodile's merciless nature. However, from the outset, she had no intention of revealing the true historical text to him. The fact that Crocodile was the genuine master of the Baroque Works was a secret even the senior agents were oblivious to. How could he possibly know? He smirked. Ah, I have my unique sources of intelligence. His narrowed eyes made Robin wish to strike his face with a few punches. Nevertheless, Rodney made a valid point. Scheming with a tiger seldom ends well. That crocodile, was far more fearsome than a mere man-eater. He was adept at lurking in the shadows, seizing opportunities, and delivering lethal strikes. You need not concern yourself with that, he continued. Oh, really? Rodney glanced around and inquired. By the way, why have you summoned me here? My chips have yet to be redeemed, and that amounts to several million berries. You need not worry about that, she replied, for his greed was unmistakable. Moreover, the boss wishes to meet you. Please wait here for a moment. Is that so? He reclined nonchalantly on the sofa, legs crossed, the spread of fruits and wines on the table untouched. After all, who knew if they were poisoned? Crocodile was notorious for his ruthlessness. He had no notion of a warrior's honor. Robin, since your boss is yet to arrive, shall we engage in conversation? He prompted. Hey, do not ignore me. It will only make things tedious. Honestly, if you continue like this, you may never marry. Robin resolutely chose to ignore him, harboring the conviction that engaging with Rodney would only lead to incessant entanglement and annoyance. This individual was not merely greedy, but also loquacious. Indeed, opting not to be his first mate was a sagacious decision, for otherwise, she would forfeit any hope of tranquility in the days to come. Although, for someone like her, the mere presence of a book sufficed to bring a semblance of peace. How dreadfully dull it was. Robin, perhaps I could inform you of the location of the historical text? He proposed. You know? This time, Robin could no longer restrain herself. Ah, naturally. I am well aware of not just one location, he replied with a mischievous grin. And where might that be? She inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing her tone. Robin, what the devil are you saying? Speak up. If you leave your words half finished, you might just tongue-tie yourself. The history text? I too am quite intrigued, Rodney. Why not serve under me? I shall grant you the position of Mr. One. Suddenly, a fine cloud of sand emerged from the crack of the door, coalescing into a human form upon the sofa opposite Rodney. At last, a tall man appeared, bearing scars upon his face, clad in a suit, with fur draped over his shoulders, exuding a sinister aura. Crocodile, the sand alligator. Tell me, in this sweltering desert, is it not burdensome to wear such heavy attire? Do you not feel hot? Crocodile, I expected a more commanding opening or perhaps a negotiation of terms. Why does such a peculiar remark spring forth instead? Is your focus truly so odd? He chose not to respond, for he sensed that doing so would diminish his own standing. Robin stood behind Crocodile, who remained unfazed and continued. If what you say is true, then Rodney, I believe we can collaborate. Rodney opened his eyes, and for the first time, he locked gazes with Crocodile's blood-red eyes, evil, bloody, and ominous. The feeling conveyed by the Sharingan was distinctly malevolent. Baroque Works? What a joke. As for Mr. One, he indeed possesses some skill, but regrettably, he is no match for me. Apart from you, the entirety of Baroque Works pales in comparison to my strength. So tell me, why should I pledge my allegiance to you? To seize control of this world. He extended his hand, his countenance fervent as he continued, I shall not conceal my intentions. I have come to this nation in pursuit of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Should I acquire information about Pluton and locate it? I shall harness its power to become the Pirate King and claim this world as my own. He did not mind revealing this to Rodney. Regardless of whether Rodney knew the location of the historical text, his ability to single-handedly contend with his agents was enough to earn Crocodile's respect. Should Rodney refuse, he was prepared to unleash a massacre that day. With the power of a Logia-type devil fruit, he believed himself invincible, untouchable. Humph. The last one who felt invincible has ceased to think. Crocodile extended his hand toward Rodney, saying, Come now, Rodney, work for me. Gazing at that massive hand, Rodney inquired, Was it you who caused the rain to cease throughout Alabasta? It was I who utilized dance powder to orchestrate the transport to the palace, framing Cobra so that I could ascend to the throne and fulfill my aspirations. Come now, Rodney, should we succeed, you shall attain everything you desire. He was untroubled by the prospect of Rodney divulging this information. If he refused, the outcome would be fatal for him. How splendid, Rodney remarked with a smile, extending his hand. Robin's gaze was one of disdain, while Crocodile wore a grin, appearing less formidable than anticipated. Unfortunately, Crocodile's right hand was not grasped. Instead, his fingers were forcibly contorted into various seals as he exclaimed, Water release, water surge wave. What? A torrent of water materialized from thin air, instantly crystallizing Crocodile's sandy form, rendering him unable to elementalize and exposing his true self. How could this be? This person's abilities? With a fierce glint in his eyes, his left hook lunged toward Rodney's throat, striking with precision and swiftness, devoid of hesitation. Holding flower bamboo in his grasp, Rodney blocked Crocodile's hook. Realizing his attack had failed, he broke free from Rodney's grip, flinging open the door and fleeing outside, with Rodney in hot pursuit while Robin pondered the water beneath her feet. Why, despite being water, did it not render her powerless? Could it be that his water does not sap the strength of those with abilities? Rodney had not disclosed information regarding his powers to Crocodile, cleverly ensnaring him. Aha! Sand Crocodile, do not even think of escaping. Rodney, resembling a frenzied hound, pursued Crocodile with his blade drawn, exhaling flames as he sprinted down the narrow corridor toward his target. Sandwall. The droplets of water on his body were absorbed by the sand, allowing him to use his abilities once more. With a flick of his right hand, a wall of sand rose to intercept the fireball. In the confined space, the fireball detonated, and Rodney hastily conjured an earth wall. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by his own technique. Boom. A hole was blasted into the corridor, dust swirling everywhere, drastically reducing visibility. Desert blade. The sand sliced through the earth wall like a blade, prompting Rodney to swiftly evade as a trench appeared where he had stood, the cut smooth and precise, resembling no ordinary sand attack. Water release. Water clash wave. Having expended 1,000 points for this water technique, he summoned a deluge with his formidable chakra, the tidal wave surging forth through the myriad passages, engulfing the entire rain dinner. Gamblers caught in their games were swept away by the sudden onslaught of water. The fortunate were carried to safety, while the unfortunate were plunged into the riverways flanking them, which housed massive banana crocodiles. Banana crocodile. A feast has arrived. Robin rarely experienced the sensation of swimming. Having consumed the devil fruit in her childhood, she never learned to swim, deeming it unnecessary for herself. Fortunately, Rodney's water techniques were entirely composed of chakra, devoid of the sea's curse, allowing her powers to still function. Hands emerged from the water, lifting her up, her clothes clinging to her exquisite form. This individual's abilities were truly a counter to Crocodile. Was she really considering collaborating with him? For the first time, Robin contemplated Rodney's recent words. Chapter 53, Caught You. Crocodile was in a dire predicament, drenched and swiftly moving through the water, although he could not fathom why the water did not sap his strength. This was not a moment for contemplation. The banana crocodiles he had raised were watching him intently. Isn't that the boss? One banana crocodile remarked. Can someone please explain what is happening? Crocodile retorted. Desperately flailing, he realized that these cold-blooded creatures would not remember who had fed them. Their eyes were solely fixated on food. They disregarded his voice entirely. How could one speak underwater? If only he had fed them until they were full. As a banana crocodile lunged at him, Crocodile narrowly dodged, using the hook of his left hand to snag the creature's jaw. In pain, it was flung from the water. Breathing heavily on solid ground, he felt the sun's rays drying his drenched form. A voice echoed, Water style, water wave. Crocodile exclaimed, a tidal wave is approaching, flooding the desert. The absurdity of drowning in a desert was akin to freezing to death in the sweltering summer. Now, Crocodile realized it was no laughing matter. His body immediately began to turn to sand, floating in the air. How could this be? What kind of devil fruit was this? He had never heard of one that could manipulate both water and flames. It was overwhelmingly powerful. However, It seemed that the water had no effect on his own devil fruit abilities. Contemplating this, he noticed the rain-soaked ground was inundated, yet the inhabitants did not flee. Rather, they were elated. So much water, how long would it last? Households hurriedly gathered containers, aware of the importance of water in the desert. Unaware that this water would soon vanish as chakra could not sustain itself in the air indefinitely. This battle is ill-suited for me. There is too much water. Initially believing himself unbeatable in this desert nation of Alabasta, he now recognized he had formidable foes, and this adversary could very well be his mortal enemy. He could not rest easy until he eliminated him. Water style, tidal waves. High-pressure water columns surged from the depths, all aimed at the airborne crocodile. Trouble. Sandstorm. A swirling vortex of sand formed in his palms, capable of collapsing houses at close range, sucking up the water droplets. The sand, now heavy with water, fell back into the depths, leaving only a gentle breeze. From the water emerged two figures. Rodney had been hiding within the depths. Crocodile's eyes widened as he felt the sand in his right palm agitate like boiling water, swiftly unleashing a crescent-shaped sand blade. Crescent sand dune. The attack struck one of the Rodneys, who transformed into water, absorbed by the sand. Water? Can it create another self? He turned to locate the other Rodney, who was swiftly approaching. Is this your true form? Desert Diamond Blade. Fur of his fingers morphed into sand blades, shooting toward Rodney. Water style, water whip. Rodney pulled, summoning a long whip of water that collided with the incoming sand blades. Easily, his body was sliced apart by the Desert Diamond Blade, disintegrating into a puddle of water. What an inconvenient ability. Resolute to not linger any longer, he hurriedly took flight toward the city beyond the rain-soaked ground, contemplating whether to silence witnesses. Yet, Rodney provided him little time for reflection. Water style, water shark bullet. A shark, entirely formed of water, surged from the surface, hurtling towards him. A shark? Flying? Made of water? Without further thought, he used the crescent sand dune to absorb the water shark bullet and swiftly moved, finding some solace on the dunes outside the rain-soaked area. This method must be eliminated. Have you arrived? Without water, how will you fight me? He spotted a figure speeding towards him. 6 styles? A pirate who knows the 6 styles? In the New World, it was common for pirates to possess a few techniques of the 6 styles, especially with defectors from the Navy. However, encountering a recently set sail pirate who could wield the 6 styles raised alarm. Crocodile. You wretched creature. Desert greatsword. His arm transformed into sand, flowing into the ground, where a sand blade erupted in Rodney's path, aiming to cleave him in two. Bang! The figure dissipated into a cloud of white mist, vanishing from sight. Crocodile's expression darkened. How many skills did this person possess? The ability to survive through ninjutsu was exceptional for those unacquainted with ninjutsu. Distinguishing between the true self and a clone was utterly confounding. Additionally, there were substitution techniques and transformation techniques. A skilled genin could contend with numerous foes. And these genin were not merely from Konoha, but from various villages. Earth style, Earth Flow River. The sand beneath him softened dramatically, causing Crocodile to slide backward. 700 Earth Flow River, combined with 750 Earth Dragon bullets. From the origin of the Earth Flow River, a massive earthen dragon opened its mouth, unleashing mud bullets. Rodney emerged from the sand, exhaling a torrent of flames. Composite ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. The flames ignited the mud pellets, delivering a dual assault upon his adversary. As the Earth Dragon Flame Flow collided with Crocodile, it shattered his form into grains of sand. Such an attack is utterly futile against a Logia type like me. The airborne sand coalesced to form half of Crocodile's face, disdain evident in his tone. Of course, I merely wish to test my newfound skill, Crocodile. I am quite curious to see what transpires when your scattered essence encounters water. Rodney chuckled, water droplets gathering around him. Crocodile widened his eyes. Despite being in the desert, where could this water possibly originate? With a clap of his palms, he unleashed, water release, water wave. A torrent akin to a tsunami surged forth, forcing Crocodile to retreat. He swiftly employed his abilities, causing the surrounding sand to collide with the wave, merging the two elements. The water rapidly sank into the sand, leaving only a patch of damp earth. Water release, water whip. The aqueous tendril struck Crocodile midair, inflicting pain. Upon contact with water, his form would become tangible, rendering him vulnerable to defeat without the need for Haki. Moreover, he had grown overly reliant on his devil fruit powers, neglecting the practice of martial arts and Haki. In the early stages of the Grand Line, he had thrived in Alabasta, facing only feeble opponents, resulting in little growth and strength. In essence, he was as misguided as that delusional deity. Rodney grasped the water whip in his hand, wrapping it around Crocodile's body, unleashing the technique of lightning release, gratitude wave. Old sand was struck, leaving him paralyzed and unable to move. The water whip shattered, and Rodney himself launched a powerful punch, landing a fierce blow to Crocodile's face. Blood erupted from old sand as he staggered, yet he stubbornly held his ground, bellowing, "This is my territory." From the palm of his hand, a swirling sandstorm began to rise, and with a sweeping motion, an endless tide of yellow sand surged forth like turbulent waves, heralding the arrival of a devastating desert tornado. Rodney withdrew the flower continent, his hands firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, the Elbaf gun of the kingdom. The sword's energy spiraled forth in a resounding explosion. disrupting the devastating tornado and scattering it. Swiftly, he dashed over the sand dunes, the golden hook of crocodile glinting brilliantly under the sun as he swung his arm, sending the golden hook flying through the sand to collide with the flower continent. The crescent-shaped dunes. Upon contact, they could absorb the moisture from a person's body, transforming them into a mummy, a fate Rodney wished to avoid at all costs. With a thud, a piece of what appeared, decaying instantly upon touching the crescent dune, crumbling into the wind. Where is the person? A gust of yellow sand enveloped someone behind him, and upon turning, it was indeed Rodney. I've got you. Chapter 54. The one who survives to the extreme. I've got you. Crocodile sneered, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, after enduring countless defeats. He finally had the upper hand against this troublesome foe. Before him stood Rodney, entirely encased in sand, with only his head exposed. Despite being ensnared, there was no trace of fear on his face. He remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips as he softly remarked, "Do you truly believe you have captured me?" "What?" Crocodile was momentarily taken aback. Was it yet another clone? When did you come to the illusion that you had trapped my true self? With a sudden thud, he transformed into a wooden stake. Crocodile thought to himself, as expected, and quickly turned, dispersing the sand to shield himself. His body abruptly split in two, sand pouring from the wound. Turning back, he saw Rodney wielding his blade, slashing away wildly, devoid of any form, completely shredding his body. Useless. You can no longer utilize water, can you? Die, Rodney. Crocodile condensed his form, the fine, dense sand coalescing into a sharp blade aimed at Rodney's chest. Het spit. A mouthful of water-rich phlegm was hurled onto Crocodile's head, drenching him thoroughly. Crocodile laughed, haha. My apologies, my throat is a bit uncomfortable. Cough, cough, let us continue. Rodney displayed an apologetic smile, his demeanor humble, yet his eyes sparkled mischievously. I do not believe your nonsense. You are insulting me. No, 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 I did not mean to insult you. Rodney tilted his head, saying, I simply find this amusing. You scoundrel. I will surely kill you and turn you into a mummy, placing you atop the rain feast. Crocodile exploded. He had anticipated some profound reasoning from this man, only to find himself being humiliated instead. If he, Crocodile, were to endure such disrespect, he would no longer be a warlord, nor the sand crocodile. His hand pressed against the damp sand, and Rodney felt the ground beneath him suddenly soften, as the surroundings began to sink. Desert sunflower. With a gaze that seemed to pierce through the veil of death, Crocodile remarked, I must thank you. There was originally no underground water vein here, but your water allows me to control the sand and create quicksand. However, I assure you, I will fulfill my promise. I will dig you out and leave you exposed atop the rain feast to dry. His tone was laced with pride, clearly indicating his elation. The desert sunflower technique required controlling the flow of the underground water beneath the dunes, thereby manipulating the dunes to create quicksand, ultimately entombing a person alive. However, the underground water vein in the rain-soaked earth was not nearby. He could only utilize Rodney's water to form a small quicksand pit, sufficient for his demise. Though fearful of water, he had crafted a formidable skill from his own weakness. Of course, this technique was only effective against those lacking strength or special skills. A proficient martial artist or someone with quick reflexes and hockey would easily escape. The quicksand engulfed Rodney up to his knees, yet he remained unperturbed, as it posed no lethal threat to him. He gazed calmly at Crocodile, causing the latter to feel a moment of panic, suddenly recalling Rodney's ability to traverse through sand. Reacting swiftly, he attempted to control the sand to eliminate the Rodney trapped within the quicksand pit. Desert Treasure Blade. The Desert Treasure Blade sliced through the quicksand pit, aiming to cleave Rodney, yet he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Is this yet another illusion? Time and again, Rodney toyed with Crocodile, who, in a fit of rage, recklessly wielded the Desert Treasure Blade, carving deep furrows into the desert, which were quickly filled in by the sand. Where is he? Scoundrel. Always hiding. Crocodile, who had maintained a villainous composure, could no longer contain his fury, his mental state unraveling. Anyone subjected to such mockery would inevitably be driven to wrath. Rodney is an exceptionally cunning individual, still hiding beneath the sands, occasionally observing Crocodile from a distance. As the moment seems ripe, he decides to make his move. Crocodile, still venting his rage, halts and meticulously scans his surroundings, attempting to discern something from the rhythmic movements of the sand beneath his feet. Unfortunately for him, despite his relentless pursuit of fruit-based powers, he lacks the ability of observation hockey. A shadow bursts forth from the sand, the blade reflecting a chilling glint in the sunlight, radiating a terrifying intent to kill. Without hockey, such an attack is merely a feint, incapable of inflicting harm. Thus, he deduces that Rodney must be concealed elsewhere. He opts not to defend against the incoming strike, understanding that he must locate the true body instead. At that moment, it is all or nothing. With a stab, the blade pierces through his chest, leaving him stunned as he gazes at the weapon, one that belonged to his own subordinate, now turned against him. Yet, he cannot wield hockey. He could have transformed into sand, so how could this occur? Rodney, standing before him, remarks, can't comprehend? Look at your feet. Crocodile glances down to find handcuffs of sea stone binding his ankles. Rodney casually states, sea stone handcuffs, specifically designed to subdue those with abilities. As he speaks, Another version of Rodney emerges, smiling as he observes Crocodile. And you? Crocodile inquires. I'm not one of them, Rodney replies nonchalantly, because I do not possess any abilities. My power derives from elsewhere. What a fearsome capability. Crocodile retreats a few steps, blood dripping as he exclaims, Monster, are you attempting to cloud my judgment with rage? Losing oneself to fury diminishes cognitive function and amplifies the likelihood of ambush, truly insidious. Yet, it must be said, well executed, even if he falls. It can be deemed a splendid performance. However, in his dazed eyes flickers a glimmer of survival, shimmering brightly. He roars as he pulls the blade from his chest and removes the sea stone handcuffs from his feet. I am Crocodile. I shall become the Pirate King. How could I be stopped here? The desert sword erupts from the ground, piercing the two Rodneys before him. Boom, boom. The two Rodneys dissolve into mist. Leaving Crocodile wide-eyed, even the blade in his hand vanished. Another illusion. Indeed, an illusion it was. The only authentic object was the sea stone handcuffs. The real Rodney now appears, declaring, Crocodile, you have lost. Even if you rise again fueled by dreams and passion, how long can you sustain it? Your heart has been pierced. Truly, the pirate world is remarkable. When faced with death, a few shouts of ambition can restore one's vitality, potentially leading to a miraculous counterattack. If witnesses are present, one might even receive adulation, begging to become a subordinate. Regrettably, Crocodile is not the protagonist. Shouting may ignite latent potential. But it is ill-suited to confront a man as cunning as Rodney. His body attempts to transform into sand swiftly, yet to no avail, looking down. He sees the sea stone handcuffs he had discarded once again ensnaring his feet, while a hand emerges from the sands, giving a thumbs up. Crocodile sighs with a bitter smile. What exactly is your ability? Ninjutsu, a power distinct from the devil fruits. Now it makes sense, though he remains unconvinced. It matters not, ninjas are fundamentally assassins. I am not one who bears the title of assassin while engaging in the acts of a berserker. He bends down, gripping the hilt of his blade. A bounty of 70 million, I shall claim it. With a swift draw, the blade flashes, severing Crocodile's throat. His body collapses. He wipes the blood from the blade with his arm. Truly insidious. A once mighty figure, Crocodile falls. Mission, defeat Crocodile mission level. B status, completed reward, bloodline limit, boil release. Fire release, phoenix flower, fire release, head hardening, lightning release, pseudo darkness, lightning release, thunder tiger, 5,000 mission points. Unlock, bonus mode. Chapter 55, Sengoku's reaction bonus mode. Upon opening the system panel, he quickly comprehends that now, in addition to missions, points can also be accrued by defeating pirates. The conversion rate is 10,000 berries for 1 point, while 100 million berries yields merely 1,000 points. In light of this, Rodney rejoices. For this means he can amass a greater number of mission points. Wait a moment, Crocodile had a bounty of 70 million before becoming a warlord. That translates to 700 mission points. System, you deceived me. System, produce a fruit. Old Sand is dead. I wonder if I can acquire his sand fruit. 1 second passes, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Alas, the apple in hand remains unchanged, indicating it is futile. The sand fruit has already manifested somewhere in this world. How disappointing. Biting into the apple, he drags Crocodile's corpse back into the rain. 3 days later. The World Economic Journal reported that a newly emerged pirate hunter had slain the Warlord of the Sea. Investigations revealed he had formed the Baroque Works assassination group, secretly employing dance powder to frame King Cobra, with recorded evidence to substantiate the charges against Crocodile. Indeed, Rodney had borrowed a recording snail from Princess Vivi. Carrying it with him the day he encountered Crocodile, acquiring the desired information from the overconfident warlord. Naturally, he edited the conversation, otherwise, the mere mention of Pluton, a word bordering on taboo, could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Thus, the slayer of Crocodile, Rodney, swiftly gained notoriety along the first half of the Grand Line. The warlords of the sea, endorsed by the world government, signified power beyond that which ordinary pirates could fathom. To be slain by an obscure pirate hunter who had recently set sail was difficult for many to accept. However, the incident of a pirate usurping a nation sent shockwaves across the world. Such an event could lead to a pirate ascending to the throne. One cannot help but wonder if another warlord, Doflamingo, rose to power in a similar manner. At Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sengoku, known for his wisdom, ponders over the report in his hands. From the very beginning, he had opposed the warlord system, but was powerless against the decisions of the higher-ups who insisted on integrating pirates into the world government. These warlords joined for various reasons, utilizing each other for personal gain. And once a flaw is exposed, the world government would eliminate them. The original plan envisioned a balance of power among the 4 emperors, the warlords, and the navy. However, the warlords have instead caused considerable trouble for the world government. Crunch, crunch. The sound of eating senbei resonates within the office. Aside from Sengoku, a burly elder is consuming the senbei without restraint. Veins popping on his forehead, Sengoku can no longer contain himself. Garp. Be quiet. Snap. Snap. The fleet admiral stood up and walked over to Garp, snatching the rice crackers from his hand and devouring them whole. Ah, my rice crackers. Sengoku, leave me some. Garp and his old friend tussled over the snack, but Sengoku had already finished them. Don't eat in my office. Do you think this is a lounge? Isn't it? Garp replied, digging at his nose. Garp, you rascal. Ever since Roger's death, Garp has slipped into a semi-retired state, often treating his office as a tea room. Casually enjoying tea and rice crackers. But don't mistake me for one of your easygoing friends, you scoundrel. I'm quite busy, and your snacking is making me crave them too. Although Sengoku appeared like a diligent and responsible elder during his tenure as fleet admiral, he was liberated from formalities after his retirement. Why did he get along so well with the goofy Garp? Because they were both jesters at heart. Garp approached Sengoku's desk, opened a drawer, and skillfully retrieved a bag of rice crackers, tearing it open and munching away. Garp, that was meant for my relaxation after work. Oh come on, Sengoku. You've eaten my rice crackers, so it's fair that I take a bag from you. You scoundrel. That bag you just devoured was mine. Go eat your donuts instead. Garp laughed heartily, glancing at a report on Rodney on Sengoku's desk. Hey, isn't this that kid Rodney? Has he really grown to this extent? Do you know him? Of course. He's quite impressive. He helped me retrieve my grandson, and in exchange, I taught him the 6 powers. What? You taught him the 6 powers? Haha. It's no big deal. The kid has potential and remarkable learning ability, though I wonder what fruit power he possesses. It seems particularly troublesome. Nevertheless, he poses no threat in the face of Hokage. Garp said, his words slightly muffled as he chewed on the rice crackers. Stop eating and tell me more clearly. Garp briefly recounted his encounter with Rodney, leading Sengoku into a moment of contemplation. After a pause, Sengoku asked, Garp, do you think this young man can be trusted? He seems all right, but what concerns me is his eyes. They give me a strange feeling. He claims its duty is fruit power. Did he say what fruit it is? No. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, accustomed to Garp's antics, though his age had brought him higher blood pressure. What about his abilities? He managed to retrieve my grandson, so his abilities are decent. He can wield several elemental powers: water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. He's skilled in leg techniques and swordsmanship, but his physical condition is quite weak. I feel he's even weaker than Luffy. Using so many abilities? What on earth is his fruit? Sengoku began to ponder again. Garp, however, seemed unconcerned. The kid has done some notable things in the East Blue, so there's no need to worry. After all, he defeated Crocodile, didn't he? By the way, where is he now? Still in Alabasta. I heard he was invited by the royal family. I see. Scratching his head, Sengoku proposed, Garp, what do you think about making him a warlord of the sea to replace Crocodile? Sengoku expressed his thoughts, believing it better to have a pirate hunter as a warlord than an actual pirate, as at least he would be opposing pirates. I don't think that's a good idea. That kid is quite greedy and would struggle to part with the bounty for the world government. Ha ha ha, the rewards for being a pirate hunter are indeed generous. I'm tempted to become one myself. Shut up, you scoundrel. Regardless, we must give it a try. Your grandson has caused quite a bit of trouble. As Garp's old friend, Sengoku was well aware that Ace was Garp's grandson, though he was unaware of Ace's true identity. Perhaps he knew but chose to remain silent as long as the world government did not pursue it. Ha ha ha, what can I say? He is my grandson. Garp chuckled heartily, unable to contain his laughter about Ace, eventually dozing off. Garp. Sengoku delivered a punch to Garp's face, waking him up just as he was about to fall asleep again. Stop laughing. Ace has rejected the position of Warlord of the Sea and has gone off to search for the red-haired pirates. Let him go then. That damned red-haired must be taught a lesson. That kid Ace is bound to cause trouble. Garp fumed, initially hoping Ace would become a pirate. That damned red-haired has even led Luffy down this irreversible path. Sengoku glared at him. That kid doesn't even train Hokage. He relies solely on his fruit powers. How could he possibly match up to red-haired? Why did you let him go to sea anyway? The child has grown up. There's nothing I can do. His convictions are such that even I, as his grandfather, wouldn't dare to stifle them. Garp suddenly grew serious, silencing Sengoku. Then, he burst into laughter again. No wonder he is my grandson. He is just like me. Ace had already made preparations to risk his life, and the conviction reflected in his eyes reminded Garp of another person, leading him to decide to let Ace go. Otherwise, with his methods, even 10 aces combined with Luffy would not stand a chance of escaping. Chapter 56. Please take care of me, Captain. So, Garp, do you think you would be willing to become a warlord? Unclear, Garp replied, continuing to munch on his rice crackers. Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly woman entered, greeting the two, Sengoku, Garp. The newcomer had silver hair neatly arranged, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, and her kind features hinted at her former beauty and youth. Vice Admiral Tsuru, like Sengoku, was a strategist, supporting the Navy alongside him. Oh, little Tsuru. Would you like some rice crackers? Garp generously offered the snacks from Sengoku, but Tsuru declined. Sengoku poured her a cup of tea, while Garp was left to serve himself. Tsuru, you're just in time. Help me deliberate whether Rodney can become a warlord. The one who defeated Crocodile? I think he can. Why do you say that? Tsuru replied. Sengoku, you're overthinking it. You must realize he is a pirate hunter, which is far better for us than having a pirate as a warlord. The real question is whether he would agree. Yes, would he agree? Probably, Garp commented, though he is a bit greedy. Then let us omit the part about him sharing a portion of his bounty with the world government. We don't need that small change. Have the 5 elders agreed? Tsuru inquired. Sengoku replied, they proposed this to me, which is why I'm contemplating Rodney's potential as a warlord. Garp, you should go and speak to him. No. I'm too lazy to move, Garp chuckled. That kid isn't difficult to deal with. He is quite easygoing, as long as you don't provoke him. There was a time when Luffy annoyed him, and he ended up planting him in the ground for a while. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it is amusing. Then I'll take a trip. I also have some questions for him. Madame Crane remarked. Sengoku pondered for a moment and inquired, what about Don Quixote Doflamingo? Indeed, Doflamingo. A pirate who ascended to the throne of Dressrosa is shrouded in suspicion, employing methods eerily similar to those of Crocodile. I intend to investigate the matter further. Madame Crane and Doflamingo have been long-standing adversaries. Prior to his becoming a warlord of the sea, she relentlessly pursued him, forcing him into retreat. Should the opportunity arise, she would relish the chance to bring him down. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Sengoku decisively assigned the task to Madame Crane. I hope this individual proves trustworthy. Madame Crane nodded in agreement, engaged in further conversation with them, and subsequently departed from Sengoku's office. Kazan, put down the sunbae. If you consume any more, there will be none left for me. Haha. Do not be so stingy, Sengoku. I happen to be quite hungry. Kazan. Madame Crane smiled faintly upon hearing this voice before leaving the Navy headquarters with her companions. In the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. Rodney was invited by Princess Vivi and others to this place, where he unveiled Crocodile's sinister plot and restored King Cobra's honor. After a period of revelry, the long-drought-stricken nation would soon welcome the rain. Lying in the guest room of the palace, Rodney reclined on the bed, savoring the exquisite dishes served that evening. However, he felt that it was not suitable to linger here for too long and decided to depart after a while. The palace was enveloped in silence, making the faint sound of breathing, a presence other than his own, especially conspicuous. Who could it be? With a kunai in hand, he hurled it towards the source of the sound. "Ah, Mr. Rodney, how truly unexpected of you. I come in peace," emerged a figure from the shadows. It was none other than Robin. Upon seeing her, Rodney reclined once more, smiling as he inquired, "Miss Robin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you perhaps feeling lonely in the night and in need of a warm embrace?" He patted the space beside him, adding, "I wouldn't mind." "You may not mind. But I certainly do." Robin maintained a smile. Hee. Mr. Rodney certainly has a sense of humor. "It is unfortunate, but I have grown accustomed to solitude. As I mentioned earlier, I have come to pledge my allegiance and become your subordinate." She contemplated that although Rodney was stronger than Crocodile, after observing him for several days, he seemed to possess a good nature. However, she was uncertain whether he would be willing to offer her protection, considering her status as a wanted criminal. One with a bounty even higher than Crocodile's. Why not? I am one of the few historians in the world capable of interpreting historical texts. And I could be of considerable assistance to you, Robin replied, taken aback by his rejection. Who would dare to take on the Annihilation Engine? Your previous employer fell at my hands, and I certainly do not wish for you to meet a similar fate at the hands of another. I believe we could engage in a conversation. I possess a myriad of skills and could help you manage your business and gather intelligence. With a wave of her hand, another arm sprouted from her existing one, appearing entirely genuine. The flower fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, allowed her body to produce any part like a blossom, making it exceptionally suitable for intelligence gathering. None of that is what I desire, Rodney replied, shaking his head. Robin clenched her teeth and declared, I can reveal the location of Pluton to you. I beg your pardon, but I have no interest in that relic. Instead of seeking out a possibly irreparably damaged Pluton, I would prefer to pursue Poseidon, as ancient weapons are not limited to just one. Are you familiar with ancient weaponry? Robin inquired, her voice trembling. What is the matter? Pluto, Poseidon, Uranus, why aren't they referred to as the three brothers Zeus? Rodney, plagued by his obsessive tendencies, interjected. You know their names? Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. What is the matter? The historical account detailing the location of Pluto is enshrined within the sepulchre of Alabasta. And Poseidon was born over a decade ago. How old is he now? As for Uranus, I seem to have forgotten. How could that be? Do you possess knowledge of the true history? Robin leaned in eagerly, her urgency palpable. Please, tell me. I am willing to pay any price. What truly transpired during that century of disappearance? I implore you. I wish to know. I yearn to understand. O'Hara, Robin's homeland, houses the world's largest library. The Tree of Knowledge, which contains an immense collection of books and invaluable texts from across the globe. It stands as a sanctum for archaeology in the West Blue, where a cadre of renowned scholars congregate with the aim of uncovering the mysteries of that blank century in history. Among them was Robin's mother. Endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, she was regarded as a monster by the local children. In her quest for her mother's attention, Robin clandestinely studied historical texts, ultimately excelling in her examinations to become the youngest historian. Her endeavors were motivated by a singular desire, to sail the seas alongside her mother. However, in the end, the world government unleashed the Buster Call upon O'Hara for its pursuit of the truth regarding that blank century, leaving Robin as the sole survivor of the island. In her final moments there, she managed only a fleeting encounter with her mother before their eternal farewell. Robin, pursued by the world government, embarked on a life of wandering. However, due to her identity and the staggering bounty placed on her head, She was continually betrayed, rendering her existence a tragic saga. All she yearned for was to uncover the true history. I'm afraid I don't know, Rodney replied, sitting up and putting aside his jesting demeanor, sensing that his humor had perhaps gone too far. Nevertheless, he decided to share what he knew. Whether she could obtain it would depend on her own efforts. Is that so? Disappointment flickered in Robin's eyes, but Rodney's next words reignited her hope. However, I'm aware of the locations of those historical texts, Miss Robin. I can inform you, but whether you can acquire them is entirely up to you. I'm immensely grateful. Please do tell me. He revealed several locations of historical texts, including the Funeral Hall of Alabasta and the Golden Bell Base of Gaia Island. Yet, upon hearing that some of these texts were in the hands of the 4 emperors, despair washed over Robin. That place was beyond her reach, at least for now. Just when Rodney thought he could take a breather, he heard Robin cheerfully say, Captain, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Rodney, Robin smiled at him. Possessing the strength to vanquish Crocodile, surely she could provide me with temporary refuge. This individual is unlike Crocodile. He is not a malevolent person. Chapter 57. The historical text The moonlight poured in like water, illuminating the room where a man and a woman gazed at each other. In the intimate setting of their shared space, the air was thick with unspoken tension. If the man were to take the initiative, who knows what might transpire? Let us not hastily designate a leader. I am accustomed to working independently and have no need for an assistant. Robin, the annihilation engine, the ultimate assassin, aside from Luffy, who possesses the protagonist's aura and an extraordinary resilience, few can withstand the trials. He certainly does not wish for a day when she might meet her demise. No, that cannot be allowed. Come now, Captain, such thoughts may lead you to a life of solitude, she teased. Hey. I am single and I take pride in it. One person satisfied means the whole family is fed. I shall never accept your offer. Well then, I suppose I'll make a bed for myself here tonight, Captain. With a smile, Robin took the blanket from Rodney's bed and spread it on the floor. She then retrieved a piece of clothing from her backpack to drape over herself, lying down and cheerfully bidding, Good night, Captain. But I don't even have a ship. Rodney felt utterly frustrated as he gazed at Robin, who was peacefully slumbering beneath the bed, lost in silence. Was this some sort of sticky situation? He recalled how Robin had joined the Straw Hat crew at the same time he did. Although they were not initially on the same wavelength, they ultimately became comrades. What did it mean to have her as a crew member? It had all started as a jest. Surely, she must see him as a protective shield, right? Miss Robin, aren't you afraid I might tie you up and deliver you to the world government? He chuckled. Captain, if you truly wish to do that, you could have done so at the rain banquet, she replied. Thus, he concluded that she bore him no ill will. And he was certain that she was a good person. Captain, you will protect your crew member, won't you? He mused, but I don't even have a ship. And Miss Robin, please don't bestow upon me the title of good person so casually. That's it. I'm heading out to sleep. With that, he flung open the window and leaped outside, thinking that staying here might lead to unforeseen troubles. The captain is somewhat bashful in certain respects, he thought. But was this a sign of acceptance? After contemplating for a moment, he laid down on the bed, disregarding its scent, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Rodney returned to the palace for breakfast, where he was served by the wife of the captain of the guards, Ikelam. The couple bore a striking resemblance to one another, even sharing a similar tone of voice. The meal was quite delectable, and he took some pastries back to his chamber. Robin had long risen, seated by the window, perusing a book. This is for you. Enjoy it while it's warm. How considerate, Captain. I initially thought you were the kind of person destined for solitude, but it appears you are quite charming after all. Thank you. Please refrain from using the term charming. I'm not that kind of person. So, are you truly prepared to become my crew member? Yes. Robin replied with a smile. Captain, you can protect me, can't you? While I can certainly ensure your safety, I must admit that until we reach the new world, I can manage to safeguard you myself. However, Robin, although I have a slight fear that you might endanger me, I must ask, are you genuinely ready to serve under me? Once you become part of my crew, there is no turning back. Betrayal is not permissible. Captain, are you intending to monopolize me for a lifetime? How outrageous. Yet, she tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, That's fine. As long as you do not betray me, I shall never betray you. Please, refrain from such adorable gestures and expressions. It makes me want to lock you away. Ahem, back to business. Then, may our collaboration be delightful. Rodney extended his hand, and Robin clasped it in return. Nico Robin officially joined Rodney's crew. As for the possibility of being captured by the world government, Rodney, who is adept at donning disguises, has never feared such matters. The desert night was rather chilly, as 2 figures stealthily approached the mausoleum. One figure emerged from the shadows, causing a group of guards to freeze in place and subsequently faint at a mere glance. What a remarkably useful ability, Captain Rodney. A gentle and insightful voice resonated. As a graceful silhouette stepped forth from the darkness, the silver moonlight cascading upon her exquisite features, Robin scrutinized Rodney's crimson eyes, a smile still adorning his face. Enough with the frivolities. Let me search for the mechanism, he said, as he examined the scene. Before the funeral hall stood 9 stone statues, arranged in 3 horizontal and 3 vertical rows, their edges long since worn smooth by the relentless erosion of time and sand. Rodney was uncertain which mechanism was the true one, So he split himself into duplicates, each searching for the device. As he pushed aside a sculpture of a seagull, a low rumble echoed, revealing a stone staircase before them. Was the historical text hidden beneath the burial hall? Captain, how did you know there was a mechanism here? Surely, you have been here before, Robin inquired with curiosity. How could that be? I merely caught a glimpse, Rodney replied. Caught a glimpse? Robin responded, perplexed. Let us proceed. I shall explain everything afterward. Very well, Robin said eagerly as he stepped into the passage, entering the grand underground hall beneath the burial chamber. He instructed his duplicates to stand guard and followed Robin inside. Lighting a torch to illuminate their path, a hand appeared on his shoulder. Taking the torch and freeing Rodney's hand. Such a convenient ability indeed. Robin ambled slowly, unhurried, taking a keen interest in the bas-reliefs adorning the walls. Rodney, observing these carvings, sensed a hint of Egyptian essence, even in the portraits. These bas-reliefs chronicled numerous mythological tales concerning Alabasta, the illustrious deeds of great kings, and significant events that shaped Alabasta. However, Rodney was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp their meanings. They soon arrived at a grand door. Pushing open the stone portal, a musty aroma wafted towards them. Rodney stepped inside, discovered a torch, and ignited all the torches, illuminating the hall as brightly as day. Robin had already arrived at the center of the grand hall. Standing before the historical text crafted from indestructible materials and encrypted in an incomprehensible script, readable only by those who understood the language. In this world, there was but one individual capable of deciphering these glyphs. Gazing at the tadpole-like characters, he felt as though he were staring at a celestial manuscript, utterly perplexed. Dismissing the text, which merely chronicled the location of the underworld, he found it of no concern. With nothing else to occupy his time, he retrieved a flower blade and struck the historical text with a single, decisive blow. The impact reverberated through him, leaving his entire body tingling. Robin glanced over in anger, stating that the integrity of historical artifacts cannot be compromised. She expressed her disdain for those who vandalized such invaluable remnants of history. Rodney chuckled awkwardly. Having heard that it was indestructible, he felt an irresistible urge to put it to the test. What was the outcome? Indeed, it proved to be remarkably resilient. Very well. You may take your leave. I shall await your return. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Robin and remarked, wait a moment. I am the one in charge here. What kind of attitude is that? Robin continued to fix his gaze upon the historical text before him, entirely disregarding any notion of engagement. Rodney, feeling a sense of humiliation, extracted some jerky from his pocket and sat outside, indulging in it. After consuming half, Robin emerged and inquired, Captain, I have discovered the location of the Pluto. Would you like to know? I have no desire for such knowledge. I brought you here solely because you wish to know. I have no need for that information. The fate of Crocodile is a stark reminder before me. I have no inclination to become the next him. That was because he was unaware of Pluto's whereabouts. Had he known, he could have dominated the seas. Do not underestimate the 4 emperors, nor the world government. With 170 member nations and resources accumulated over the years, it is uncertain whether a potentially decrepit ship could stand against them. Rodney waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. He was not yet inclined to confront the world. If the captain desires it one day, I will reveal it to you, Robin stated earnestly. It would indeed require a dire situation for me to covet such information. I find it far more plausible that I could abduct Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island rather than wielding Pluto. I shall assist the captain in safeguarding this secret. I am truly grateful for that. They closed the door behind them and departed the underground hall, sealing the passage and leaving the sepulchral chamber. Everything seemed as if it had never transpired. Chapter 58. Appointment as a warlord of the sea in the desert, a sand skiff raced across the dunes. With Rodney at the helm and Robin seated behind him, Robin queried, Captain, are we truly leaving Alabasta just like this? Have you not seen the historical account? There is no longer any significance in remaining here. I am a pirate hunter, Robin. Following me only leads to bloodshed. He smiled at Robin, adding, it will be quite exhausting. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a smile. Well, I have already decided to follow the captain. However, Captain, since I have chosen to follow you, you must protect me. She sighed. Suddenly, I feel so exhausted. I long to be a salted fish. Rodney exhaled deeply, resembling a fish that had lost its dreams, gazing at this man devoid of fighting spirit. Robin found it hard to believe he was the same person who had battled Crocodile and ultimately defeated him. Thus, she pondered, should I truly follow him? Robin found herself in need of a protective umbrella, as the man before her suddenly appeared unreliable. Captain, a man must have dreams. Do you have dreams? Indeed. I aspire to become the Hokage. Hokage? Yes, I am a ninja. The title of Hokage represents the pinnacle of our kind. I am aware of 7 Hokages, Rodney remarked. If he were to become Hokage, he would be the first of this world. Curiosity piqued, Robin inquired about the nature of these 7 figures. Oh. The first was a gambler, the second, his brother, a genius master of forbidden techniques. The third was a man of great vision, albeit a lecher. And the fourth might have been as well. The fifth was a perennial loser at gambling, who also fancied himself youthful. The sixth was a little yellow fellow. And the seventh was a lecher who raised foxes. Thus are the 7 Hokages of Konoha. Given that Minato was Jiraiya's disciple, such legacies are indeed possible. Though he squandered his youth by flirting with Kushina and thus lost his chance at romance. Robin glanced at him and asked, "So, Captain, are you a gambler or a lecher? Guess. Do you think I won't guess? Do you think I think you won't guess? Do you think I think you think I won't guess? All right, enough with the riddles." Rodney interrupted the playful banter, gazing towards the distant Santora River. "We shall take to the waterways. Is that all? The sandboat cannot traverse the water for an extended period. If something goes awry, only you can walk on water." "Do you intend to carry me?" Robin questioned. "No, absolutely not. By the way, Robin-chan, if you encounter a little brat named Momonosuke, do not underestimate him due to his age. Eliminate him immediately, decapitation style. What could this child named Momonosuke have done to provoke such a decree from the captain? No need to ask why. He simply must die." Rodney's expression turned suddenly fierce, startling Robin. She nodded, understanding, though her curiosity about the boy's transgressions lingered. What exactly did Momonosuke do? "Momonosuke must die." As the sandboat glided under Rodney's command onto the surface of the Santora River, he continued. "We shall navigate through the waterways to the canola flowers. Acquire a small boat for me and keep watch over the river surface. I often encounter surprises from beneath the water. Trust in my luck." Very well. The sandboat sped across the water, creating large waves and leaving a long wake on the tranquil surface. Its velocity on water far surpassed that on sand. And with Rodney controlling a giant Santora catfish behind them, their speed increased further. In a day's time, they reached the estuary. Wait, is that the captain? It's Vice Admiral Tsuru's ship from the Navy headquarters. Robin beheld in the distance a grand vessel approaching, its sails emblazoned with the prominent character for Crane. Rodney's lips curled slightly, realizing why he couldn't capture Mingo. Such large characters were impossible to overlook. "Never mind him, let us depart." He instructed Robin to don a veil and, nonchalantly, they maneuvered past the ship of the Crane. At that moment, a woman aboard, adorned with a beauty mark and wielding a long sword, called out, "May I inquire if you are Mr. Rodney?" "I am," he replied, halting the sand sledge. "What does the Navy require of me? Seeking revenge for Crocodile?" As he spoke, he adjusted the direction of the sledge, stowed the sails, and shielded Robin behind him. "No. You've misunderstood. Please, come aboard. We have other pressing matters to discuss," the woman clarified. "Wait for me here. Do not be afraid." He patted Robin's shoulder, urging her to conceal her identity, and handed her a bundle of explosive tags, saying, "Detonate them if necessary." The provision of the explosive tags was primarily to reassure Robin. Crane was no ordinary rear admiral but a strategic mind of equal caliber to the admirals, presenting a formidable challenge. Though this made Robin apprehensive, she also harbored doubts about Rodney's loyalty. However, his actions silently comforted her. "I will," she assured him, "but do not grip too tightly. It might explode," he cautioned, then leapt onto the warship. Before him appeared a sea of female Navy officers, and a sprightly elderly woman with her hands clasped behind her back smiled warmly. "Greetings, Mr. Rodney." "Good day, Admiral Crane," he responded. Crane chuckled. "At such a young age, you possess remarkable strength. It seems the seas now belong to the youth." "Not at all. We juniors still have much to learn from esteemed elders like you." "Admiral Karp's punches are truly painful," he remarked, shivering at the thought of Karp's blows. Crane smiled gently. "Indeed, I initially notified the Alabasta royal family, only to discover you had departed. Thus, I took a chance to seek you here, and fortune smiled upon me. By the way, I have heard that you studied under that chap Garp for a time?" "Yes, I grasped some of the 6 styles." "Oh? How well have you mastered them?" "I have learned them all. However, whether I can effectively utilize them is another matter," he confessed. Crane nodded, sensing the pleasantries had run their course. "I have come specifically to find you. The world government wishes for you to succeed Crocodile's position as a warlord of the sea." "Me? A warlord of the sea?" Rodney exclaimed, pointing to himself in astonishment. "Yes," Crane affirmed. "You have exposed Crocodile's schemes, defeated and killed him, thus proving your strength. Therefore, Josh J. Rodney, do you accept the position of Warlord of the Sea?" Let me think." Rodney began weighing the pros and cons. While becoming a Warlord of the Sea would afford him numerous benefits, it also came with drawbacks, such as mandatory summons from the world government and the obligation to pay a portion of his earnings to them. Mandatory summons is not a concern. It merely entails a tax on your earnings, Crane remarked, noticing Rodney's internal conflict. "Your contract is special. You need not pay the tax to the world government. They are quite affluent and do not require your modest contributions. Given your unique position, the world government has granted you this concession, provided you continue your role as a bounty hunter. The Navy will offer you our utmost support." Unlike those inept individuals, Rodney was a pirate hunter, aligning him more closely with the forces of justice. Ascending through Crocodile's demise, he had proven his capabilities, making him an apt candidate for this position. "Oh, I see. I suppose I have no reason to refuse," he smiled. "What must I do?" "The commission has already been prepared. You only need to sign it." Crane gestured for the woman who had first addressed Rodney to present the commission and a pen. The commission detailed the world government's appointment of Rodney as the new warlord of the sea, outlining his responsibilities and the benefits he would receive upon signing. Without hesitation, he signed the commission and grinned. "Admiral Crane, I suppose I am now half a member of the world government. I would like to request your assistance. Please, go ahead. Crane invited. I would appreciate a small boat, as it would save me the trouble of purchasing one from the oilseed flower market. Crane replied, ladies of the Navy. Provide them with one of the lifeboats. Thank you immensely. By the way, Mr. Rodney, there are a few matters I wish to inquire regarding Crocodile. Of course, please proceed. Thus, the encounter upon the sea began. The news of Rodney's appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea swiftly graced the pages of the World Economic Journal. The moment he engaged in amiable discourse with Granite Tsuru was captured by a photographic snail and published in the paper. The article was extravagantly pinned, bestowing upon Rodney the title of a righteous ally, crafting him into an image of a naval partner, a lackey of the world government, and an adversary of pirates. The emergence of the new warlord sent ripples of shock through many. In Dressrosa, a flamingo beheld the newspaper and erupted in laughter. Gahaha. Crocodile. It appears your ambitions remain unfulfilled. Gahaha. I had thought you would succeed. Discarding the newspaper, he lifted a glass of crimson wine, savoring it as if relishing the sweetness of victory, despite having tasted it long ago. Within the Whitebeard Pirates, the strongest man in the world. Upon hearing the news from his sons, chuckled while sipping his drink. Garara. Has that lad been defeated? Rodney, a newcomer, how long can he truly roam these waters? He should manage for a while. The man with the pineapple head laughed, stating, if he cannot even reach the New World, then he has little of consequence to offer. Only the New World is the true domain of pirates. In comparison, the first half of the Grand Line is merely a playground. And the 4 seas are akin to paradise. Garara. Marco, this lad is no ordinary fish. He will reach the New World. Why do you hold such high hopes for him, old man? It is simply an intuition, my children. Let the feast commence. Oh well. In an instant. The ship was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. Ah, Captain, you are now renowned across the seas, Robin remarked, seated aboard the ship while perusing the newspaper with a smile. Rodney reclined on the deck chair of the ship and remarked, is this really such a big deal? I have merely succeeded the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The advantages I stand to gain are substantial. And the world government acquires a formidable enforcer in return. It is indeed a fair exchange. Moreover, I have a scheme in mind, which necessitates my holding this position. Oh, Captain, might you share the nature of this plan? Haha, that remains confidential. However, in a few days, another warlord may find his circumstances rather dire. He recently divulged some of Crocodile's strategies to Granny Tsuru, and this astute elder is likely attempting to uncover a vulnerability in Doflamingo, aiming to ensnare him. Yet, while Doflamingo's methods bear resemblance to Crocodile's, they are executed with far greater finesse. The Navy will find it exceedingly challenging to pinpoint any flaws, nevertheless. Granny Tsuru will undoubtedly make things uncomfortable for him. He clapped his hands on the deck, appreciating the utility of the Navy's vessel. Although it was a lifeboat, it was no mere dinghy. It possessed its own sails and cabin, providing ample space for both him and Robin to live comfortably. It would be even better if we had a book, Robin had remarked more than once. Sister, in order to have books, we first require a larger ship. Crocodile's bounty is sufficient for us to commission a fine vessel in Water 7, Rodney replied, covering his face with a newspaper. Call for me in case of any special circumstances. I shall take a brief rest. Robin gazed at him in speechless disbelief, exhaling a sigh of resignation. It was indeed unfortunate for her to be burdened with such a languid captain. The wind speed was normal, the weather was typical, and everything seemed to be in order. Although Robin was not as proficient as Nami, she could be considered a semi-skilled navigator, having survived on the sea for quite some time, which attested to her genuine abilities. The weather of the Grand Line was as capricious as a child's temperament. Mere moments ago, the sky had been a clear azure, yet in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a shroud of dark clouds accompanied by fierce gusts. Observing the ominous clouds that seemed ready to unleash a torrent, Robin hastily roused Rodney from his slumber. The two swiftly furled the sails to prevent the mast from snapping and secured the items on the deck before retreating into the cabin together. How infuriating. How could the weather change so abruptly? Captain, haven't you ever encountered this before? I have always traversed the seabed. Since entering the Grand Line, I have followed Laboon through the depths. I have never faced such tempestuous weather before. This is indeed a first for me. It seems I have become a burden to the captain. No need to fret. This experience is quite novel. The diminutive vessel rocked precariously atop the waves, inducing a queasy sensation in Rodney. Captain, please, muster some spirit. Feeling seasick is rather pathetic. I apologize, Robin, but I cannot help but appear quite pallid. Robin peered through the porthole and spotted towering waves surging towards them. Urgently, she exclaimed, Captain, over there. Rodney fell silent for a moment before darting out of the cabin. Water release. Water barrier. A wall of water surged up alongside the small boat, effectively shielding them from the oncoming waves and averting disaster. Captain, your presence brings such reassurance. Robin remarked with a smile. Of course, I am just leaning over the ship's railing and losing my lunch. Robin, I retract my earlier statement. The rain has ceased abruptly. The air has grown cooler, and the sea lies tranquil, yet pristine snowflakes gently alight upon Rodney's head. Is it snowing? What an infernal weather. My body has nearly recovered. Standing atop the mast, I employed the technique of water release to cleanse the deck of seawater. The primary purpose of fresh water is to wash the deck, preventing the corrosive sea salt from deteriorating it. The ship's wooden hull has been treated with a special coating, ensuring its resilience against the saline onslaught. As the temperature continues to drop, Robin retreated to the cabin to wrap himself in his garments, while Rodney's skin flushed a deeper hue, steam rising from his form. Boil release. This bloodline limit, a fusion of fire and water chakra, is the first such ability he acquired, bestowing amplifying effects. By manipulating the power of steam, it enhances his physical abilities for combat, augmenting both strength and speed. Moreover, he can unleash a highly corrosive mist, a technique previously employed by the 5th Mizukage, Materumi, to dissolve the Susanoo of the Uchiha brothers. However, it necessitates a confined, non-ventilated space for effective use. With arms crossed, the snowflakes within a meter of him melted away under his warmth. Feeling the surging power within, Rodney could not resist clenching his fists, even without resorting to brute strength. In his boil-release state, he could rival his own might in a state of monstrous power. Yet, should both converge, his body might not withstand the strain. The backlash from combining monstrous strength with boil release could surpass the damage inflicted by opening the 3rd or 4th gate of the 8 gates of pain, potentially injuring him after a single strike with his current physique. The snowfall soon ceased, temperatures rising, releasing him from the boil release state. Captain, we have deviated from our course, Robin noted, observing the record pointer in his hand, slightly askew due to the recent tempest. Is that so? No matter, Robin. Prepare for battle. Our business has arrived. Rodney opened his Sharingan, gazing into the distance, and remarked, a formidable opponent indeed. Captain, do you know them? To some extent, yes. They are notoriously infamous in the North Sea. He dispatched a shadow clone to scout ahead, and, alongside Robin, hoisted the sails to hasten their voyage. The shadow clone skated across the waves, then plunged into the depths, employing the technique of wave riding to approach the pirate ship. What commenced as a confrontation revealed itself as merely a pirate vessel, beside which floated an enormous snail, resembling a quaint little abode. A cacophony of screams erupted from the pirate ship as a robust youth, exuding an aura of nature, engaged in senseless slaughter. No pirate stood a chance against him. His brutality was evident as he effortlessly dispatched one foe with a single iron fist. Hey, this is rather dull. Speak quickly, where is Weskier? The youth demanded, lifting a pirate by the collar. The pirate, already half dead, could hardly respond. Frustrated by the silence, the youth delivered a fatal blow, surveying the remaining pirates with contempt. A bunch of weaklings. Hurry, where's that guy Weskier? Don't waste my time. I'm very busy. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty with pink hair, her figure voluptuous and legs long, clad in a pink combat suit that accentuated her allure. Dragging a gaunt middle-aged man in a white lab coat, she announced, Yuji, the target has been located, the mission is complete. TCH, how disappointing. These fellows are of no use now. I'll dispose of them. She sneered, advancing toward the remaining pirates, only to be enveloped by a fireball in the next instant. Chapter 60, Germa 66. The fireball, accompanied by a wave of heat, hurled the youth named Yuji off the pirate ship and into the sea. The pink-haired woman remained unfazed, merely locking eyes with the assailant, who turned out to be Rodney. Those eyes, that face. Are you the newly appointed warlord of the sea, the pirate hunter Rodney? She inquired. Rodney tilted his head and inquired, Germa 66? That eyebrow, my lady, have we met somewhere before? Germa 66 is a formidable military organization from the North Sea, also known as the War Experts. This army of malevolence is led by the Vinsmoke family, operating as mercenaries across the globe, lacking a fixed territory. They possess colossal snails capable of traversing the Red Soil continent and boast formidable operational strength and advanced technology. Currently, the head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, once collaborated with the world's most powerful scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to uncover the genetic blueprint of life. However, the experiment was halted by the world government, and Vegapunk was taken away. Vinsmoke Judge returned to his kingdom with the experimental data, applying it to his children, transforming all but Sanji into powerful modifications. Moreover, they cloned and modified soldiers, establishing a new Germa 66 army that instilled terror in nations worldwide. These soldiers fear not death and exhibit absolute obedience, making them exceptional tools of war, easily replenished. Such a klitsch method of flirting, Mr. Rodney. Yanji, that fool, is not so easily defeated, Reiju remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Yanji? The fourth son, I presume? I know a curly-haired blonde chef. I wonder if there's a connection. Reiju's hand trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and hope stirring within her. Sanji was the only brother she genuinely cared for, the gentle child who called her sister, the only family she recognized. Rodney shattered her long-held composure in that fleeting moment. Could it be related? Rodney's smile widened, his voice filled with delight. That chef named Sanji is living quite well, adopted by another chef, running a seaside restaurant in the East Blue. He asked the best cook after the head chef. Thank you. You should leave quickly. Getting entangled with that fool Yanji is not a good idea. It would be quite troublesome, and this is a task for Germa 66. Hearing that her brother was doing well, Reiju smiled contentedly. offering a kind reminder. I'm afraid I'm currently intrigued by the individual you have there. He rested his chin on his hand, perched on the ship's railing, when suddenly, a figure burst forth from the sea. Yanji, clad in green Germa combat attire, soared upward using the jets beneath his feet, his propulsion and hovering devices working in tandem. Enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare you ambush my dear Yanji? I will kill you." Yanji, wait. Reiju attempted to intervene, but he was already charging forward. The force of his punches was easily evaded by Rodney. Robin, understood. Six-petal flower, anchor flower. 6 arms sprouted from Yanji's body, restraining his arms and neck. Known for his immense strength, Yanji was momentarily halted by the 6-petal flower, granting Rodney the opportunity to leap from the ship and act in conjunction with his clone. Fishman karate, monster strength, double thousand-tile punch. Both fists struck Yanji's body, sending him crashing back into the sea. This attack, however, inflicted little damage, as his body was a scientific marvel of Germa 66, possessing skin as tough as steel, and his combat suit was a specially designed shape memory armor, significantly reducing the impact. Nonetheless, it bought some time. So, you intend to oppose Germa? Even if you share information about him, I shall not hold back. My father's orders must be executed. Reiju's cloak unfurled like butterfly wings, yellow spots emerging upon it, while a faint purple powder swirled around her. Oh dear, I thought you were different from that fool brother of yours, yet you still resemble a dutiful little girl. Unlike that lecherous chef Sanji. A smile played on Rodney's lips, teasing her for being a girl who dared not defy her father's commands, living like a puppet, a mere tool. Indeed, the same laughter echoed from behind Reiju, startling her as a hand pressed against her back, followed by a low command, water release, water prison technique. As the words fell, Reiju was enveloped in a sphere of water, gasping as she swallowed a mouthful. The water clone seized the unconscious Weskier from her grasp and tossed him to Rodney, who in turn passed him to the waiting Robin. He was intrigued by this scientist-like figure being pursued by the Vinsmoke family, hoping to extract valuable information. Well then, farewell. He leaped backward, plunging down. The water prison suddenly transformed into a vivid purple, a purple water arrow piercing through the prison and shattering the water clone's chest. Cough, cough. Spitting out the water, Yanji flew in, drenched yet his green hair remained unaffected. He approached Reiju, mockingly stating, "Reiju, you truly are useless." His tone was devoid of respect for his sister. Reiju was aware of this truth, snorting coldly, "Shouldn't you hurry? Weskier still holds our Germa secrets." Got it, got it. You're so annoying. Yanji clashed his fists, producing a resonant sound. Perfect. That guy is infuriating, let me kill him. He is merely a warlord, nothing but a pitiful creature before Germa 66. Do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of defeating the Logia-type crocodile is not to be trifled with. Treat him with seriousness. With that, she delivered a sharp kick towards Yanji, sending him flying toward Rodney and Robin, who had distanced themselves. "Captain, why are we bringing this person back?" Robin asked, still unclear about the unfolding events. "I sense there is profit to be made. Also, Robin, we have caught the attention of Germa 66. Germa 66? Aren't they from the North Sea? Do they still exist?" Robin, well-read, possessed some knowledge of Germa 66, but her understanding was limited to the existence of the organization without knowing its members or leadership. After all, being from the North Sea, Germa 66 was more widely disseminated in manga than in literature. Indeed, they have caught up with us. Rodney let out a cold chuckle, leaping toward the approaching Yanji, instantly creating multiple clones. And then, the transformation technique. What? Yanji, confronted with so many Rodneys, braced himself. The next moment, he was greeted with a series of explosive sounds, and several alluring, voluptuous women emerged before him. What is this? Yanji's eyes turned into hearts, his movements frozen as the women transformed into smoke, their powerful punches crashing down upon him like thunder. Thud! Yanji plummeted into the water once more. Indeed, your Vinsmoke family is filled with lecherous individuals. Rodney returned to the ship, only to be met with a disdainful gaze from Robin. "Captain, your interests are quite peculiar. Would you kindly refrain from mentioning our acquaintance in the future? It would be rather embarrassing for me if others learned that I know you." Is this merely a ploy to lure the enemy? No? Indeed, you are quite the lecher. Do not slander me in such a calm tone. Hey, that foolish YG. Reiju could not help but rub her forehead. Despite being a modified human with a diminished capacity for desire, why did those foolish brothers still harbor such cravings? The jetpack beneath her feet expelled a gust of air, allowing her to soar swiftly without the need for moonwalk, pursuing Rodney. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, head hardening technique. Lightning release, raging thunder tiger. Flames intertwined with the ferocity of thunderous tigers surged forth, causing Reiju to recoil from the sheer force of the onslaught. YG had just resurfaced from the sea. Water release, water shockwave. A massive wave crashed over him, submerging him once more. YG, Chapter 61, Negotiating Terms. Is this the attack style of the newly appointed warlord? Quite troublesome. Reiju evaded the tumultuous waves, levitating in the air, calling out, "YG, how long do you intend to play this game?" In the water, YG's jet shoes expelled twin torrents, propelling him into the air as he angrily declared, "I must dismantle him. When has he ever endured such humiliation? He is the pinnacle of Germa 66. A war machine. Never before has he been treated this way. Are you truly so easily deceived by such illusions? That was merely an accident. I shall not be fooled by such trickery again. You'd better calm down, Reiju. I will kill this man." With that, his jet shoes surged forward. Fire release. Head hardening technique. A small fireball, composed of fire chakra, shot forth. How dare you attempt to showcase such trivial skills? YG did not evade, bracing himself to catch the fireball with his bare hand. Boom. The concentrated chakra exploded upon contact, the potency of a B-rank ninjutsu being formidable. Once again, a figure was sent flying, crashing into the water. Reiju, wasn't I supposed to teach him a lesson? It was thanks to YG's Germa combat suit and his modified physique that he could withstand such an attack. Most would either perish or suffer severe injuries. Observing him, it seemed he was merely moderately injured, not lightly, yet not gravely either. I have never seen anyone so stubborn. The force of that head-hardening technique exceeds that of a cannonball, and he had the audacity to take it head-on. Rodney clapped his hands. "Captain, is he dead?" "Not dead. If he were, that woman would not be so composed." In the sky, Reiju was enveloped in a pink toxic mist. The notorious name of the poison was not without merit. Even without a devil fruit, she could absorb potent toxins and wield them. Hence, Magellan, you should withdraw. TCH, toxins? This is Rodney's current weakness. He possesses no resistance to poison. Sister Slug excels at healing, but not at detoxification. Then, ninja art, mist concealment technique. Exhaling white smoke. A thin mist enveloped the surface of the sea, surrounding them. Although it was just a patch, a multitude of water clones emerged, creating a misty expanse of the ocean. Without a second thought, Reiju flew towards the mist, turning her back to it. The jet nozzles on her shoes unleashed a tremendous blast of air, penetrating the fog. Yet the ship was nowhere to be found. Truly an inconvenient individual. Why hasn't YG resurfaced? Furrowing her brow, Reiju thought, even if injured, YG should not take this long to ascend. Could it be a foreboding suspicion crept into her mind? Beneath the waves, Rodney's numerous shadow clones held YG tightly, constricting him and preventing him from rising swiftly to the surface. Even with his monstrous strength, the boiling water empowered these clones to restrain him effectively. Once he reached his limit of holding breath, it would be a simple matter to induce suffocation. Above the surface, Rodney emerged from the mist, dragging the unconscious YG with a smile. "Are you looking for this guy? YG, you mean to say he was defeated by him? An obvious masterpiece of my father." "A masterpiece?" Rodney scoffed. "ISNT, being devoid of emotions, a mere unfinished product? Vince Smoke Judge S only true masterpiece is you. ISNT it, possessing the strength of a modified human while retaining emotions, an actual person. As for Judge S' other sons, aside from Sanji, the other three brothers have lost much of their humanity, becoming battle machines devoid of fear. When one loses fear, Reiju understood the value of emotions among individuals. Though perhaps not as intense as Sanji S, her feelings were undeniably more profound than those of YG and the others. But still, you possess feelings. Oh dear, is this the life you wish to be bound to? Reiju, a puppet, released only when necessary, confined to a designated place, unaware of joy or freedom. Vince Smoke Reiju. Consider your only brother, living each day pursuing his dreams. Don't you long for such a life? Reiju bit her lip, realizing the allure of Rodney's words. She yearned to meet the only brother she acknowledged and chase after her own life. Yet, she was a poison princess of Germa 66, destined to obey her father's commands. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled calmly. "Mr. Rodney, please return my incompetent brother to me. As for the matter involving Westgear, consider it a failed mission." YG held a significant position within the Vince Smoke family, ranking above Reiju in Judge S' eyes, and was strategically important. Hence, Reiju must ensure his safety. "Oh, are you referring to this waste? Very well. Let him return and train for another 2 years. Oh, I almost forgot. Doesn't the strength of modified humans only increase through further modifications? How much power can your foolish father truly provide to enhance your abilities again?" Ha. He laughed heartily, his form dissolving into a pool of water. Reiju bit her lip, catching YG, whose eyes suddenly opened, mirroring Rodney's crimson gaze. A wave of hazy memories surged within him. A gentle blonde woman embraced him and a small, equally gentle boy, softly singing a lullaby. "Mother," Sanji surprisingly, the illusion succeeded. YG's hand struck Reiju's neck, sending her into a slumber within the dream he wove for her. Even modified humans can harbor a fragile heart. YG hoisted Reiju, making his way toward the ship hidden in the mist, where Rodney, Robin, and that individual named Westgear awaited. Splash! The shadow clones, carrying the suffocated YG, dissipated upon reaching the ship. Robin inquired, "Captain, what do you intend to do with them?" Her gaze swept over YG and Reiju, finally resting meaningfully upon Reiju. "Do not misunderstand. I am merely intrigued by their combat suits. Germa 66's technology is undoubtedly avant-garde, particularly in biotechnology. The shape memory armor they wear boasts remarkable defensive capabilities. Now, how does one remove it? In search of the mechanism within YG, I aimed to remove the memory armor enveloping him, but it was not there. Remarkably, Leggio had managed to break free from the illusion, causing Rodney to question whether she had willingly succumbed to it moments ago. Unfazed, I positioned myself in front of Robin and smiled, stating, "Miss Leggio, your swift awakening astonishes me." Drawing forth Wajo, the sharp tip of the blade was aimed directly at YG's throat. This time, it was no mere jest. It was a potent blade that could inflict genuine harm upon your physique. "How can I trust you?" she retorted. "However, should the mission fail, my father will not spare you." She whispered, "Ichi and I are unlike us. The one who will slay you is Orochimaru, not Rodney," she continued, flipping her hair to reveal a pale visage, her voice hoarse. "Without a phone bug, how will you contact your father? If you encounter misfortune at sea and perish, I wonder if Miss Leggio would be willing to accept such a fate?" With that, she resolved to dispose of her worthless brother first. Lifting Huajo, she prepared to strike, but as the blade was on the verge of piercing YG's skin, Leggio hastily interjected, "Wait. Oh, what troubles you, Miss Leggio? Are you frightened? If so, do enlighten me on how to remove this turtle shell." With a flourish of the blade, she murmured, biting her lip. She tapped a few spots on YG's body, seemingly activating a mechanism. YG's combat suit constricted, transforming into a green can inscribed with the number 4. Originally designed for emergency treatment of injuries, this contraction device was now repurposed to disarm him, leaving Leggio in a state of resignation. "Excellent, now to seize YG," she declared, as steel wires shot forth, binding every part of him except his head. Suspended like a mummy at the back of the ship, he floated in the sea. After all, he was a modified human and would not perish easily. He might merely swell from the water. Chapter 62. I shall cultivate the hockey. I retrieved a chair from the cabin, sat down with great flair, and said, "Now we must discuss the matter between us. Miss Leggio, I am quite curious about what threat this incompetent known as Weskier poses that warrants the attention of you Germa 66 operatives." Leggio turned her head away, offering no reply. Not willing to speak? Then I shall inquire of this fellow. I hoisted the lifeless Weskier, pried his eyelids apart, and directly controlled him with an illusion, rendering him a puppet devoid of self-awareness. "Now then, Mr. Weskier, please explain why you are being hunted by the Vinsmoke family." Weskier, with vacant eyes and a dazed expression, replied, "I was once a scientist researching biotechnology alongside Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. To prevent me from exposing his research and seizing my technology, Judge sought to eliminate me. Refusing to cooperate with the world government, I was left to wander the seas. With a snap of my fingers, the illusion was dispelled, and Weskier's body fell once more." Rodney chuckled. "It appears luck is on my side. I've encountered a grand catch. TSK, Miss Leggio, I thank you for delivering this researcher to me. Now, I must insist on a ransom." "Ransom?" Leggio was taken aback. "Indeed." Rodney grinned like a cunning fox, his hands crossed over his knees. The two operatives of Germa 66, scientifically modified individuals, poison powder and winch green. If I were to convert their worth into a bounty befitting pirates, let me calculate, 200 million berries each, a friendly price. "You are robbing us." "I am not, dear secretary. Do you believe I am engaging in robbery?" "Oh no," Robin chimed in with a disingenuous professional smile. "Captain is merely negotiating a business deal. I wonder if Miss Vinsmoke would be inclined to make a trade with our captain? You know we have no money. Then let us proceed as such. Disarm yourselves." "Oh, is that so?" Seizing the moment while Leggio was distracted, I replicated her earlier actions, tapping the mechanisms on her combat suit, causing it to disarm and revealing a fitting attire beneath. The pink can marked with the number 0 was tossed lightly in my hand as I smiled. "Every movement you make escapes not my gaze. Now, take a brief slumber, Miss Leggio, and indulge in sweet dreams." With my 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, I employed a greater amount of chakra this time. Leggio shuddered, struggling to resist as she heard her mother whispering her name and her brother affectionately calling her sister. A swift hand strike landed on Leggio's neck, plunging her into the illusion. TSK, my mastery of illusions still lacks refinement. Stowing away the Sharingan, I turned to Robin, only to find her gazing at me with a meaningful expression. "What does that look for?" "Oh, it is nothing. I merely consider that the captain may very well be a scoundrel." "Why do you say that?" "I simply seek a monetary gain. After all, are we not headed to Water 7 to build a ship? I fear I might exhaust my funds." "No, I mean in other respects. The captain's abilities are exceedingly perilous. Henceforth, I shall avoid making eye contact with the captain or, better yet, refrain from appearing in his presence altogether." "Hey, what do you take me for?" Robin pondered for a moment and remarked, "Are there peculiar individuals with unusual fetishes?" Rodney exclaimed, flinging his hands in frustration, "This conversation is going nowhere. Who possesses peculiar quirks? It is merely a seductive technique. Yet, even the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, can be momentarily stunned by such tactics. Do you believe I could demonstrate a reverse harem technique on you?" Rather than engaging in banter with Robin, he shifted his gaze toward the colossal snail burdened with a castle. Pondering thoughtfully, he suggested, "Robin, shall we change our location? With this creature, we can effortlessly traverse the doldrums at a swift pace, far more comfortable than our small vessel. Indeed, I wonder how many undiscovered manuscripts lie within the archives of Germa." Robin mused, her interest piqued by the giant snail's library. With the assistance of shadow clones, they transported themselves and their belongings. While Rodney employed his Sharingan to seize control of the snail, compelling it to move in a designated direction. Due to his modifications, Yuji regained consciousness swiftly, only to be dragged back into the sea by several shadow clones, succumbing once again to suffocation, his face swelling from the immersion. Weskier also awakened, and upon spotting Rodney, his demeanor shifted to one of despair, quickly replaced by a furious proclamation, "I will never relinquish my research findings to you Germa scoundrels. Damn you, Vinsmoke Judge. Do you truly believe your technology can compel my submission? Think again. Ah, Judge, you shall never acquire my research results. My dear, I am on my way," he declared, retrieving a vial from his pocket, prepared to pour its contents into his mouth. Rodney hastily intervened, exclaiming, "Goodness, sir, have you lost your mind? Do take a closer look. I do not possess a curled brow, nor am I affiliated with the Germa. I am merely a passing bounty hunter and a member of the 7 warlords. Do you truly expect me to believe your nonsense? Rodney, do you scientists ever listen to reason?" Feeling a headache, he succumbed to a piercing gaze reminiscent of the Sharingan. "Captain, have you managed to extract any information?" Robin reclined on a beach chair on the castle terrace, engrossed in her book. No, with a furrowed brow. She sat on another beach chair. "Do I truly appear to be a villain? How could I be mistaken for a member of Germa? Robin, perhaps you should give it a try next time." "Captain, isn't your gaze supposed to compel him to speak the truth? No, illusions serve only a momentary purpose. They cannot be relied upon indefinitely. After all, I am not endowed with the powers of the gods, and even if I were, I would not squander them on such a trivial matter. Such powers ought to be reserved for emperors or generals, not wasted on a mere scientist." "What is this divine power you speak of?" Robin inquired with curiosity. "It is a formidable illusion, though whether I can attain it remains uncertain," Rodney replied, shaking his head. He was unaware of the evolution of the Sharingan, whether it required emotion or could be acquired through a system exchange, as the details had not been disclosed. If it hinges on emotion, then the kaleidoscopic version is the limit. Unless the system offers Hashirama's cells, excessive use of the kaleidoscope would lead to blindness. After all, I have neither a foolish brother nor a doting sibling to provide me with new eyes. He instinctively touched his eyes and smiled, asking, "Robin dear, has Lady Reiju awakened? Captain, do you wish for her to join our crew?" "No, Reiju will only heed the commands of Vinsmoke Judge, and she must obey. Our orders hold no sway over her. Should she ever betray us under Judge's command, I would have nowhere to weep. It is wiser to secure a ransom. As for this snail, I shall keep it. It is far more practical than a ship. Initially, I intended to purchase a vessel in Water 7, but it seems unnecessary now. This snail is vastly more useful than a ship, and it is swift, though it requires frequent resupply. That is not a concern. If it consumes meat, then the solution is simple. The only aspect to monitor is its acceleration. Being an animal, its burst speed will not be exceptionally rapid. I can always seek modifications later, perhaps install a jet system or something of the sort." Robin blinked, sensing that her captain's behavior resembled that of a brigand. However, as long as he could protect her, she remained unfazed. Thus, they traversed the treacherous waters marked by ascending currents without encountering the Sky Island. After all, the inexperienced Rodney was no match for that overly dramatic deity with elongated earlobes. The strongest of the natural fruits, the rumble fruit, was vanquished by Luffy's absurd rubber, which defied the laws of electricity. In a world that eschews scientific reasoning, to be defeated by such logic is the utmost absurdity. Alas, those of them who lack extraordinary prowess must tread cautiously. Hockey. I shall train in hockey. Chapter 63. Vinsmoke Judge BT. The snail phone vibrated incessantly. Rodney approached and connected the call. The snail immediately mimicked the visage of the caller, its eyes turning fierce, adorned with 2 upward curving mustaches. This wondrous creature, capable of emulating human faces and conveying sound, intrigued Rodney upon first use. Moshi, who is this? Are you not Reiju? Who are you?" A man's voice emerged, somewhat grating, imbued with an air of superiority. "Vinsmoke Judge? It is I. And you are? Where is Reiju?" Judge inquired. They are now my captives, Lady Reiju and your useless son." "Impossible. They are my finest creations. How could anyone triumph over them in the first half of the Grand Line?" Judge's thoughts revolved around the notion that only the likes of the 4 emperors or their subordinates could contend with his offspring. How could they fail in a mere minor task? "Hey, don't underestimate them. Let us discuss terms. 200 million berries for each of your 2 children, along with 2 devil fruits as a bonus. That is extortion. Oh, I presumed that the illustrious Vinsmoke family would not concern themselves with such trifling sums. I am truly disappointed to learn that your family's fortunes have waned. Oh, my apologies, but it seems you are now akin to mercenaries without a homeland. No different from hunting dogs. Ha ha ha." Without hesitation, Rodney scoffed, for mocking a man like Judge seemed harmless. A father who treats his children as mere instruments for familial restoration, regarding his wife solely as a vessel for procreation, and callously discarding offspring while fixated on gain has forfeited his right to fatherhood. Rodney harbored no fondness for such individuals, and thus, finding them repugnant became a source of amusement for him. Dare to reveal your name. He exclaimed. The technological prowess of Germa 66 will surely make you regret your actions. Oh, come at me then, you wretch. I am the Warlord Rodney. If you dare to approach me, I shall obliterate you. I will shatter your technological might and demonstrate that before absolute power, your technological capabilities are but a farce. Huh. Provided you can actually find me. Warlord, you scoundrel. Do not think that just because you have recently ascended to the ranks of the warlords, you can act with impunity. Judge bellowed. Apologies, but warlords truly can act as they please. Ha ha ha, old fool. Do not presume to navigate the waters of the world government. It is futile. I shall deal with my spoils, and they have no reason to demand your children from me. What do you suppose their reaction would be if they discovered your past collaborations with Dr. Vegapunk on bloodline factors? How intriguing. How do you know about this? Judge questioned. Suspicion creeping in. Yamato? No, he wouldn't betray me. Is it Reiju? Judge began to doubt his own offspring. Rodney's gaze turned increasingly frigid. A man who could not trust even his own children was indeed unworthy of fatherhood. TSK, the desire to strike him down with my fists grows ever stronger. Think carefully about your conditions. Oh, as long as you can find me, I shall present you with a grand gift. Wait. Rodney's call was abruptly cut off, and upon turning, he found Robin smiling at him. Is there something on my face? He inquired. Nothing. Our captain looks quite handsome today. Of course. When am I not handsome? Only today. Please do not indulge in too much self-admiration, Captain. Captain, you seemed quite angry just now. Indeed. A man like Judge no longer deserves the title of parent. He shook his head, adding, to speak plainly, I believe Judge has forfeited his right to be called human, given what he has done to his own children and wife. He briefly recounted Sanji's tragic past to Robin, a childhood that could scarcely be considered one, rendering Robin silent and reflective. In contrast to Sanji, she realized that in some respects, she had been luckier. Captain, I support your choice. Yet I find it amusing that you seem rather awkward. Awkward? I merely find him displeasing. Do not use such terms against me, or you shall spend the evening with my shadow guarding Yamato. By the way, what shall we have for dinner? Who knows? All unnecessary personnel on the ship have been cleared out, even the cook, Robin replied with a smile. What a nuisance that those clones dared to attack me. Even the cooks took up arms. Germa truly is a battleground of madness. The memory of the chefs brandishing knives against him in the kitchen left him bewildered. Is every member of Germa a soldier? Captain, can't you control them with your eyes? No, that would waste my chakra, Rodney replied. Chakra should not be squandered on such trivial matters, and this vessel can function as a war machine even without clones. It is better to eliminate them. That is the captain's decision, so tonight's dinner is in your hands. The library of Germa is quite impressive. I had a look. Please let me know when dinner is ready, and do not use your powers to summon ramen again. I can no longer endure a diet of ramen. Robin declared before departing, leaving Rodney in a state of disarray. If I can cook, why would I need to eat ramen? Rodney entered the kitchen, contemplating the fresh and lavish ingredients before him. How can I avoid inadvertently crafting a culinary disaster? Had I known, I would have controlled those chefs. I need to find a proper cook. Frustrated, Rodney seized a knife and began to prepare a dish. Moments later, an explosion echoed through the kitchen. Robin, drawn by the sound, gazed at the soot-covered Rodney, several black lines etched across his forehead. Captain, are you attempting to make a bomb? No. I am merely trying to cook. Who knew that fish could explode? Rodney vehemently denied. No, it seems your culinary skills are simply lacking. You know that? Then why would you request to cook for me? As captain, caring for the crew is only fitting, is it not? I am the captain. It is the crew's duty to prepare meals for me. Captain, you are exploiting me. I am a historian. But did you not claim to possess numerous skills? It is merely cooking. No, I will leave such matters to you, Captain. Their argument continued until Reiju approached. Rodney did not restrict her freedom, after all. Without Germa's battle gear, she was unable to leave. Hearing their dispute, she suggested, why not let me cook? You? Surely you would poison the food. Or perhaps, as a noble lady who has never lifted a finger, you would find it simpler to kill than to cook. Rodney and Robin exchanged glances, and Rodney remarked, Robin, let us indulge in some ramen. After a brief silence, she replied, sure, Captain, I shall have the tonkatsu. Very well, I shall opt for the miso, Rodney responded. With that, he exchanged some barley for 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Robin accepted her bowl with a grateful nod and departed, savoring the aroma wafting from the dish. Rodney then handed another bowl to Reiju, saying, enjoy. Where did you procure this? She inquired. Mind your own business, just eat it. After all, poisoning you would serve no purpose, he retorted. Thank you, she replied, taking the ramen, the enticing scent piquing her appetite. When she looked up, Rodney had already left, his distant voice carrying a complaint. Damn it, I feel like vomiting from this ramen. How can that brat Naruto eat for decades without growing weary? I must find a chef. This man appears to be fundamentally good-natured, albeit somewhat peculiar in temperament. After taking a bite of the perfectly textured ramen and sipping the broth, she was pleasantly surprised by its delectable flavor. Chapter 64. Adding to their troubles, the Germa Kingdom, the only nation in the world without fixed territory, is a mysterious entity whose location is ever-changing. They rely on advanced technology, a fearless military, and the princely and princess lineage of the Vinsmoke family, forming the formidable Germa 66 that instills fear across the globe. As a nation rooted in technological advancement for generations, Germa's innovations far surpass those of most countries, achieving a leading edge in certain domains. They operate like mercenaries, traversing the world and acting as hounds for their employers, swiftly dismantling foes. The Vinsmoke family, rulers of the Germa kingdom, once conquered the entire North Sea through sheer force, a testament to the nation's former glory. However, that splendor has long faded. The current head of the family, Vinsmoke Judge, commander of Germa 66, is determined to restore the kingdom's past magnificence, even resorting to scientific means to alter his children, endowing them with great power while stripping them of much of their humanity, transforming them into combat machines that heed only his commands. The Germa kingdom is composed of numerous colossal snails that carry their territories, floating upon the sea, capable of disassembly and reassembly for swift movement and battle. These snails can traverse the red soil continent without the need to navigate treacherous mountains or windless zones, significantly reducing time and enhancing efficiency in travel. In the royal palace's council chamber, a statue of a giant eagle poised for flight, inscribed with the number 66, symbolizes Germa 66. Beneath the majestic eagle rests an opulent throne, occupied by a tall man adorned with a metallic helmet, golden hair cascading down, and a comically pointed mustache. Vinsmoke Judge, father of Reiju and others, is a selfish and hypocritical individual. With a resounding crash, he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it in fury, exclaiming, "That damned bastard. Does he truly believe that becoming a warlord renders him invincible? I will see him dead. After all, he is merely a dog of the world government." As one of their allied nations, killing a warlord is trivial. Though the Germa kingdom lacks territorial claims, it still participates in global conferences and wields some influence within the navy. Otherwise, Sanji's bounty would not be merely for capture alive, but rather a matter of life or death. His gaze shifted to his sons, Ichiji and Niji, as he coughed lightly. "Well then, Ichiji, Niji, you shall venture to the Grand Line and teach that audacious Rodney a lesson. Let him understand that becoming a warlord does not grant him free reign." "Understood, father." Ichiji responded, albeit with a foolishly Navi voice, though he is the eldest among the four brothers. Unlike the arrogant Niji and the brash Yanji, he is more composed and cautious, better suited to lead Germa 66. "Very well, I shall ensure that scoundrel meets his end at my hands. He shall witness the might of Germa's technological prowess," Niji declared with a sneer, his palms crackling with electricity, a result of scientific enhancement that grants him unique abilities. Unhindered by the sea prism stone or seawater, an advantage unlike that of devil fruit users. "Honestly, Yanji and Reiju are quite inept to have been bested by such a fellow," Niji scoffed. "That is not to be taken lightly. Rodney has defeated Crocodile. Capturing Reiju and Yanji is no trivial matter." "Niji, do not underestimate him," Ichiji cautioned. "Haha, Ichiji. You are too cautious. As long as we unite, few can stand against us. Reiju and Yanji are useless. We are perfection," Niji dismissed, furrowing his brow at his brother's words, but refraining from contradiction. Rising from his throne, Judge proclaimed with pride, "Go forth, my esteemed sons. Utilize your power to crush that insolent fool, and let him comprehend that the dignity of Germa is not to be trifled with. Let them witness our might." This man remains obstinately intent on subjugating Rodney through force. "Yes, father." "Understood, father." With the sea breeze gently blowing, Rodney and Robin felt no concern for the weather affecting their journey, relishing the newfound leisure afforded to them. Robin can sit on a chair, engrossed in her reading, while Rodney engages in combat with Yuzi. Indeed, without the enhancement of his battle suit, Yuzi is merely a robust individual, proficient in raw strength, presenting no significant threat, an excellent opportunity for Rodney to hone his skills. "You coward. If you have the guts, face me in a one-on-one duel. Watch as I smash your head to pieces." Each of Yuzi's attacks is deftly evaded by the true Rodney, who skillfully employs techniques such as shaving, moonwalking, and paper drawings to dodge, occasionally retaliating with finger guns and gale kicks, while his other shadow clones execute feigned assaults. His mastery of the six forms, honed through rigorous training with numerous shadow clones, is effectively utilized against Yuzi. The objective is merely to avoid lethal harm. Mr. Rodney truly embodies the essence of a combat fanatic. Beside Robin sits Reiju, whose freedom is decidedly restricted. However, it is evident that her treatment is far superior to that of Yuzi. She occupies her previous quarters, and as long as she refrains from indiscriminately spreading poison, Rodney poses no threat to her. She finds herself rather enjoying this respite, experiencing a rare sense of ease. There is no oppression here. Rather, it is quite entertaining. No, the captain is merely striving to enhance his own strength. He tends to be quite lazy otherwise. Robin turns a page and softly remarks, "The captain possesses a myriad of tactics, yet as he states, the body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a strong physique can one unleash formidable power. Moreover, Miss Reiju, the captain is well versed in a wealth of intelligence." Reiju ponders this and replies, "Including my past? The secrets of Germa?" Robin continued to read, a smile gracing her face, opting not to respond. Once again, Leggio observed the intellectual beauty before her, pondering why this person always spoke in half-truths. Was she not afraid of loose lips? Suddenly, a splash echoed, signaling that her foolish younger brother had fallen into the water once more. Each time he fought with Yongji, he would invariably end up in the sea. It seemed this time he had been unceremoniously kicked in. Judging by the force of the earlier blow, he likely sustained only minor injuries. Never mind, let him climb out on his own. The shadow clones dissipated into smoke, and the experiences and memories gained from battling Yongji bestowed Rodney with newfound insights, enhancing his hand-to-hand combat skills. With 2,000 points remaining after exchanging for numerous ninjutsu, he pondered thoughtfully, realizing he required not just ninjutsu, but rather auxiliary techniques or other useful items. Narrowing his eyes, it appeared he had devised a plan. It seemed Weskier's dossier was still being compiled. Upon discovering Weskier's true identity, Rodney intended to employ genjutsu to compel him to document his research findings, after which he would release him. A feeble researcher held no immediate value for him, yet that did not imply he would remain so in the future. Rodney, now unhurried, exchanged a few items, and a tiny black insect flew out from his sleeve, entering the castle. Courageously, UNG climbed up from the sea, eager to cause trouble for Rodney once more. Unfortunately, upon reaching the castle, he encountered a shadow clone smiling at him. In that instant, he realized that this grin foretold nothing but mischief. "You rogue, what are you up to?" "Oh, nothing much, just inviting you to take a little nap." Suddenly, several steel wires shot out, entangling him. Do you think these few strands can restrain me? Don't be ridiculous." Just as he prepared to exert his strength to break free, a massive foot loomed before his eyes. UNG exclaimed, "Aye," and with a splash, he plunged once again into the depths of the ocean, closely followed by several shadow clones. Once more, he was submerged in water, suffocating and losing consciousness. "Can we engage in some worldly matters?" he lamented. Hee. Art is an explosion, hee. "Captain, your laughter is rather off-putting. What do you know? This is called art, Robin." A certain blonde-haired individual once proclaimed that art is Patrick Star, and I wish to emulate him. "So, Captain, what do you plan to blow up?" "Germa. Their bodies and battle suits are rather resilient to explosions, aren't they?" Hee. "They may not be killed, but I can certainly cause them some inconvenience. I relish making my enemies unhappy. Their displeasure brings me joy." "Captain, your personality is not only twisted but also quite vile." "What a statement. I merely wish to celebrate." Chapter 65. The Great Escape in the Water 7. 8 centuries ago, the world's notorious battleship, the Pluto, was forged here, within the most formidable shipyard in existence. Home to a cadre of exceptionally skilled shipwrights. Among them, the most renowned was Tom, the fishman shipwright who, over 20 years prior, crafted the Oro Jackson for the Pirate King, Roger, from the legendary Atom Tree. Due to his association with the Pirate King, he was sentenced to a reprieve for his involvement in the Sea Train project. 14 years later, upon completion of the Sea Train, he was unjustly accused and brought to Judiciary Island, where he faced execution. In his lifetime, he had 2 disciples. One, the current mayor of Water 7 and president of the Galileo Company, Icebug. The other, Frankie, who has since become rather eccentric. "Captain, it's unwise to speak of such uncertain matters. You initially claimed the intent to seize that snail, yet now you speak of destroying it. What a fickle man you are." On the streets of Water 7, Rodney and a transformed Robin strolled side by side. Rodney carried 2 black boxes, while Robin's complexion had become fair, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and subtle alterations made her appear markedly different from her former self. Even the bounty posters would not reveal her identity as the offspring of the demon. One could only exclaim how terrifyingly effective the art of disguise can be. After all, there are members of CP9 on this island, and should Robin be recognized, it would spell trouble. While the 7 warlords are tolerated by the world government, Robin represents an entirely different matter, as she is the sole individual capable of deciphering the true history. If her identity were to be exposed, it would lead to dire consequences. Hence, Rodney employed the art of makeup to conceal Robin's identity, transforming her into another person, codenamed Bartman. Let us not be so hasty. After all, that snail carries a tracking device. How absurd that such a useful item would be equipped with such a mechanism. And it cannot be removed. Rodney smirked slightly, acknowledging that this piece of information was voluntarily shared by Reiju. The snails emitted a form of bioelectric wave which allowed snails of the same species to perceive each other and locate their positions. This was originally intended to facilitate the identification of allies amidst the chaos of battle. After all, it was quite common to get scattered in such turmoil. Now, however, it was being employed to track them down. Being relentlessly pursued by Germa 66 every day was indeed a troublesome affair. Thus, they procured another ship, transferring the essentials aboard while leaving behind shadow clones and the courageous Vinsmoke. They then set sail for Water 7, diverting Germa 66 in a different direction to avoid complications. He had long abandoned hopes of a bounty. From what he gathered from Judge's words, he was a miserly man, unlikely to yield easily. Since there was no sincerity from his end, Rodney decided to impart a lesson, even though he himself was merely a con artist. "Miss Reiju, does following me not concern you?" Dr. Vegapunk has already departed, Rodney remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on the dark-haired beauty behind him. He continued, once you have chosen to accompany me, betrayal is not an option. After Rodney completed the documentation, he released Dr. Vegapunk, leaving the papers in a different location. Yet, Reiju chose to follow him, the reasons for which remained unclear. However, according to Robin, as long as she did not encounter Judge issuing commands in person, she would retain a modicum of freedom. This implied that the once obedient daughter had finally entered her rebellious phase. As long as Germa 66 does not defeat me, I will never betray you, Captain, Reiju declared. Aside from her dyed hair, she had also altered her visage slightly, and the tattoo on her long legs was concealed beneath trousers. For a long time, she had not had the opportunity to express herself, even during missions. With the ever-watchful Vinsmoke by her side, she dared not entertain such thoughts and chose to submit, burying her modest desire for freedom deep within her heart. Truth be told, she envied Sanji, who could pursue the life he desired, but now she too could, with Rodney providing her cover. Even in the event of Rodney's failure, she could claim that she was coerced by special means. Her father would understand that she could not defy his wishes. Everything would not be seen as her own initiative, thus allowing her an escape route back to Germa 66 and the Vinsmoke family, reclaiming her role as the unflinching assassin. This was her contingency plan, a means of shirking responsibility, yet also a manifestation of her struggle against fate. She yearned to experience a life unlike her past, as long as it diverged from the former. Upon hearing Reiju's words, Rodney replied, "Oh, that won't happen. At the very least, I can facilitate your escape." When it came to fleeing, there was perhaps no one more adept than he. With the amalgamation of shadow clones, substitutes, and transformations, he moved with impunity. Moreover, he held absolute confidence that once they entered the Grand Line, his strength would skyrocket, alleviating any concerns about her safety. The new world was teeming with pirates. Those who claimed to be pirates without bounties exceeding 50 million were considered fools. Thus, it stood to reason that they would acquire numerous mission points, which could then be exchanged for ninjutsu or bloodline limits. Contemplating a bright future, he could not help but smile. Meanwhile, Reiju inquired, has he always been like this? Occasionally, but I have grown accustomed to it, Rodney responded. With a captain like this, our future looks bleak. Indeed, indeed. Hey, you two. Could you show me a little respect? I am the captain here. Captain, could you spare some funds for supplies? Robin extended her hand towards Rodney, requesting operational expenses. Not in a hurry. We will discuss funds after we build the ship. Furthermore, we shall take a trip on the sea train to the culinary capital, and then find a more reliable chef. I see. We definitely need a chef. Otherwise, consuming the captain's dark cuisine could lead to trouble, Robin pondered seriously, deeming it a valid point. After all, her cooking skills were merely average, not particularly delicious, yet not inedible. Reiju was beyond consideration, being a lady of stature, while Rodney was even less so. After his last culinary attempt, he nearly blew up the kitchen. Thus, it was crucial to find a chef with combat capabilities for their journey to the culinary capital via the sea train. As they conversed, the atmosphere grew amicable, until Rodney suddenly smiled and said, "It's blown up." "What is blown up?" "The Germa snails." Oh, time rewound momentarily, as the snails marked with the Germa 66 insignia continued to approach the moving snails ahead. Clad in Germa battle gear, Ichiji and Niji utilized their jet shoes to leave the castle and catch up with the preceding snails. Be cautious, we have now entered the territory of the 7 warlords. It would be illogical to lack defensive measures. Ichiji, sporting a flamboyant red hairstyle, scanned the eerily quiet castle through his sunglasses. What is happening? Is no one here? Of course not. This is Germa's domain. They would never submit to anyone else. They must have been eradicated. Unlike his older brother Ichiji, Niji boldly ventured inside. Ichiji frowned and followed closely behind. The castle's design was quite uniform, and they navigated effortlessly to the hall, where they discovered the unconscious Yanji, his swollen face resembling a dumpling, bound to a chair, alongside Reiju lying nearby. "Yanji, Reiju." Niji was about to approach and awaken them when Ichiji held him back. "Show yourself." The shadow clone emerged from the darkness, grinning. "You truly are impressive, Ichiji. I never expected your senses to be so keen. Have you discovered me? I do not know you. Then, where's my ransom?" Niji smirked disdainfully. "You dare demand ransom from us? Do you know whom you are dealing with?" The shadow clone casually dug in his ear and, after blowing on his fingernails, inquired, "Who?" "You. You shall pay the price for this." Accustomed to arrogance, Niji could not tolerate such affront. Sparks crackled around him as he instantly appeared behind the shadow clone, delivering a knee strike, only to find it was an empty target. "Where are you?" "That was merely a decoy. Look at your leg." Another shadow clone appeared, grinning with an exaggerated smile. "Niji, your leg." Niji glanced down to find an explosive tag affixed to it. The tag ignited, erupting with a thunderous boom, causing Niji to stagger backward, his leg throbbing painfully. Although it was not overly severe, Niji's fury ignited. "I will kill you." Chapter 66. Boom, boom, boom. Oh dear, are the Germa folk so impatient? However, since there is no ransom, I am quite saddened. If you do not intend to pay, it seems our negotiations have failed. He seized Yanji and tossed him toward the brothers. What do you mean? Ichiji grasped Yanji, confusion evident in his voice. It means we shall mutually activate the explosive tags. With a single-handed seal, he then exclaimed, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions erupted, transforming the entire castle into ruins. Damn it, is this lunatic not afraid of getting caught in the blast? Ichi and Nikki burst forth from the blast radius. Such an explosion held no sway over them. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that the explosion relentlessly pursued them. What is happening? Why is the explosion following us? Nikki inquired. I don't know, split up. Ichi grasped Yuji and soared in the opposite direction, only for the explosion to suddenly alter its course and follow in their wake. Realization dawned upon Nikki. Ichi, it's Yuji, the explosion is tracking him. I understand now. Ichi tore open Yuji's shirt, revealing a plethora of detonation seals plastered across his torso. Is this the reason? Ichi scoffed, observing the seals materialize out of thin air, trailing behind them before detonating. He comprehended that these papers were meant for tracking Yuji, and they too would explode. Formulating a plan, he hurled Yuji away, causing him to collide with a summoned detonation seal. Boom. The explosion erupted, and a dark silhouette was flung forth. It was Ichi, caught amidst the eruption of numerous detonation seals while not clad in combat gear, miraculously unscathed. Nikki caught the injured Yuji. Perceiving Ichi's actions as entirely rational, they lacked fraternal bonds, having grown up devoid of any familial affection, and were unperturbed by the specter of death. Their sole purpose was to fulfill their father's commands, obediently adhering to his orders. What a useless fool. He even allowed us to be ambushed by that guy. He is only slightly better than Sanji. Speaking of which, I suddenly feel a tinge of regret over Sanji's demise, Nikki remarked. Ichi, however, gazed out at the sea, where an individual stood, buoyed by the waves, wearing a joyful smile. So, how do you like this grand gift, Germa? I invested quite a sum to prepare it. Well, a good number of detonation seals were wasted, but it was exhilarating. You bastard. Nikki hurled Yuji back to Ichi and transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting forth. Shunshin no jutsu. The melding of Shunshin and the body flicker technique granted him unparalleled speed. Yet even the Sharingan of the Shadow Clone found it challenging to capture Nikki's movements, barely evading the strike. What happened to your earlier bravado? Nikki scoffed. Angering Germa comes with a price. Ha, don't be hasty, kid. When we meet again, I'll likely have you pinned to the ground, he retorted. So, what is the price? Your life. The punch, crackling with electricity, surged forward. 6 paths, iron block. His body, as hard as steel, was still sent flying by the blow. He twisted midair, pressing his hand against his chest, gasping. Fortunately, there is still plenty of chakra left from my original body. Otherwise, that last hit might have ended me. Shadow clones are fragile, easily dissipated by ordinary attacks. To bolster their strength, Rodney had deliberately allocated additional chakra to enhance their durability. However, another attack could easily spell their doom. Is your body all right? Prepare to die. Nikki was ready to strike again, but was halted by Ichi. Wait, Nikki. What? Why are you stopping me, Ichi? I was about to finish him off. Silence. Ichi, embodying a commanding presence, asked, Rodney, where's Reiju? Where has she gone? Huh, who knows? She might be on some deserted island or perhaps already slain, he replied, his skin flushing and steam rising around him as he assumed a fighting stance. Allow me to present my latest invention in ninjutsu, boil release, steam fist. He initiated the technique with the stance of the Waizate fist. A punch was unleashed, and high-temperature steam erupted from his fist, compressing the steam generated by the boil release before being released, resulting in a formidable steam punch that could inflict secondary burns on the target. Ichi pulled his cloak to shield against the steam fist, a mist forming over his eyes. Displeased as he remarked, boring attack. Nikki, eliminate him. We can search for Reiju later. I've been itching to do just that. Nikki transformed into lightning once more, leaving a trail of electricity as he lunged toward the shadow clone, delivering a punch that pierced its chest. The clone responded with a middle finger before vanishing with a thud. Where did he go? Nikki was taken aback, feeling as though he had struck thin air, left with an eerie sense of emptiness. Ichi stated, he fled, likely a user of the devil fruit. Let us return and report to father. At least we recovered Yuji. Indeed, barring his severe injuries, we have successfully retrieved him. Yuji is also a modified human. This level of injury merely requires a few days of recuperation. A coward who can only flee. I'll ensure his demise upon our next encounter. Nikki seethed, returning to the Germa castle, reporting the mission's outcome to Gaji alongside Ichi. Gaji was furious. Not only was Yuji injured, but Reiju was also missing. And they had lost a snail. More critically, Yuji's combat suit was nowhere to be found. The pinnacle of Germa 66's technology. How could they have lost it? Where's the green piston combat suit? We never laid eyes on it. Shortly after we met, Rodney detonated those explosive papers, and the castle sank into the sea. We dispatched personnel for recovery, Ichi explained. Forget it, it's likely in Rodney's possession. Our Germa 66 technology is too coveted to go unnoticed. You two bring Yuji back for treatment. I'm preparing to launch an assault on several kingdoms in the North Sea. Gaji believed that with Rodney's capabilities, it would be impossible to analyze the green piston combat suit. There was no need for concern. One day, he would reclaim it, preferably from Rodney's corpse. However, he had overestimated Rodney's principles. Understood. Ichi and Nikki diligently executed Gaji's orders. The castle reactivated, hurtling straight toward the North Sea. After Rodney received and organized the memories of the Shadow clone, he chuckled and shared his joy with Robin and Reiju. Reiju lightly laughed, saying so. They are unaware of my whereabouts now. I remarked, doesn't your old man have any tracking devices installed on you? Even snails have them, logically. The most crucial combat force of Germa should not lack such things. Reiju replied, it's impossible. He believes we are perfect modifications and would never betray him. So such devices are unnecessary. This exemplifies Judge's arrogance. He thinks his experiment is flawless, disregarding his children's emotions and underestimating Reiju's intelligence. He is led astray by a mere child, mistakenly believing that Reiju and Ichiji are emotionless combat machines incapable of betrayal, thus deeming tracking devices unnecessary. Unfortunately, after their mother's death, to avoid bullying from Ichiji and the others, Reiju chose to suppress her emotions, blossoming only in the presence of Sanji, as he is the only brother she acknowledges. Her sole family member aside from their mother. Deceived, Judge remains oblivious to the fact that his daughter is a talented actress, unaware that she still harbors emotions. Although Reiju obeys Judge's commands, she also possesses a rebellious spirit. Under Rodney's influence and through his illusions, she awakens her desire for freedom. That sounds wonderful. Currently, I truly cannot match your two brothers, Rodney stated. However, in due time, once I grow stronger, defeating them will pose no challenge. Indeed, this holds true, provided we do not consider utilizing the 8 gates. Thus, he requires other ninja body techniques. Chapter 67. Water 7 Carrera Company. This shipbuilding company encompasses the manufacturing, maintenance, and upgrading of vessels, ranking among the top 3 in the world shipbuilding industry, with aspirations for the first position. The president of this company is a disciple of the legendary shipwright Tom, who established Carrera after Tom's demise. He spent 8 years merging 7 other shipbuilding companies, transforming Carrera into the official shipbuilding company for the world government, preventing them from openly acting against him. This individual possesses formidable skills, and his shipbuilding craftsmanship is unparalleled in the contemporary world. Few can surpass him aside from Frankie. Rodney would never seek Frankie, that eccentric, to craft a ship, as he feels that associating with such a character would distance him from something truly significant. Upon Rodney's arrival, Icebegu promptly stepped out to greet him, recognizing not only a significant client, but also a member of the 7 warlords, whose needs must be duly attended to. Greetings, Mr. Icebegu. I am Rodney. A pleasure to finally meet you, he said. Hello, Mr. Rodney. The honor is mine, though I must say we are merely artisans relying on our craft, Icebegu replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Rodney, the group followed his lead to Dock 1, the finest dock of the Carrera Company, renowned for the construction of exceptional vessels. Although there were orders from the world government, this facility did not produce warships. Such strategic resources were far too valuable to be entrusted to Icebegu's company. What if a daring pirate attempted a raid? Therefore, the dock catered exclusively to merchant and civilian vessels for the world government. May I inquire what type of ship Mr. Rodney requires? Please share your specifications, and I shall endeavor to accommodate your needs. While Icebegu was indeed a skilled shipwright, he was cautious in his words, mindful of the possibility that this gentleman might request something beyond his capabilities, which could lead to an awkward situation. Rodney stated, the dimensions should be akin to those of a conventional warship. The design is left to your creativity, but please ensure it is not too unsightly. Utilize the strongest materials at your disposal. The interior should be equipped with all basic amenities, and additionally, I require a training room with sufficiently sturdy walls. That should suffice. Is that all? No other requests? Surprisingly, Icebegu found this to be quite manageable, even believing that other shipwrights could accomplish it. Behind him, his secretary, CP9 Agent Khalifa, diligently recorded Rodney's specifications, adjusting her glasses, pondering whether this warlord was jesting, as the demands for the vessel were surprisingly modest. Having been undercover for some time, they had encountered eccentric requests from various high-profile individuals, yet this man's expectations were remarkably low. Perhaps the kitchen should be reinforced. I fear it may explode, added Rodney. Icebegu. Khalifa. What are you doing in the kitchen? Why would it explode? Robin and Reiju stifled their laughter, and Reiju gently remarked, Captain, I believe this is unnecessary. After all, we shall never allow you near the kitchen again. Robin remarked that the library should indeed have more bookshelves, preferably positioned by the windows to allow ample natural light. That sounds good, responded Leggio, adding that the bedroom should also benefit from better lighting. Rodney remarked, in that case, let us place the crew's lounge above, ensuring it is well furnished. The kitchen, bathroom, and training room can be situated on the lower deck. 10 lounges should suffice. If space proves inadequate, we shall expand the hall. Very well, Icebegu nodded, recognizing the requests as reasonable and easily manageable. After further discussions, Rodney provided a deposit to Acebug, agreeing to settle the remaining balance upon completion. This was a standard procedure, and Acebug made no objections, merely instructing Khalifa to take note. Delivery could be expected in approximately a month, given the project's modest scale. However, the cost would be substantial, estimated at around 200 million. A quality vessel often commands prices exceeding 100 million due to the exorbitant costs of materials, while labor expenses are relatively negligible. Acebug and his crew were not the type to skimp on costs or substitute inferior materials, as such practices would be a grave insult to their craftsmanship. Not to worry, I am in no rush. I must make a trip to the culinary capital. 200 million, you say? I am still short by 50 million. Well, Acebug, it appears the payment may be delayed as I need to seek out a few pirates first. That is perfectly acceptable. After all, Rodney is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and will certainly fulfill his financial obligations. Then I shall leave this in your capable hands, Mr. Acebug. We bid you farewell. Exhaling deeply, he turned to his secretary, Khalifa. It seems we will be working late tonight. The shipwrights nearby whistled at the sight of the long-legged Khalifa. Boss, looks like you'll be working late with Khalifa tonight. Enjoy it. Acebug shared a good rapport with the craftsman, and their playful banter was commonplace. However, Khalifa retorted, President, that is harassment, as she delivered a swift kick. Wait a moment. Khalifa, it was merely a design discussion, bang. Acebug fell to the ground, deciding to let it slide, feeling fortunate despite the incident. As the trio departed, Khalifa exchanged subtle glances with several shipwrights. Shortly thereafter, a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder feigned a stomach ache and discreetly followed them. Captain, we are being followed, Robin suddenly remarked as they walked along the path. Utilizing the powers of the Hana Nomi, an eye and an ear manifested in the blind spot of their pursuer, surveilling the would-be eavesdropper. I am aware, Rodney replied with a nod. Among those we encountered earlier, several were from CP9. It is likely one of them is trailing us. There is no need for concern. After all, he is skilled in stealth. It would be impossible for him not to notice a following presence. CP9, Robin fell silent. This was, apart from CP0, the most formidable agent, capable of infiltrating any situation. If they were to discover her identity, she instinctively touched her cheek, realizing that her face had transformed and would not be easily recognized. Breathing a sigh of relief, she remarked, the individual who has been trailing us has a white dove perched upon his shoulder. He seems to be a worker from Dock 1. Are you implying that the one with the dove on his shoulder is Rob Lucci? The only CP9 member known for having a dove on his shoulder is indeed Rob Lucci, a cold-blooded individual. At the tender age of 13, he witnessed a pirate threaten a king with 500 soldiers, resulting in the death of the hostage at his hands, and subsequently eliminating the pirate as well. To prevent any harm to hostages, he resorted to the extreme measure of killing the hostage, a chilling instance of his unique brand of dark justice. He believed that the soldier's weakness rendered the king vulnerable, leading to such crises. Thus, to avert a recurrence, he took it upon himself to eliminate them. Hiss. What kind of logic is this? Rodney was at a loss for words. However, since he had been followed, it seemed only fitting that there should be some form of recompense. That pigeon appeared quite plump. Perhaps it could be stewed into a nourishing broth. With the 2 ladies in tow, he turned into an alleyway, emerging moments later, while Rob Lucci trailed behind, and Rodney, employing his techniques of duplication and transformation, followed in his wake. Rob Lucci initially embarked on a routine surveillance mission to ascertain the intentions of the newly appointed warlord. However, midway through his endeavor, he sensed an unsettling presence trailing him. As the mightiest member of CP9, it was inconceivable for him to overlook the feeling of being followed. Yet, upon glancing back, he found nothing amiss, no discernible suspect, as everyone around him appeared engrossed in their own affairs, devoid of any suspicious behavior. Nevertheless, the disquieting sensation lingered, casting an odd pall over the moment. Excuse me, he murmured as a burly man passed by, carrying a wooden post. In silence, he stepped aside, only to suddenly feel as though something had vanished from his shoulder. Turning to investigate, he realized his pigeon was gone. Hattori, he called out, but was met with silence. Unfortunately, the companion that had faithfully followed him had disappeared. Cursed be it, who could have stolen it? His suspicion instinctively fell upon the hefty man who had just brushed past him. Yet, amidst the throng, the figure had vanished without a trace. Moreover, not only had Hattori disappeared, but the other warlords, including Rodney, were also nowhere to be found, as if they had never existed at all. In this instance, Rob Lucci found himself suffering a double loss. Chapter 68, Encounter with the Perverse. Rob Lucci was seething with rage, having ventured out only to discover that his beloved pigeon, Hadoli, had vanished. However, he now found himself engulfed in profound trepidation. Who possessed the audacity to so effortlessly abscond with Hadoli from his side? This was the work of a master. Hadoli was not merely a pet. He was a companion, an exceptionally intelligent pigeon that had accompanied him for quite some time. Lucci held a deep affection for Hadoli, and the loss stirred a modicum of panic within him. Nevertheless, as a seasoned member of CP9, he resolved to maintain his composure in the face of adversity. Therefore, he chose not to pursue the thief, but to focus on locating Hidoli instead. Meanwhile, the pigeon named Hidoli, adorned with a tie, found himself gripped in the menacing grasp of Rodney's doppelganger, who regarded him with malevolent intent, pondering where he might find a delectable morsel. Truth be told, this pigeon was rather plump. Though not overly filling, he promised to be quite succulent. Hidoli, wide-eyed, whimpered in confusion. How had he been captured in the blink of an eye? The sinister figure before him left his heart racing with fear. Master, where are you? This meat is far too scant. It barely weighs a pound, insufficient to satisfy even a single craving. The prospect of preparing it as a snack feels like a daunting task. Plucking feathers, boiling it, and considering my own culinary skills, the thought alone is overwhelming. Perhaps I should simply issue a warning to Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci ultimately found his pigeon, bound by steel wire to a wooden post, with much of its plumage plucked. Wearing an expression of utter disarray, tears welling in its eyes. It had suffered greatly, enduring an unjust fate. Let it be, he thought, as the trio encountered nothing but shopping along the way, without gleaning any valuable intelligence. Yet, was Hadolin issuing a warning to me? Merely a pirate, indeed. His heart brimmed with disdain for pirates, yet he felt a shiver of fear. Hadolin had been taken away so stealthily that he hadn't even noticed. A testament to their formidable strength. He chose to return, relaying the news of the warlord Rodney crafting a ship in Water 7 to the world government, though he received no response. Meanwhile, the CP9 would remain concealed until they discovered the design of Pluton, unaware that Isbag had already handed it over to a pervert. On Rodney's side, he, along with Reiju and Robin, busied themselves procuring necessary items. Although the Kara company would handle the furniture, daily necessities still required their attention. They intended to notify the company for transport back once the ship was completed, allowing them to set sail directly. In the meantime, they could explore this aquatic metropolis. The towering center of Water 7 resembled a fountain, with currents surging into the tower and cascading down the city's sloped waterways. An intricate network of canals crisscrossed the city, forming a sophisticated waterway system, with boating being the primary mode of transportation. The land routes were scarce, and the locals had adapted to this lifestyle, even raising a fish known as the blue, which served as a mode of transport in the absence of boats. This fish resembled a horse, its body adorned with pale yellow scales, with limbs transformed into fins. Gentle and diligent, it was amiable towards humans, capable of carrying heavy loads. Often employed for transport and relocation, costing merely 1,000 berries to ride. With 3 of them, they rented a 4-seater blue. As Rodney and the 2 ladies reveled in the scenic beauty of Water 7, with him occupying 2 seats. Water 7 boasted a rich historical legacy and a unique water city culture, this fountain city on the Grand Line being a singular marvel, akin to a jewel of the sea. As for their purchases, they had already been delivered to the Kara company, sparing them concern, for they were rather affluent. Captain, where shall we head next? To the culinary capital? Robin inquired. Wherever it may be, I seek a chef and perhaps a few pirates to eliminate. For the funds for shipbuilding are insufficient, and our subsequent operational budget is lacking. We also need to procure resources, he lamented, casting a sorrowful gaze at the 2 ladies. Do you have any idea how much you just spent on clothing? Captain, do not be stingy. Those were merely daily necessities, Reiju replied, nodding. Besides, didn't you buy a few garments yourself? And shouldn't you consider getting new shoes? I haven't seen you change them. These are ninja footwear, silent in nature. And I have changed them, mind you. It's just that you haven't noticed. Captain, didn't you rely on your shoes to walk on water? Robin had always assumed Rodney's reluctance to change shoes was due to their ability to allow him to traverse the water's surface. Certainly not. That is my ability, he replied, removing the ninja footwear and stepping barefoot upon the water's surface before resuming his seat on the blue. This is not technology. Only the affluent can indulge in such inventions, you see. Undoubtedly, Germa was wealthy, immensely so. Else they could not sustain the costs of research and the creation and operation of clone soldiers. The profits from a single war contract far surpassed what Rodney could earn from hunting pirates. Is that the nature of your powers, Captain? What devil fruit did you consume? Reiju wondered, her curiosity piqued. Such a diverse array of abilities is unheard of upon the seas. Why must it be solely from a devil fruit? Mastery can also be attained through rigorous study. Though consuming a superior devil fruit does elevate one's prowess significantly, it does not guarantee invincibility. Without knowledge of the various fruits, one's fortune becomes paramount. Strength or weakness hinges on chance. One could inadvertently consume a worthless fruit, rendering oneself ineffective, or worse, fall victim to the drawbacks of a truly useless one. Is that so? So the captain is not a fruit user? Reiju contemplated, ceasing her inquiries. I've heard there's a meat called water meat. I wish to try it. Would you care to join? I think I shall pass. I want to continue exploring. Robin, would you like to accompany me? Reiju asked. I too wish to purchase some books. Captain, you may proceed alone. Just remember to return by nightfall. Very well then. The trio parted ways as Rodney swaggered toward the vendor of water meat, a local delicacy highly praised by Luffy, though he rarely turned down any food. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to try it, didn't he? Thus, he excitedly dashed into a restaurant to buy water meat. a dish that the blue also relished, tender and juicy, with an exquisite flavor. As a renowned tourist destination, the scenery was indeed splendid, and after purchasing a substantial bag of jerky, he began to enjoy the view while dining. However, he soon found himself obstructed by a group of peculiar individuals. To put it mildly, their daytime attire, akin to undergarments and bizarre postures, rendered them distinctly odd, leading to an inevitable perception of them as perverts. Before him stood several legs clad in stockings, truly an eyesore. Goodness, you are not the third gender of the sea, spare me the absurdity. No, I mustn't forget. They are indeed perverts. The Frankie family, or the dismantling crew, engaged in shipbreaking, yet had garnered a notorious reputation in Water 7. Asking them a question could invite scorn, followed by a shower of spittle, as they dabbled in all manner of deceit and, at times, moonlighted as pirate hunters to earn some extra coin. To the residents of Water 7, they were nothing short of rogues, bandits, and shameless scoundrels. Hey, the burly man in stockings was about to speak. Rodney initially took a step back, then activated his Sharingan, rendering those before him unconscious. A throng of individuals collapsed to the ground, and in order to avoid obstructing passers-by and disrupting the flow of traffic, he unceremoniously discarded them beside a refuse bin. Oh, yet again he had performed a good deed today. Contemplating this, Rodney felt a sense of elevation within himself. Well, let us continue our journey. After all, there are no pressing matters at hand. Tomorrow, a splendid feast awaits in the culinary capital of Pulu. Chapter 69. The aroma of food is irresistible in the culinary capital of Pulu, an array of delectable scents wafted through the air, not the fragrance of perfumes, but the enticing aromas of cuisine. Sweet, savory, sour, and spicy notes danced into his nostrils, igniting an insatiable appetite within him. Rodney, Robin, and Reiju had just stepped off the sea train, and the enticing aromas wafting through the air compelled them to indulge in the culinary delights of this gastronomic haven. How delightful! Robin exclaimed. Truly, this place lives up to its reputation as a food capital. Even the station boasts an abundance of street vendors. Flanking the station, a serpentine line of food stalls beckoned to newly arrived travelers, captivating Rodney with their mouth-watering scents. He mused that if Luffy, that gluttonous fellow, were here, he would likely devour everything without a thought for payment, leaving the Straw Hat crew to settle the bill afterward. Takoyaki. Freshly made takoyaki. Seafood fried noodles. Seafood fried noodles. If it's not delicious, it's on the house. High-Des barbecue. High-Des barbecue. Guaranteed to leave you yearning for a second helping. The sounds of enthusiastic vendors filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere as a throng of tourists gathered around the stalls, contemplating their choices, with some lines already stretching long. Captain, which one shall we try first? Or shall we seek out the chef? Reiju inquired, but received no reply. Glancing to the side, she noticed that he had already wandered over to one of the roadside stalls. Robin smiled and remarked, the captain has but a few great passions, one of which is certainly food. Come, let us follow him. She pointed towards several long queues. Upon glancing over, Reiju discerned Rodney's figure among them. It was indeed amusing that he had his doppelgangers standing in line for him. How peculiar. Initially, Reiju found Rodney somewhat unreliable, but now her sense of his unpredictability had only intensified. I have grown accustomed to it. Despite the captain's occasional unreliability, this individual remains someone worthy of trust, provided one overlooks his sporadic bouts of eccentricity and ramblings. Unsure of what to say, I opted for silence. 6 orders of takoyaki, please. Certainly. And 4 servings of grilled sea king meat. No problem. Additionally, another order of grilled manatee snake. Dear guest, please hold on a moment. Rodney and his shadow clones returned with snacks, each face glowing with satisfaction. Robin and Reiju also held the treats he had brought back. As they indulged, Robin remarked, Captain, we haven't even left the station yet. Shouldn't we be moving on? Indeed, it had been half an hour, and they were still ensconced in the throng of the snack stall. Although they had sampled a few bites, they did not become enraptured. Rather, it was their captain who had not ceased his feasting. Hearing her words, Rodney paused, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, impossible. I distinctly remember walking quite a distance and consuming a considerable amount. How could that be? It was a straight line. It should have been traversed effortlessly. Reiju interjected. No. Captain, take a closer look. We are barely 50 meters from the platform. Do not overlook significant landmarks. Am I under some sort of illusion? The shadow clones wore grave expressions, oblivious to their own indulgence in culinary delights. Only you could manage that, they chimed in unison. It seems we ought to leave now. Acknowledging his error, he took the lead. But after just a few steps, he paused, exclaiming, wait, that aroma is irresistible. I shall return shortly. As he prepared to depart, his legs grew numb, and he stumbled, losing sensation in his feet. Reiju? Only she possessed the ability to administer such a thing. She retracted her pink poison arrow, stating, Captain, it is merely a standard anesthetic. I thought it prudent to ensure we wouldn't be trapped here until nightfall. As for your clones. The shadow clones remained silent, fixated on their snacks. Utterly unaware. 2 of them hoisted their original and rushed out from the tantalizing snack stall's clutches. However, once they exited the station, Robin and Reiju fell silent. Truly, It was a city renowned for its cuisine. The streets were lined with restaurants, and the location of inns was a mystery. Rodney's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is bad," Robin muttered. "Indeed, we are doomed," Reiju echoed. As anticipated, Rodney's gluttonous instincts triumphed over the anesthetic coursing through his system, and he dashed forward, followed closely by his shadow clones. "Let us seek an inn, and hopefully, he won't overindulge," Robin sighed in exasperation. The lineage of gluttony was something that could not be extinguished, no matter how many times he traversed dimensions. Rodney was resolute. When he desired food, nothing could deter him. Especially when his body craved nourishment. With a hearty appetite and swift digestion, it seemed unlikely they would escape unscathed today. Should we consider staying here? He pondered. The concepts of Hokage, ninjas, and One Piece faded from his mind. They were insignificant compared to the prospect of a hearty meal. Reiju and the others discovered an inn, where the bustling restaurant on the first floor was filled with patrons. The culinary capital attracted many visitors eager to indulge in its offerings. Due to their unreliable captain, they not only had to find lodging but also a target, for pirate crews frequented the area. However, these ruffians dared not act recklessly. At the highest point of the culinary capital, a flag flew, depicting a skull adorned with lipstick, a top hat, and a collar trimmed with fur, resembling a child's erratic doodle. In reality, it represented one of the four most formidable pirate crews at sea, the Big Mom Pirates. Typically, the primary territories of the Yonko lay within the New World, yet Big Mom's love for gastronomy compelled her to claim this city, even in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, it was a culinary paradise, and she would not let such a delectable locale slip by. Each year, the culinary capital was required to send countless delicacies to the New World, all while under the protection of Big Mom's pirate flag. Anyone daring to threaten the culinary capital would have to reckon with the Big Mom Pirates. The Navy, wary of the Big Mom Pirates, deemed the culinary island insignificant enough to avoid provoking a Yonko. Thus, they could only turn a blind eye. Although they were somewhat resigned to the Yonko's encroachment into the first half of the Grand Line, they preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. Black Gun Moros, Black Gun Pirates. Bounty of 13 million berries. Demon Blade Beauty Lofi, Demon Blade Pirates. Bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Blood Sword Yodel, Tequila Pirates. Bounty of 27 million berries. Robin, armed with the naval bounty notices acquired from the Baroque Workshop, identified several targets amidst the crowd. He remarked, "A few more should suffice. However, we must first locate the captain, or perhaps his doppelganger." With that, he suggested, "Let us proceed. One can only hope the captain has not succumbed to indulgence." The two women meandered about, hoping to encounter either their captain or his counterpart. After a thorough search yielded no results, they ultimately paused before a restaurant hosting a competitive feast. Rodney has advanced to the finals. However, he has transformed into a rather portly figure, indulging in an extravagant feast that he finds utterly irresistible. "Robin, Leiju, I think I shall linger here for a few more days before returning to Germa. I ought to seek another ally." Both women presently appear unreliable. Meanwhile, as this conversation unfolds, the results of the gluttonous contest have been announced, with Rodney emerging victorious. He claimed triumph in the Uncle Burger eating competition, earning a bounty of 100,000 berries along with a 7-day complimentary voucher for Uncle Burger. Burping contentedly, the rotund Rodney lumbered over to collect his berries, exchanging the 7-day voucher for 10,000 berries, totaling 110,000 berries. "Oh, dear friends," he burped. "I've overeaten and now feel somewhat uncomfortable. Captain, it is time to work. We have identified our target." "Oh, where is it?" "When it comes to work, he is indeed quite reliable. Come with us." "All right, I too must engage in some exercise. I've indulged a bit too much. It is not that I am gluttonous, but the dishes were simply too delectable." Ah, how delightful. Chapter 70. Sada Tavern. The Sada Tavern is less of a tavern and more of a dining establishment, as the majority of patrons come seeking the culinary delights of its proprietor, Sada. It is said that Sada's culinary skills are renowned throughout the entire Peru region. In his earlier days, he was a distinguished chef who sailed with a pirate crew, only to return in disarray, having lost a hand. For a chef, losing a hand is a grievous blow. Cooking becomes immensely challenging, as coordination between both hands is essential. With a shoulder-level amputation, he cannot even consider a prosthetic. Thus, he has resorted to running a tavern. Although he still prepares dishes, the daily offerings are limited, leading to a greater emphasis on beverages. Nevertheless, the tavern remains bustling with patrons, drawn solely by those specially prepared meals. Nothing else matters. They are simply irresistible. The Sada Tavern welcomes both pirates and ordinary folk alike, though fighting is strictly prohibited. Generally, no one dares to cause a ruckus in a place protected by Big Mom, even though no explicit decree exists forbidding disturbances. Everyone understands the consequences of provoking her. This is one reason for the tavern's safety. Typically, as long as the tribute to Big Mom remains undisturbed, they are largely ignored. For this is just an island famed for its culinary offerings. There is no need for unnecessary complications, unless someone were to wreak havoc upon the island, in which case both Big Mom and the Navy would take issue with you. Primarily, the Navy, while Big Mom might even consider making you her son-in-law. Today, a considerable number of pirates have gathered here, having taken over the tavern. Hey, Sada. Where's your food? A menacingly large man occupies a table, his yellowed teeth and bulk intimidating, standing nearly 2 meters tall. He carries a long sword, gleaming ominously, emanating a palpable aura of bloodshed, evidently stained with the remnants of many battles. Bloodsword Yodel, the leader of the Tequila Pirates, boasts a bounty of 27 million berries, originating from the South Sea. He has obliterated several pirate crews, arriving at the Grand Line only after exhausting all competition, and has since dispatched numerous rivals, his reputation soaring to great heights. He has come here to sample the renowned cuisine of Sada Tavern, having forcibly cleared out all other customers under the pretense of reserving the establishment for himself. While a crowd watches anxiously from outside, fearing for Sada's safety. These despicable pirates, truly, don't they fear the Navy? Someone murmurs. The Navy? Do they dare act recklessly here? Besides, those fellows are far too busy to concern themselves with this place. Another scoffs, harboring clear disdain for the Navy. We ought to find a way to save Sada. He and his son work hard to run this tavern. Little Lester, while quite capable, likely cannot contend with these pirates. What shall we do? In the tavern's kitchen, an elderly man and a young boy stand before the stove. The one-handed Sada stirs a pot, his face composed, as the aroma of the sizzling meat fills the air. The golden-haired youth beside him is strikingly handsome, clad in a chef's uniform and donning a chef's hat, though not that of a head chef. Despite his youth, he stands nearly 1 meter 80 tall, robust in build, though his face retains a youthful innocence that belies his stature. Father, do we truly have to cook for that man? What choice do we have? Can we possibly confront them? They are pirates with a bounty of 20 million berries, which may be insignificant in the Grand Line, yet it suffices for us. Sada remarks, ladling a small measure of fish sauce for seasoning. Lester, I know what you're thinking. This is not the time for rashness. But, father, you could easily defeat him. Lester protests, aware of his father's formidable strength. Though he may not be a renowned pirate, Sada's prowess is undeniable, and he could certainly handle the ruffian outside. Peace breeds prosperity. Peace breeds prosperity. Sada asserts, plating the dish. Take this out, and do not provoke him. Lester's hands clenched in frustration. His youthful spirit resented such humiliation. Despite having faced similar situations before, he finds himself unwilling to endure this indignity once more. Go on. Sada, oblivious to his son's expression, focuses his attention on the pot. With Lester prepared with the ingredients, he merely needs to transfer them into the pot. Carrying the dish, Lester steps into the tavern's main area, where a rowdy group of drunken patrons indulges in the available spirits, their raucous laughter, insults, and banging on tables creating a cacophony. The inebriated pirates exhibit their most unsightly behaviors, prompting Lester to feel capable of toppling them all. Head bowed, he approaches the only clean table in the tavern, the one occupied by Bloodsword Yodel. Your order, please enjoy. He presents the dish before Yodel, keeping his gaze lowered. Gargle gargle. I can hardly wait. Yodel rubs his hands together, inhaling the fragrant aroma with satisfaction. It was worth the wait. Sada's cooking shall not disappoint. Grabbing a fork, he spears a piece of meat and shoves it into his mouth, juices splattering, the flavor lingering delightfully. This is it. This is what I have been waiting for. Gargle gargle, truly delectable. I shall eat this every day henceforth. Yodel cackles, his voice reminiscent of a hooting owl, gratingly unpleasant. Lester, observing Yodel engrossed in his meal, feels a glimmer of cold determination in his eyes. The boning knife, concealed beneath his garments, is drawn forth, capable of easily slicing through cartilage and stripping away thick skin. Aimed directly at Yodel's heart. In an instant, a fork intercepts the knife, glistening with sauce. Yodel erupts in fury. You little Br, the younger brother, still awake, shouted loudly as Yodel belatedly raised his hand. To his dismay, his forearm had vanished. The incision neat and smooth, a swift slice that caused blood to gush uncontrollably from the wound. Ship's doctor. Frank, where are you? Yodel anxiously called out for the ship's medic. A pirate remarked, Boss, Frank is drunk. Damn it. Yodel cursed in the dialect of the South Seas, pressing down on the wound. Though the pain was excruciating, what infuriated him more was the sudden attacker's disappearance. Instead, a man with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, who appeared somewhat familiar, stood before him, grinning broadly and wielding a sword. Wait, why does that sword look so familiar? It was the captain's sword. Indeed, it was the captain's sword. A pirate rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning why their captain's sword was in the hands of a stranger. Kid, I will have you dead. Yodel fumed, his wrath fueled by both his injury and the man's insufferable smile, longing to cleave the intruder in twain. Without covering his wound, he opted instead to unleash a bloodied fist, crashing it onto the floor and shattering it to pieces. 27 million for your head? Eh? This trip has not been in vain. But why is your name Yodel? Shouldn't you be less than a meter tall? Yodel had clearly surpassed that height. Kid, let my blade pierce your skull and halt your brain's function. He leapt down, and the corpse behind him collapsed. Ding. Host has slain a pirate with a bounty of 27 million. Reward, 270 task points. Chapter 71, Lester Boss. How could it be? The captain with a bounty of 20 million, no. Run. Suddenly, someone recognized Rodney, the new warlord known as the Magician, and uttered his new epithet. The moniker Magician was bestowed by unknown sources, yet it was certainly more pleasant than Red Eyes. Originally, it should have belonged to the supernova Hawkins, but it had been thrust upon him, while the self-proclaimed title of Doomsayer seemed to circulate only within the East Sea and was waning daily. Oh dear. Has someone shown up? All pirates, men to the left, women to the right, and those neither male nor female stand in the middle, or else I'll eliminate you. He sat atop Yodel's corpse and demanded, hurry up. Yes. Under the weight of the warlord's reputation, none of the pirates in the room dared to flee, fearing for their lives. Hey, kid, you were quite brave just now. What is your name? Rodney asked with interest, uncorking a bottle of wine. Lester, Alfred Lester. Alfred? That surname reminds me of the butler hero. Rodney suddenly inquired, can you cook? Yes, I cook very well. Before the legendary warlord, Lester did not exhibit any discomfort. Instead, he felt a sense of kinship, devoid of fear. I see. Rodney's eyes sparkled. I need a chef. Would you like to join me, young Lester? Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to stay here. A one-armed man emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. He stated, Lester can remain in Peru. The sea is far too perilous, and he lacks the ability to survive there. Lester's father intended to counter, but was interrupted by Sada. Enough. Lester, you are my son. You will stay here as a chef in Peru, and I forbid you from entertaining thoughts of setting sail. Sada declared with a hardened heart. He understood his son's yearning for the sea due to his past exploits. Yet those very experiences made him reluctant to allow his son to tread the same treacherous path, filled with uncertainty and adventure. It's far too dangerous. As a father, I wish to provide the best for my son, and I cannot bear to see him follow in my footsteps, even if the one enticing him is a giant of the sea. Rodney, what a joke. I'm just trying to make a living. Is that so? Then I regret to inform you, Lester, that I must seek other chefs. Does anyone here know of any skilled cooks who wish to set sail? Since your father disapproves, I won't press the issue. Thank you immensely for your understanding regarding the chefs, father. Lester exclaimed loudly, I have grown up. I wish to venture forth into the sea, to experience the freedom you once spoke of. He longed for his father to take pride in him, to savor the culinary delights of the Grand Line, to create exquisite dishes, and to become a renowned chef whose name resounded across the oceans. He aspired to be the finest chef upon the seas. You fool. Sada struck his son on the face, just as he had before, but this time with greater force. Gasping for breath, he said, that place is far too perilous for a child like you. Even as a chef, it is fraught with danger. I should never have shared such tales with you. Stay at home and do not venture out. You are the fool. Lester cried, tears streaming down his face as he nearly shouted. Did we not make a pact with mother? I shall become the world's greatest chef. How can I remain stagnant here? Peru is a culinary haven. I have tasted all its renowned dishes. How can I grow without experiencing more? How can I fulfill the promise I made to mother? Sada fell silent, while Rodney handed Lester a piece of paper to wipe his tears and snot, saying, well, how do I put this? I shouldn't have gotten involved, but Lester, I was too hasty. I must clarify that the sea is treacherous. My crew must possess strength. Even chefs must have the ability to protect themselves. After all, we are not a pirate crew but a hunting team, one that hunts pirates, and we need everyone to be capable. Lester, in many ways, you are still too weak. I can't. Lester's face flushed as he declared, even if I'm not strong enough, I can train. Father is strong. I have yet to fully understand him. My physical strength is insufficient. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, tinged with shame. In the presence of this man, he felt weak, perhaps even exceedingly so. Sada was rendered speechless by his son's words. Rodney extended a hand, saying, come, let us see what your physical abilities are like. Lester, unsure of what to do, nonetheless reached out, only to be firmly grasped. Let go of me. He exerted all his strength. Lester had considerable strength, although it did not match Rodney's. He was stronger than many others. Indeed, some adults paled in comparison. Yet, he remained inferior to those with remarkable physiques or evident training. It was merely an average level. Your strength is decent. How old are you? 17. 17? You can still train. Your physical condition is passable. The young man before him had potential worth nurturing. But his father, I want to set sail. No. Sada flatly rejected. Why not? You are not strong enough. What constitutes strong enough? Defeat them. Sada pointed towards the group of pirates restrained by Rodney. The pirates exclaimed, Lord Rodney, Lester must defeat at least 10 pirates, or I shall not permit him to set sail. In the vastness of the ocean, weakness is a sin. Lester must be sufficiently strong, or sending him out would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. Rather than that, it would be better for him to remain forever in Peru. Though he may never become the world's greatest chef, he could still aspire to be the finest chef in the culinary capital. I have no objections. Rodney shook his head. I can't. Lester insisted firmly. Then go out and fight. Those watching disperse. Everyone clear out. Rodney's words held weight, and the onlookers fled in fright. As for you, whoever defeats him may leave. Rodney, do not make empty promises. However, there are only 10 spots available. The eyes of the pirates sparkled with hope. If they could not defeat the illustrious magician Rodney, Surely they could overpower a mere cook. They rushed to volunteer, and Sada personally selected 10 pirates to challenge his son, Lester. Standing outside Sada's tavern, Lester wielded a boning knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other, one sharp and one hefty. Is this standard for chefs? Is it truly wise to use kitchen tools to fight? What are the dishes you will prepare later? The boy could only blame his foolish father for this predicament. A pirate grinned malevolently and swung his sword in a chaotic, uncoordinated manner, relying solely on brute strength, which would inevitably wane. Lester, often sparring with Sada, recognized the trouble presented by such individuals. He effortlessly dodged the attacks and seized the opportunity the moment the pirate began to tire, delivering a decisive blow. Rodney watched in astonishment. Was this boy not a novice at killing? He appeared remarkably composed. Sada observed silently as Lester felled pirate after pirate. He knew his son's capabilities well, having personally taught him the art of the blade. How could he not triumph over this ragtag group? He merely sought a reason, a justification to allow his son to leave. His child had grown. To keep him bound here would stifle his development. Yet, he feared for his son's safety upon the treacherous seas. The emotions of a father witnessing his son's growth were indeed complex. Father, was this how you felt when you sent me to sea? Lester pondered, beginning to understand. Having defeated the last pirate, bloodied but standing tall before his father, he declared, Father, I have earned the right to set sail. Indeed, you have earned that right. You are truly like me, Mary. Our child resembles me more and more. A faint smile graced Sada's lips. You have grown, Lester. Chapter 72. The Black Pearl. Allow me to introduce our new chef, Lester Alfred Lester. He will be responsible for our meals aboard the ship, Rodney announced, presenting the injured Lester to Reiju and Robin. Hello, Lester bowed deeply, saying, I am Lester. From this day forth, I shall be in charge of your meals. I look forward to your guidance. Greetings, Lester. I am Robin, and I shall rely on you. She smiled. Oh, and whatever you do, do not allow the captain to cook. You will surely regret it. Why is that? Reiju inquired. Just remember this one thing. I am Reiju. This is our hard-earned wisdom. Absolutely do not let the captain cook, or we may not survive. Hey. Can you refrain from speaking such things in my presence? Rodney grumbled. That was merely an accident. I can cook. I once prepared braised sea king. Captain, that was merely roasting. Besides, you always burn it, Robin interjected, delivering a timely rebuttal. Rodney clutched his chest, exclaiming, What was the purpose of inviting you aboard if it was merely to endure your incessant ridicule? Lester, wiping the sweat from his brow, suddenly realized that his status alongside the captain aboard the vessel was rather diminished. By the way, Lester, what has caused all these injuries on your body? Asked Reggie. This is a testament to a man's growth. Rodney interjected, declaring, Lester has already become a man, at least in a psychological sense. Lester pondered, feeling that this notion was quite reasonable yet somehow amiss, unable to pinpoint exactly why. By the way, where is our ship? Lester inquired with curiosity. Robin, the construction is still underway. Our journey is not solely for the purpose of recruiting a chef, but also to gather bounties on pirates. Captain, what is your target? Here it is. From his pouch, he extracted an object wrapped in burlap, stained crimson with blood, stating, a head worth 27 million berries. It is indeed in line with the captain's style to opt for bringing back a head to avoid complications. Robin then dragged over a woman whose neck was broken. A victim of a joint technique, the beautiful demon, Lofi, with a bounty of 10,400,000 berries. Truly reflective of your character. An arm, replicated from the flower fruit, sprouted from Lofi's back, swiftly employing a joint technique to sever her neck. Robin's fruit ability renders her exceptionally skilled in assassination. It was a mere triviality to eliminate Lofi while she was alone in the restroom. Reggie presented a lifeless figure, her skin turned a deep purplish black, blood oozing from her orifices, eyes wide open in death, declaring, 13 million berries. Quite effortless. I had anticipated a more formidable challenge. However, hunting pirates pales in comparison to the profits derived from warfare. The benefits of a single conflict can be monumental, sufficient to sustain Germa for an extended period. While the gains from pirates are substantial, their unpredictable nature upon the vast seas, coupled with the formidable strength of some, renders them exceedingly troublesome to confront. It is far more convenient to act as mercenaries, engaging in warfare where the resistance is not as formidable. Rodney couldn't help but scoff. Who is like your family? With its vast wealth and grandeur? Let us make a trip to the nearby naval base to exchange for some berries. Otherwise, our ship may never return, and we might need to hunt a few more for our subsequent expenses. Very well, I shall scout ahead. Robin took charge of the matter. Although Rodney's skills were quite convenient, they did not possess the same level of discretion as hers. Moreover, even if he were to go, he would be unaware of the bounty on this group of pirates. What if he ended up targeting those with a lesser bounty? After amassing a considerable sum, they spent half a month indulging in the culinary delights of the city of Kuro, before returning to Water 7 aboard the sea train. The construction of their ship was already well underway. The craftsmanship of Iceberg was beyond reproach, and his design was acknowledged by Rodney and the others as exceptional. Entirely in accordance with Rodney's specifications, while also incorporating his own enhancements. The trio was immensely satisfied, and Lester found it particularly impressive, especially after seeing the kitchen design. By the way, I still need to purchase some knives, Lester remarked. Didn't you bring kitchenware from home? Rodney inquired. That was for chopping vegetables and cooking. The new ones are for combat, Lester replied matter-of-factly. Why not switch to a different weapon? Like a cleaver? I am a chef. I only know how to wield a kitchen knife. My father only taught me how to use a knife, Lester insisted. He always said that a chef's knife is still a knife, so why can't it be used for battle? What exactly did your father teach you? Sanji interjected, stating that a chef's hands were meant for cooking, though he conceded that there was some truth in Lester's words. No matter how skilled one might be, one must still fear a kitchen knife. Despite the slightly offbeat demeanor of the ship's cook, Rodney chose not to comment, providing him with a budget to acquire the desired knives, boning knives, cleavers, and slicing knives. After another fortnight, their ship was finally completed. At dock number 1, under the guidance of Iceberg and his secretary, Khalifa, they arrived to settle the remaining payment. Mr. Iceberg, please confirm. Rodney and Lester presented 2 black boxes filled with stacks of berries. Let us first inspect the vessel, Iceberg suggested, as the feeling of being trusted was indeed gratifying. Yet it was prudent to verify the goods before payment, ensuring that any necessary modifications could still be made. It would be cumbersome to seek alterations after the fact. Rest assured, I have complete faith in your craftsmanship, Mr. Iceberg, Rodney stated, stubbornly handing the money to the secretary, with Lester following suit. With her vision obscured by the bounty, Khalifa remarked, it is an honor to receive your praise. Iceberg had someone take the money from Khalifa, wiped his brow, and smiled, saying, now, please follow me. Your vessel is ready. If there are any discrepancies, we shall make immediate adjustments. Led by him, they entered the waterway at dock number 1, where a sailboat, slightly larger than a warship, rested quietly. The hull was painted in a color that mirrored the sea, as if merging seamlessly with the waters. A camouflage as requested by Rodney, for they were a hunting vessel. According to Mr. Rodney's specifications, we constructed the hull using the sturdiest materials available. While it may not rival Adam Tree, it is composed of some of the world's finest timber, and we exerted considerable effort during its construction, Iceberg explained. The attack of wind release, vacuum sphere, which could shatter stone, left no significant marks on the hull, leaving Rodney thoroughly satisfied. This expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Seeing his contentment, Iceberg beamed and asked, shall we board to inspect it further? Lester went to examine the kitchen, while the others checked if everything met their requirements. All the items they purchased had been delivered aboard by the Carrera Company, ready for departure. Captain, the kitchen is perfect. I am very satisfied, Lester announced, peeking out. The study is splendid as well, Robin added, as the design of the study was her own, crafted precisely to her specifications. And the books she had procured were neatly arranged by the Carrera staff. Reiju had no particular demands for her living space, simply requiring cleanliness, and expressed her approval. Given all this, Iceberg, this ship is truly magnificent. Thank you very much. Magnificent is an overstatement. By the way, Mr. Rodney, what name do you intend to bestow upon this vessel? The Black Pearl. Everyone. Robin remarked, I find the name Dark Sphere rather appealing. Toxic Pink is also quite nice. What do you think, esteemed chef captain? What a dreadful name you all have chosen. It pales in comparison to mine. I propose Black Pearl or perhaps Caribbean would suffice. Captain, your talent for naming leaves much to be desired. Toxic Pink still surpasses your Dark Sphere. So, let it be Toxic Pink or Chef's Vessel. Acebag commented, none aboard can concoct a fitting name. Ultimately, Rodney, in his capacity as captain, decreed that the new ship would be named Black Pearl. Chapter 73. The eerie weather at sea. The weather at sea is as fickle as a child's temperament, ever-changing. One moment, the sky is a brilliant blue adorned with fluffy white clouds, and in an instant, a tempest arises, leaving one with no refuge, catching all by surprise. The ominous winds howled, and the waves surged violently, transforming the once placid sea into a frenzied beast, intent on consuming them. Reef the sails, reef the sails. Robin, quickly ascertain our course. Lee, come lend a hand. Lee, take the helm. Lester, hold your position. Rodney delegated tasks as the Black Pearl galloped across the ocean. He and his shadow clones furled the sails to prevent the mast from being splintered by the ferocious winds, while Robin focused on determining their position and directing Lee to steer the ship. Although not a seasoned navigator, she had acquired some knowledge in that regard. Steering the ship posed no significant challenge for Lee, while Lester was currently in a frenzy, scrambling to secure items in the kitchen. Ouch! A shadow clone vanished in an instant as a hailstone the size of a fist plummeted to the deck. Hail! This is bad. The storm had morphed into a hailstorm, and each hailstone was substantial. Never mind, let us seek shelter in the cabin. Hail poses no threat to the Black Pearl, he said, shaking his head as he and his clones prepared to retreat below deck. The tempest had subsided. Although the waves remained tumultuous, they posed no real danger, merely causing the ship to sway uncomfortably. Wait, Captain, do not return just yet. Robin suddenly exclaimed, there is a colossal creature in the sky. Rodney opened his Sharingan and gazed into the clouds, spotting a colossal hailstone plummeting toward them like a falling meteor. However, the sailboat's propulsion relied solely on the wind. which was currently ferocious, rendering the sails utterly ineffective and the vessel's movement excruciatingly slow. Even the waves offered little assistance. "Captain, allow me," said Laccio, donning Germa's battle attire. "My strength should be able to decelerate the descent of the ice. Let us proceed together. Robin, take care of Lester and manage the ship in our absence. Laccio, let us depart." Leaving a few clones to assist, they ascended into the sky with graceful strides, but Laccio found the pace insufficient. Seizing Rodney's hand, she propelled them toward the hailstone. "No need to push. I shall shatter the ice directly." Enormous strength, punch of fury. Her fists rained down upon the icy surface with a tempestuous ferocity, causing it to fracture and disintegrate into numerous smaller shards that cascaded downward. Fire release, great fireball. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, head hardening. Meanwhile, the clones stationed atop the ship's mast utilized fire techniques to evaporate the ice fragments or shatter them into even smaller pieces, ensuring that the Black Pearl remained unthreatened. After a strenuous effort, the storm subsided and the once overcast sky cleared, revealing a serene azure expanse with but a few clouds scattered about. "What dreadful weather," he muttered, before returning to the Black Pearl alongside Laccio, hoisting the sails once more. "Robin, how long do you estimate it will take us to reach the next island?" Robin wore a troubled expression and said, "Captain, I bear some unfortunate news. It appears we have strayed off our course." Rodney widened his eyes in disbelief. "How is that possible? Isn't the compass pointing towards the next island?" Yes, but we were just blown off our intended path by the wind. Nonetheless, it does not impede our voyage," Robin replied. "However, Captain, we are approaching the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Should we not exercise greater caution?" Robin inquired with a hint of concern. The Devil's Triangle was an essential route for them, and it was also the lair of the notorious Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria. Speaking of Moria, he was a figure who, due to his singular focus on the development of his devil fruit powers, neglected the cultivation of Hokage. Much like the unfortunate Crocodile, ultimately rendered obsolete by the passage of time. It was Rodney who had defeated Crocodile, while Moria faced his downfall at the hands of one of the four emperors, Kaido, who had reduced him to a reclusive, slothful existence, consumed by the desire to create figurines capable of vanquishing Kaido. In his youth, Moria had been an ambitious dreamer, rallying a crew of comrades to venture into the new world, eager to make his mark. However, he encountered the reckless Kaido, known for his death-defying antics and hailed as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. With an indomitable strength and resilience, he had survived against all odds. Over 20 years ago, Kaido seized control of Wano, trading and processing sea prism stone while establishing a center for addiction recovery, where future heroes like Luffy and Kid would undergo treatment, albeit with minimal results. When Moria crossed paths with Kaido, fate was unkind. His entire crew was annihilated, leaving him to flee in disgrace back to the Grand Line. Disheartened, he had once believed the title of Pirate King was within his grasp, only to find himself ensnared by the clutches of addiction. Upon returning to the Grand Line, instead of honing his haki, he resorted to crafting zombie figurines. He had heard whispers of Kaido's lineage, believed to possess the blood of the Oni, prompting him to collect the remains of the Oni clan. The sedentary lifestyle had caused him to become increasingly corpulent, to the point of absurdity. Had he dedicated himself to physical training and the mastery of haki, combined with the powers of his shadow fruit, he could have achieved greatness upon the high seas. Luffy, for instance, could contain 100 shadows, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Moria had once battled Kaido and survived, proving his physical potential was not lacking. Alas, he had veered onto a misguided path, leading him to become the slothful figure he was now. Rodney remarked, "There is no need to be overly concerned about Moria. He has imprisoned a friend of an elderly gentleman, who in turn has rallied his other aged companions to rescue him. Moria is certainly facing dire consequences. The formidable power of Rayleigh, the Dark King, is well known, and each remnant of the bygone era boasts remarkable notoriety. Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Sengoku, each of them embodies immense strength. Moria will surely find himself at a disadvantage in Rayleigh's presence. The corpse of the great swordsman Kazuki Ryoma is animated by Brook's shadow, which ensures Moria's certain defeat. However, it is likely that Moria will not relinquish his hold easily. A confrontation between the two seems inevitable, with Rayleigh likely to secure an effortless victory. After all, he is merely a rotund individual fixated on fruit development. Though the fruit's abilities pose some challenges, Rayleigh, despite his age, was once the right-hand man of Roger and cannot be underestimated. He has likely attained the status of an emperor. Dealing with someone like Moria should not be a daunting task. Rodney, however, harbors no worries. He merely contemplates when they will arrive at Spade Archipelago to acquire that famed sword, Shusui. Captain, are you so certain? That individual is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, akin to yourself. What if that elderly gentleman fails? Asked Reiju, her curiosity piqued. Rodney's expression was inexplicably perplexed. What? You claim that Moria would overpower Rayleigh? How is that even conceivable? If Moria possessed the ability to defeat Rayleigh, he would have long since ventured into the new world to challenge Kaido, rather than remain here concocting zombies. Am I mistaken? That old man is formidable. It's not merely a question of strength, it's about how long it took to vanquish Moria. Robin, that is the Dark King Rayleigh we are speaking of. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Lester gaped in astonishment. Captain, you actually know the legendary pirate. Do not regard me with such incredulity. I am not acquainted with the Dark King Rayleigh. I merely know the ship's doctor of the Pirate King and have spent some time alongside him aboard a whale. Rodney continued, perhaps the information regarding the Devil's Triangle is rather obscure, preventing any news from circulating, but they must have departed by now. The Devil's Triangle is an essential route. I wonder how Laboom managed to restrain himself from searching for Brooke back then. Surely, it must have been quite troublesome for Kurokas to intervene. Captain, what exactly is your background? Robin could not contain her curiosity. With such a wealth of knowledge, mysterious abilities, and an enigmatic origin, not to mention becoming a warlord at such a young age, could he possibly be a celestial dragon? The mere thought led Robin to ponder further. Rodney gazed at her in silence and remarked, if I were a celestial dragon, I would undoubtedly indulge in a life of opulence, surrounded by beautiful wives and concubines, reveling in feasts in excess, while idly awaiting my demise. Who would still toil upon the vast ocean? There is indeed some merit to his statement, given the captain's disposition. He would certainly choose such a path. Chapter 74. The Devil's Triangle, a mysterious expanse of ocean where inexplicable disappearances occur, is said to claim over 100 vessels each year. Legends speak of ghostly ships, laden with the souls of the departed, wandering aimlessly through its treacherous waters. Rodney and his companions had ventured into the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle, where the surrounding fog thickened ominously, obscuring the sun's rays. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, visibility plummeting to a disheartening low. Even the keenest of eyes would struggle to penetrate the murky depths. The only sound that pierced the silence was the rhythmic crash of the waves. The absence of direct sunlight rendered the temperature uncomfortably low, prompting the friliest among them, Lester, to rub his hands together in a futile attempt to summon warmth. Captain, he inquired, I've heard from my father that this place is haunted. Is it true? Haunted? Perhaps. I cannot speak to the presence of spirits, but I can assure you, there are indeed zombies, those that can speak. Zombies. Lester's complexion drained of color. Fear etched upon his face. Hey, with your stature and build, that expression is quite unbecoming. Robin smiled and remarked, I've heard that people often go missing around here. Captain, do you have a way to leave? Rodney gazed at Robin in silence, contemplating this cunning historian who was once again trying to frighten Lester. Lester, being rather timid, likely had never encountered the broader world. The ship, Captain, we can get away, right? Lester tugged at Rodney's sleeve, his eyes filled with hope. Perhaps. You and Reiju should stay behind. I am unsure how the toxin affects zombies, and you could serve as backup, Rodney contemplated, intending to leave behind a clone solely for the purpose of relaying messages. Reiju inquired, Captain, are you planning to take action against the warlord Gecko Moria? Of course. The Navy hasn't prohibited me from engaging the 7 warlords, have they? He replied with a smile. Then let me assist in dealing with that troublesome group. The Navy would only intervene when he ceased his attacks on the warlords. After all, they would seize any opportunity to eliminate them. So it was better for him to lend a hand. Additionally, he had a mission at hand. Mission, eliminate Gecko Moria mission level. B rewards, Chidori, Lion's Barrage Technique. 5 elements ceiling, Shadow Snake Hand, Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet, 2nd generation simplified version, Water Release. 5 Fish Shark, Mist Concealment. Silent Killing Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit X2. Explosive Chakra Fruit, 3,000 mission points. Chidori, that could work well, especially in conjunction with my Sharingan, though its loud nature precludes its use for stealthy assassinations. The abilities of the Perverse Sage and Uncle Snake, as well as the simplified version of the Water Dragon Bullet, are indeed appealing. One must recognize that the original Water Dragon Bullet requires over 30 hand seals, which can be quite daunting. What was Kakashi thinking back then? Why did he choose to show off by using his Sharingan to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet? He could have easily dispatched Zabuza with other jutsu without such elaborate effort. Yet he failed to impress. Captain, look at the sea. Lester's words jolted Rodney from his reverie. He turned his gaze to the water, where numerous remnants floated, including some desiccated corpses. Is that Moria's zombie army? Curiosity piqued, he threw a wire-seeking shuriken, ensnaring a corpse and drawing it closer. The body was emaciated and tattered, yet its overall appearance remained somewhat regal, despite the many signs of decay. Rigid and marked by stitches, this corpse appeared to have been deceased for quite some time. Robin gazed at the garments adorning the corpse and remarked, the embellishments of this attire belong to the attire of the Kingdom of Kaloja in the West Sea. Typically, such garments are donned solely during burial rites. It is inconceivable for this individual to possess such clothing in this location. After all, one would need to consult a specialist to craft such attire prior to their demise, unless this person had an inkling of their impending death and chose to wear it themselves. Rodney stated, the reason this corpse was taken is that it has been stolen. The 3 looked at him in confusion. Moria possesses the ability to infuse the shadows of others into corpses, transforming them into zombies endowed with the powers of their shadow masters. To create an army of immortal zombies, Moria ordered his subordinates to pilfer bodies from around the globe and seize the shadows of others, thereby crafting formidable undead. Rodney elucidated, One of Moria's peculiar subordinates, the surgeon Hogback, stole corpses from graveyards worldwide, modified and preserved them, and then had Moria inject shadows into these remains. Initially, the zombies retained the personalities of their original owners, but over time they would completely transform into obedient minions of Moria. These corpses would then become zombies with the abilities of their shadow masters. However, if the original was a devil fruit user, their shadow would be unable to inherit those powers. Otherwise, if such abilities could be seized, the world government would never allow a perilous devil fruit like the shadow fruit to exist. Inevitably, Moria's powers would attract the ire of the world government. Furthermore, those from whom shadows were taken could not be exposed to sunlight. Should they venture into the light, they would be reduced to ashes. So, Captain, do you have a way to deal with him? Robin inquired with a smile. Certainly, he replied. Zombies fear fire and cannot come into contact with salt. If they do, they revert to mere corpses, and their shadows return to their original bodies. As for fire, I can utilize my fire release techniques and combined with water release. We should be able to manage. However, water release must be executed while standing on the sea. Otherwise, it will only produce fresh water. This place resembles a dump, Reiju remarked, gazing at the debris and scattered corpses floating on the surface. Could it be that Rayleigh, the Dark King, and Moria engaged in battle? A confrontation is certain. The only uncertainty lies in the extent of their clash. To put it differently, one might ponder the state to which Moria has been reduced. He discarded the corpse back into the sea, reasoning that leaving it on the ship served no purpose. It was better to cast it into the ocean as fertilizer for the depths, akin to a whale fall. Everyone, remain vigilant. By the way, Robin, Reiju, and Lester, beware of a girl wielding a small parasol with pink twin tails. Her abilities will compel you to, well, how should I put it, involuntarily divulge your dark histories. I trust you wouldn't wish for a public execution? Rodney considered the ghost princess Perona's abilities to be even more troublesome than Moria's, as he certainly did not want to be struck by her negative spirits and inadvertently reveal his own past misdeeds amidst her incessant chatter. Reiju was unfazed, as her past was essentially predetermined. Even if exposed, it held little consequence. However, Robin and Lester's expressions shifted, indicating they harbored secrets they preferred to keep concealed. Captain, what is that? Lester suddenly asked, hiding behind Rodney and pointing at a phantom shadow lurking behind the mast. Rodney exclaimed, "What on earth?" That white shadow resembles a white bedsheet or perhaps a doll fashioned from one, with comical arms and a head the size of a soccer ball, its expression blank. Its lower half trails like a tadpole's tail, floating in the air, curiously gazing at the four individuals. It's a ghost, Rodney warned. Do not let it strike you. It's merely a clone. Have we already been discovered? The ghost glanced at them, tilted its head, and then vanished into the void. Captain, that was a revelation of our presence. It is one of the three peculiar beings under the Moria Pirates, the ghost princess Perona's ability. Oh, by the way, you two should be cautious while bathing. One of the three peculiar beings has consumed the transparent fruit, the transparent man, Ryoku. I recall that one of Sanji's dreams is to consume the transparent fruit. Isn't that right? Reflecting on Sanji's disappointed and indignant expression, Rodney couldn't help but chuckle. It is well known that Sanji's aspiration is the transparent fruit. As for all blue, isn't Fishman Island just that? Ryoku retorted, you little brat. The combat attire of Germa 66 already includes cloaks that grant invisibility. Why would one desire the useless ability of the transparent fruit? Chapter 75. The terrifying three-masted ship Moria-sama. Moria-sama. A girl with pink twin tails and a small umbrella floated in midair, reporting to an oddly shaped figure about what her ghostly clone had observed. What? Came a sharp voice. In the shadowy chair sat a colossal figure nearly 7 meters tall, with pale skin and hair resembling flames, though it bore more resemblance to a flourishing green onion, albeit in fiery colors. The pale-skinned being had horns protruding from its forehead, an appearance reminiscent of a demon, with elongated ears and a long neck, marked with suture-like scars radiating from its forehead. Its shirt collar stood up like a bat's wings, and it wore a black gothic coat that added to its ominous aura. The figure was corpulent, its feet nearly invisible, with one arm bandaged and dangling from its slender neck. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a shadow man who had consumed the paramecia-type shadow fruit, was in a rather unfortunate state. Damn that Rayleigh, to have been beaten to such a state over a mere skeleton. And the corpse of Ryuma is ruined. He was a legendary swordsman of Wano. Moria lamented. What of Perona? He shouted. Moria's injuries were inflicted when the Dark King Rayleigh, accompanied by Brook, who had become a skeleton, came to demand the return of shadows. The body of Ryuma required a shadow proficient in swordsmanship, and Brook was the perfect candidate. How could Moria possibly relinquish such a valuable shadow? In his overconfidence, Moria even contemplated transforming Rayleigh into a powerful zombie to combat Kaido, with the intention of killing Rayleigh to seize his corpse and shadow to fill the body of the demon Oz. The outcome was that the old man taught him a lesson, making Moria realize who truly held power. Rayleigh effortlessly subdued Moria, defeating the zombie Ryuma, who possessed Brook's shadow and could wield his swordsmanship. However, being a mere shadow of his former self, Ryuma was no match for Rayleigh. After defeating him and reclaiming Brook's shadow, Rayleigh, at Kuroka's request, took the autumn water and removed one of Moria's claws before nonchalantly departing in his slippers. Fortunately, Rayleigh was merely there to find someone and had no intention of causing further chaos. Otherwise, Moria's plight would have been far worse. Thankfully, one of his 3 peculiar subordinates, Hogback, was a skilled surgeon who reattached his arm. Otherwise, he would have lost it for good. Moria-sama, a ship has breached our defenses, Perona announced. Oh, really? This is perfect for replenishing the zombies that Rayleigh depleted. When Rayleigh approached the terrifying 3-masted ship, he not only destroyed Ryuma and the Demon Oz, but also defeated all who stood in his way with his conqueror's haki. Many weak zombies were separated from their shadows, rendering them useless. But there are only 4 people. Only 4? Moria expressed disappointment. He had anticipated a larger number. The scant number of intruders made him reluctant to act. Perona, I leave this matter to you and Absalom. Returning to his lethargic posture in the chair, Moria had grown accustomed to delegating tasks to his subordinates during these years of indulgence. Understood, Moria-sama. New toys await. Perona floated into the air and vanished into the wall. Meanwhile, the 4 aboard the Black Pearl gazed thoughtfully at the immense, terrifying 3-masted ship. It was renowned as the largest sailing vessel in the world, resembling a small island. The central ship, akin to an island, was connected to towering outer walls by robust chains, retaining seawater within. The enormous portal resembled a gaping maw, ready to swallow any incoming vessels, once closed. It trapped them within, preventing escape. However, the current state was different. The walls were riddled with signs of repairs, with a massive gash evident, surrounded by zombies attempting to mend it. Upon closer inspection, the cut was smooth and even, evidently made by a sword's aura. Captain, was this created by the Dark King Rayleigh? Ryoku inquired, staring at the gash. It seems so, Rodney replied, uncertain. The wall bore more than just one sword aura. The main gate had also vanished, leaving a substantial breach, likely also the work of Rayleigh. Given its size, it seems more suitable for Laboon to enter. The Black Pearl sailed inside, ignoring the clamoring zombies on the walls. Rodney summoned slugs for the others, enabling them to communicate through these palm-sized creatures. Is this a phone bug, Captain? It doesn't quite feel like one, Ryoka remarked, curiously prodding the slug's soft, cool body, which was covered in a sticky, viscous substance. Rodney explained, this is my contractual partner. You may call her Sister Slug. She is a split entity, interconnected with her other selves. We can communicate through Sister Slug, and she can also assist us in healing. It's truly remarkable. I've never heard of such a thing. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Sister Slug said softly. She can speak? The trio was taken aback. While this world was home to many wondrous creatures, encountering a talking being was an entirely new experience for them. Indeed, Sister Slug is quite amiable, far more so than the social gangs of Nyamu Mountain or the bullies of Longdi Cave, Rodney remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Especially those toads from Nyamu Mountain, they are no different from ruffians, smoking and drinking. If they weren't bald, they would surely be getting perms, he added. Not at all. The immortals of Nyamu Mountain and Longdi Cave are quite agreeable, Sister Slug replied. An elderly, senile toad and a white snake who lounges in its cave. Smoking and watching the commotion, do those two truly qualify as immortals? Rodney questioned. Sister Slug was at a loss for words. Her essence was the entire wetbone forest. And she was uncertain how to respond, considering she herself was somewhat of a recluse. Let's not dwell on that. Sister Slug, these are my companions, Robin, Leggio, and Lester. Greetings, Miss Slug, Robin and Leggio said politely, while Lester, feeling somewhat anxious, called out, Sister Slug. Hey, is it really appropriate for someone who's 8 meters tall to address her like that? Rodney remarked. Oh, I forgot. You're still young. At that moment, Sister Slug's antennae twitched as she inquired, Lord Rodney, do you have any other companions aboard your vessel? No, just the 4 of us, Rodney replied, suddenly realizing something. Sister Slug, where's the extra individual? Sister Slug's perception was rooted in her awareness of natural and life energies. In this world abundant with natural energy, her senses were heightened. She relied on this perception to navigate. After all, despite lacking eyes, she could effortlessly evade attacks and recognize individuals, all thanks to her perceptive abilities. Even a fraction of her split self allowed her to sense nearby entities, and she was fully aware of the overall situation aboard the ship. Therefore, when the additional person had first appeared, she had already noticed, initially assuming that individual was part of Rodney's crew, hence her delayed inquiry. However, the suspicious demeanor of that figure prompted her to question Rodney. Behind that mask is a rather peculiar individual. Some parts of their physical structure do not resemble that of a human. I see, Rodney responded, flipping his palm to reveal a shuriken nestled between his fingers, clashing in the air as he pulled the connecting wire back, causing it to swirl around the mast as if ensnaring something invisible. Robin. Understood. 6-wheeled flower. Anchor flower. Delicate arms sprouted from the mast, intertwining. Captain, there is indeed something there, and it possesses considerable strength, Robin stated gravely. I had already suspected something when Sister Slug mentioned the presence of another invisibility fruit. Came a voice from the anchor flower position, filled with astonishment. What? How can you see me? How strange. Clearly, someone is present, yet you seem unable to see them, Sister Slug pondered aloud. Rodney smiled and said, we shall soon behold him. Chapter 76, Arrival on the Island. The invisible fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, was Sanji's dream. All blue paled in comparison to the allure of this fruit. However, it had been consumed by Absalom, shattering his aspirations. As for Absalom himself, he could hardly be considered human any longer. Transformed by Hogback, he possessed the jaw of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the primal strength of a bear and gorilla combined, rendering him a grotesque amalgamation of beast and man. A chimera, perhaps? A malformed chimera, indeed. Before Rodney and his companions, Absalom's true form emerged, adorned with a white round hat resembling a blue patterned vessel atop his head, golden locks cascading down his elongated frame, and a lion's maw that appeared jarringly out of place, all clad in a black suit. Although he could break free from his steel restraints, Robin's hands incapacitated him. Sister Snail sensed the peculiar tissue within Absalom, remarking, "How strange. Though there exists animal tissue, it is not a human body, yet there is no rejection. This surpasses the realm of medicine, does it not? Ha! This is the masterpiece of Dr. Hogback. Why can't you break free?" he exclaimed. "Woman, release me." "Oh, how beautiful." Upon spotting Robin and Reiju, Absalom's eyes sparkled with hearts. This lecherous fellow would have licked Robin's face had he not seen Nami bathing. Damn it, Rodney thought, his anger surging. I have yet to witness this, and he behaves like that grotesque brat, Momonosuke. Sister Snail noted the abnormality of this world. Anything could transpire. Rodney stepped forward, deftly spinning two shurikens that pierced into Absalom's shoulders, rendering his arms useless. "Oh!" Absalom screamed in agony, the shurikens embedding painfully between his bones. To think that a mere 300 kilograms of strength would lead you to this state is truly lamentable. Rodney clicked his tongue and demanded, "Now, tell me. What is Moria's current situation?" "No, I will not betray Master Moria." "Never," Absalom retorted defiantly. Moria was indeed a commendable master to his subordinates, who exhibited unwavering loyalty and respect, as evidenced by Absalom and Perona's willingness to refer to him as master. What a resilient fellow he is. Yet you are no match for me. Before me, you are but a compliant puppet, something I had no intention of utilizing. With that, he unleashed an illusion, causing Absalom's eyes to lose their luster as he succumbed to the mirage. "Now, speak. What is Moria's condition?" "Master Moria is currently recuperating." "Recuperating?" "Yes. He was injured by the Dark King Rayleigh. His left arm was entirely severed. Dr. Hogback reattached it, but it cannot be used for the time being." "I see." Rayleigh had rendered one of Moria's arms unusable, significantly diminishing his combat capability. Dealing with him would now require considerably less effort. A tremendous boon. "What of the corpse of the demon Oz?" "Oz's corpse has not been activated. It remains in the freezing chamber." "Then perish." Releasing Robin from his powers, Absalom freed himself from the steel restraints and leaped off the Black Pearl in a daze. Plop. He sank into the sea without so much as a struggle. The remaining three fell silent. If memory served, those with powers would drown upon falling into the ocean. "What exactly is the Captainess ability?" Lester inquired. "It is ninjutsu." Sister Snail kindly elucidated, utilizing energy known as chakra in conjunction with hand signs to perform various miraculous techniques. "All right, Sister Snail, discussing ninjutsu could take an entire evening. We must be on our way. Reiju, Lester, I entrust you with the care of Robin. I shall leave matters regarding ninjutsu to Sister Snail. I prefer not to delve further into the topic, as it would prove futile for them." The Black Pearl had already docked, and Rodney and Robin prepared to disembark, waving farewell to the two aboard the ship, saying, "Farewell, we shall return shortly. Captain, I will prepare a feast for your return." "Oh, it seems I have inadvertently made a promise." "Let us go, Captain." The two ventured into the thick fog, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. Rodney cautioned Robin, "Exercise caution. The fog here is dense, making it easy to lose one's way." "I am aware," she replied, "but Captain, does this environment not seem rather eerie? Moreover, there are numerous areas that appear to be in disrepair." As they surveyed their surroundings, they were enveloped by Gothic architecture, mysterious and uncanny, exuding a palpable sense of dread, especially with the thick fog that contributed to the sinister atmosphere. Tombstones stood in clusters, resembling a cemetery, while chilling cries echoed intermittently, immersing them in a realm of spectral terror. Surprisingly, signs of battle were evident in certain areas, undoubtedly remnants left by Rayleigh. "Fear not, simply regard those zombies as humans," Rodney reassured her. "I did not claim to be afraid. I merely find it excessively dark." "Did you not bring a lantern?" As a historian and an atheist, she found it improbable to fear such entities. "I must apologize, I did not bring one. However, I can disperse the fog around us." Wind release, great breakthrough. A tempestuous gale erupted from his mouth, sweeping away the dense fog, significantly enhancing visibility and allowing a glimmer of light to permeate the gloom. "What an impressive ability. Your ninjutsu proves quite useful, Captain," yet the fog returns. "Ah, lantern plants would be more convenient. Although clovers provide a lasting solution, the fog shall inevitably return. Alas, I lack sun mushrooms and other varieties. Am I to engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies?" Speaking nonsensically, Robin had grown accustomed to such eccentricities. After all, who on the sea was entirely sane? A voice from the slug on her shoulder alerted, "Lord Rodney, something is approaching within the fog. It possesses no life force. Yet it is alive." This form of existence is truly astonishing. In her perception, the zombies bore no signs of life, yet they were capable of movement. A peculiar phenomenon that intrigued her. Such as the power of the devil fruit. Dear Slug, you must learn to accept it as a norm, Rodney smiled. Although the fog had somewhat impaired his Sharingan, he was still able to discern various entities within it, such as the swaying figures of approaching zombies. I recall that they fear fire. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs flew true, igniting the zombies, which writhed in frantic flames amidst the fog, their forms casting an eerie glow. Let us proceed. I shall lead the way. Fire release, great fireball. While he had not vanquished many foes with this technique, it was undoubtedly a convenient skill for clearing a path. As they traversed the scorched ground, Rodney and Robin felt as though they were wandering through their own backyard. Suddenly, midway through their journey, Rodney halted and summoned a shadow clone, bestowing upon it the sea prism stone handcuffs. I entrust this to you. The clone smiled faintly, asking, what do you intend to do with it? That can wait for later. Very well. The shadow clone dove into the earth, employing earth release to depart. Captain, what have you done? Nothing of consequence. I merely enlisted him to resolve a significant inconvenience. The subterranean route was chosen to avoid detection, lest our plan be thwarted. Rodney said, Robin, instead of seeking Moria, shall we first find a nefarious doctor? I will follow the captain's lead. But Captain, do you possess the confidence to defeat Moria? He is a formidable member of the notorious 7 Warlords. Just like Crocodile, Rodney replied, I have a powerful strategy to deal with that fellow, which cost me quite a fortune. The thought of the nearly 3,000 mission points he had exchanged for that technique caused him a twinge of pain. Yet he deemed it worthwhile to confront Moria, knowing he would eventually recoup his losses. Chapter 77. Sindori Moria's 3 peculiar subordinates, the Graveyard-S Absalom, the Ghost Princess Perona, and the genius surgeon Hogback. Among them, Hogback is the most crucial subordinate of Moria, although his combat abilities pale in comparison to those of Absalom and Perona. His skills enhance the strength of Moria's zombie army. Once hailed as a genius surgeon, he miraculously saved countless lives and earned fame across the seas. However, he is a selfish and avaricious doctor from Chailing County who believes that wealth surpasses the sanctity of life. Years ago, he began working for Moria, utilizing his surgical expertise to create various stitched zombies and monsters, thereby augmenting their power. Before Rodney and Robin arrived at the courtyard, they gazed upon a foreboding graveyard. Surrounded by the eerie calls of night owls that pierced the silence, a thick mist enveloped the area, and an ancient castle stood ominously amidst the tombstones. Suddenly, a tolling bell echoed, heightening the sense of dread. My Lord Rodney, there appears to be but one life form within, not particularly tall. It should be the individual you seek, remarked Sister Slug. Moreover, beneath those gravestones lie numerous corpses, likely no stronger than the zombies we encountered along our journey. So there is no cause for alarm. Sister Slug was acutely aware of all the hidden zombies lurking in the shadows, prompting Rodney to marvel at the convenience of chakra perception through mystical arts. As it harnessed natural energy, her perception extended beyond mere chakra to encompass life energy and other entities. Despite the absence of sight, she could perceive much, akin to the observation haki, demonstrating an incredibly useful skill. For Rodney, mastering armament haki was paramount. He felt little need to focus on the other forms of haki. The Conqueror's haki, while capable of sweeping away minor foes with an area of effect attack, had yet to reveal other applications. Observation haki, akin to heightened perception, allowed for the detection of enemies beyond one's immediate line of sight, enabling preemptive reconnaissance. Ultimately, while it could potentially unveil probable futures at its zenith, such foresight was not absolute. The future remained an enigma, not a predetermined fate. The most potent aspect of observation haki was innate, such as sensing an enemy's emotions or conveying one's will to others, abilities that could not be cultivated through training. In contrast, Conqueror's haki represented a kingly disposition, one that could not be strengthened through practice alone but required the growth of the individual's will. For Rodney, the mastery of armament haki was the priority, while the other forms remained outside his current considerations. Shall we proceed inside, Robin? He inquired. Certainly, she replied. Rodney pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard, which creaked ominously, resonating with a rusted, grating sound. As the two walked side by side, a rustling noise echoed in their ears. Beneath the somber gravestones, hands of a ghastly hue emerged, reminiscent of the hands of a horde of ravenous zombies, for indeed, they were zombies, albeit this time devoid of any protective foliage and lacking their customary suits. Corpses, either decayed or desiccated, or wrapped in bandages like mummies, clawed their way from the earth, emitting guttural sounds akin to a torn bellows. Their movements were sluggish and rigid, twisting awkwardly. Hey, that fellow over there has lost his hand. One might jest. Do these zombies truly possess any threat? No, one ought to question whether these creatures could genuinely challenge the likes of Kaido. Perhaps they are merely here to serve as fodder? Rodney silently mourned for Moria. If even Luffy, who had just set sail, could not best Kaido, what chance did Moria stand? It is essential to remember that even Luffy in his 4th gear was no match for Kaido, having succumbed to the allure of the King of Beasts. Although Kaido's allure seemed ineffective against Luffy, who had traded intellect and emotional acuity for sheer combat prowess. If Luffy possessed even a modicum of common sense, The pirates within the narrative could have been eliminated. The sedentary lifestyle of the overweight recluse and the overexploitation of his fruit only widened the chasm between Moria and Kaido, rendering revenge a distant dream. There were myriad monstrosities in the New World. Captain, we are relying on you, came the call. Understood. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A fireball erupted among the zombies, sending them into a frenzied retreat. Ah, fire. Fire. Quick, run. One shouted in alarm. Hey, this is perilous. What if someone gets burned? Lamented a zombie, loudly accusing Rodney of cruelty. Rodney spoke with an air of disbelief. Hey, let us not forget that you are already among the undead. Indeed, we have become zombies, came the reply, imbued with a sudden sense of desolation. The two gazed at a group of zombies squatting by gravestones, tracing circles in the dirt. And for a fleeting moment, they felt as though they had strayed into the wrong realm. Captain, they are rather amusing, one remarked. Amusing? Where do you see amusement? Rodney interjected, unable to suppress his sarcasm. At that moment, a zombie suddenly perked up and stated, even though we are zombies, you should not resort to burning us. Precisely. Another echoed. Captain, why not wash them away with water? If that is your wish, so be it. Water style, water surge. A sudden deluge swept away the gathered zombies, leaving nothing but puddles in its wake, gravestones askew, and not a single zombie in sight. Cleanup complete. Let us proceed, they declared as they ventured into the ancient castle, guided by the elder slug, arriving at a grand door. Before the door stood an ancient well, its will inexplicably turning without human aid, revealing a slender lady with iron-gray skin and stitched seams, curiously holding a stack of plates. Upon seeing them, she stiffly welcomed, welcome, and proceeded to hurl the plates one by one. With a whoosh, the plates soared through the air, only for Rodney's hand to twitch, shattering them mid-flight. Meanwhile, the wooden wheel adorned with a number of shurikens equal to the plates that had just flown out. Is that Cinderina? Robin inquired. Do you know her, Captain? In a sense, yes, a tragic figure, he replied. Cinderina had once been a celebrated stage actress, but during a medical visit, she sewed a button for Hokage, who fell in love with her. However, due to her pre-existing engagement, she chose to withdraw from this nascent romance, only to tragically fall from the stage and perish. Hokage joined Moria's ranks for the promise of resurrecting Cinderina. After enhancing her corpse through combat modifications, Moria revived her, transforming her into Hokage's maid. Due to the lack of erasure of her past memories, she developed an intense aversion to plates, much like her former self. Yet, this body seemed to retain a fragment of her original memories. Then, allow me to grant you release, Rodney declared, retrieving a cubic grain of salt from his pouch, which he had pilfered from the kitchen. Salt has the power to purify these zombies, liberating them. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the grain accurately into Cinderina's slightly parted mouth. Upon contact, a dark shadow erupted from her mouth as the salt clashed with her undead form. Cinderina's body slumped lifelessly, and Rodney caught her, feeling her icy touch devoid of warmth. He then carried her beneath a tree, using earth manipulation to excavate a hole and bury her within. Captain, do you hold this individual in high regard? Robin asked, surprised at Rodney's behavior. Throughout their journey, he had either incinerated or punched away the zombies without hesitation, yet before this elegant zombie, he chose purification and burial instead. Not particularly. I merely recognize her plight and feel pity. It is nothing but compassion, he replied. As a mere ornament by Hokage's side, she may have mocked him with cold jibes. Yet within her heart, she regarded him as her master, existing like a marionette. Many zombies shared this fate. Yet Rodney's understanding of this particular one prompted him to offer her a more dignified end. Let us proceed and meet the prodigious doctor who has led us astray from our path. With that, he pushed open the heavy door, Robin closely following. Chapter 78, The Phantom Princess tap, 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 tap. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dim corridor, where even the candelabra's feeble flames could not illuminate the entirety of the passage. Upon entering the castle, the temperature dropped further, and the chilling atmosphere, coupled with the bizarre paintings adorning the walls, sent shivers down their spines. The artwork depicted grotesque figures, stitched together in an absurd manner, evoking an overwhelming sense of the surreal. Rodney scrutinized the murals, prompting Robin to inquire, "What's the matter, Captain? Is there something amiss with these paintings?" Sister Slug remarked. "It's peculiar, they bear a resemblance to the things outside yet differ in essence, as if they exist within the artwork itself." Since her arrival in this world, she sensed an unsettling disruption in her previously established worldview, for this realm was one of irrationality and wonder. Indeed, these are all zombies, Rodney mused, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the wall. Ah, that was perilous. The figures in the painting miraculously dodged the blow, erupting in cries. "Oh, is that also a zombie?" Robin expressed mild surprise. "Yes," Rodney withdrew his fist, stating, "Nothing to be concerned about. Their combat prowess is minimal." He gestured with his pinky finger, asserting, "Even among zombies, this is the extent of their strength." Moria's zombie legion comprised animal zombies, terrifying zombies, soldier zombies, general zombies, and special zombies. The animal zombies were a grotesque assembly, reanimated through Hogback's macabre stitching, while the terrifying zombies were those dwelling in the castle, alongside a few with some combat capabilities, including soldier zombies. The primary combat strength lay with the general zombies, who were once formidable individuals, their corpses pilfered by Moria and animated with the shadows of others, becoming relentless monsters obedient solely to Moria's commands. Hey, we have our dignity too. One zombie protested. Silence, or I'll feed you a bag of salt, Rodney threatened, tossing a few grains, which silenced the zombie immediately. If these are zombies, then those paintings. Robin lifted her gaze and realized there were numerous artworks visible. By this reasoning, could those paintings also be zombies? Indeed, they are, Sister Slug affirmed, adding, not just the paintings, even those animal-themed decorations are zombies. Upon uttering this, the eyes of the paintings flickered, and some animal head ornaments mirrored the same unsettling gaze. Many of the adornments in this castle are zombies, no need to investigate further. Just exercise caution. Captain, don't you think the path here is excessively long? Robin remarked. It does feel a bit elongated, Rodney agreed, acknowledging the inconvenience of navigating without a guide. Then let us proceed in a straight line. Another punch was thrown, widening the previously created hole to allow passage. In that moment, Rodney thought he glimpsed a white shadow darting past with remarkable speed. Does that mean the shadow clone hasn't succeeded yet? Simultaneously, a zombie swaggered into the castle, chuckling, the transformation technique is indeed convenient. By the way, where is Perona's room? This zombie was a shadow clone, tasked with restraining the ghost princess Perona using hockey cuffs. Her abilities were truly troublesome. If he possessed hockey, it would be a different story, but at present, he felt as though something was obstructing him. He lacked the necessary barrier between himself and the armed hockey, unable to penetrate it, creating a rather awkward predicament. Forget it. Let me complete the task assigned by my original self. Am I merely a tool? He shook his head, spotting a creature resembling a sausage, adorned with a mask, approaching. That seems to be Perona's pet, he mused, noting Perona's unique aesthetic and values, which deviated from the ordinary. This sausage-like creature, colored in blue, white, and brown, wrapped in bandages with stitched seams, an unmistakable zombie signature, wore a mask and a spherical hat. While most would find it unappealing, Perona considered it adorable, provided it remained silent. I suppose I should follow this one, he decided, stealthily trailing behind the so-called toy bear without detection. Stealth, 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 he repeated, emphasizing the importance of the task. Feeling an odd sensation behind him, he noted that the toy bear lacked a neck. Any movement required the entire body to pivot. Thus, the shadow clone followed closely, mimicking its movements. Is there nothing there? He pondered, patting his head as he continued up the stairs, passing those alarming paintings. As they appeared as zombies, the others were oblivious, merely assuming he was another zombie following the toy bear. Upon arriving at the door, he pushed it open, revealing a room illuminated by candles. In front of a pink bed, adorned with a crown, lay the ghost princess Perona. Due to having consumed the superhuman ghost fruit, she could separate her soul from her body, even manifesting smaller ghosts. With her soul absent, her body fell into a deep slumber, becoming an empty shell. At this moment, her form was exceedingly vulnerable, making theft a most reasonable endeavor. Otherwise, with the ghost fruit's overpowering nature, Rodney, lacking hockey and low on luck, would have no choice but to perish. Not everyone was a deity like Usopp. The girl's tranquil visage on the bed stirred Rodney's intentions. He rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. Perhaps a change in anime style and a head of golden hair could lead to something interesting. However, Rodney was a man of integrity. Forced endeavors bore no sweetness. Clutching the hockey cuffs procured from Smoker, he bypassed the toy bear and approached the girl's bedside. With a couple of clicks, her arms were bound. Ghostly figures surged uncontrollably from the terrifying three-masted ship, all rushing into Perona's body. The hockey cuffs suppressed the abilities of their wearer, once bound. Perona's powers would be sealed, and the soul she had released would instinctively return to her body at that moment. After all, they were not dead. A connection existed between soul and flesh. The body required the soul, otherwise, it would decay like a corpse in the absence of life. Yet, until the primary organs began to deteriorate, it would continue to exist, until the throat, blood vessels, heart, and other essential elements succumbed to rot, ultimately leading to the cessation of life. Feeling no pain, as the body lacked consciousness, it was a state worse than a vegetative existence, with no hope of recovery due to the absence of the soul. Brooke, on the other hand, had consumed the revive fruit, which only activated post-mortem, allowing the eater's soul to return from the underworld, merely requiring a return to the body to revive. However, the mist of the Devil's Triangle led Brooke's soul astray. By the time he located his body, he had already become a skeleton. As Perona's soul returned to her corporeal form, her bulging eyes widened in shock. What happened? Why have I lost my abilities? And what is this on my wrists? Wait, who are you? Why are you in my room? Kuma, why are you still standing there? Capture him. Referred to as Kamasi, the teddy bear was belatedly enraged, swinging its paw furiously. The shadow clone effortlessly seized its claw, exclaiming, "This strength is rather feeble. Is the bear's power truly so weak? Wasn't this a zombie toy crafted from a bear's physique? How can it possess such little strength? Or is it that my own strength is too great?" With that, he hurled Kamasi out of the window of the room. Perona's quarters were situated quite high, and Kamasi fell unimpeded. Kamasi. Chapter 79. A wise choice. Good luck on the exams. Damn it. Kamasi is so adorable. How could you? Perona's eyes glistened with tears. You must jump down right now. The shadow clone still resembled a zombie, and under Moria's permission, Perona was able to command these zombies. Both she and Absalom possessed their own zombie armies, while Hogback, like Moria, could manipulate any of the zombies at will. The true command lay with Moria. Naive. The shadow clone transformed back to its true form, startling Perona. It's you. Wait, I feel as though I've seen your face somewhere before. Rodney's visage had been obscured by fog at their last encounter, but upon closer inspection now, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if he were a significant figure. Significant figure recalling a report featuring a beaming face, she gasped. Beads of cold sweat forming as she stiffly raised her head to meet a pair of crimson eyes, encircled by 3 swirling tomo. Jostat J. Rodney. How could he be here? You are the warlord, Rodney? Why are you here? Why are you attacking us? Our master Moria is also a warlord. Warlords typically refrain from turning against one another, aware that the Navy and world government were ever watchful. Any conflict would only serve to benefit the Navy or other powers. Even in skirmishes, they would merely exchange a few blows and harsh words before parting ways. Perona, while not deeply knowledgeable about this, understood that one warlord should not attack another. The shadow clone chuckled softly. Of course, it's to dispose of you lot. Staying in such a dark place will surely lead to decay. I shall take you to see the sun. No. I like it here. We all do. Perona shook her head fervently, convinced that she was quite content in this place. Is that so? The shadow clone revealed a sinister smile as it grasped Perona's arm, leading her to the windowsill, high above the ground, with a seemingly dark forest below, concealing unknown dangers. Ah, what are you doing? Nothing much. I just want to see if a fall from here would be fatal. You're not afraid, are you? Surely not. Not as one of Moria's 3 oddities. You wouldn't be afraid of such a small height, would you? The moment he spoke, it was evident he was a schemer. Isn't that obvious? At this height. Without any abilities, I could die. Perona cried out. Then join me, the shadow clone suggested. The power of the ghost fruit was formidable, and he had his sights set on her. Though Perona's personality and interests were somewhat peculiar, that was inconsequential. Children who misbehave are often a product of indulgence. A few spankings would suffice. No, I will not betray Master Moria. If he finds out, he will surely kill me. Perona shook her head even more vigorously. Is that so? It appears there is no opportunity for cooperation between us. How regrettable, to lose such a valuable subordinate. His tone dripped with feigned sorrow. Yes. If I had met you first, I would have certainly joined you. I believe you. Farewell, Miss Perona. The shadow clone smiled. Goodbye. Wait, don't let go. She hastily grabbed hold of the shadow clone's arm, but with her strength bound by sea stone, her grip weakened as his strong arm slipped away. No, I don't want to die. I will go with you. Captain. Perona capitulated to the dark force, undoubtedly recognizing the shadow clone as such. She resolved to submit strategically, planning to seek Moria as help later. Surely, Master Moria will save me, she firmly believed. Yet unbeknownst to her, the individual before her was steeped in treachery and cunning, offering no retreat. An astute choice, Miss Perona. Rodney yanked her up and leaped off the terrace, taking her along with him. Hey! Perona's terrified scream echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Moria, who was resting, opened his eyes as if he had heard her voice. What was happening? Was it mere hallucination? With his only movable arm, he scratched his chin when suddenly, a zombie rushed in, panicked. Master! Something has gone awry. Dr. Hogback has been killed. What? Moria sprang from his bed, his bulky form hindering swift movement, his fury boiling. How could Hogback meet with misfortune? Where are Absalom and Perona? The zombie, trembling under Moria's imposing presence, stumbled over its words. I don't know. Absalom was missing from the start, and Lady Perona just vanished. Dr. Hogback was slain by 2 outsiders. What are those 2 fools doing? Without Hogback, my zombie army cannot grow stronger. Moria seethed, nearly losing his composure. How dare they? Where are those 2 worthless beings? Moria valued his companions greatly, though he often claimed their lives were insignificant compared to zombies. He genuinely cared for his subordinates. His disdain for Kaido stemmed from the slaughter of all his allies, which only intensified his regard for Absalom and Perona. Otherwise, he would have single-handedly confronted Blackbeard to rescue Absalom. Yet now, Absalom was gone, and he had been deceived. With short strides, though not particularly short, the portly figure appeared diminutive against the height of 6 to 7 meters. Gather all the zombies. Go and kill them. Yes. The zombies immediately dispersed, transforming into a swarm of black bats, their rounded bodies fluttering through the castle in search of their quarry. Meanwhile, Rodney and Robin had just concluded their encounter with the surgeon, Hogback, who had been found in the laboratory conducting experiments. Without a moment's hesitation, Rodney plunged a kunai into his skull, obliterating the genius brain filled with medical knowledge. As Rodney would say, such a person was not worth mourning. His worldview, being that of a normal individual, was ultimately at odds with this world. He was no saint, merely acting according to his own sense of right and wrong. As for others' opinions, they were of no concern to him. Scram! Lord Rodney, something suddenly flew into the castle, lifeless and not a zombie. Sister Slug remarked. It seems they are searching for something, and numerous zombies are approaching our direction, Some powerful zombies within the castle have also begun to stir. Robin, hasten your pace. And Sister Slug, please guide me in locating the plumpest among them, he instructed. It is in the largest chamber at the top. How is it that Moria, with such a corpulent physique, resides in the highest room? Isn't it exhausting to ascend the stairs? Or perhaps one could first send a shadow to climb, then use a shadow warrior to swap places? It feels as though the ability to interchange positions with a shadow was conceived out of Moria's aversion to climbing stairs. Very well. Rodney leapt up, his fist shattering the ceiling, and he ascended through the resulting aperture. Robin unleashed her abilities, sprouting a multitude of hands to assist in her ascent. With a resounding crash, this process repeated thrice, allowing them to ascend 3 floors before they were confronted. A horde of general zombies surrounded them. These undead were once formidable warriors who had succumbed to various fates. Their corpses, stolen post-mortem, were infused with shadows by Moria, transforming them into obedient puppets. Should the original body resist, the shadow possessing equal strength would suffice. Even devoid of consciousness, these relentless beings, impervious to death, fatigue, or pain, formed a relentless army, unwavering in their obedience. The strength of Moria's general zombies far surpassed that of the ordinary undead. For they were forged from the bodies of powerful individuals, their combat-honed forms enhanced by the shadows of capable souls, yielding impressive power. Robin, restrain them, commanded Rodney. Understood. 30 flower binding. Arms sprouted from the general zombies, temporarily immobilizing them, requiring considerable effort to escape. It was then Rodney sprang into action. Shuriken flew forth, embedded with explosive tags, targeting their legs and midsections as he intoned, "Reclaim your arms. We must depart." Grasping Robin's hand, he stepped forward, seemingly teleporting through the throng of zombies. Explosions erupted as he strategically selected locations to sever their mobility, ensuring their incapacitation. The zombies, devoid of pain, continued their assault, oblivious to their own injuries, attacking as long as they were able to move. However, once their legs were lost, their mobility was compromised, and crawling would significantly diminish their speed. Fire release, great fireball technique. A robust column of fire erupted from his mouth, engulfing the room behind them. The zombies within, rendered immobile, could not escape the inferno that consumed them. Amidst the flames, black shadows emerged, unbound and seeking to return to their original masters, as long as their masters lived. The shadows would not vanish. Moria's zombie army was composed of souls once vibrant in life. Fishman karate, 100-tile straight punch. The shockwave shattered the walls as Rodney and Robin sped through the castle. Lord Rodney, this direction is correct. No need to deviate. We shall ascend 3 more floors, spoke the sister of the slug. All right, the clone's task is complete. Reiju is on her way here. Robin, provide support from the rear. I will confront that slovenly foe. Are you sure you can handle Moria alone, Captain? Robin inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Fear not. I have prepared my ultimate technique. Just remember to position yourself high, or there may be consequences. High. A realization crossed Robin's mind, and she smiled, nodding in understanding. I will go ahead, assess the situation and act as needed. With that, he bent his legs, unleashing tremendous power, crashing through numerous floors like a rampaging bull. A colossal being gazed in astonishment. Fire release. Great fireball. A scalding fireball hurtled towards Moria, who had no time to react, crossing his arms defensively. Shadow Mage. The fireball detonated, and Rodney dangled upside down, gazing towards Moria's previous position. The slug sister remarked, Lord Rodney, that is not the same person. He is in another part of the castle. How could this be? Space-time ninjutsu? No, only I possess ninjutsu in this world. I am unique. This individual wields a special ability, a power derived from a devil fruit that grants abilities to humans or animals, akin to a unique bloodline limit. Is this the Shadow Mage? Rodney fixed his gaze, observing that Moria had transformed into a figure enveloped in darkness. This was Moria's shadow, a manifestation of his ability as a shadow master. This skill allowed him to swap places with his own essence, tirelessly evading attacks while simultaneously executing both defense and offense, akin to a fusion of Flying Thunder God and body replacement techniques, yet far more sophisticated. Endowed with automatic targeting and assault capabilities. Ah, I see. Wait, he has reverted back. After the elder sister of the slug finished speaking, the Shadow Master appeared as if colored in, returning to his true form. Looking up, he exclaimed, You little brat, do you dare to attack me? Such audacity. Wait. That face of yours, are you also one of the 7 warlords? Indeed, I am Rodney, one of the 7 warlords. As astonishment flickered in Moria's eyes, Rodney traversed from the ceiling to the wall, aligning himself against it to meet Moria's gaze. I am a bounty hunter, and I find your head, valued at over 300 million berries, quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Moria, infuriated, erupted into laughter. Ha, what audacity. To think you would dare to lay hands on one of the 7 warlords. Aren't you afraid the world government will come after you? Oh, the illustrious warlord Gecko Moria actually seeks to use the world government to intimidate me? Humph, arrogant little brat, since you have come here to seek your demise, I have every reason to inform the Navy. Oz is in need of a formidable shadow, so Rodney, I shall claim yours. That swarm. Shadowy bats emerged from various voids, hurtling towards Rodney. Shadowbox. The bats suddenly coalesced, forming a black box that ensnared the target within. Inside the box, Rodney exclaimed, "What in the world? Is this a black coffin? Are you the hair gel wielding Eisen? Strange fellow, perish." Moria's hand clenched in a mock grasp, then tightened forcefully as the shadow box constricted, attempting to crush its occupant. However, the occupant was not so easily dispatched. Spirit summoning technique. Bang. A massive blue and white striped slug burst through the shadow box, landing in the corridor and raising its head to unleash a sticky, acidic attack at Moria. Six-petaled flower. Anchor flower. Robin delivered a strike, ensnaring Moria's body, rendering him immobile. "How dare you underestimate me, Shadow Mage?" The shadow once again shielded him, thwarting the sticky fangs of the slug sister, and liberated Robin from his restraints. The shadow soared forth, with his form swiftly vanishing in its wake. Rodney emerged from the body of the slug sister and inquired, "Did he go downward?" Indeed. The descent was swift, yet the protective shadow softened the impact, leaving him relatively unscathed. "I understand, slug sister. You are assisting Robin in the movement." "Very well." With a fragment of the slug sister colliding through the wall, they recklessly dashed downwards. Moria had vanished, leaving only a horde of clawing zombies. "There is no time for you," he exclaimed. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The flames erupted in a fan shape, pushing back the zombies. Suddenly, the slug sister warned, "Rodney. Dodge." Shadow spear. A dark shadow, resembling a venomous serpent, approached him swiftly from behind, morphing into a grotesque spike aimed at Rodney's back. Bang. A wooden board splintered under Moria's shadow spear. The inky shadow merged almost seamlessly with the dark surroundings. A superhuman ability twisted by Moria into an effect akin to a natural skill. His shadow master possessed abilities reminiscent of nature, which was quite peculiar. This individual had indeed cultivated his fruit well. Regrettably, he lacked the use of haki, treading a path similar to Crocodile. Both sought to exploit external forces to achieve their ambitions. One aimed to claim the title of King of the Underworld, while Moria sought to plunder a powerful shadow to resurrect the corpse of the formidable Oz, crafting a powerful zombie to exact vengeance upon Kaido. Alas, Oz would likely be defeated with a single blow from Kaido. It is worth noting that the shadows Moria plundered typically required his direct intervention, meaning they must be weaker than him. Otherwise, he would find it nearly impossible to overcome them and seize their shadows. His imposing physique made stealthily acquiring another shadow a daunting endeavor. Thus, to claim the shadows of his foes, he could only bind them. Yet such individuals were generally weaker than him. He could not even contend with Kaido, let alone those lesser than himself. No matter how many he sought, Kaido's dragon breath would likely obliterate them. Moreover, finding those zombies capable of wielding shadow abilities posed an even greater challenge. Enveloped in mist, Moria lurked in the shadows, as two seasoned combatants began their covert duel, wary of each other's deceptions. Chapter 81. The Gathering of Shadows. As a ninja, one must master the art of concealment. Remaining as motionless as stone, locking onto a target, poised to strike, and striking as swiftly as the wind. This was impossible, since Rodney had chosen to hide. He would never willingly reveal his position. He believed in striking with lethal precision. If he could not achieve that, he would first dispatch a shadow clone to probe the enemy. As expected, a shadow clone appeared in the open, only to be swiftly eliminated by the shadow, crushed beneath a shadow box. Damn, how can you be so ruthless? The memories of the fallen clone returned to Rodney's body, prompting him to cough softly from his concealed position in the earth. "Slug sister, where is that fat fool?" The slug sister replied, "To the northeast of Lord Rodney, approximately 300 meters away, hiding behind a tree, but that tree cannot conceal his bulk." Understood. Rodney began to burrow through the ground. Meanwhile, Moria, realizing his attacks had been futile, scoffed. "What is this guy's ability? How can he evade my strikes? Wait. What sound is that?" The ground beneath him seemed to soften. Soft. Boom. He plummeted into a pit, a low growl echoing. Fishman karate. Monster strength, 2000 watt right punch. He felt a crushing blow to his abdomen, though he could not see it. The sensation was profoundly uncomfortable. The punch expelled the breakfast Moria had consumed that morning, intensifying the pain in his arm severed by Rayleigh. "Damn Rodney. Don't let me catch you, Shadow Master." Having switched places with the shadow again, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. "You zombies. Find him, now." His situation was dire. One arm was incapacitated. His stomach ached unbearably, and his subordinates were nowhere to be found, leaving him with only a horde of dim-witted zombies, incapable of effective combat. He was increasingly anxious. Fire release. Headbutt. With that, a headbutt shattered the zombie horde, which recoiled in fear of the flames, utterly devoid of combat capability. "Rodney, you audacious fool. How dare you cause a disturbance in my domain? In that case, I shall claim your shadow." Shadow spear. Once again, a shadow clone was pierced. And Moria's fury surged anew. This fighting style was utterly revolting. Where had this individual emerged from? Earth release. Ground shake. The ground beneath him began to tremble as if alive. Moria's massive form teetered precariously, nearly toppling over. What is happening? An earthquake? He suddenly recalled that he was aboard his terrifying three-masted ship, floating on the sea. How could there be an earthquake? This meant that this individual could induce seismic activity. Could he possess abilities akin to Whitebeard's? What was this power? Elbaf Esgon. Might of the nation. The mist before him parted as a sword aura cleaved a large opening, hurtling directly at him. Moria could almost hear his bones fracturing under the pressure. His body ached as blood spilled from his abdomen, despite the thick layer of fat. In certain areas, bones were even exposed. A testament to the years of sedentary living that had accumulated so much fat. Rodney's strength could not be fully realized against him. Ah, it hurts so much. How could this happen? He screamed. The power of the giants, how could you possess it? Everything is possible. From within the mist, Rodney emerged, declaring, Moria. Defeated by Kaido, you are no longer the formidable foe you once were. Your singular obsession with creating the strongest zombies renders you incapable of defeating that beast, Kaido. Do not utter that name before me. This wave of chaos was nothing short of exquisite. The shadow spear tore through Rodney's form once more. But it was merely a decoy. 30 rounds of flowers. Arms sprouted forth, ensnaring Moria's body. What is this? The flower fruit? Nico Robin. And I am here too. The poisonous pink lady glided gracefully through the mist. Who are you? Poison pink. Toxic mist swirled around Reiju, transforming into arrows that swiftly pierced Moria's wounds. The pain was more intense than the injuries themselves, causing a disorienting wave of agony. He belatedly realized it was poison. Despicable. All is fair in war. With such tactics. You must have long since abandoned your ambition to become Pirate King, terrified by Kaido's might, aren't you, Moria? How about you deliver your bounty of 300 million berries to me? Humph. I will certainly kill that bastard Kaido. But before that, I must eliminate you, Magician Rodney. As he spoke, the shadows beneath him unraveled like hair freed from its elastic restraint, stretching outward to connect with the shadows of the zombies. He held to the heavens. Come forth, all shadows aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Bestow upon me your strength. Countless shadows were drawn to Moria from all directions of the island, like a conduit. Surging into his being, he raised his arms and proclaimed, Come forth, shadows. Become my strength. Shadows, assemble. This technique, known as the 5-second true man, represents Moria's most formidable move, absorbing the power of 1,000 shadows to continuously amplify his size and strength. The enhanced might rendered him immensely destructive, though it required formidable mental fortitude to wield such power. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to a rampage fueled by that very strength. As countless dark shadows surged towards him, flooding into Moria's corpulent form, he was imbued with tremendous power. 100, 200, 300 shadows each moment saw an increase in their numbers, and Moria's body expanded correspondingly. The energy coursing through him became visibly apparent. Sensing the impending danger, Rodney raised his weapon, Elbaf's spear, vigorous nation. The blade of his sword stirred the mist, shattering the earth in its wake. A colossal hand intercepted the attack, sustaining only minor injuries. You shall learn the consequences of provoking me, boy. Hee. The shadow fruit is the mightiest. You are no match for me. 1,000 shadows penetrated his body, causing him to swell from 7 to over 10 meters in height. Like a balloon. Hee. I am indeed invincible. No one can stand against me. The surging power within him inflated his confidence to unprecedented heights. He fancied himself capable of striking Kaido with his fists, kicking Garp, and crushing Whitebeard beneath him. Yet, reason whispered the truth that this confidence was a mere illusion. A byproduct of the sudden surge in power. Were he to confront Kaido, he would still be overpowered. In his current state, he was nowhere near Kaido's level. He needed to find sufficiently powerful shadows to resurrect the corpse of the demon Oz, utilizing it as a means to triumph over Kaido. Before him lay a prime shadow capable of animating Oz's remains. He merely had to incapacitate it. Alas, it would be quite challenging to refrain from killing his opponent in such a heightened state. Magician Rodney, I shall claim your shadow as my own. To become the strength that conquers Kaido. His fist, heavy as a mountain, swung with a thunderous crack through the air, generating a powerful gale that uprooted trees and stirred clouds of dust, resembling a wild beast unleashed from its cage, intent on tearing apart and devouring all in its path. Scatter. Execute my contingency plan. Reiju approached Robin, lifting her into the air, as the slug sister concluded the summoning and returned to the wetbone forest. Rodney did not intend to confront Moria head-on in his current state. He understood that defeating him would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Instead, he devised a more effective strategy. Don't even think about escaping. Moria pursued him, albeit at a sluggish pace, as speed was never his forte, and his present condition only exacerbated the issue. While his strength had indeed increased, so too had his weight, making movement a laborious endeavor. Rodney said, Reiju, Robin, return to the ship and start the Black Pearl. I cannot predict what may unfold here. Captain, what do you intend to do? Eliminate him in one swift stroke. Chapter 82, The Surge of Water Aboard the Black Pearl. The imprisoned Perona was in tears, confined by Lester in the kitchen, tormented by the enticing aroma of his cooking. She lamented her current state of weakness, unable to muster the strength to escape. Oh, Moria-sama, where are you? Why have you not come to rescue me? Perona wept internally, her hunger growing as the kitchen smells intensified. Here, eat, Lester said, bringing a plate of seafood fried rice and placing it before her. Perona turned her head defiantly, declaring, I am a subordinate of Moria-sama. I would rather leap overboard than consume a morsel of your food. Faced with her resolute stance, Lester was at a loss for words. Scratching his head as he replied, I see. Well, I happen to be a bit hungry myself. Miss Reiju has gone out to assist the captain, so I must prepare a meal for their return. With that, he returned to the preparation of the dishes. Lester's combat prowess was limited. He was merely a cook who had initially positioned himself as a chef with some defensive capability. Over the past few days, Rodney had provided him with specialized training, sufficient to handle ordinary pirates, but against formidable foes, he would simply be delivering food. The kitchen door swung open, and Reiju called out, "Lester, come quickly. The captain has initiated the backup plan." Backup plan? Wait, does that mean he extinguished the flame and rushed out of the kitchen to offer his assistance? Rodney's shadow clones stood beneath the Black Pearl, exerting their strength and leveraging the force of the wind to propel the ship beyond the confines of the terrifying three-masted vessel. Meanwhile, Rodney's original self continued to restrain Moria as he approached the shoreline. Although there were still some pirates aboard the fearsome ship, Rodney had no intention of attending to them. Dodging Moria's heavy punches, he landed directly on the surface of the sea, channeling his chakra into the water beneath his feet. Water release, exploding water wave. The seawater infused with his chakra surged under his command, rising into towering waves that crashed towards Moria with overwhelming ferocity. Moria wondered, "Is it too late for me to flee?" The shadowy sorcerers were unable to switch positions in time, and the tide, saturated with immense chakra, crashed down upon him like a relentless force, engulfing the entire terrifying three-masted ship. Moria pondered why he still possessed strength in the water, though minimal. It allowed him to keep moving. Covering his mouth, he realized that as long as he did not swallow the sea's energy-laden water, his abilities would remain intact. If he could just reach the surface, he would be safe. In the dark depths of the ocean, he felt as if a pair of crimson eyes were watching him, and something seemed to be pulling him down. Despite his buoyancy due to excess fat, Moria sensed he was sinking, and the force dragging him down only intensified. Panic set in as the oxygen dwindled. Fishman karate, monster strength, 2,000-watt punch. A crushing weight struck him, landing on his wounds, mingling his black blood with the seawater. A water-formed shark emerged, biting into his shoulder, causing excruciating pain. His body grew cold as something sapped his strength. Was it the poison from that woman? He had indeed been poisoned, but the power of shadows temporarily suppressed its effects. Could it be that he was unable to withstand it? Were these merely illusions born from his poisoning? Yet the pain was undeniably real. A glint of cold steel flashed before him, a chilling blade carving an irregular path through the water. The blade pierced Moria's skin, embedding itself in his flesh but failing to reach deeper into his throat. Was the water's resistance diminishing its force? With a click of his tongue, Rodney observed Moria's frantic clawing and decided to execute a straightforward plan to drown Moria. The shadow clones continued to grasp Moria's feet, attempting to drag him into the depths of the ocean. As the pressure mounted, Moria felt his lungs burning, the sensation of suffocation growing ever stronger. And the dizziness in his mind intensified. No, I cannot die yet. I have not killed Kaido. His consciousness began to blur, and eventually, he could no longer hold his breath. Gulalo. The seawater surged into his mouth, the ocean's energy suppressing the power of his shadow fruit, draining Moria of his strength. The 1,000 shadows he had infused into his body burst forth, dark energy pillars vanishing into the night, emerging from the sea in search of their master. Above the surface, the seawater had receded from the terrifying three-masted ship, returning to the ocean, leaving corpses floating atop the waves. Moria's zombie army had become useless, reduced to a pile of lifeless bodies. "I wonder how the captain is faring," Lester expressed his concern. "Don't worry," Robin replied. "That man would never place himself in danger." Rodney was the most adept at preserving his own life she had ever encountered. In other words, his survival skills were unparalleled. Indeed. Just one shadow clone technique was enough to leave us in awe, let alone those peculiar abilities. Reiju nodded in agreement. "Beautiful ladies. I seem to hear you speaking of me." A figure emerged from the waves, holding aloft the moonlight Moria, submerged beneath the sea. "Captain, you did it." The demise of Moria was anticipated, as the extent of this man's hidden talents remained a mystery. A man who would never put himself at risk and dared to confront his adversary signified he had enough confidence to eliminate his foe. This fellow is still alive. He cast Moria onto the deck and followed suit. "What about that little girl, Perona?" In the kitchen, Lester inquired. "Should I fetch her?" "No need, Lester. Just keep an eye on her." Shaking his head, Rodney drew his sword, flowering bamboo, and plunged it into Moria's heart, extinguishing his life. Mission: eliminate Moonlight Moria mission level. B status: completed. Rewards: Chidori, Raging Lion main technique, 5-element seal, Shadow Snake Hand, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet, 2nd generation simplified. Water Release, 5-fish shark, Misconcealment, Silent Killing Technique, Permanent Chakra Fruit X2, Explosive Chakra Fruit, 3,000 mission points. Mission complete. Rewards distributed. Rodney was overjoyed and promptly consumed 2 permanent chakra fruits. The chakra within him surged, replenishing his reserves, and a pale blue diamond mark appeared on his forehead, signifying the completion of the chakra storage required for the Baika no Jutsu. This technique was now at his disposal. The Baika no Jutsu encompassed more than just this ability. It also harbored the forbidden techniques of sealing and creation rebirth, implying that as long as his chakra was not depleted, he would not succumb to death unless struck by a lethal blow. "Captain, what is that on your forehead?" someone inquired. "Nothing, merely the excess energy I've concealed within." He replied. What purpose does it serve? Reiju asked curiously. When my energy runs low, I can unleash the energy stored here to gain immense power. As for the usual state, I suspect my visage will remain unchanged with the passage of time. The Baika no Jutsu allows the practitioner to maintain eternal youth through the low output and subtle adjustments of chakra within the Baika seal, enhancing bodily functions and keeping them at peak condition. The ageless Tsunade has touched the threshold of immortality. Even if not truly eternal, her lifespan will be extended, allowing her to retain her youthful appearance until her last breath. Why is that? Oh, I have attained eternal youth. I just completed this technique. Eternal youth? The girls placed great importance on their appearance, and Robin and Reiju's eyes gleamed with anticipation, akin to ravenous wolves spotting prey, sparkling with desire. Rodney took a step back, startled, and quickly added, for now, only I can wield this technique. You lack the chakra to utilize it, so, well, you understand. Robin and Reiju were filled with disappointment. Chapter 83. Per signal, I'll hang up. Bururu bururu bururu. While sailing on the sea, Granny Crane heard the phone bug ringing and answered it. This is Crane. Who is this? General Crane, it's Rodney. Are you on a mission now? The phone bug simulated Rodney's distinctive Sharingan, resembling it enough for Granny Crane to recognize him. They had exchanged contact information back in Alabasta, and the phone bug in Rodney's possession was given to him by her, making her his sole contact. Oh, Rodney. What is the matter? Granny Crane regarded Rodney favorably, finding him much more courteous than those impolite pirates. Haha, last night I accidentally wandered into the Devil's Triangle. Upon mentioning the Devil's Triangle, Granny Crane perked up. Could he have clashed with Moria? Did he need her to mediate? No. Knowing this kid's temperament, could it be? Rodney continued on the line. Haha, the darkness was overwhelming, and someone attacked me. I fought back and accidentally took Moria down. Just look at his bounty. Granny Crane retorted. Who do you think you're fooling? Moria, as one of the 7 warlords, could not just be easily taken down. Are you trying to pull a fast one on an old lady like me? This kid was quite audacious, truly deserving of his training with Garp. Possessing a knack for stirring up trouble, her mind raced with the implications of Moria's demise and the potential repercussions for the world government. However, if what this lad said was true, then Moria's defeat was indeed a reality. As a pirate hunter, eliminating pirates was within the realm of reason. Though Moria and the others held the status of warlords, Granny Crane never regarded them as anything but pirates, merely a group incapable of active combat, yet capable of being used as muscle. The pressing concern was Rodney's elimination of Moria and the ramifications for the world government. Not just anyone could become a warlord. It took significant effort to find a suitable candidate. Garp's grandson could have been a warlord, but alas, he declined, a missed opportunity for a formidable shield, mirroring Garp himself. By the way, did this kid have enemies among the warlords? First Crocodile, and now Moria, he certainly was a source of concern. Sengoku would likely be quite troubled by this turn of events. As she pondered, she was astonished. Moria's abilities were notoriously tricky, yet Rodney had managed to defeat him. Had this young man grown stronger in such a short span? I see. Where are you now? Not sure? We exited the Devil's Triangle. Lester, where are we? Rodney shouted. A voice responded, Don't ask me, Captain. I'm just a cook. Wait, don't ambush me. Aha, little Lester got hit. Huh? Still quite young? Taste my iron fist attack. A commotion ensued on the other end, and Granny Crane sighed. Quickly confirm your position. All right. Soon after, Rodney reported his location. To which Granny Crane nodded and said, Head to the nearest island, and I will contact headquarters to send someone for you. However, don't expect any bounty. What? The phone bug exclaimed loudly, revealing the shock of the person on the other end. How can this be? Moria surely had a bounty, right? Why don't I receive anything? Granny Crane calmly articulated a harsh truth. Before you killed him, Moria was a warlord. Since he held that status, his previous wanted poster and bounty have been entirely annulled. Therefore, Rodney, you shall receive not a single coin. Rodney, the telephone was silent for a moment. And then a woman's voice broke through. Captain, please, pull yourself together. Captain, it's merely 320 million berries. Ah, my money. How could you casually say it's just 320 million? Are you even speaking human language? I beg you, be a decent person. Rodney let out a long howl, as if sensing something amiss, and inquired, Why is Crocodile able to redeem his bounty? Granny Tsuru elucidated. Crocodile was stripped of his warlord title by the world government due to his crimes. At that moment, you seized the opportunity, and theoretically, you ought to return the favor to the world government. Apologies, but my signal is rather poor. Hello? Vice Admiral Tsuru, why are you silent? Wait. My signal is unstable. I must hang up now. Rodney decisively hung up the phone. Does he think I would relinquish my money? Absolutely not. I am akin to a pie-shio. Once it enters my belly, it shall not escape. This little rascal, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Exhaling deeply as he lifted a cup of red tea from the table and took a sip. My apologies. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a stunning beauty stepped inside. Her features were exquisite, exuding a mature allure, with a beauty mark adorning the corner of her mouth, enhancing her charm. She wore a deep crimson top, its collar slightly open, revealing a hint of fair skin, and at her waist hung a golden-hilted renowned blade. clad in hot pants. Her long, straight, snow-white legs were on display, with a spider tattoo gracing her left thigh. She was Sharingan, a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Also known as the future candidate for the esteemed title of Peach Rabbit. Having a close friendship with Granny Crane, she inquired upon seeing the latter's troubled expression. Is it possible that Doflamingo has stirred up some trouble again? Few could elicit such a reaction from Granny Crane. Shaking her head, Granny Crane replied, Doflamingo is not enough to give me a headache. It's that rascal Rodney. The magician? Sharingan recalled her last encounter with Rodney. He appeared utterly harmless. Adorned with an innocent smile, the very image of a good-hearted person, of course, disregarding his seemingly sinister eyes. Indeed, last night, that boy, accompanied by the crew he had recruited, ventured into the Devil's Triangle and killed Moonlight Moria, seeking to exchange the bounty with me. The death of a warlord of the sea would undoubtedly create significant ripples. What? Moria, one of the 7 warlords, is dead? Sharingan, not as seasoned as Granny Crane, was visibly shocked by the news. Moria was indeed one of the 7 warlords. Each selected with great deliberation. Well, Rodney has been somewhat reckless. Yet, they are all formidable individuals. Crocodile, with his Logia fruit, Moria, capable of creating an undead army. Jibe the Fishman, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the nightmare Doflamingo, and the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Along with the magician Rodney, each one of them could single-handedly confront a multitude of pirate strongmen. Although Rodney is formidable, is it not excessively powerful to eliminate a warlord overnight? There is no need for him to deceive us. The pressing question remains, how much strength does this individual truly conceal? Granny Tsuru pondered. He is a bounty hunter. In a sense, he stands on the same front as us. He has even trained with Garp for a time, making him somewhat of a Navy man. Sengoku will likely shield him, but with one warlord dead, we need to find a replacement. Ji-Yuan remarked, if only Admiral Garp's grandson would agree to become a warlord. Unfortunately, he has no desire to do so. Granny Tsuru shook her head. A star that shines too brightly is easily shot down. He is still too young. The new world is not a place to traverse so easily. It is a realm of true brutality, a world entirely distinct from the first half. In the first half, individuals possessing Haki are exceedingly rare. Typically, only Navy personnel possess it. Acquiring a Logia fruit is synonymous with invincibility. However, upon entering the new world, the landscape changes dramatically. One could crush 10 individuals with a single blow, and a significant portion of them would possess Haki, while others are in the process of learning to wield it. At that juncture, the Logia fruit is no longer invincible. Let us set this matter aside for now. It is best for Sengoku to handle it. I suspect he will have a headache once again. Observing her old friend's likely discomfort, Granny Tsuru could not help but chuckle. The death of Moria was merely surprising. Beyond that, it was of little consequence as long as it was managed well. With that thought, she dialed Sengoku's transponder snail. Chapter 84. Do not accompany girls shopping at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Within the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku found a rare moment of leisure. He brewed some tea and retrieved a long-hidden snack to indulge in a brief respite. Life is truly splendid, he mused, tearing open the package. Just as he took a bite, the transponder snail rang. Blurp, blurp. Sengoku's expression darkened. Just when he thought everything was settled, trouble had arisen again during his break. However, as a seasoned fleet admiral, Sengoku would not unleash his frustrations on his work. He answered the transponder snail. This is Sengoku. This is Tsuru. Tsuru? What brings you to call me? He recalled that she was supposed to be heading to the new world. Something must have occurred. Granny Tsuru briefly reported that Rodney had dispatched Moria. As she anticipated, Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What? That kid actually took down a warlord? He himself is a warlord. What is he thinking? The Gorosei will undoubtedly raise a ruckus regarding a warlord attacking another warlord. It was not merely a matter of how to handle Rodney, but rather the need to find a new warlord, which posed a significant challenge. Moria's death was just the beginning. There would be many subsequent complications. The relationship between the warlords and the world government is one of mutual exploitation. The Navy harbors no fondness for the warlords, wishing for their demise. Sengoku's current concern was whether this reckless young man would target the remaining warlords. Given his audacity, he might very well dare to do so. While eliminating that group of warlords would be beneficial, losing a combatant would complicate matters with the Gorosei. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku felt a throb in his head. After a moment's contemplation, he decided, very well, the Gorosei are unaware for now. We can use Rodney's reasoning to placate them, letting them seek an explanation from him. Moria's demise is a blessing in disguise, one less menace to deal with. What the Gorosei thinks is not my concern. We are all cunning foxes, no need for theatrics. Who will they choose to become the next warlord? Granny Tsuru inquired. Let us leave it vacant for now. The fewer warlords, the better. I have always disagreed with the warlord system. What is a legalized pirate? They rob ordinary people under the guise of the world government, only to tarnish its image. I truly wonder what those people think about all day. One less is one less. Should we send someone to inquire about the specifics? By the way, he also wishes to claim Moria's bounty. That is impossible. Warlords do not have bounties. How absurd. You bring me trouble, and now you want money? Forget it. There is no chance. As for sending someone, Akainu is on a mission, Kasare must remain at headquarters, and Sabayati and Akiji is currently on leave. I recall he is on vacation, so let him handle it. Rodney is not far from his location. Having made his decision, he swiftly dialed the transponder snail, reaching Hokage. The latter's voice was lethargic, clearly indicating he was not in the best condition. Hello, who is this? This is Sengoku. Hokage, I have a mission for you. Ah. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I am on vacation and would prefer not to work. You need to visit the new warlord, Rodney. He has killed another warlord, Moria. And you must ascertain the details and subtly gauge his strength. Sengoku offered no room for Hokage to refuse, promptly providing an address before ending the call. How frustrating. Now I have to work during my vacation. This new warlord, Rodney, certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Rising from his beach chair, he mounted the bicycle park nearby. A chilling breeze formed a narrow path of ice across the surface of the sea as he pedaled forward. At this pace, reaching Rodney's location would require considerable time. On Danana Island, the Black Pearl docked at the harbor. After their voyage, Rodney and his crew arrived at the island to replenish supplies and rest. Delaying for the Navy. They had been here for several days. Apart from procuring necessities, they spent most of their time exploring the area. Danana Island was a relatively prosperous town. Thanks to its unique location, the service industry thrived, catering to pirates and profiting from them. While there were numerous pirates on the island, few had high bounties. Rodney, seeking a vacation, had no intention of taking action, so he merely allowed Lester to find a few individuals to practice against. Since Rodney eliminated Moria, Perona had taken to avoiding him like a mouse evading a cat, wishing to hide away from him. Thus, Rodney entrusted her to Robin's care, which proved effective. Although he was unsure of the methods used, the fact that Perona no longer feared him or tried to run away was a significant success. While he was perplexed by her trembling upon seeing Robin, it held little relevance to him. There was no rush. They could take their time. Captain, could you move a bit faster? Reiju urged, as she, Robin, and Perona strolled through the streets, leaving the beleaguered Rodney and Lester struggling with heavy bags behind. Hey, have a little consideration for us. We can hardly see the road. Rodney protested. Didn't we come out to purchase supplies? Why has it turned into a shopping trip for you ladies? In the realm of femininity, the moment one steps onto the streets, the irresistible urge to indulge in shopping takes hold. Even women like Robin and Reiju, who possess a modest disposition towards material desires, seem to awaken an extraordinary facet of their nature. As for Perona, she revels in her pursuits, leaving only Rodney and Lester burdened, tasked with carrying the items procured by the women. Captain, such behavior lacks gentlemanly grace, Robin remarked, turning with a smile. At this rate, you'll find it difficult to secure a wife. Humph. I wouldn't mind remaining single for a lifetime, came the quintessentially blunt retort from Rodney, eliciting head shakes from both Robin and Reiju. Perona, emboldened, chimed in, Ho ho ho, Lord Rodney will never be lacking in female company. Originally intending to jest at Rodney's expense, her newfound audacity faltered under his piercing gaze, causing her to wilt momentarily. Among the trio of women, Perona was the most extravagant shopper, acquiring a plethora of dark-themed garments, all at Rodney's expense. Robin and Reiju purchased a considerable amount, albeit not as much as she did. Lester acquired an ample supply of provisions. The ship is equipped with a dedicated freezer designed specifically for the preservation of fresh ingredients, primarily storing vegetables and fruits. Meat, on the other hand, is personally caught by Rodney, who fishes or dives for seafood. While at sea, it is essential to obtain vitamins. Otherwise, even the strongest constitution may struggle. Not every vessel is fortunate enough to have a Nami aboard, cultivating orange trees to provide everyone with essential vitamins. Rodney had considered planting some fruit trees, but upon reflection, he decided against it, opting instead to cultivate vegetables. He specifically sought out an unused room for this purpose, dedicated to growing vegetables to supplement his vitamins. They have now sprouted and will soon be ready for harvest. Had it not been for the peculiar weather along the Grand Line, he would have relocated the garden to the top of the ship. For he possessed a unique lineage that allowed him to cultivate crops anywhere. To tend to his vegetables, he frequently watered them and removed pests personally. The growth rate after sprouting was astonishing. However, the yield was disappointingly meager, barely enough for a single meal. The only crop that could be consumed in one evening was the bean sprouts. Are you ladies done yet? I'm about to collapse, Rodney exclaimed. At this point, he would rather engage in a fierce battle for several days and nights than continue shopping with this group of women. The physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the mental fatigue. They browsed countless stores without making purchases, and even after buying, the items might never be worn. He and Lester were on the verge of nausea from the endless shopping. Well, it seems the time has come. Let us return, he finally suggested. And at long last, they headed home. Rodney and Lester felt as though they had clawed their way back from the depths of hell. Today, they learned a valuable lesson. Never accompany a woman on a shopping spree. Chapter 85. Admiral Hokage. As dusk fell, the crimson sun gradually sank into the sea, preparing for a night of relaxation, complete with a soak and a massage, so they could rise early for work the next morning. A group of them returned to the ship, laden with bags. Just as they boarded, Rodney halted, issuing a warning. Who goes there? If you're lurking about, reveal yourself. No one answered him. Robin inquired, what's the matter? Is there someone else? Reiju responded, there's the heartbeat of a sixth person. There were only 5 living souls aboard the ship, Moria's corpse had been incinerated by Rodney upon realizing it could not be exchanged for money. It was impossible for there to be a sixth heartbeat. Rodney sniffed and remarked, "There is a sin of living beings aboard the ship. It belongs to a working professional who enjoys slacking off during work hours, exuding an air of laziness. By the way, what exactly is the anatomy of your nose? What does the smell of laziness even entail? Ah, come now, good sir, you truly have a knack for humor. How could anyone possibly detect the aroma of idleness?" His tone carried a hint of mockery, and Rodney feared that this fellow might suddenly utter something absurd or confrontational. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged, clad in a white suit vest over a deep blue shirt, adorned with a green eye mask across his forehead. His fluffy curls framing a face that bore an expression of drowsiness, as if he might succumb to sleep at any moment. The highest combatant of the Navy headquarters. A user of the ice fruit, the Admiral, Hokage Kazan. Robin took a few steps back, momentarily calmed by Rodney's grip, recalling the O'Hara incident when Kazan had chosen to spare her. However, the aftermath of O'Hara transformed Kazan from a passionate youth into a lethargic middle-aged man, though he remained among the strongest in the world. The incident sparked skepticism in him regarding the Navy's justice, shifting his belief from fervent righteousness to a more complacent form. Understanding that interpretations of justice vary with one's stance, he would neither question others' sense of justice nor allow anyone to impede his own. A person of courtesy. He chose not to intrude into the ship's cabin and instead reclined on a nearby hammock, his gaze fixed on Robin. "Nico, Robin, have you grown so much? Have you found a new patron?" He had been silently observing her, wishing to understand whether his friend's past plea to spare Robin had been justified. He was aware of her struggles and had offered no assistance, watching from the shadows as she ultimately became an underling of Crocodile. With Crocodile's demise, did she then naturally fall under Rodney's command? "What brings you here, Admiral Kazan?" Robin inquired. "Ah, he is the Admiral Kazan?" Verona, startled, quickly hid behind Reiju. She had only heard the name before, never having encountered the man himself, yet understood the significance it bore, strength surpassing that of Rodney and Moria combined. Admiral Kazan, indeed? Lester felt nervous, facing such an eminent figure for the first time. In contrast, Rodney remained remarkably composed, saying, "Oh, Admiral Kazan. It's my first time seeing you in person." If it were a golden-haired vampire or a laughing pharaoh, he might have felt a twinge of excitement. He positioned himself protectively in front of Robin, which touched her deeply, though she had previously encountered would have pushed her forward to claim a hefty bounty, leaving her life riddled with betrayal. "Brother, do you know who she is? Why not let her join your crew?" Kazan asked with a yawn. "I do know, the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. Worth over 70 million berries, I believe. Is there an issue?" Rodney clapped his hands, and Robin understood his hands emerged from the room to present a chair beneath him. For crew members stood behind him as he lounged, crossing his legs. If he were clad in a black suit and accompanied by a cat, he would resemble a godfather. "Could you lower yourself? Speaking while looking up is rather tiring." Kazan, amiable, nodded and descended the stairs, conjuring an ice chair for himself. "7 warlords, Rodney, are you prepared to shield a criminal sought by the world government? Although I have come merely to seek you." "Ah, how intriguing. No one knows better than Admiral Kazan how Robin escaped back then. I suspect an anonymous tip may soon appear on Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk from a concerned individual." Kazan's expression twitched. Was this young man threatening him? He sighed, noticing Reiju, and remarked, "Miss, you are quite lovely. You seem familiar. Do you have time this evening?" The atmosphere shifted abruptly. "You scoundrel. I am still here. How dare you flirt with my crew in my presence?" "Ah, back to the matter at hand. What is the situation with Moria?" "Kazan was here for this very purpose." Rodney remarked, "I inadvertently wandered into Moria's domain. He sought my shadow, and then we engaged in combat, resulting in his untimely demise due to an unfortunate mishap." Verona, with a dismissive expression, retorted, "You speak so nonchalantly about that night, glossing over the events, despite the fact that you were the aggressor. Moria's master could only endure in silence. Is that all? This puts me in quite a predicament for my report upon my return. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" She continued, "That's all there is to it. Oh, by the way, it's time for dinner. So I want to keep you, General. Find a place to rest on your own." With evident disdain, she attempted to usher Kazan away. However, Kazan surveyed his surroundings and replied, "I find this place rather agreeable. I shall stay here for the night." "Oh, and Nico Robin, congratulations on securing another ally. But I am far more interested in apprehending you." Robin bit her lower lip, stepping back with her arms crossed, poised to unleash her abilities. However, Rodney grasped her hands and declared, "Robin is my crew member, and I recall that the 7 warlords enjoy certain privileges, do they not? I demand a pardon for Robin's past transgressions." "That is not feasible. The world government will not let him off so easily," came the response. Rodney of the 7 warlords. "If that is the case, you must also be prepared to stand against the world government." Kazan rose, ice forming across his body, emanating a chilling aura. "Oh, is that so?" He scratched his head, casting a troubled glance at Robin, causing her heart to sink. "Am I to be betrayed once more? Very well. Then I too shall oppose the world government. I care not for the title of 7 warlord, a position you forcibly bestowed upon me. Should I wish to flee, none could capture me, not even you, Admiral Hokage. A liberal, are you? Even the world government does not concern itself with you. Suddenly, Rodney commanded, "Stop. Engage on the sea." He leapt onto the water's surface. "Oh, I truly can stand on the water." I was skeptical when Mr. Garp mentioned it. Shooting a glance at Robin, he jumped from the Black Pearl, and upon landing on the sea, the port's waters instantly froze, observing the ice beneath his feet. Rodney clicked his tongue, realizing the potential of the Logia fruit. He had not finished his thought before a powerful fist struck his chest, shattering him into ice shards. It is quite rude to interrupt another's speech. An ice sculpture emerged behind Rodney, transforming into Kazan, releasing a terrifying chill that instantly encased Rodney in ice. Freezing moment. Instant kill. Shouldn't he be stronger? Wasn't it said he possessed numerous techniques? Just as he pondered this, he heard a hissing sound as the ice surrounding Rodney rapidly melted. What is happening? Boil release. Unmatched strength. Water vapor dissipated the ice, and with swift hand seals, a fireball was unleashed toward Kazan. Fire release. Great fireball. After releasing the fireball, he retreated, utilizing Moonstep to glide through the air. Moonstep? And that peculiar ability, is it a devil fruit? Ice balls were launched towards their airborne target in an attempt to freeze it. Boil release. Unmatched strength. Chapter 86. Complete defeat. The boil release evaporated the ice covering his body, allowing him to deftly avoid Kazan's assault. He knew that the seemingly lethargic man before him had not exerted his full strength. Kazan had likely only utilized a fraction of his power. Ice block. Two-pronged spear. With a gentle wave of his arm, several spears of frost, imbued with a chilling essence, hurtled towards him. Fire release. Great fireball. The searing fireball collided with the icy spears, causing them to pierce through the flames, melting into rounded short sticks that shattered upon hitting the ice. Ah! Such a fiery attack. Rodney raised an ice wall to shield against the fireball. Brother, you are not Fire Fist Ace. How could you wield flames? Freezing time capsule. A wave of cold energy surged towards Rodney, freezing everything in its path, even the air itself. No comment. Fire release. Head hardening. Boom. The rapidly compressed fire chakra exploded in the air, dramatically raising the temperature as ice and fire clashed, creating a thick mist that enveloped the ice surface, granting Rodney the opportunity to conceal his form. Shave. In an instant, he appeared behind Kazan, catching the Admiral off guard with his observation haki, which sensed the silence. If not for the haki, even he might have failed to notice him. Such an eerie ability, Kazan deemed. The silent kill technique, as the name implies, is an assassination method capable of taking a life without a sound, originating from the once feared village of Mist, where the adept assassin Zabuzamomochi, known as the Demon, eliminated all his fellow graduates. The human body has many vulnerable points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, heart, brain, carotid arteries, subclavian arteries, kidneys. How fragile we truly are, would you not agree? Admiral Kazan? His fist shattered Kazan's form once more, revealing only ice. The elemental transformation of the Logia type is nearly insurmountable without haki, unless there is a significant elemental counter. You speak the truth, Kazan replied, as ice encased Rodney's feet, rendering him temporarily immobile. Though you could melt the ice with steam. It is over. An ice blade rested upon his shoulder as Kazan appeared behind him. Indeed, but your observation haki must have sensed it already. With a puff, Rodney vanished. Kazan remained unfazed, remarking, "A clone? What a curious ability. I wonder when you slipped beneath the ice?" As he spoke, it was clear he had already discovered his whereabouts. The observation haki detected a shadowy figure swimming beneath several meters of ice. What fruit does this fellow possess? Mr. Garp himself was uncertain. Rodney's enigmatic abilities were attributed to a peculiar devil fruit. Here it comes. Boom. A figure burst through the ice, whispering, "Lightning release, gratitude wave." Electric currents surged forth, causing Kazan's body to tingle. This strike, transmitted through the ice, directly affected his true form, albeit only momentarily. Painful heaven's foot. A stomp shattered Kazan's form once again, along with the ice beneath him. Hey, Admiral Kazan, as an admiral, can't you refrain from using your devil fruit abilities? Could we not engage in a genuine battle? Rodney landed on a floating ice chunk, his skin reddening, ever prepared to release boil release to avoid being frozen. That is not feasible, my dear boy. Simply fighting you is exhausting enough. Without my devil fruit powers, it would be even more taxing. Kazan appeared, shaking his head, his eyelids drooping, exuding an air of lethargy. He could have appeared instantly, a severe case of laziness. Very well, the ice fruit's power is indeed troublesome. I dislike it. My leg hair is nearly frozen off. With a swift motion of his hands, 3 seals were completed in the blink of an eye. Behold my new technique, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A fierce water dragon erupted, roaring and rushing towards Kazan with formidable might. Yet, with a mere gesture, Kazan transformed the water dragon into a magnificent ice sculpture. A stunning work of art. Can you control seawater? Kazan's gaze shifted, for he knew that seawater and sea stone were the nemesis of devil fruit users. Standing upon the water, even the mightiest devil fruit wielder would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. So, Rodney, did you use this technique to eliminate Moria? Who knows? Rodney shrugged, replying, "We have no conflict of interest, Admiral Kazan. Come now, let us engage in earnest combat." Kazan paused momentarily before replying gravely, "Ice block, violent heron." With a single arm, an ice bird was conjured, soaring gracefully through the air. In an instant, the ice bird expanded to the size of a 5- or 6-story building. hurtling forth with unparalleled speed and an intense chill. The ice surface, recently shattered, was once again solidified, leaving in its wake a frosty path adorned with jagged icicles. Rodney stood firm, his hands forming a singular seal, fire release, great fire annihilation. A surging sea of flames crashed towards him like relentless waves. Colliding with the beak of the raging bird, ice and fire clashed in a fierce struggle, each striving to extinguish the other, resulting in a stalemate. Shadow clone. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. The two shadow clones immediately unleashed wind techniques to amplify the ferocity of the flames, the wind fueling the fire, making it blaze even more brightly. Hiss. The ice melted into vapor, dissipating into the air as several figures darted swiftly within. Suddenly, the sound of 1,000 chirping birds filled the air. Lightning coalesced upon the palm, tearing through the mist, charging directly at Kazan. Kazan's large hand grasped Rodney's arm, whispering, "I locked onto you from the very beginning. You were the true body." The shadow clones were solid manifestations, indistinguishable even by the observation Hokage. But if the true body could be identified from the outset, the scenario would be drastically different. Once the true body was captured, it signified the outcome of the battle. 1,000 birds. The shadow clones surged forth, their right hands, enveloped in thunder, lunging towards Kazan's heart. Freezing moment. Hiss. Crack. The bone-chilling ice encased all the shadow clones along with the true body, and as Kazan rose, he remarked, "Well, let us bring this to an end. But I suppose escaping will be swift?" Rodney's prowess has likely been assessed. His flamboyant abilities are quite troublesome. If he weren't a natural type user, his opponent wouldn't utilize Hokage. And he would undoubtedly face more challenges. Particularly, his ability to manipulate seawater is formidable. When navigating the seas, one cannot escape the necessity of water. And this skill can effectively control many capable individuals. However, considering Rodney is a bounty hunter, he currently poses no threat to the Navy. Yet, many bounty hunters have ultimately turned into pirates. For now, it is sufficient that he remains a warlord of the sea, having completed his mission. Kazan felt exhausted and contemplated finding a place to rest. As he strolled away, Raijin and Robin hurried towards him. Upon glancing up, he noticed Raijin donned in Germa battle attire and remarked, "No wonder it seems familiar, the eldest daughter of Germa. I recall Vinsmoke Judge entrusting the Navy with the task of locating his daughter. It appears she has been taken by Rodney." Nevertheless, he decided to refrain from commenting, as it was beyond the scope of his mission. Unmatched strength. A low voice echoed once more as Rodney and his shadow clone simultaneously broke free from the ice. However, the clone could not withstand the strain and vanished with a muffled groan. Indeed, he could not compete with an admiral. This exemplifies the disparity in power. Kazan had yet to employ his physical prowess, relying solely on his fruit abilities, which were not fully unleashed. Hokage, he sighed deeply, though his body kept pace. An unshakable feeling lingered, one that rendered him utterly uncomfortable, as no amount of training seemed to yield results. He positioned his fingers as a blade against his chest, contemplating releasing the seal, but upon reflection, he decided it would be futile, so he abandoned the thought. "Captain, are you all right?" Raijin and Robin inquired with concern as they rushed over. "I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head, as the tall man continued his leisurely pace. Rodney then said, "Let us go back." Chapter 87. Night Talk. Kazan's strength is indisputable. However, he is undeniably lazy. After enjoying a meal aboard the Black Pearl, he promptly lay down on a hammock and fell asleep. He seemed unbothered by the chill, though few in the world could be colder than him. While his heart is warm, his fruit ability is frigid. Perhaps he should trade abilities with that cold-hearted fellow Akainu. The admirals are indeed amusing. The warmest-hearted consume the coldest fruits, the coldest individuals possess the hottest fruits, and the laziest among them feast upon the swiftest fruits. The port was slightly cool that night. Yet Rodney felt little discomfort, as this warmth was far more tolerable compared to Kazan's ice. Were it not for his boiling escape, his flesh would have likely frozen, and his skin might have suffered frostbite. What fortunate luck! With Kazan aboard, there was no need for him to take shifts guarding at night, with an admiral present. Few places could be safer. Yet, this fellow is indeed impressive, akin to the Garp family, capable of falling asleep anywhere, anytime. Passing by Robin's library, usually frequented solely by her, Raijin occasionally considered visiting. The lights within were still aglow. After knocking on the door, Robin called, "Come in." Upon seeing the visitor, she smiled. "Captain, why are you still awake at this hour?" "I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll." He pulled a chair and, noticing the notes before Robin, asked, "What are you working on?" "Just some historical notes," Robin replied, flipping through her records, "not just the history itself. There are other historical accounts I wish to uncover." "Is that so? Did the scholars of O'Hara also seek knowledge in such a manner?" "They were all like that," Robin reminisced, shaking her head. "Captain, you know I wish to uncover that particular history." "I understand." He leaned on the table, saying, "I too am somewhat intrigued by that history. What secrets lie hidden in the blank century? Why does the world government seek to obscure this segment of history? Also, Admiral, eavesdropping is not a commendable act." Robin's expression shifted dramatically as she concealed the notebook in her hand. Kazan, scratching his head and sporting an eye patch, entered through the door, exclaiming, "Ah! Why is it that despite my lack of overwhelming presence, my senses remain so keen? I merely happened to pass by." You did not conceal your aura at all. Did you? It is only because Robin is not adept in combat, nor does she possess the ability to hear the flowers bloom, that anyone with a modicum of strength could sense her presence. Though Robin may not excel in direct confrontations, she is well suited for espionage and assassination. Her flower fruit grants her significant versatility in these areas, along with immense potential for growth. Thus, at this late hour, what brings you here, General? Pray. Do not suggest it is merely a matter of needing the restroom. This is the private domain of Miss Robin, and you cannot intrude recklessly. Do not say such things. After all, I was the one who set her free, he sighed, pulling out a chair to sit down. I have been aware of Robin's movements over the years. Rodney, do you intend to become her pillar of support? Is there an issue with that? Not particularly, but you must be prepared to face accountability from the world government. As for Germa's eldest daughter, I can overlook that, but I will certainly include Robin in my report, Kazan replied. Robin's hand was tightly clenched, the fingertips slightly pale. As he bowed his head, lost in thought, Rodney scratched his head, his tone laced with exasperation. Tell me, aren't you well aware of the events from back then? Robin did nothing wrong, did she? Merely an orphan from O'Hara, and yet you dare to place such a heinous accusation upon a mere child. When O'Hara was annihilated, the world government, upon discovering Robin was a surviving remnant, issued a bounty on her, concealing the true reasons for their pursuit. Instead, they attributed to her the ludicrous charge of having destroyed 6 naval warships, placing a staggering bounty of 79 million berries on her head. Can you seriously tell me that such a young child could obliterate 6 naval vessels? Have you lost your mind? Kazan replied. This is the sort of thing the world government does. Indeed, a true farce, he waved dismissively. Given that you were cognizant of the historical context, did you choose to shelter Robin for the sake of preserving history? Yes, what of it? Besides, a lovely young lady is far more pleasing to the eye than a brutish man. Wouldn't you agree? Rodney shrugged. Do not underestimate the curiosity of humanity. Yet, curiosity can sometimes lead to ruin, much like the fate that befell the denizens of O'Hara. Kazan glanced at Robin as he spoke. I understand. But isn't it innate for humans to court danger? They teeter on the brink of destruction, perpetually repeating this cycle. In the absence of external threats, humanity could very well bring about its own demise. Who would have thought you were a philosopher? No, I merely embody the 3 fundamental traits of humanity. 3 fundamental traits? A parrot, a pigeon, and the delicious aroma phenomenon. Kazan? Robin, it has begun again, the captain's inexplicable words. Ahem, to get to the point. What I wish to express is this. Admiral Kazan, this woman, Nico Robin, I have made my decision. I would forsake the 7 warlords if necessary. Ah. You will be hunted down, transitioning from the 7 warlords to a criminal with a bounty in the billions. Are you truly willing to take that risk? Come now. I harbor no objections. I have never been one to fret over such matters. According to the rules, I have not violated any regulations of the world government. Even as an admiral, you lack the authority to revoke my position as a warlord. Furthermore, Nico Robin is under my command, by the rules. I can use my privilege to request the world government to pardon her transgressions. Each warlord, upon assuming their position, has the right to make demands of the world government. Yet Rodney has not done so. The matter of the bounty is a concession from the world government and does not count as his request. Thus Rodney is entitled to make demands. However, regarding Robin, the likelihood of agreement from that cadre of politicians is slim. Indeed, I currently lack the authority to apprehend you. Kazan adheres to the rules yet does not cling to them rigidly. As Rodney has indicated, they have not broken any rules, and thus lack the qualification for arrest. In truth, Kazan does not genuinely wish to capture her. Had he desired her capture, he would not have spared her 2 decades ago. He merely wishes to ascertain whether Rodney would provide shelter for Robin. While he may appear to be evading and engaging in verbal sparring, he seems inclined to protect her, treating her as a comrade. Nico Robin, you have encountered a good person this time, albeit one who enjoys courting danger and playing with fire. Nevertheless, this is of no concern to me. Historical affairs do not fall within my purview. It appears I must amend my report. I shall keep a vigilant watch on you. Rodney, when you pose a threat to the world government, I shall personally come to apprehend you. He rose and departed. Is that so? Threatening the world government? Drawing forth a kunai to sharpen his nails, he remarked, Has the Navy always been a lapdog of the world government? Just like his 7 warlords. Proclaiming absolute justice while executing the commands of the world government? The ordinary citizens who have perished at your hands are not few, are they? At times. Your reputation pales in comparison to that of pirates. The Navy serves as the violent apparatus of the world government, safeguarding the seas, yet at times. They must execute commands that are inhumane and contrary to their ethos, yet they must comply. Many in the Navy find their sense of justice wavering. What exactly do they fight for? Numerous individuals who once aspired to justice find themselves bewildered about their own convictions and those of the Navy. While many pirates are indeed nefarious, it is unjust to condemn them all indiscriminately, even if few among them are virtuous. Choosing to eliminate these pirates is one matter. Recognizing that there are some good individuals among them is another. Kazan remains silent. This is an undeniable truth. The Navy has indeed transformed from what it once was. Yet he knows that many still yearn for justice. This is the very reason for his ongoing struggle. I steadfastly believe in justice. Your justice? Is it the Navy's justice? Is it the world government's justice? Or that of the 5 decrepit old men? Admiral Kazan. Kazan simply remained silent and left, closing the door behind him. Chapter 88. The green pheasant who stowed away on the ship. I never noticed, Captain, that your eloquence was so impressive. Robin smiled faintly. Kazan's departure brought her joy. After all, this admiral had left a significant shadow over her childhood. The powers of the natural element were overwhelmingly formidable. And the ability to freeze the seas is something that one would indelibly remember. Although she was grateful that Kazan spared her, she could never forget that it was he and Admiral Akainu who had obliterated O'Hara. What Robin did not know was that Kazan, the affable old man, had been secretly watching over her since her departure, concerned that she might stray onto the wrong path. He was indeed a good-hearted individual, albeit one who had grown complacent after the events of O'Hara. Ha! I call this verbal evasion. I have yet to master it. If I had, I could speak someone to death. Do you remember how many people the prince defeated with his words back in the day? Nagato, Obito, Sasuke. Only Kaguya was a naive simpleton, speaking little. If she were more loquacious, one could imagine her ending up in the basement, covered in the word justice. Such an impressive ability, however. The Captain's powers appear rather unfriendly towards women. For instance, as Robin was speaking, she noticed Rodney across from her, grinning while activating his Sharingan, gently inquiring. What are you saying, Robin-chan? Robin smiled gently. What is the matter? Aren't you afraid of being taken down by Admiral Kazan this time? Not at all, he replied. I have stated before that unless you betray me, I shall always protect you. Anyone who wishes to take you away must first step over my dead body. Robin. Remember this. Having chosen you and having you join my crew, you are now mine. Unless I renounce my path, you shall never escape from me. His heartfelt words rendered Robin speechless as she discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The smile that blossomed upon her face radiated warmth akin to the winter sun, touching the heart. Captain, you have earned the right to be a true person. Eh? What did you consider me in your heart before? The next morning, Kazan mentioned wanting to hitch a ride, and so he lingered here for breakfast once again. After finishing, he reclined in a lounge chair, completely oblivious to the notion of being a guest. Preparations for departure were underway. Rodney set the Black Pearl in motion, subsequently engaging in a day of training with Lester. Given that Lester's skills required refinement, it was imperative for him to possess the ability to defend himself. Rodney instructed his shadow clone to spar with Lester, while he secured several ropes to sturdy points on the Black Pearl. With a leap, he positioned himself before the ship, directing Robin and Reiju to lower the sails. The Black Pearl relied on wind power, and once the sails were dropped, its propulsion would be significantly diminished. Yet, this was precisely what Rodney desired. Grasping the ropes, he assumed the role of a towman, exerting his physical strength to pull the Black Pearl, running across the ocean's surface. His face flushed, he became the vessel's engine. The buoyancy of the sea considerably reduced the ship's weight, yet it remained formidable. Remarkably, Rodney managed to move the vessel using only his physical prowess, achieving a speed that, while not as swift as the wind, was comparable to that of a small electric scooter. Such diligence was commendable. Kazan mumbled incoherently, donning an eye patch, before rolling over to continue his slumber. Life at sea was hardly exhilarating. Rodney dedicated his days to training, while Lester focused on cooking. Reiju took on the role of the ship's doctor, albeit without formal training. Yet her presence ensured they were safeguarded from poisoning. Robin spent her days reading and jotting notes and sketches in her notebook, while Perona utilized her ghost fruit abilities to flit about the ship. She was well managed by Robin, though she seldom heeded Rodney's instructions. This was inconsequential, as long as Robin complied. Thus, the crew aboard the Black Pearl consisted of such characters, alongside Kazan, who spent his days sleeping and eating punctually. After 2 days of this routine, they unexpectedly encountered a group of pirates. The black pirate flag billowed in the wind, featuring a white skull crossed by flintlock pistols. Robin, can you ascertain the identity of the pirate crew? Rodney inquired, momentarily foregoing his training. Robin, with a sense of resignation, realized that her captain had mistaken her for a pirate identification machine, expressing her exasperation. Captain, I am not acquainted with every pirate crew. Is that so, Reiju? Captain, if Robin is unaware, how could I possibly know? Ah, indeed. Choosing to disregard Lester and Perona, who were undoubtedly uninformed. The 4 aboard the ship focused their attention on Kazan, who was indulging in a new dish prepared by Lester. Well, don't look at me like that. He should be a minor pirate, but I am uncertain. As for any bounty, I cannot say. As a vice admiral, it is implausible for him to remember every wanted pirate. His subordinates each have secretaries, and it is typically their duty to retain such knowledge while the officers execute their responsibilities. So, Vice Admiral Kazan, are you merely a freeloader aboard the ship? I feel tired. That will be all. The others. Rodney let out a sigh, his eyes catching something in the distance. He tilted his head, and a sound erupted near his ear. Reiko reached out and effortlessly grasped the incoming object. Opening her hand, a bullet lay quietly in her palm. As a cyborg, catching such a mundane bullet was a trivial task. How audacious to attack us directly. Rodney rubbed his ear. The pirate ship was still quite distant, indicating the work of the opposing sniper. Typically, snipers would first target the flag of the enemy ship to provoke and signal to the attacked. This vessel is ours. Arrogance. My ears are itching. A nameless pirate crew dares to strike at me? Prepare to perish. Water release. Water shark bullet. The sea morphed into a shark. Its jaws gaping wide, revealing a menacing set of teeth as it leapt from the water, rapidly approaching the enemy pirate crew with a powerful swish of its tail. Amidst the shocked cries of the pirates, it devoured several individuals, dragging them into the depths. Ah, Captain, the first mate has been eaten by the shark. A one-eyed pirate exclaimed, trembling as he spoke to a tall man wearing a pirate hat beside him. Standing 2 meters tall, with a full beard. Draped in a coat and wielding a flintlock, he snorted dismissively. You fools, what are you waiting for? Open fire on them. We are the sharpshooter pirates. This distance is more than enough for us to eliminate them. The sharpshooter pirates, led by Captain William, who had a bounty of 24 million berries, was renowned for his remarkable marksmanship. He relished the thrill of sniping enemies from great distances, and the initial shot had indeed been his. Although he was unaware that Reiko had caught the bullet in her hand while reloading, if he had seen it, he would have retreated in fear. What of the devil fruit users? They could be vanquished as well. William, overly confident in his prowess, had previously dispatched a weak user with ease, inflating his ego to the point where he underestimated such abilities. Clearly, he was unaware of the true nature of devil fruit users, who were often unpredictable. Had it been a face-to-face confrontation, the outcome might have been drastically different. The Black Pearl was drawing closer, and William pulled back the bolt of his gun, aiming at Rodney, whom he mistakenly believed to be the captain. A pity he had misidentified his target. Through the scope, Rodney flashed a grin, his red eyes gleaming with menace, causing William to hesitate momentarily. In that instant, Rodney flicked his wrist, sending a kunai flying toward him. Bang! The kunai embedded itself into the mast behind him. What the? Such poor aim. Not even worthy of my crew, William mocked. Boom. The paper attached to the kunai ignited, followed by an explosion. The mast of the ship was easily severed. Not every vessel was constructed from the finest materials. The explosion of the detonating talisman effortlessly shattered the mast, which then toppled toward William. Ah, the mast is falling. Chapter 89. A highly reliable individual, the captain, was crushed by the fallen mast, and the first mate had been devoured by the shark, leaving the sharpshooter pirates devoid of leadership. They could only lower their pirate flag and surrender. It all transpired too swiftly. They had scarcely registered the events before their captain was dead. Was this truly how it ended, without even engaging in a boarding battle? They were far too formidable. In no time, they were subdued by Rodney and his crew. Men stood to the left, women to the right, and those who were neither stood in the center. Hurry! Rodney commanded from the bow of the ship. Bring your treasures aboard. I intend to seize them. Additionally, are there any bountied pirates among you? Our captain and first mate. One with a bounty of 24 million berries, the other with 13 million berries, came the response. I see. And what of your first mate? Eaten by the sudden shark. Now lost to the sea. Rodney, where's the captain? Beneath the mast. Gazing at the heap of flesh, he fell into silence once again. Realizing that the one who had shot at him was indeed their captain. How unexpectedly feeble. No wonder I managed to eliminate 2 individuals and still had mission points to spare. However, can this pile of meat be converted into currency? Damn. I have suffered a significant loss this time. Captain, this band of pirates is impoverished, possessing only 5 million berries, and oh, a meager amount of gold. Robin approached, cradling a treasure chest in her hands. Upon opening it, it revealed a bounty of gleaming gold. While gold is a universal currency, such a small quantity holds little value. Rodney recalled the gold from Skypiea, a pang of sorrow striking him. One day, when he masters Hokage, he shall embark on a journey to Skypiea to retrieve all the gold from there. Such treasures. He stowed the gold away, transporting it to the warehouse, dismissing the ragtag group. For dealing with them would tarnish his hands. Rodney leaped back onto his ship, leaving those individuals to fend for themselves. There were no islands in the vicinity. With the ship having lost its essential mast, it was akin to losing half of its life, rendering the chances of survival exceedingly slim. Rodney spared them. Yet he did not. The mere act of refraining from directly taking their lives was a mercy he bestowed. He could grant clemency to the pirates, but their survival rested solely upon their own choices. Even if they could no longer endure the taxes imposed by the heavens, or if they chose to venture into the sea due to unbearable conditions in their homeland, the moment they opted for a life of piracy, they must face the consequences. He understood the backgrounds of his crew. He could determine whether to let them live or perish. However, for those whose past transgressions were unknown to him, he could only respond with a resolute strike. Indeed, this is the essence of double standards, a clear distinction in treatment. Please, take us with you, they pleaded. Without sails, we cannot escape this maritime domain. Yes, yes, Your Excellency, you are magnanimous. Please save us. They implored desperately, disregarding the wails of the pirates behind him. Rodney commanded the crew to set sail. Kazan opened his eyes, glanced at him, and resumed his slumber, for the fate of the pirates was of no concern to him. His mission was to eradicate this group of marauders. Captain, where shall we head next? Reiju inquired. Our next destination is Spade Archipelago, after which we shall venture into the New World. We will stop by Fishman Island to explore, and since Jinbei, another member of the 7 warlords, is there, we might as well learn a bit about Fishman karate. Fishman Island lies beneath the holy land of Mary Geos at a depth of 10,000 meters, serving as a crucial gateway to the New World. The world is divided by two intersecting continents, segregating it into 4 seas. The only convergence point of these two land masses is the Reverse Mountain and the Holy Land of Mary Geos. The journey from Reverse Mountain to Mary Geos constitutes the first half of the Grand Line, while the regions beyond Mary Geos and Fishman Island lead to the New World. The initial segment of the Grand Line is akin to a paradise when compared to the New World, while the 4 seas are akin to heaven itself. The primary forces in the New World are the 4 emperors, with most islands under their dominion. The situation is clear, yet competition exists among the emperors, albeit on a smaller scale, not yet escalating to direct conflict. The New World is teeming with formidable pirate masters. It is no longer the relatively tranquil place that characterized the earlier segment. Here, the presence of domineering pirates is scarce, for in the New World, strength equates to survival. A ship may harbor few with the requisite might. Those unwilling to be cast aside must align themselves with one of the 4 emperors to secure their existence. Otherwise, being slain is a common fate. To reach the New World, 2 paths are available, one through the skies and the other beneath the sea. The underwater route is self-evident. It leads to Fishman Island. At Spade Archipelago, one must seek a coating artisan to prepare the vessel, enabling it to traverse the depths. From Spade, descending 10,000 meters to penetrate a colossal underwater cavity beneath the Red Line, one can reach Fishman Island and ultimately the New World. Should the artisan falter in their craft, the ship may succumb to the crushing depths, leaving its occupants to a grim fate. Thus, Rodney and his crew must find a master craftsman of exceptional skill. The alternative path involves submitting a request to the world government to traverse the holy land of Mary Geos at the zenith of the Red Line. However, the world government and the celestial dragons would never permit a vessel to pass overhead, necessitating the abandonment of the ship and the expenditure of considerable funds to acquire a new one. Furthermore, the application process is exceedingly time-consuming, though it guarantees safety. Most pirates would shy away from such a course. After all, where is Mary Geos located? The Navy headquarters is nearby, and while Spade Archipelago resembles a lawless zone, Mary Geos is an entirely different matter. What if one is captured? And where would the funds for a new vessel come from? Rodney and his crew would certainly not abandon the Black Pearl, a fine vessel acquired from Water 7. How could they ever disregard it? Applying to Mariewa would consume a considerable amount of time, and Rodney's objective lies beneath Fishman Island, where the historical text resides. Although it may not be the genuine historical document, it holds great significance for Robin, who he had promised to bring aboard. Naturally, he would not let such a commitment slip from his grasp. Upon reaching the New World, he could relinquish the title of Warlord of the Sea. For the Navy's reach in this realm is limited, rendering their assistance largely unnecessary. The title itself, while pleasing to the ear, serves little practical purpose, and thus far, he has seen no tangible benefits from it. What use is it, really? Moreover, he has his own plans for development, independent of the Warlord title. However, he must first linger in the Spade Archipelago for a while. He needs to meet the legendary Rayleigh. It is not merely to acquire the Autumn Water, but he also wishes to learn to master the Busashoka Haki from him. And perhaps a visit to the Navy headquarters to see old man Garp as well. As evening approached, Lester, who was preparing dinner, caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, a medley of culinary delights. He inquired, "Captain, who among you is cooking?" Rodney retorted, "Do you truly believe I would do that?" Robin, "Indeed, the captain would surely blow up the kitchen." Reiju, "That's right, I lack culinary skills. But I have heard the captain say that my brother cooks exceptionally well." Perona, "Don't look at me. Do you really think I could cook?" Kazan, "Zzz. Well then. Aside from the captain, no one here possesses cooking abilities. So where does that delightful aroma emanate from?" "Captain, I have discovered an island. The tantalizing scent seems to be wafting from there," Reiju exclaimed as she leapt up to the lookout. "Let us proceed. Tonight, Lester shall take a break, and the Black Pearl shall sail at full speed. We shall dine there this evening." Oh. When it comes to matters of food, Rodney and Lester are filled with enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Robin, feeling helpless, remarked, "Captain, whenever it comes to matters of sustenance, I find myself losing all sense of reason. Normally, I am quite astute. Isn't that the essence of our captain? He ought to be more reliable than anyone else. Shouldn't he? There should be no moments of faltering." Reiju smiled as she spoke. "Indeed, he is a remarkably dependable individual." Chapter 90. The Baron of the Stomach. This was an island that blossomed like a flower, adorned with vegetation bearing an array of delectable foods, exuding enchanting aromas and exquisite flavors. There were breadfruit trees, ramen waterfalls, pasta grasses, ham fruits, chocolate rocks, and a variety of peculiar plants. Strangely, this island seemed oddly familiar. Rodney plucked a sausage-shaped fruit from a tree and took a bite, savoring the taste of meat. "This is delightful," Lester said, squatting by the flowing ramen waterfall. "And the insects around here are quite large." Upon their arrival on the island, they encountered numerous robust insects and a group of carnivorous plants that walked about, but they dealt with them effortlessly. Following the enticing scents, they ventured deep into the island, discovering a place abundant with mouth-watering delicacies. Rodney felt as though he had stumbled into a realm ensnared by culinary delights. How delicious! Perona exclaimed, biting into a dark, glossy stone. After her examination, she discovered it was dark chocolate, precisely the flavor she adored. Reiju picked up a plate of pasta that grew from the grass, surprisingly equipped with a fork, and remarked, "This island is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is evident that this is a living organism. Yet such entities should not be capable of producing human-made food as fruit. It is rather a natural formation." Rodney finished a ham fruit and remarked, "The world is filled with peculiarities. There's no need to dwell on this. Let us settle tonight's dinner in this manner, and perhaps take a little back with us. Let's see what ingredients Lester has that we can store." Understood. Kazan sat upon a chocolate rock, picked up an egg-shaped object, and upon opening it, discovered a steaming portion of curry rice, complete with a spoon. So this is the place. I had only heard it mentioned before. Rodney suddenly recalled where they were. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed in realization, "You should consume less of this food. It is particularly conducive to weight gain." "My goodness, Perona, how much have you eaten?" The others turned to look and noticed that Perona's round face had accumulated extra flesh, and her slender waist had also expanded. After 3 seconds of silence, Perona cried out, "Ah!" Her piercing scream startled a nearby plump bird, causing it to tumble to the ground, while other similarly rotund creatures enjoying the feast fled in fright. "My body. How could this happen?" Perona, with tears welling in her eyes, gazed at Rodney and asked, "What is going on? Why didn't you say something sooner?" Rodney, speechless, observed that her eating speed surpassed his own. "So, Captain, what exactly is this place?" Robin inquired, still savoring a plate of pasta. She had never heard of such a peculiar island, and was eager to question the enigmatic captain. "This is the Boyne Archipelago, home to a carnivorous plant scientifically known as the stomach baron, which lures marine creatures with the enticing aroma of its edible appendages. Humans, upon stepping onto its body, are drawn towards its central mouth as the petals close around them, leading to their consumption. In essence, this is a man-eating island, not a metaphor, but a literal truth. It truly devours people. The further one ventures from the center of the island, the more formidable the creatures become. However, for Rodney and his companions, there was little to fear. The sole precaution was that when the stomach baron fed, all living beings on the island, especially the portly animals, were unable to escape. Kazan nodded in agreement, stating, "Rodney is correct. This is my first visit to this island as well. I had only heard of it previously and never imagined encountering it. These stomach barons drift slowly across the sea, being nomadic and challenging to locate. Since they pose no threat to humans, the Navy has largely ignored them. It is surprising that you have come across one. While it is possible to indulge in a feast here, one must exercise afterward, as the fat content in these dishes is several times that of ordinary food, leading to rapid weight gain, especially for this young lady consuming such calorie-laden fare. The drifting nature of the island also explains why Usopp's fallen isle appeared here. Wah, does that mean I have to exercise too?" Perona lamented tearfully. As a user of the ghost fruit, her body was quite fragile, only slightly stronger than an average person's, and after a prolonged period of inactivity, she felt as rusty as an old machine. The thought of exercising was daunting. "No, please, I don't want to exercise." "Indeed. Otherwise you might find yourself working overtime for the stomach baron," Rodney remarked, unperturbed by the food, as he often required substantial energy for his activities, making this meal quite suitable for him. Reiju, on the other hand, was indifferent. She tossed her plate aside and plucked a piece of meat from a tree. As a modified human, her body was calibrated to handle excess energy, which would merely be stored rather than converted into fat. Even if it did transform, it would do so in the appropriate areas. Robin remained quite attentive, seemingly satisfied after finishing his meal. Lester sampled each dish only briefly, refraining from indulgence. After completing one course, he compared it to similar dishes he had previously tasted, concluding that, "Captain, I find the cuisine here, or rather the fruits of the earth, to be superior to those crafted by many chefs outside. You can rival the culinary delights offered here." "Indeed, that sounds splendid." As Rodney listened to Lester's words, a gleam of excitement sparkled in his eyes. These dishes, if transported back, could provide sustenance for quite some time. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed as the island, it should be referred to as the Baron of the Stomach, began to close its petals, causing the ground beneath to steepen gradually. "What is happening?" Lester clutched an ingredient with one hand while the other grasped a tree branch, which was on the verge of snapping under his weight. Perona hooked her umbrella's tip onto a tree, holding onto it while suspended above the ground. The Baron of the Stomach commenced its feast sooner than anticipated. "Do not rush." Robin understood. 30 rotations of the flower. With arms crossed over his chest, hands emerged from the earth, grasping Perona, Lester, and himself. Rage donned the Germa battle suit. Soaring through the air, Rodney anchored himself to the ground through his chakra, defying the vertical descent of the terrain. "Alas, it seems your abilities appear far more absurd. Does this defiance of Newton's laws not seem ludicrous?" Perched upon a tree trunk, he remained utterly unperturbed, even plucking the fruits of the tree, savoring the sweet nectar they offered with evident delight. Meanwhile, the plump little creatures, overburdened and unable to conquer gravity, plummeted into the gaping maw below, much to the satisfaction of a certain gentleman. Raising her gaze, Reiju observed several fish lured by the island's aromatic allure, descending through the air. Their massive forms effortlessly consumed by the Baron of the stomach, becoming his sumptuous feast. A prolonged belch, reeking with a foul odor, nearly rendered them unconscious. After his hearty meal, the Baron leisurely set down his flower petals. These creatures bore no distinction from the Venus flytrap, luring prey to their vicinity before striking with lethal precision. For those without abilities yet possessing great strength, the temptation was both alluring and fatal, illustrating nature's duality of seduction and peril. My goodness, what a stench! How much has the Baron consumed? Rodney exclaimed, unable to resist covering his nose. The odor was truly unbearable. Quickly, we must depart. Understood. As the ground regained its flatness, the group decisively boarded their vessel after collecting edible resources. All obstacles in their path were swiftly dealt with by Rodney, with consumables brought aboard as provisions. They had made their escape. Chapter 91. Spade Archipelago. The Spade Archipelago comprises islands formed by the exposed roots of the mangrove trees, situated beneath the Red Soil continent, in proximity to the Navy headquarters. This locale serves as a crucial transit point to the New World, attracting numerous pirates, merchants, and bounty hunters. It boasts a thriving tourism industry alongside various illicit enterprises. A veritable melting pot of society. The archipelago consists of 79 mangrove trees, each designated by a number. Trees numbered 40 to 50 primarily constitute the sightseeing area and specialty shops, as most outsiders enter the Spade Archipelago through this sector. Floating bubbles danced in the air, as Perona, utilizing her fruit powers, flitted between them, reveling in the joyful pastime. Rodney and his companions moored their vessel beside the 41st mangrove, leaving behind a decoy for watch. As Kazan prepared to enter the archipelago of Shambodi, he took his leave, pedaling leisurely towards the nearby Marin Vondo to report on the situation. Remarkably, he did not make a single phone call from the ship, leaving several of his companions puzzled. Perhaps he thought that since he would eventually return to give his account, it would be less tiresome to convey everything in one go rather than in two separate reports. Upon disembarking, he stepped onto the verdant grass and beheld a panorama filled with bubbles and towering mangroves. Each tree trunk bore a unique identifier, designating it as an independent zone while still being interconnected with others. Is this truly the archipelago of Shambodi? Such an extraordinary landscape. Robin, donning a hat, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, what accounts for the abundance of bubbles here? Rodney remarked, this is the most distinctive feature here. These bubbles are a unique natural resin secreted by the respiratory action of the roots of the yarchi vine. The resin expands due to the air, forming bubbles. If you touch the grass's roots, you will sense something unusual. Robin crouched down, her hand brushing against a viscous, transparent liquid that bore a faint scent of resin. Indeed, it was rather nauseating. As she spoke, she intended to wipe her hand on Rodney's trousers. However, Rodney, well aware of the cunning nature of this historian, retrieved a piece of paper to encase her hand and clean it himself. The captain is truly dull. Is it not you who is rather tiresome? Who truly embodies the cunning fiend? She looked up at Perona in the sky, saying, Perona, I advise you to descend. The Spade Archipelago is known for the presence of celestial dragons. Some of them have a penchant for young girls like you, and you might find yourself abducted as a bride. Perona, having been informed about the celestial dragons throughout their journey, trembled in fear and instinctively hid behind Lester, exclaiming, you wicked soul, do not use the celestial dragons to frighten me. Hiki. I shall pay a visit to the 13th red tree. Robin and Reiju, feel free to carry on, and please look after those two. Rodney resolved to act independently, temporarily parting ways with the crew, primarily to avoid the prospect of shopping with Robin and Reiju. He had completely forgotten that the bubbles here could serve as cargo carriers and was already contemplating a swift escape. Robin and Leiji, without suspicion, understood that the captain's responsibilities would now fall upon me and Robin. I shall not lead them into the lawless zones. Zones 1 to 29 are rife with illicit activities, teeming with human trafficking markets and slave auctions. Typically, those auctioned are pirates. Once captured, they are stripped of their rights, and the Navy shows no concern for their plight. The manner of their demise and the treatment they endure are of no consequence to anyone but themselves, who else would choose the path of piracy. It is worth noting that the auctions do not solely involve pirates. They also encompass merfolk, fishmen, and various other races that are not of human stock. Essentially, anyone deemed an outsider. Heartless merchants will go to any lengths for profit. A mere 50% profit margin can tempt them to take risks. For 100%, they will trample upon all earthly laws, and for 300%, they will commit any crime. These mercenary traders, driven solely by greed, are unbound by the limitations of law in lawless territories. Anything that can be procured is fair game for sale. In fact, their primary clientele includes the world's aristocracy, the celestial dragons residing in Mariewa. These avaricious beings possess ample wealth for the right price. These unscrupulous merchants would willingly offer their lives. These merchants profit immensely year-round through the trade of human lives, primarily dealing with pirates and other races. The Navy finds it challenging to manage this, especially since many celestial dragons indulge in such illicit amusements, rendering the prospect of shutting down these operations utterly impossible. It is only due to the proximity of the Navy headquarters that these lawbreakers refrain from becoming too brazen, fearing the arrival of an admiral. Typically, their activities are concentrated within zones 1 to 29. However, after the Navy headquarters relocated to the New World, Spade Archipelago has nearly devolved into a haven for pirates and criminals alike. Having inquired for directions, Rodney learned how to navigate to the 13th red tree, swiftly maneuvering through the bubbles until he arrived. At the base of the long staircase lay a cluster of pirates, resembling javelins, awkwardly wedged between the roots of the red tree. Rodney shook his head, recognizing that they had fallen victim to the cunning of the barmaid, Shaki. It is important to note that this establishment is notorious for its scams, as ordinary pirates cannot afford its exorbitant prices. The bar, perched atop the tree roots, is the infamous Shaki's scam bar, renowned for its ill reputation due to its outrageous prices. It is evident that the barmaid sets extortionate rates, and more critically, one cannot hope to overpower her. After enduring a thorough beating and losing all their possessions, the barmaid will graciously eject them from the establishment, tossing them from the top of the roots to the ground below, all while maintaining a commendable service attitude. Typically, those who are expelled are fledgling pirates, unaware of the true nature of the offerings here. Shaki pays no heed to them. They are merely patrons providing her with financial gain, serving as an opportunity for her to keep fit. Once these novices have indulged, they are met with a hefty bill. Any attempts to contest it will result in nothing but the barmaid's kind yet ruthless beating, ultimately leaving them sprawled at the bottom. In reality, what is sold here is not food or drink, but rather information. Those in the know would not frequent this place casually. Only those in need will order a delicacy that meets their desires and leave satisfied, even if the price is steep, as it is deemed reasonable. Ascending the steps to the seemingly dilapidated bar, just as I was about to push the door open, I heard a scream from within. A burly man was ejected by a captivating barmaid. Joining the unfortunate soul, Rodney arrived at the establishment, and Xiachi smiled, remarking, "I never expected someone of your stature to visit such a small place." "A person of stature? Oh, beautiful elder sister, you're mistaken. I am no great figure. I am merely a bounty hunter, just another slave to wealth, earning only quick money," he replied with a chuckle. "Ah, this young man certainly knows how to speak." Xiachi mused, covering her mouth with a laugh. Her age was a mystery. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, her actual age was likely double that. She was quite fond of this eloquent and charming young man, sensing that he had a promising future ahead of him. "Now, little Josta, aside from the news about the coating worker, what else do you wish to purchase from me?" Just then, an elderly man with white hair, clad in flip-flops and beach shorts, a sword strapped to his waist, entered the room. He appeared amiable and, upon seeing Rodney, smiled and said, "Looks like we have a guest." Xiachi responded, "He has come to seek your services for coating his ship." "Oh, that is no problem. Though my price will be quite steep. That is no concern, I am not short on funds." "Greetings, Rayleigh, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person." Rayleigh remarked, "Is this young man perhaps not very skilled in conversation?" Chapter 92. Rayleigh, whose full name is Silvers Rayleigh, was the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Roger, and the first person deceived onto the pirate ship by Roger, serving as his first mate. It is said that the initial crew member donning the straw hat relied on the art of freeloading. Did they not? Roger's departure left Rayleigh and his ship behind, while Shanks took Jesus Burgess away, and Luffy claimed Zaro for himself. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh settled in Spade Archipelago, taking up the craft of coating ships, a service that commands a rather hefty price. After all, if an inexperienced coder mishandles the process, the consequences can be deadly, as the coating may explosively fail midway. Typically, there are no negative reviews for coders. Those who survive offer commendations, while those who wish to critique are no longer among the living. The earnings from his craft were often squandered by Rayleigh on alcohol and gambling, and when funds ran low, he would sell himself into servitude only to later rob his employer, returning to his vices, truly a reflection of his piratical spirit. Thanks to Shaki's introduction, Rayleigh suddenly realized, the interesting young man Kuroka spoke of as indeed you. "You are quite remarkable." He jovially patted Rodney on the shoulder and sat beside him. Rodney inquired, "How is Laboon?" Laboon was overjoyed upon reuniting with Brooke. "And it was indeed your intel that facilitated this reunion. Who would have thought that a figure from decades past would still be alive in the form of a skeleton? Your eyes are truly extraordinary." Rayleigh recalled Kuroka's describing Rodney as a mysterious man, albeit a good one. "Thank you. I share that sentiment," Rodney replied, a gleam of insight in his eyes. "I know many things, yet there are also matters I am unaware of. By the way, has Brooke joined Laboon at Reverse Mountain?" Rayleigh shook his head. "No, he is here. Why hasn't Brooke accompanied Laboon to Twin Cape?" Logically, if he hadn't encountered King Luffy, Brooke's greatest likelihood of freedom would be alongside Laboon. Brooke wished to express his gratitude personally, so after bidding farewell to Laboon, he followed me here to wait for you. "Oh, and the item you requested." Smacking his forehead, Rayleigh retrieved a long blade from the corner behind the refrigerator and tossed it to Rodney. Rodney took the long knife, drawing it forth with a resounding clang. The black blade emerged from its sheath, glinting menacingly. The dark purple blade bore intricate red serrated patterns, its spine thicker and its weight greater than that of an ordinary sword. This was none other than the national treasure of Wano, the Autumn Water. renowned alongside the Heaven Feather Cut and the Inma as one of the great blades of the 21 crafts. A magnificent weapon, with a flick of his finger. The blade emitted a clear, resonant hum. Even a dinosaur would bend not a fraction under its might, for the blade was remarkably resilient. He swung it casually a few times, feeling quite satisfied. Although heavier than typical swords, this did not hinder his wielding. Compared to Autumn Water, Huajo fell short. Your eye for quality is commendable. Indeed, this is an exceptional blade. You must be aware of its former master, the sword master of Wano, Shuangyue Ryoma, who, according to legend, once cleaved a dragon from the sky. This black blade, Autumn Water, was once his companion, and I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh shook his head dismissively. It's nothing. I merely picked it up along the way. I heard you dispatched Moria? The demise of the warlord Moria had become common knowledge across the seas. However, the notion of warlords clashing amongst themselves amused the pirates, the world government's hounds biting one another. Was there not something more entertaining? Yet, there was a note of caution regarding Rodney, a newcomer who had swiftly eliminated a warlord. How formidable was this individual truly? Indeed, that fat recluse has been dealt with. But I shan't recklessly confront another warlord again. Oh, why is that? Because the world government does not offer bounties for warlords. Rodney slammed his hand on the table, indignation boiling within him. I forgot that their bounties were null and void. Crocodile regained his bounty only after being ousted from the ranks of the warlords, while Moria has done nothing and remains among them. Henceforth, I shall pursue pirates of the New World. Haha, Korikasu is right. You are indeed an intriguing young man. Rodney's indifference towards capturing pirates was evident. What was there to concern oneself with pirates who lacked the ability to avoid capture? Mr. Rayleigh, your retirement appears to be quite vibrant, playing beneath the very noses of the Navy. How audacious. The Navy was aware of Rayleigh's presence but refrained from action, primarily due to their respect for his formidable strength. Despite his appearance as an ordinary old man, Rayleigh was still capable of matching the admirals in battle. Capturing him was no trivial endeavor. Let them retire in peace. Should one be apprehended, the other members of the Pirate King's crew would surely object, leading to chaos. The ancient monsters of the old era would swarm, and that would spell trouble. Moreover, there was the red-haired pirates. As a former apprentice of the Pirate King, Shanks would never stand idly by if his elder were captured. The Navy had to weigh the potential repercussions of such actions. Considering the two formidable pirate crews involved and whether they could bear the consequences, it would be wiser to allow these pirates to live in seclusion. As long as retired pirates did not reemerge, everything would be manageable. The Dark King Rayleigh could move about under their watchful gaze, and the Navy would turn a blind eye, treating it as if nothing were amiss. Indeed, it is now the domain of the younger generation. It has little to do with us old-timers. By the way, may I inquire about Portas D. Ace? Have you encountered him? Portas? Rayleigh paused, contemplating before asking. You know him? Oh, I captured him once and wished to learn of his recent circumstances. You captured him? Rayleigh's interest piqued, urging him to elaborate. Yes, it's quite a tale. Rodney proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding Ace's capture, eliciting hearty laughter from Rayleigh. So that was it. However, I did not have much interaction with him. Knowing that his old friend's son was thriving was enough to ease Rayleigh's heart. He had disguised himself as an ordinary elder and had encountered Ace, who was a kind and good-hearted boy. That was sufficient. His aspirations lay upon the sea, and that alone was enough. At that moment, Shachi interjected. Ace has gone to challenge the Whitebeard pirates. It seems he suffered a crushing defeat and was captured by them. Rodney raised an eyebrow, surprised at how swiftly the plot had commenced. He wondered if Ace, who had made a pact with him, could withstand the onslaught of Whitebeard's paternal affection. Rubbing his temples, he felt a sense of foreboding. From what he understood of Whitebeard, he would never strike at those young individuals he held in high regard. Rayleigh exhibited no concern for Ace's safety whatsoever. Rodney sighed and remarked, "The crux of the matter is that he truly cherishes his son." Rayleigh paused, his hand holding the wine glass becoming momentarily rigid, as if he acknowledged the truth in those words. Ace, having grown up without a father, was raised not under the guidance of Vice Admiral Garp, but rather in the wild, among a band of brigands, experiencing more of a free-range upbringing. Consequently, his resistance to paternal affection was rather feeble. It was precisely due to the absence of parental love in his formative years that Ace yearned for it intensely. Finding himself unable to resist the profound paternal affection emanating from Whitebeard, whose presence was as formidable as a mountain, what if Ace succumbed to this promise of manhood? Once he joined the Whitebeard pirates, his aspiration to become the Pirate King would inevitably transform into a desire to assist Whitebeard in achieving that very title. Thus, he had already diverged from his initial ambition. It had become his destiny. Rayleigh sighed once more and said, "That fellow Whitebeard truly treats his children well, considering Ace's situation." "Let it be." Rodney, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "If one day Ace's identity is revealed, Mr. Rayleigh, would you intervene?" Rayleigh replied, "I would not allow that person's bloodline to be extinguished." Though he claimed this, he did not appear during the Marineford War. Perhaps it was due to his faith in Whitebeard's strength, or possibly other reasons that prevented him from saving Ace. Chapter 93. Rayleigh's test. By the way, there is one more matter I wish to ask of you. Oh, do tell. and let us see if it piques my interest. Rayleigh poured himself a glass of wine. Regarding Rodney with keen curiosity, I have long desired to master observation hockey, yet I always feel as though I am missing the final step. I hope you can mentor me in hockey training for a period of time, and I am willing to pay for the instruction. Rodney's demeanor was exceedingly sincere, as he produced a small stack of bills from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, Rayleigh accepted the money without a change in expression. Initially, he intended to decline, but the sum was simply too substantial, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it might be enjoyable to teach a student. I shall teach you, however. The matter of coding may need to be postponed. Coding is not as simple as applying a screen protector to a phone. It is a complex process that demands considerable dedication. If I am to instruct Rodney in hockey, then coding must indeed be set aside. For any lapse in focus could result in complications for the ship. That is of no concern. I can remain here for an extended period. Time is something I possess in abundance. Rodney patted his chest, unhurried to venture into the new world. After all, lacking hockey was an exceedingly uncomfortable predicament. So mastering it first would be prudent, allowing him to showcase his true strength in subsequent battles. To be honest, fighting without hockey is truly exhausting. There is always that nagging feeling of falling short. That is good to hear. Downing his drink, Rayleigh declared, "Come, let me see how strong your physique is." With that, he rose from his seat, and Rodney, brandishing his blade, followed him outside to the open space of the bar, saying, "Prepare to witness my inadequacies, Mr. Rayleigh." He planted his sword into the ground, his Sharingan fixated unwaveringly on Rayleigh. Such an imposing gaze. Is that the six forms? Rodney utilized the shave technique to appear before Rayleigh, raising a finger that resembled a steel needle, aimed directly at him. Finger gun. The tempestuous onslaught was effortlessly evaded by Rayleigh, as kunai traced arcs in the air, each fierce thrust being deftly dodged. Leaf tornado. A sweeping kick was intercepted by Rayleigh, who remarked with a glimmer in his eye, impressive strength. As he spoke, he hurled Rodney into the air, spinning him around with the residual force, summoning forth a dragon-shaped whirlwind. Leaf dragon god. Well executed. Rayleigh lifted his leg, delivering a kick at the focal point of the dragon-shaped whirlwind, colliding with Rodney's leg and shattering the Leaf dragon god. Performing a backflip to land gracefully, Rodney silently removed the weights from his legs. No wonder your strikes carry such weight. You were encumbered. What a diligent young man you are, Rayleigh commended. In the vastness of the sea, geniuses and prodigies were abundant. Without exertion, one would simply be left behind. A devil fruit could lead to complacency in training, as focusing solely on developing fruit abilities could cause physical strength to stagnate. Rayleigh had encountered many young individuals on Spade Archipelago who, unwilling to train diligently and overly focused on their devil fruit powers, had become rare exceptions like Rodney, who still valued physical enhancement. With a resounding crash, Rodney discarded the weights, generating a cloud of dust that caused Rayleigh to glance over in surprise. This weight. It seems rather excessive, does it not? Not in the slightest. Rodney's body once again became light, having shed the burden he had carried since mastering his extraordinary strength. The relentless training and battles had weighed heavily upon him, but now, with this newfound freedom, he felt invigorated. In an instant, his speed nearly doubled, and his feet danced through the air, unleashing a series of vacuum slashes. Raging foot, vacuum cut. Rayleigh deftly evaded the attacks, countering with his own vacuum slashes aimed at the airborne Rodney. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself into the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique to evade the strike, which instead marred the red tree behind him. Come now, reveal your true strength, Rayleigh urged. Very well, though I cannot predict how long I can maintain this. 8 gates of opening. Open. Rodney's chakra surged violently within him, unlocking the first 5 gates. The open gate, the rest gate, the life gate, the wound gate, and the closing gate. The tumultuous energy coursing through him was palpable, causing Rayleigh to furrow his brow. This sudden enhancement of physical power bore significant risks to the body. He understood that what Rodney was unleashing was not yet complete, but if fully realized, the resulting force could multiply his current strength severfold, perhaps even dozens of times. Yet, once expended, he would be left utterly drained. Rayleigh, seasoned in combat, quickly discerned the drawbacks of the 8 gates. Although he was unfamiliar with chakra or ninjutsu, he recognized the substantial toll this technique exacted on the body. Are you exhausting your potential in battle? Rayleigh inquired. This is the 8 gates, allowing me to transcend my physical limitations. If fully unleashed, I might stand a chance against one of the 4 emperors, but the cost is my life. This is the 5th gate. Brace yourself. In a flash of super speed, Rodney surged forward, almost catching Rayleigh off guard. So swift, he thought, as his arm intercepted a punch that came from behind, imbued with a layer of overwhelming force. Their hands parted almost instantly, and Rodney reappeared before him, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches like a tempest. Rayleigh absorbed the onslaught, and despite the decline in physical strength due to age, he matched Rodney's speed. A testament to the formidable prowess of the older generation. Rodney let out a muffled grunt as the sensation of torn muscles washed over him. The 8 gates technique was precisely this kind of strategy. The more power one gained, the greater the toll on the body would inevitably be. He trained his physique not only to cultivate hockey but also to utilize the 8 gates. His physical strength had already surpassed that of Kai, yet each individual's resilience varied. The sturdiness of the gates and the power attained differed accordingly. The stronger the body, the more formidable the strength gained upon opening the gates, leading to a greater capacity for both power and chakra. However, his body was beginning to show signs of backlash. Enough is enough. Such techniques should be reserved for dire circumstances. Rayleigh concluded the battle. He recognized Rodney's physical prowess and strength, which, in his youth, could have ranked him among the elite, albeit not on par with the most formidable. Nevertheless, he was still young, with ample room for growth, and there was no need for concern regarding his potential. Mastering Hokage was merely a matter of time, thus it was imperative to enhance his training. A plan for the young man would soon be in order. I understand. The 8 gates is a desperate measure. I won't resort to it unless my life is at stake. My physical strength is still insufficient. I must continue to exert myself. He sank down, his entire body aching, and a green light shimmered from his palm as he began to heal himself. Having such determination is commendable, but I must ask, what kind of ability user are you, young man? Rayleigh inquired, curiosity evident in his tone, a question that many on the Grand Line were equally intrigued by. Referred to as a magician, Rodney's attacks were as diverse as they were mysterious. It is a rather unique ability. These eyes are a gift from a devil fruit, though I am unsure of which one. Occasionally, I glimpse peculiar phenomena, while my other abilities are hereditary. What I just demonstrated was a family martial art. I also possess ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Rayleigh paused, recalling a ninja who had served under the daimyo of Wano, Kazuki-Oden. He had witnessed it firsthand. But the offensive capabilities of such techniques seemed rather limited. Indeed, precisely. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A fireball erupted from his mouth, astonishing Rayleigh. Compared to mere illusions, this ninjutsu was evidently offensive and bore resemblance to the abilities of a devil fruit user. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. And lightning style, Chidori. Observing the various ninjutsu conjured by Rodney, along with the crackling Chidori in his palm, Rayleigh smiled. It appears this period will not be so tedious after all, Rodney. You are indeed a student of great promise. Haha, of course. The ninjas of Wano are nothing but trifles in my presence. Their ninjutsu is akin to child's play. Chapter 94. A modest training at the Navy headquarters. Kazan arrived at Sengoku's office to submit his mission report, detailing his findings regarding Rodney's motives for eliminating Moria and his relative weakness compared to the majority of the 7 warlords. However, his ability to manipulate seawater had allowed him to triumph over Crocodile and Moria. Furthermore, among his crew were the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Reiju, Moria's former crew member Perona, and a small chef. He chose not to report Robin's presence, although they had reached the Spade archipelago right under the Navy's nose. He decided to withhold Robin's sighting, claiming he had not noticed her during their arrival. Sengoku gazed silently at the report before him, updating the information on Rodney. This time, it included the ability to control water currents. Fortunately, he was a pirate hunter. Should he find himself at odds with the world government and the Navy, it could lead to significant complications. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. By the way, where are Rodney and his crew currently located? Sengoku inquired after finishing the report. Where was it? Let me think. Kazan scratched his head and replied, Oh, I remember now. They are at the Spade archipelago. I hope they have not clashed with the celestial dragons. Sengoku nodded. Indeed, let us hope they have not, given Rodney's temperament and abilities. Even if he were to kill a celestial dragon, we would lack evidence. Provoking someone capable of disguising themselves as anyone could spell disaster for us. A person who can create clones, change their appearance, and fight is an unfathomable threat. The individual standing before you could very well be Rodney, and your closest companion might, at any moment, become Rodney. If he so desires, he could even take on the guise of a celestial dragon. As Sengoku contemplated this, he suddenly shivered at the thought. What if Rodney had already infiltrated the Navy, CP, or even the world government? He fell into deep contemplation, noticing Sengoku's increasingly grim expression. Kazan yawned and decided to take his leave. The office was left with only Sengoku and a goat. He sighed, realizing that without evidence, capturing Rodney was impossible. He recalled Kazan mentioning that the young man's clones had poor durability, correct? Hokage is an innate power possessed by humanity in this world, lying dormant within the bodies of individuals. Many spend their entire lives without ever awakening it. Once this force is ignited, an individual's combat prowess increases exponentially. Among the 3 types of Hokage, armament, observation, and conquerors, the armament Hokage enhances personal defense, akin to donning a thin layer of armor, rendering common attacks ineffective. It also enables one to strike the intangible forms of Logia-type devil fruit users, a skill Rodney had longed to master. You have learned the iron body technique from the 6 powers, which is commendable. This is a technique used by the Navy to help learners attain armament Hokage. However, it is generally perceived merely as a defensive measure. Rayleigh tossed several candies into the air, one after another, directing them towards Rodney. The candies flew with the swiftness of bullets, striking Rodney and shattering upon impact. Ouch! Rodney gasped, retreating a few steps as the candies left him painfully bruised. Rayleigh intended for him to utilize the iron body to feel the latent armament Hokage within, to recognize that sensation and remember it. While it sounded straightforward, the execution was rather complex. The principle behind iron body is to accelerate blood flow, enhancing muscle movement, thus granting the post-exercise body the hardness of steel. However, most individuals using iron body find themselves immobile, confined to a single stance. Well, that is acceptable. Continue. Rayleigh retrieved more candies from a nearby bag and resumed his assault, aiming to train Rodney's resilience. With practice, Hokage could be mastered, and he could also learn the application of observation Hokage. As long as this young man kept his eyes shut, he would be able to grasp it. By the way, what is that? Rayleigh's gaze fell upon the shadow clone seated nearby, a blue and white slug perched on its shoulder, secreting a substance akin to the tissue fluid of the slug. Master Rodney. The slug uttered a sound, and a clone stepped forward, dispersing the shadow clone that was about to transform into a slug. Indeed, he was engaged in the cultivation of genjutsu. According to Sister Slug, the natural energy of the Spade archipelago was perfectly suited for such cultivation. Consequently, while Rodney honed his Hokage, he also allowed his clones to begin their training in. This technique harnesses natural energy to attain greater power, doubling the potency of ninjutsu unleashed through this energy. Furthermore, at that point, my self-healing speed would significantly enhance. After explaining, Rodney generated several more shadow clones for his Hokage training, saying, "Continue the assault, Mr. Rayleigh. Once my shadow clones dissipate, they will return the experience gained to my true self. Let us go." "Oh, what a remarkably convenient ability," Rayleigh exclaimed in surprise. "Now, close your eyes and attune yourself to my attacks while simultaneously practicing your observation Hokage. Armament Hokage is essential for offense, but observation Hokage is even more advantageous, allowing one to detect the movements of an enemy. Even without armament Hokage, one can sense an opponent's actions through observation Hokage, thereby predicting their next strike. Users of natural fruit abilities can also evade Hokage-infused attacks by elementalizing the parts of their body that are targeted. Considering this, the natural abilities do seem a bit overpowered. Bang, 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 bang. The clones were once again shattered by Rayleigh's candy, accumulating not a single shred of experience. This cycle continued until Rayleigh instructed Rodney to train independently, for he had his clones to contend with himself. Meanwhile, Rayleigh lounged, sipping his drink, relishing the spectacle of him battling his own clones, a rare occurrence indeed, worthy of observation. The shadow clones, no longer adhering to their humanity, utilized shuriken shadow clones, unleashing a torrential rain of shuriken that rendered evasion nearly impossible. Thus, the skirmish commenced. The shadow clones exhibited their own tempers, and amidst the exchanges, it was the true body that sustained the most injuries. "Lord Rodney's clones are quite the lively bunch," Sister Slug remarked, unable to find the words to describe the scene. "Haha, this is amusing. Such a spectacle is indeed rare. Ninjutsu is truly remarkable," Rayleigh laughed heartily. Rodney had officially commenced his training on the Spade archipelago today, exposing him to a plethora of fascinating experiences. All the shadow clones were dispersed by Rodney, bruised and battered, landing blows upon each other as faces, a testament to his prowess. Cough, cough, let us continue. By the way, have my crew finished their shopping? Per Lester. Rodney mourned for Lester. And the duo's shopping group welcomed another member, Perona. Lester must be utterly exhausted now. It seems that young girls may lack resistance to the allure of the commercial street here. Rayleigh is aware that Rodney has several crew members, most of whom are young and beautiful ladies, making shopping a common affair. Brooke held a concert in the Chambadi Islands, where they might also be found. As Rayleigh relaxed, he engaged in casual conversation with Rodney. Does Brooke still have concerts? What has he been doing here these days? After arriving at the Chambadi Islands, Brooke found himself with little to do, so he utilized his extraordinary musical talent to initially perform as a street musician, garnering a modest fan base. As he grew in prominence, he eventually became a celebrated star here. Sometimes, Shockey even acts as Brooke's manager, and the earnings from a single concert are quite substantial. Haha. He is quite an interesting individual. After parting ways with Lab once more, he came to this place. You might want to check it out. The intense training can be temporarily set aside without haste. Alright then. After patting his backside and allowing Sister Slug to tend to his facial wounds, he departed with Rayleigh, the elder also ready to join the festivities. Chapter 95. Encountering Germa. Again, the 30 to 39 attractions in the Chambadi Islands feature soap bubble park and other entertainment facilities, all crafted from the unique bubbles of this area, presenting a plethora of distinctive amusements. At attraction 33, a grand open-air stage showcased a skeleton with an afro, strumming a guitar and singing a captivating melody. Despite the absence of muscle or other tissues, the sound emanated eerily yet beautifully. Below, many of Brooke's fans fervently waved signs and shouted his name, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand celebration, with drums beating, firecrackers popping, and a sea of red flags waving. Are my crew truly present here? Rodney found himself enveloped in silence while Brooke above continued to sing with abandon. He searched around, but did not recognize a single soul, ultimately deciding to retreat. After all, as Rayleigh had mentioned, Brooke resided at Shacky's, and there was no need to rush. He pondered, instead, about purchasing some items to visit Old Man Garp, as there were certain perplexities regarding Iron Block that he could inquire about. Where was the commercial street again? Surely it wasn't here? Scratching his head, he resolved to change locations and buy some donuts or snacks to bring as a token of sympathy. Without further ado, he made his way to the commercial street, where he happened upon Robin and her companions emerging from the shops. The three women were laden with considerable bags, while Lester's situation was even more dire, burdened with packages of all sizes, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible as he navigated by sheer instinct. Upon seeing the captain, Robin, Reiju, and Perona's eyes lit up. "Captain, you're just in time. We still have some items left to purchase. Could you lend us a hand?" "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to," he replied, turning to make his escape. However, he suddenly froze in place, as arms protruding from the ground ensnared his feet. "Robin, this is rather unamusing," he remarked. Reiju chimed in. "Captain, come along. This place is quite intriguing." Indeed, it was captivating. Reiju. A haughty voice emerged from within a nearby shop as a green-haired man stepped forth, the forest of fiery ice behind him indulging in tea and theater. "Vinsmoke Brothers." Reiju retreated a step, bewildered. "What are you doing here? According to our plans, you should be en route to conquer the North Sea. Not appearing at Spade Archipelago at this hour." Iji calmly replied, "The North Sea has already been subdued. Those useless kings have been dispatched by our father. Although we have yet to achieve the glory of our lineage, we shall accomplish it in due time. Thus, Reiju, it is time for you to return. Surely you have enjoyed enough freedom?" Throughout the exchange, he did not spare Rodney a glance, treating him as an inconsequential figure. Indeed, to Iji, Rodney was merely a small player, skilled only in petty schemes. Their purpose for seeking Reiju was simple. Without her, their conquest had slowed, although they ultimately triumphed. Judge was dissatisfied with the pace, consequently relying on intelligence procured from the world government. They had the Iji brothers traverse the red line directly to Spade to await Rodney and the others. Reiju fell silent, clearly reluctant to return. The family held no semblance of affection, and she had no desire to return to a family that should have been obliterated long ago. At that moment, a figure of modest height stepped in front of her. "Hey, who do you think you are, trying to take my crew? Even if your father were here today, I would still see him off. Captain, as I have stated, if I bring you out, I am obligated to ensure your safety. I cannot allow this situation to unfold." Yamato, already growing impatient, clapped his hands, summoning a group of Germa soldiers, each donned in hoods and numbered uniforms, who surrounded the crowd. The tourists shopping nearby fled in terror, while some shops, sensing impending doom, hastily shuttered their doors, hiding in corners to watch the drama unfold. "Looks like things are about to get messy, Perona," he observed. Perona grimaced, reluctant to assist, yet activated her powers, supported by Robin as specters emerged from her being. Negative ghosts. This technique was indeed formidable, providing an insurmountable advantage in the absence of overwhelming force. Thus, the afflicted Germa soldiers sank to their knees, lamenting. "How could we possibly contribute to Germa? We ought to remain in the shadows like mushrooms until we wither away. Woe is me. A worthless existence should never have been brought into this world." The soldiers, now overwhelmed by negativity, lost all will to fight, unable to escape Perona's insidious negative ghosts. Even as clones. Robin's eyes flickered with understanding. No wonder the captain had deemed it necessary to eliminate her first. Otherwise, should this ability be employed in battle? In conjunction with Moria, it would not be Moria who perished, but rather them. Yet, why did she wish to witness the captain fall victim to the negative spirit? A group of inept fools. Niji, observing the situation, spat in disdain, thoroughly dissatisfied with the conduct of these clone soldiers. Such easily produced and disposable beings were akin to assembly line products, capable of yielding another batch of indistinguishable clones after only a few years of cultivation. The current display of these individuals sparked in him the desire to replace them. "Let me take the lead. I have yet to avenge the wrongs done to me, e.g." Now fully recovered, could not forget the transgressions Rodney had inflicted upon him and yearned for retribution. However, Rodney would not grant him that opportunity. "Perona, negative spirit." Youngji grinned menacingly. "What are you all doing? Are you tickling me?" Perona, who had always held unwavering confidence in her abilities, suddenly found herself at a loss. Realizing that there were indeed individuals her powers could not affect. To put it plainly, she was momentarily flustered. Rodney elucidated, they're the transformed, emotionally detached, ignorant of fear. And even more so of negativity. Therefore, it is entirely natural that your abilities remain unutilized. Individuals like Izzy have long since diverged from the ordinary human experience. They are oblivious to fear, unafraid of death, and unaware of pain. They are akin to humanoid weapons, with Gargi wielding a blade that is both obedient and razor-sharp. It seems you are aware of this. Did Lechio inform you? Nevertheless, it matters not, young one. I shall exact retribution for that day, one way or another. Whether you are a warlord of the sea or whatever else, your life shall be forfeited here today. Without donning combat attire, he launched a punch directly at Rodney. Rodney extended his hand and grasped his fist. Youngzi attempted to break free, only to discover that his opponent's strength had inexplicably intensified, yanking him forward and executing a throw that landed him in an unknown establishment. As he adjusted his dislocated bones, he remarked, "Do not presume that I am inept in combat. You are merely a foolish brute with a single arm of strength." Iji and Niji remained motionless, merely mocking Youngzi's ineffectiveness. Covered in dust and debris, Youngzi rose from the rubble, and Rodney instructed, "Legio, Take them to the 13th red tree. There are individuals there whom they dare not provoke. Here, I find it rather difficult to demonstrate my true capabilities. Understanding the command, Legio nodded and instantly donned her combat suit, leading Robin, who in turn escorted Perona and Lester away from the scene, leaving a chaotic array of belongings scattered about. Rodney held a green soda can in his hand and remarked, "This must belong to you, Germa, right? Although I have no use for it, this item seems rather valuable, does it not? Given the blatant black market on the Chambord Islands, one could fetch a handsome price for it, I presume? You bastard. That is mine." Yuji's face flushed with rage upon seeing the can in Rodney's grasp. He produced another green soda can, which had been manufactured by Gaji for backup, however. He chose to wield it instead, as the black one did not align with his combat style. "I swear I will kill you." Chapter 96. A man of his word, Iji and Niji remained mere spectators, exhibiting no intent to intervene. Rodney had previously struck them as nothing more than a jester, and there was no need for their involvement. They could simply allow the foolish Yuji to handle him without concern. With a powerful swing, Yuji unleashed his fist. The force behind it akin to 1,000 pounds, as if he could obliterate Rodney with a single blow. Fishman karate, super strength, 3,000-watt straight punch. Bang. Both men staggered back several paces, with Rodney shaking his fist, acknowledging the considerable strength behind it. Such a meager force is hardly more than a tickle. In a flash, Yuji lunged forward, like a bullet expelled from a gun, his speed astonishing as he swung his gloved hand toward his target. With a clang, the large blade of the 21st model, Aquis, emerged, blocking Yuji's assault. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and Yuji instinctively locked eyes with the swirling pupils of Rodney. Releasing his ocular power, Yuji shook his head and veered away from Rodney, sprinting toward Niji and Iji, all the while shouting, "You bastard. Just wait until I kill you. I'll smash your brains out." Iji and Niji exchanged glances, perplexed. Why is he running over here to us while he fights? Soon, the establishment they occupied was reduced to rubble. Iji and Niji donned Germa battle attire, with Niji, clad in blue, pinning Yuji to the ground. "What madness has overtaken you? Yuji? Rodney, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Could it be that Rodney was the source of this chaos? Iji, more composed than Niji, noticed Rodney had assumed a combat stance, sensing impending doom. Niji, quickly, take Yuji and get out of the way. It was too late. Elbaf's spear, national might. The sword's aura screamed through the air, striking the three brothers without hesitation, sending them hurtling far away, landing lifelessly among the debris. Brushing off his clothes, Rodney declared. Everyone witnessed it. The Germa folk initiated the conflict. Seek reparation from them. Onlookers responded. It was clearly you who pressed them to fight. Rodney did not retreat. Instead, he pursued, accelerating with the combination of shave and moonwalk, augmented by body flicker technique, swiftly closing the gap with the fleeing trio. Vacuum blade. Several vacuum slashes were unleashed, homing in on Niji with uncanny precision. Indeed, Niji was the primary target of his pursuit. The young man had spoken boastfully in Rodney's presence previously, and upon their next encounter, Rodney intended to subdue him thoroughly. With a thunderous roar, Niji cursed and deftly adjusted the direction of his thrusters, twisting through the air to intercept Rodney with a powerful punch. Your strength pales in comparison to that of the Germa. Niji laughed heartily, but suddenly, a shadow darted toward him. Dismissing it, he assumed that Germa's scientific advancements would easily deflect such an assault. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. With a tearing sound, his Germa battle suit, designed for defense, was effortlessly shredded by the wind chakra-infused autumn water, exposing his iron-like muscles and spilling blood into the air. How could this happen? In his moment of shock, Rodney's fist found its mark, sending him hurtling away. Fire style, head hardening. Boom. The concentrated chakra struck Niji, injuring him, a situation he had never encountered before. Hastily, he adjusted his stance to withstand the onslaught, only to hear a low voice call out, Elbaf spear, mighty nation. Bang. The spiraling sword energy, capable of tearing through anything, struck him accurately, causing him to cough up blood. Even a modified Germa soldier like Niji would be wounded by Rodney's two assaults from the mighty nation. His body was flung backward, crashing into a red tree before slowly descending to the ground. I promise to grind you into the dirt, Rodney declared, advancing toward Niji and seizing his arm. Yet, Niji suddenly smiled coldly, retorting, I doubt you possess the capability. As he spoke, his knee viciously collided forward, crackling with blue electricity, aimed directly at Rodney like a battering ram. I always fulfill my promises. Rodney raised his knee to meet the impact, enduring the searing sting of electricity. With a swift motion, he swung his long knife toward Niji's neck, attempting to sever his head. Sensing the imminent danger from the approaching autumn water, Niji dared not linger, swiftly evading the strike. Upon landing, he felt as if he had stepped onto a quagmire. Did you think I would let you escape so easily? As a ninja, one must account for every movement of the enemy. Rodney's hands danced with shadows, and in an instant, he completed the final hand sign, slamming his palms onto the ground. Earth style, earth flow river. A torrent of mud and stone surged toward Niji, propelling him toward the sea. A flash of fire approached. It was Iji, arriving to provide support. Shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones surged forward, temporarily obstructing Iji's path. You think such feeble attacks can ensnare me? How disgusting. Niji broke free, mud dripping from his feet. Then let us cleanse you properly. Water style, water dragon bullet. The ocean surged upward, transforming into a menacing water dragon that engulfed Niji, drawing him beneath the waves. Water style, 5 shark jaws. Have fun. 5 sharks emerged, thrashing and swimming toward Niji. Simultaneously, Rodney dove into the water, propelling himself like a torpedo toward Niji. The resistance of the water slowed Niji's movements considerably. The 5 shark jaws proved ineffective against his defenses, shattering upon contact and reverting to seawater. However, Niji's electric current was rapidly diluted by the ocean's depths. While the seawater contained ample electrolytes, it also harbored significant resistance, greatly diminishing the effectiveness of Niji's current. Yet, within the water, Rodney's lightning style, earth style, fire style, and wind style all became futile. Rodney surged forward, proving to be far more reliable in the water than Niji. Many ninjutsu techniques may have been rendered ineffective, yet his mastery of Fishman Karate endowed him with considerable prowess beneath the waves. The true might of Fishman Karate could only be unleashed in the aquatic realm. Fishman Karate, Mighty Strike, Upper Palm Explosion. As Rodney approached, Niji attempted to retaliate in the water, only to be met with a devastating palm strike to his face. His eyes shattered, crimson blood gushed forth from his nose, staining the surrounding waters. The salt of the sea rendered his eyes unable to open, plunging him into darkness as he grew painfully weak. Left at the mercy of the relentless Rodney, splashing sounds echoed as Iji and Yuji broke free from their shadow clones, plunging into the ocean once more to provide support. The jets beneath their feet propelled them through the currents with remarkable speed. Rodney struck Niji's clothing again, forcefully pushing it towards him. Something felt amiss. It was inconceivable that Rodney would so readily return Niji to them. Glancing at the spot where Niji had just been thrust, he noticed a paper inscribed with the character for explosion quietly affixed there. Yuji. Mutual explosive symbol. Boom. An explosive talisman detonated, followed by a relentless cascade of explosions. One after another. The talismans would either run out or the practitioner would cease their incantation. Otherwise, the explosive symbols would cling on like stubborn warts. Having previously suffered the consequences of the mutual explosive symbols, Yuji was acutely aware of their troublesome nature. Consequently, he made the ruthless decision to abandon Niji, thus affording Rodney an opportunity. He swiftly shot out a steel wire, pulling Niji towards him, and with a powerful kick, sent him soaring above the surface of the sea. His body following suit. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open. Linhua. Niji found himself facing a barrage of rapid and unrelenting strikes. Bang, 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 bang. His form was battered akin to a rag, suspended in a state of inertia. He longed to resist, but found himself utterly powerless. A hand gripped the nape of his neck, and the tempestuous assault came to a temporary halt. No, it could be said that a new storm was merely beginning. Zila. Rodney pressed Niji down, pinning him to the ground, and began to drag him, leaving a long trail behind. From the 42nd red tree to the 13th red tree, Niji was rendered powerless to resist under Rodney's immense strength. When he said he would hold you down and rub you against the ground, he meant every word. Rodney was a man of his word. Chapter 97. The battle with Germa upon the return of Leiju and her companions. They were taken aback by the sight of the rushing Rodney, and their astonishment grew as they noticed Niji in his grasp. Niji? Captain. What have you brought him here for? Leiju inquired, recognizing him by the Germa battle suit he wore, for Niji's face was unrecognizable, marred with blood and bruises. A result of Rodney's relentless rubbing against the ground. If that individual were to witness his finest creation in such a state, he would likely succumb to madness. This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. It appeared he had sustained severe injuries. However, entering this state would undoubtedly inflict substantial harm on his body. Rayleigh appeared, furrowing his brow at the sight of Rodney once again unleashing the 8 gates. Rodney, unfazed, chuckled softly as he deactivated the 8 gates of Duinjia formation. You're right, old man, he remarked. In this mode, my body does indeed suffer significant damage. However, as long as it's not for too long, it matters little. If I can finish quickly enough, my injuries won't catch up with me. With a swift kick, he struck the lifeless form of Niji, akin to a dead dog. Hey. Hey, are you dead? If you're all right, make some noise. Receiving no response, it was evident that Niji had been rendered unconscious by the rapid series of events. The cyborg's body could not withstand such treatment, and being dragged this far had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Oh, looks like he's lost consciousness. But he won't die. Will he? Is the vitality of cyborgs truly that resilient? He placed his foot atop Niji's head, lamenting that if he were conscious, he would surely fight back against Rodney despite his injuries. What do you plan to do with Niji, Captain? Reiju inquired. After all, he is your brother. Perhaps just beat him half to death and then let him go? No, do as you wish, Captain. I have only Sanji as my brother. The others do not count as my kin. Reiju refused to acknowledge Ichi and the others as her brothers. Monsters who remain indifferent even to our mother's death lack the qualification to be considered my siblings. No, they are unworthy of being called human. Very well. The usual arrangement then. Let us exchange him for money and a devil fruit. Coincidentally, Lester needs a devil fruit for self-defense. It was prudent for Lester to enhance his strength with a devil fruit, as training would be a slow process for him. Unlike Rodney, he lacked a system to safeguard himself effectively. In the vast ocean, seeking rapid improvement and strength, the devil fruit was indeed a splendid choice. Provided it wasn't utterly worthless, diligent development would ensure survival against formidable foes in the New World. Germa could still be extorted for a hefty sum. Niji's value would be substantial, and this time they were aware of more than just Niji's presence. The three brothers of Germa were all here, and it was merely a matter of capturing them. This was no arduous task, as assistance was all that was required. Mr. Rayleigh, I kindly ask that you look after my crew member Neza, and should I encounter any unforeseen circumstances, I would appreciate your help. I promise to share a portion of the money acquired from Germa. Not a problem, Rayleigh replied upon hearing of the monetary gain. Besides the allure of profit, he was also keen to witness Rodney's combat style, as practice differed vastly from real battles. Rodney had no murderous intent when facing him. In the distance, two figures, one red and one green, followed the traces on the ground, calling out, Rodney, hand over Niji. And Reiju, father commands you to return home. It is his order. Humph. Whoever wishes to return to that family may do so. Ichi, you can both leave. Tell that old man I've grown weary of his cold-heartedness. Upon uttering these words, Reiju felt an immense weight lift from her heart, a surprising sense of relief akin to the comfort she felt when she was a child by her mother's side. She cherished this feeling. So, you have betrayed father and Germa, have you? Indeed, Reiju, you are an incomplete creation, just like Sanji. That wretch should never have been born. And neither should you. For them, betrayal was unforgivable. They could not fathom that Reiju, who had always obeyed, would turn against them. Was there a flaw in father's research? Ichi's cold, unfeeling words pierced Reiju's heart, not because of his remarks about her, but because when he mentioned Sanji, it was as if he were discussing a mere object. Even though she understood the emotional distance between them, such words deeply unsettled her. Her feelings, though fewer than those of ordinary people, surpassed those of Ichi and the others. Rage surged within her, reminiscent of the anger she felt when they bullied Sanji. When Vinsmoke forcibly dragged Sanji away from their mother's grave, and when Sanji was imprisoned in the dungeon. What right do you have to speak of Sanji? He fights so hard to live. He strives to keep pace with us. You have never regarded him as kin, as our brother, that gentle brother, as tender as our mother, has been driven from home by you. Alone on the sea, he is a prince forced to live the life of a commoner. You are unworthy to be called family. Unworthy to be Ichi's body effortlessly shattered the barrier of the earthen wall. His face contorted in agony as he inhaled the acrid mist while gasping for breath. His throat felt alien, searing and intolerable, causing him immense discomfort. The vibrant red of his flamboyant hairstyle had suffered corrosion, and his glasses were half destroyed, leaving his skin marred with numerous small pits. The injuries were unmistakable. Fortunately, the rest of his body remained largely unscathed, thanks to the protective Garma combat suit. You wretched scoundrel! How dare you leave me in such disarray? I must admit you possess some degree of power, though it is but trivial in the grand scheme of things. Perish! Flames erupted from his hands as he unleashed a thunderous punch, seemingly capable of shattering gold and jade, of cleaving mountains and splitting stones. 8 gates of Duinjia. Open the door of death. Fishman karate. 8 gates of Duinjia. For 1,000-watt straight punch. In the state of the 8 gates, his strength doubled. And the might of Fishman karate surged once more, colliding with Ichi's fist. Instead of retreating, it sent Ichi staggering backward. With a fierce and somewhat sinister grin, he declared, Now, let us make you a bargaining chip in negotiations with your father, just like your brother. In a flash, he appeared behind Ichi, sweeping his arm with precision. Ichi hurriedly raised his fist to block. Boom. He was sent hurtling through the air. Rodney stared blankly at his fist for a moment before bursting into laughter, exclaiming how effortlessly he had acquired this power. As he spoke, a thin layer of an extraordinary aura manifested around his fist, one that was not chakra, but rather emanated from the depths of his being. Haki. Armament Haki. It emerged naturally, just as Rayleigh had once remarked. Sometimes, the cultivation of Haki unfolds seamlessly. And this was precisely his case. Rayleigh, stroking his beard thoughtfully, chuckled, How remarkable. Within less than a day of my instruction, you've already grasped the essence of Haki. Though you are merely at the threshold, mastering it will certainly ease your endeavors. With mastery over armament Haki, one could refine their skills through rigorous training. However, enhancing Haki was no trivial pursuit. Both diligence and innate talent were indispensable. Fortunately, Rodney was not lacking in either. He possessed both the requisite talent and the determination to succeed. Rayleigh held a favorable view of this young man. Although he was not a pirate, he was a bounty hunter, navigating the vast seas, nonetheless. As Eiji felt a sharp pain in his arm, he let out a grunt, prompting Rodney to instantly appear before him, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring. Following this was an onslaught of countless steel wires that ensnared Eiji, binding him tightly before being hurled to the ground. Boom. Eiji broke free from the wires, and the two began to exchange blows. Rodney delivered a powerful kick, propelling him into the air, while suppressing the pain coursing through his body. He executed a flying kick with precision. Konoha's gale. Bang. Eiji was forcefully slammed against the 13th red tree, and subsequently, his body began to slide down slowly. Rodney's surging chakra gradually subsided to a normal level, his breath becoming increasingly feeble, and the pain in his body intensified. With a muffled groan, he sat down on the ground. Summoning technique. A massive slug appeared. Sister Slug, I implore you. The slug spoke softly, understood, Lord Rodney. After saying this, it enveloped Rodney's body, initiating the healing process. Bang. The fully restrained Yuchi, bound by Robin's arms, succumbed to Reiju's poisonous attack, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Lifeless on the ground. Is the captain all right? Reiju asked, her tone laced with rare concern. Rodney's earlier words had deeply moved her, placing him just a notch below Sanji in her esteem. He should be fine. Since the slug has appeared, everything should be all right. The captain has said that as long as there is breath, even if the body is severed, the slug can bring a person back to life. Robin was somewhat familiar with Sister Slug's abilities. She possessed healing capabilities that could expedite Rodney's recovery, alleviating any worries. That puts my mind at ease, Reiju sighed. Then dragged the incapacitated Yuchi and tossed him beside the fallen Niji, before picking up Ichi and throwing him there as well. Injecting potent poison into Ichi and Niji's bodies wouldn't claim their lives, but it would render them immobile. While her direct combat prowess might not surpass that of her three brothers, in terms of lethality, she undoubtedly exceeded them. Her toxins had the capability to swiftly end many lives on the battlefield, hastening the conclusion of a war. The applicability of her poison was extensive. Although it leaned towards support, her strength was not to be underestimated. However, that fool Katakuri had never truly recognized the terrifying potential of Reiju's abilities. Poison was never intended for direct confrontation. Why then did he insist on directing Reiju to clash head-on with the enemy? It was absurd. Reiju could indeed employ her toxins offensively, but wouldn't it be more advantageous to poison discreetly? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate a group of foes in one fell swoop? Reiju's abilities were, in fact, quite overpowered. It was simply that Katakuri lacked the insight to develop them. A combination of Reiju and Magellan, who wielded the poison fruit, could render them nearly invincible on the battlefield. The toxins refined from Magellan's deadly venom were indeed formidable. It might even be possible to concoct a toxin capable of slaying an Emperor of the Sea. Rest assured, Lord Rodney's injuries are not fatal. Approximately half of his chakra has been expended, but it seems he has utilized forbidden techniques. Thus he may need to rest for a while. Sister Slug assessed Rodney's condition, noting that there were no significant issues. A few days of recuperation would suffice. What a convenient ability, Rayleigh remarked, observing Sister Slug. With her presence at sea, the mortality rate can be drastically reduced. He recalled that when Rodney summoned Sister Slug, her size was relatively small. Now she was capable of accommodating a person, suggesting that her size could indeed grow. This implied that she could potentially save more than one life. Such a skill would be a miraculous boon on the ocean. Today's young talents are truly unexpected. They chatted casually until Rodney crawled out from within Sister Slug. His injuries had healed, though fatigue lingered on his face, a mere after-effect of the 8 Gates technique. His injuries were indeed mended, yet the energy expended would require rest to recover. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly looked up and stood, exclaiming, "A guest has arrived." The group turned to see a tall figure approaching on a bike. "Oh, Admiral Hokage," Rodney said, rising with Reiju's assistance. "Didn't you return to the Navy headquarters? What brings you here?" "Ah, well, young man, I just arrived at Spade Archipelago and heard you were engaged in a scuffle with the Germa. I thought, why not come over? Besides, it seems you've encountered quite a remarkable individual." His gaze settled on Rayleigh. Rayleigh chuckled. "I'm merely an old man who spends his days drinking and gambling. You need not mind me." "That's just perfect," Hokage replied. Though he was well aware of Rayleigh's presence at Spade, he hadn't anticipated Rodney would seek out Rayleigh. And he certainly wouldn't assume that Rodney was foolish enough to provoke the Dark King. 10 Rodneys tied together wouldn't stand a chance against Rayleigh. It's a matter concerning Germa, and I've only dealt with a few non-human entities. Does Fleet Admiral Sengoku care much about that? Not overly so, but he does wish for you to pay him a visit. Originally, it was supposed to be Admiral Kazara coming here. But I just happened to be on leave and had to come because of your situation. Ah, I see now. I was wondering why you, in your chronic laziness, would appear here. Turns out you just returned and are already back to work. The Navy truly is exhausting. Indeed, it is somewhat tiring. Chapter 99. The infuriated Katakuri oh my. We have quite a distinguished guest today. Who would have thought that a Grand Admiral of the Navy would visit my humble establishment, Shaki said, exhaling smoke as she poured Hokage a drink. Ah, this is no small establishment, Hokage replied. By the way, Rodney, can't you take a break for a few days? Your actions have caused me to lose the vacation I just managed to secure. There was a palpable tone of resentment in Hokage's voice. The recent conflict involving Rodney and Germa had ruined his hard-won time off. Are all you admirals so idle? Or are you and Admiral Kazara both slacking off? Leaving all the work to Admiral Akainu? Rodney couldn't help but tease. Hokage, known for his laid-back demeanor, often spent his days lounging, while Kazara maintained a more structured routine, managing various responsibilities with ease. Well, one cannot entirely blame us. Our responsibilities differ. Hokage oversees the first half of the Grand Line, while Kazara manages the safety of the Navy headquarters and Spade Archipelago, as well as Mariewa. Akainu, on the other hand, is tasked with the New World, frequently leading missions where few pirates survive unless they are devil fruit users. Otherwise, they are executed on the spot. In terms of workload, Akainu certainly has the heavier burden, while Hokage and Kazara's tasks are considerably lighter, with a cadre of vice admirals assisting them. It wouldn't be feasible for one to be perpetually napping while the other sips tea and trims their nails. Let us mourn for Akaino. Why would the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh associate with a bounty hunter, especially one who is a warlord of the sea? Rayleigh laughed heartily. I have long since retired. I'm now merely an old man who enjoys drinking and gambling. This young fellow has paid me handsomely to coat his ship, so naturally, I must oblige. The compensation is simply too generous. That as for the best, as we certainly wouldn't want to clash with you, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Aokiji made clear Sengoku's sentiments, emphasizing a desire to avoid conflict, not a prohibition against it. Should a confrontation arise, Rayleigh's old acquaintance, Garp, might come seeking a friendly spar to strengthen their bond. Harmony breeds prosperity, after all. Rayleigh, a seasoned veteran, enjoys a comfortable retirement and has no desire to spar with that old man, Garp. Kazan nodded and inquired of Rodney, how do you intend to handle the Germa individuals? Of course, extortion, Rodney replied. Since his son has come looking for trouble, I won't kill them out of respect for Reiju, but they must prepare a hefty ransom. And you can certainly ask, they were the ones who initiated the confrontation. I was merely acting in self-defense. Furthermore, I will require compensation for my medical expenses, emotional distress, property fees, and so forth. Oh, you might also have the representative of Spade Archipelago demand a land maintenance fee from them. The group exchanged glances. Kazan's mouth twitched. Yet he found some merit in Rodney's words. The Vinsmoke family is wealthy, and as mercenaries, they undoubtedly possess resources. Rodney's rationale was sound. And this boy would undoubtedly demand a king's ransom, given that they were the ones who instigated the attack on him. The 7 warlords operate under the jurisdiction of the world government but enjoy a degree of autonomy, aside from compulsory conscription and tax obligations. As long as they do not violate the rules set by the world government, even it cannot encroach upon their affairs. While the Germa kingdom might seek assistance from the world government, without a legitimate reason, the government would be powerless to intervene. They cannot fabricate a rationale. No one knows the consequences of provoking a 7 warlord, especially when the Germa initiated the aggression. Forget it. Do as you wish. I will discuss this matter with Admiral Sengoku. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for the drink, madam. With that, Kazan downed his glass and departed, evidently leaving Rodney to manage the situation himself. Very well then, let the games begin, you old codger. Last time you refused to pay, now I shall make you weep. Rodney declared fiercely, retrieving a transponder snail from Ichi and handing it to Reiju for her to operate. He then procured a cigar from Shaki and lit it. Setting the stage. Hello, Ichi, has the mission been accomplished? Have Reiju speak with me. The transponder snail sported 2 amusingly upward-curled antennae, giving it a comical appearance. And its tone dripped with arrogance. Hello there, Mr. Judge. I am pleased to have another opportunity to converse after our previous cordial discussion. I trust you remember me? Rodney's tone was laced with mockery, and he relished the moment. Why you are? Rodney, why are you calling? Where is Ichi? What about Niji and Yanji? Judge fumed, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of his pride and joy. Surely not, surely not, surely not? Rodney taunted. Mr. Judge, as a distinguished scientist, you cannot genuinely believe that those 3 inept fools could capture me? Robin chuckled softly, remarking on the peculiarities of speech, asserting that her ship's captain was undoubtedly the best at it. One could tell he was an old hand at it from the moment he spoke. Impossible. Ichi and the others are flawless. How could they possibly fail? They embody the pinnacle of our German technology. There is no way they could succumb to you. A loud thud resonated from the other side, likely the sound of someone pounding the table in frustration. Is this really the apex of German technology? No way, right? Mr. Judge, they are currently in a state of near defeat. If only I could show you their pathetic forms via transponder snail, it would be utterly hilarious. He laughed heartily, only to cough slightly. My apologies, it's just too amusing. His boisterous laughter pierced through Judge's patience, prompting a furious roar from the other side. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Do you think you're Boss Chow? What do you mean impossible? 300 million per person, totaling 900 million berries, along with 3 devil fruits. Miss a single word, and you can expect to search for them in the bellies of sea kings. Who knows, by the time you arrive, the entire ocean might be filled with them. Ha ha ha. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention, seeking the world government as help is futile, as it was they who initiated this. I am merely acting in self-defense, so the world government can do nothing to me. Therefore, it's either 900 million and 3 devil fruits, or prepare to witness me tear up the ransom note. After proclaiming his ultimatum, he savored a puff from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke, relishing the moment. In Germa Kingdom, Judge smashed his fist into the table before him, seething with rage. This insolent brat. How long has it been since I've been subjected to such indignation? To be disregarded and threatened, with no means to retaliate. No. This simply wouldn't he do. He had to devise a plan. Reiju. Yes, she would be the key. Suppressing his fury, he dialed the number once more. Moses. What is it now? Judge's voice came through. Mr. Judge, the phone bill is quite expensive. We suggest you gather the funds immediately and bring them over. Or else we will proceed with the ransom. You, a mere kidnapper, dare to be so arrogant? Judge was taken aback by the audacity of such a kidnapper. Whereas Reiju, I wish to speak with her. She is with you, isn't she? A moment of silence ensued before a muffled voice responded. Your old man is looking for you. Ignore him. I do not wish to speak with him. Oh, then I shall hang up. Dear. The user you were trying to reach is unavailable. Please try again later. Beep. The call was abruptly ended. Judge's face contorted with fury at Reiju's dismissive reaction, prompting him to call again, only to be met with a standardized response. Sorry, the user you were trying to reach is currently turned off. Please try again later. Judge was left in a state of disbelief and rage. Just as he was about to slam his fist down, he realized there was no table to strike. In a fit of impotent fury, he bellowed for half a minute before dialing the world government-esque transponder snail. He had to reclaim his dignity. Chapter 100. Sengoku's Reminder Bring. The transponder snail rang once more, but this time it was not Judge S, but the one belonging to Granny Tsuru for Rodney. Granny Tsuru? What brings you here? Rodney inquired politely, as he always held respect for the elderly, especially those who had dedicated their lives to justice. However, this time the transponder snail didn't take on the visage of a wrinkled face, but rather that of a braided beard and round glasses. I'm Sengoku. Spoke the voice from the other end. Oh, it is an honor to hear from you, Admiral Sengoku. I have yet to meet you in person, but I have long admired your contributions. I was actually planning a visit to the Navy headquarters to see Vice Admiral Garp and to pay my respects to you. As long as you refrain from causing trouble, we can discuss matters amicably, Sengoku replied with a hint of exasperation. King Judge of Germa has accused you of kidnapping their princess and capturing the princes who came to rescue her. He has suggested to the world government that your position as a warlord be revoked. However, if you return the princes and princess to him, he may withdraw his accusation. How audacious. This scoundrel dares to play the victim. Reiju is my crew member, you know, Rodney declared. Reiju, can you please explain this to Admiral Sengoku? Certainly. I'm aware that Vinsmoke Reiju is your crew member, but Vinsmoke Judge does not acknowledge this. He insists that you have kidnapped their princes and princesses. As a member of the world government and a participant in the World Conference, this complicates matters for us, Sengoku lamented, feeling a headache coming on. It's absurd that such trivial matters must be handled through the Navy's channels. Does he think I spend my days idly like Kizaru and Hokage? I am also working, you know. Judge S' decision to seek assistance from the world government, demanding 900 million berries plus 3 devil fruits, was indeed a burden on him. He wished to bring his children back, but was reluctant to part with the money, thus seeking the world government's intervention. This person is your responsibility. I don't care. You must resolve this matter for me. He was completely resorting to shameless tactics. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Rodney continued. I appreciate Admiral Sengoku taking the time to inform me of this situation. Additionally, I wish to accuse the Germa Kingdom of wantonly attacking the warlords and causing damage to Spade Archipelago. The 3 princes of Germa have inflicted considerable emotional distress upon my crew and me, and we demand compensation, totaling 1,570 million berries. Sengoku thought to himself, this is the first time I've encountered someone like this. He dares to retaliate? Shouldn't a normal person seek to downplay such issues? Rodney proposed a condition, stating that he was willing to donate 57 million berries for the repair of the damaged roads on Spade Island, and an additional 300 million to the Navy, to provide them with some sustenance. Look at those Navy personnel. They are so emaciated that they lack the strength to even strike a blow. This fellow is brazenly attempting to bribe me. While I appreciate your intentions, your funds do not flow like water. Regarding the 2 devil fruits from the Vinsmoke family, consider them as an enhancement to the Navy's combat capabilities. After all, my crew requires only 1. Is that sufficient? What do you take me for? Rodney, I have no desire to meddle in your affairs with the Germa Kingdom. But you must resolve the matters with the world government on your own. Otherwise, your position as a warlord of the sea will be at risk. I would prefer not to see a shameless pirate take your place. You are far superior to a pirate. That being said, the remaining matters are yours to handle. I have other pressing issues to attend to. The call ended. The others exchanged glances, and Rayleigh chuckled, remarking that it appeared Sengoku held you in high regard. Just as he said, being a warlord of the sea is far better than being a pirate. It seems he is quite troubled by those pirates. The era of great piracy initiated by the Pirate King is not easily subdued. I merely seized this opportunity for a substantial profit. This era would later be referred to as the era of worst. A multitude of supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million entered the New World, and in truth, they cannot compare with the formidable figures of Rayleigh's generation. Rocks, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Pirate King Roger, and the Dark King Rayleigh. These monsters were significantly more powerful in their youth than this current generation. That was the true era of worst, the darkest moment for the seas. The great era of piracy led by Roger attracted countless young souls yearning for treasure and freedom to the ocean, increasing quantity but diminishing quality. Of course, this is in comparison to Roger's time. When compared to other eras, Luffy's generation can be deemed exceptionally outstanding. Roger reminisced about the past, and Rayleigh smiled. At that moment, Rodney suddenly interjected, by the way, do you have a fellow on your ship named Buggy, the Red-Nosed Clown? Ah, Buggy. You know him? Rayleigh couldn't help but smile at the memory of the young man who had joined Shank's crew. Yes, I do. I encountered him while he was robbing a village and captured him. He is likely an impel down now. Oh, that lad. Rayleigh shook his head. Everyone has their own destiny. That was Buggy's choice. As they sipped their drinks, a distinctive laugh echoed from outside. Yahoho, I'm back. Mr. Rayleigh, Miss Shaki. A skeleton clad in formal attire entered, brandishing a cane in one hand and a top hat in the other, bowing courteously with a hand over his chest. Ah, Mr. Brooke, allow me to introduce you to someone you have long wished to meet, Rodney, Rayleigh said, presenting Rodney to Brooke. Upon hearing Rodney's name, Brooke excitedly approached and grasped Rodney's hand, expressing profound gratitude. It is you. Thank you ever so much for informing Lab that I am still alive. Otherwise, I would have no idea how long I would drift in the Devil's Triangle without even the ability to see the sunlight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He was genuinely thankful that Rodney had conveyed the message to Lab about his survival. According to Colocas, Lab had been relentlessly crashing against the Red Line day after day in hopes of reuniting with him. Brooke felt both guilt and gratitude, and after Rayleigh rescued him, he decided to come to Spade Island to await Rodney's arrival. One reason was to personally thank Rodney, and the other was his desire to join his crew. Join my crew? Mr. Brooke, we are bounty hunters, quite serious ones. Robin pondered for a moment and remarked. It seems that the captain is indeed the only pirate hunter aboard the ship. I am a fugitive, Rage seldom intervenes, and Perona is even less likely to take action. Lester is merely a chef, so, in a sense, you alone bear the title of pirate hunter. Rodney contemplated this, falling into a brief silence. Ha ha ha. That's perfectly fine. You are heading to the New World, right? Take me along. Although you are hunting pirates, Mr. Korokasa mentioned to me that Mr. Rodney would be journeying to Laugh-Tale, correct? I simply wish to fulfill a promise to my companions, to sail around the world and reunite with friends at Reverse Mountain. I shall not perish again. Therefore, I must reach that place carrying the aspirations of my comrades. Furthermore, I wish to repay your kindness, so please, take me on your voyage. Brooke declared earnestly. Ah, indeed, we are bound for Laugh-Tale, and we do possess the spirit of adventurers. Well, the role of pirate hunter is merely a side endeavor. Yes, a side endeavor, Rodney reassured himself. Nevertheless, he extended his hand to Brooke. Then, Brooke, welcome aboard my ship. From this moment onward, you are my crew member, and I entrust you with the position of musician. Brooke knelt on one knee, humming a tune. Brooke, member of the Rumbar Pirates, is now joining the esteemed crew of Mr. Rodney. I shall offer you my unwavering loyalty. Please rise, Brooke, as we enter the New World. Our tasks will be quite different. It will no longer be as simple as hunting pirates, Rodney proclaimed, spreading his arms wide. Our journey shall be among the stars and the vast sea. Chapter 101. Despair for Gaji after Brooke joined Rodney's crew. Rodney began to engage in banter with Gaji, resulting in daily exchanges of playful banter. The Black Pearl was currently entrusted to Rayleigh for its coding. Coding is not as simple as applying a screen protector to a phone. It requires meticulous work to evenly apply the special tree sap to the ship's surface and complete various other procedures, all of which must be thoroughly executed. Of course, if one is not afraid of accidents, they might choose to skip some steps. What a ridiculous notion. Skipping this process could lead to dire consequences. If something were to go wrong, it would be in the depths of the sea. The coating is akin to a lifeline, once compromised. The terrifying water pressure from all directions could utterly crush a person. Even Rodney would meet his demise. For humans cannot adapt to the immense pressures of the deep sea like fishmen can. Master Rayleigh's craftsmanship is undoubtedly reliable, ensuring safety. But the remaining responsibilities rest on Rodney and his crew. With Robin aboard, there should be no significant issues. The versatility of the flower fruit is remarkable. Though Robin has not fully explored its potential. If she mastered observation hockey, she could utilize her abilities in unseen ways, assassination, support, and everyday applications would all prove highly effective. Regrettably, Robin's interests lean more towards history than training. Were it not for Rodney occasionally entrusting her with steering the ship and other tasks, which allowed her strength to grow incrementally, her capabilities might remain stagnant. Thus, Rodney decided to shoulder some burden himself, subsequently delegating all navigation duties to Robin, ensuring she would not need to engage in combat while still enhancing her strength. A splendid dual benefit. Robin remained unaware that Rodney had already orchestrated her involvement. Should she become cognizant of the situation, it would culminate in a disastrous outcome. Mr. Gaji, have you reached a decision? If we do not solidify our plans soon, we shall find ourselves in a new world, and by the time we pass through Fishman Island, your 3 beloved sons may be lost to us. Indeed. The sea kings lurking beneath the depths are quite formidable in size. Rodney lounged in the chair at Shaki's bar, exuding an air of arrogance. You greedy scoundrel. Gaji bellowed in fury. He had sought assistance from the world government, yet their response was merely a formal warning to Rodney, with no further action taken. It fell to him to handle the matter. Were he truly incapable of contending with this individual, he would not have resorted to appealing to the world government. Gaji, being somewhat of a political creature himself, had discerned from the world government's demeanor that they were reluctant to offend a newly appointed warlord of the sea. Rodney has just assumed office, and his relationship with the world government remains in a state of blissful harmony. It seems implausible that he would seek to provoke them at this juncture. However, while the Germa kingdom may prosper immensely from lucrative contracts, one must recognize that engaging in scientific research is tantamount to incinerating money. The production of clone soldiers, the advancement of Germa technology, and the day-to-day operations of the kingdom all incur substantial expenses. Even if he were to amass billions in one go, he would still be unable to procure 3 exceedingly valuable devil fruits, with even a single ordinary Zoan-type fruit commanding a price of at least 100 million. Thus, the total would amount to 300 million. How could he possibly acquire such a sum all at once? Just how desperate for funds is this fellow? Indeed, he is quite in need, as he lacks both explosive tags and ninja tools. Rodney, too, finds himself in dire financial straits, as his subsequent plans require considerable capital. With a potential benefactor at hand, how could he resist the temptation to exploit this opportunity? I cannot procure such a vast amount of money in the immediate future. Finally, Judge chose to capitulate. Devoid of his son's support, he was merely a naive and timid researcher. Under Rodney's threat, he ultimately opted to provide the funds. Unaware of the dire implications of losing his son, the prince of the Vinsmoke family, and the 3 strongest members of the Germa kingdom, he could not fathom what would become of the nation he had long aspired to restore. It was unthinkable that the glory once held by his ancestors in the North Sea could ever be revived. This judge would never allow. He had dedicated his life to restoring the former splendor of the Germa kingdom and the Vinsmoke family, and now, to be told that his efforts were in vain, that hope had been extinguished, would send him into a furious rage, rendering him nearly incapacitated. His sons must be reclaimed. He would not tolerate any excuses. Either you provide the money and the devil fruits, or I shall tear up the contract. Rest assured, I am a man of principle. As long as you pay, I will ensure your people are returned to you unharmed. Otherwise, I cannot predict my actions. Rodney replied with a smile. Well then, I shall send you hair dyed in red, blue, and green as a gift. Rest assured, I possess the means to inflict harm upon their skin. I am entirely capable of giving them a haircut. Rodney's laughter resonated in Gaji's ears like that of a demon. Such a person was far more detestable than any pirate. Silence. Should you harm them, the Germa kingdom will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Gaji exclaimed, his fury palpable. The sound of a crash echoed through the line, likely the result of this man smashing another table in his rage. Oh, how amusing. You act as if you alone surpass your 3 sons. With your ultimate combat capabilities lost, you are no match for me. Unless you surrender all your technology and the entirety of the Germa kingdom to the Yonko, very few can threaten my world, Rodney taunted, holding Gaji in a vice-like grip. It was clear from the original narrative that this man would never relinquish Germa's technological prowess to the Yonko. His desire for power, through an alliance with Big Mom, was to restore the former glory of the Vinsmoke family, yet he would never consider handing over Germa's technological strength to her. Such an act would be fundamentally misguided and would lead to the kingdom's ruin. Thus, the prospect of Gaji providing him with financial support was nearly assured. Initially, this was due to the presence of Ichiji and Niji, along with the chance to reclaim Yanji and Reiju. Gaji's options were dwindling. If he wished to prevent the Germa kingdom from being consumed by the Yonko, he had no choice but to offer his wealth. Rodney's mind was calculating with meticulous precision. With the world government proving unreliable and the 4 emperors having clearly outlined the dangers, Judge's options were dwindling rapidly. Step by step, Rodney was maneuvering him onto the path of surrendering his wealth. Just 1 phone call each day, and the money would flow in. This man of feeble mental fortitude, when subjected to excessive pressure, would panic and reveal his inherently cowardly nature, ultimately handing over his riches without resistance. Little Jodas is truly wicked, Shaki remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Hanging up the phone, Rodney smirked. He brought this upon himself. I consider myself a man of goodwill. I don't interfere with anyone beyond my mission targets. But Judge? Arrogant, self-important, and his actions disgust me, crushing his pride, drowning him in despair. That's the punishment he deserves. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. The greatest torment for such a man is to struggle fruitlessly, with no hope in sight. Don't you agree, Shaki? Oh, what truly drove you to this? You've always had such a gentle temperament. Rodney briefly recounted the plight of Sanji and Reiju. Shaki exhaled a slow stream of smoke. Who would he guessed? Beneath the cold exterior, little Jodas harbors such tenderness. Normally, I wouldn't meddle in others' affairs, but this, it unsettled me. So I intervened. Well then, I'll be watching with interest. By the way, I have a little rumor I'd like to verify. Oh? Rodney raised an eyebrow in surprise. The ever-well-informed Madame Shaki, coming to me for gossip? That's unexpected. Taking a sip from his glass, he shrugged. Go on. If I know, I'll tell you. Leaning forward with an amused smile, Shaki asked, it's nothing major. Just curious, between little Reiju and little Robin, which do you prefer? Or perhaps, little Perona? Rodney spat out his drink. Of all the questions. Good grief, Shaki. Since when did you become so gossipy? Chapter 102, the auction. That question. No, not at the moment. Or rather, not yet. Rodney smiled faintly and remarked, and why would the individuals I am fond of be Reiju or Robin? Naturally, I hold no affection for that little girl Perona, as she does not align with my aesthetic preferences. Oh? What kind of girls does little Josta fancy? I'm not quite sure. Rodney's smile was impeccable, devoid of any flaw. Summerchi chuckled, realizing that further inquiry would yield no fruitful answers. Thus, she playfully asked, you must be planning to make a considerable fortune. How do you intend to spend this money? Who knows? He replied. Keeping it as a reserve isn't a bad idea, especially since Lester requires the powers of the devil fruit. In truth, there are relatively few true masters of physical combat upon the vast seas. Among the strong, those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit dominate. The current 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, are all users of such powers, with the exception of Shanks. Indeed, while their mastery of physical combat is formidable, they predominantly rely on their devil fruit abilities. It is conceivable that Shanks possesses the powers of a fruit that grants him a favorable reputation. Cultivating Haki can also elevate one to the pinnacle of strength in the world, as exemplified by figures like Garp and Roger. The strength of a person's devil fruit abilities in Haki can vary significantly. A devil fruit user who devotes themselves to mastering Haki may find their development of devil fruit powers hindered, while one who emphasizes the cultivation of their devil fruit abilities may find their Haki lacking. A person's energy is finite. It is impossible to simultaneously train in both abilities. With the exception of Rodney. After exploring the various types of ninjutsu practiced by Rodney, the utilization of physical techniques has diminished significantly. Although the existence of shadow clones ensures that the training of both disciplines does not fall behind, he still prefers to employ ninjutsu in combat against adversaries. He resorts to physical techniques only when ninjutsu proves ineffective, serving as a contingency option. This habitual preference leads individuals to subconsciously gravitate toward familiar avenues of development. Many find themselves in similar predicaments. Those accustomed to the powers of the devil fruit may easily neglect the cultivation of Haki. Conversely, those who have grown reliant on Haki might forget the capabilities conferred by their fruit, engaging in direct confrontations with enemies using Haki alone, potentially forgetting their fruit's powers amidst the fray. While this may sound somewhat exaggerated, the underlying sentiment remains accurate. By the way, I heard from Shaki that there will be an auction for devil fruits at tree number 1 today. Would you like to take a look? Shaki offered the information. Oh, really? I'll go take a peek, he replied, leaving a clone behind to keep him updated. Before changing his appearance and making his way to the population auction site at tree number 1. The population auction site primarily deals in human trafficking, predominantly involving slaves, pirates, and certain unique races such as merfolk and fur tribes, many of whom lack protection from the world government and can be traded under the very noses of the Navy. Naturally, there are also numerous civilians, as the Navy cannot verify each individual's identity, and such practices are not permitted at the auction house. Zones 1 to 29 are lawless territories, rife with chaos. Only Shaki's vicinity remains relatively tranquil. Shaki's notorious reputation holds some sway, dissuading the general populace from venturing there. Especially with the recent news of the warlord Rodney residing at Shaki's bar. Some individuals prefer to avoid this money-driven warlord, often opting for detours to steer clear of him. Aside from the island's residents and merchants, the predominant presence is that of pirates. However, most pirates congregate in lawless areas, and if recognized, they risk being pursued by the Navy. The Spade archipelago does have a naval presence, and they only call for reinforcements from headquarters in dire situations. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the constant demands placed on them. Thus, this place serves as a transit hub for pirates, a melting pot of chaos where pirates, Navy personnel, merchants, civilians, and nobles coexist, often resulting in incidents of the Navy pursuing pirates or pirates exploiting civilians. However, the lawless regions diverge from this norm, being areas beyond the jurisdiction of any governing body, where the Navy seldom ventures. Many criminals have settled here, intertwining their influences into a complex network, with powerful figures from underground organizations backing them. Upon arriving at the population auction site, Rodney had completely altered his appearance and attire. Navigating through this environment while adopting a disguise proved prudent, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. As long as his true identity remained unaffected, he could act with impunity. After Rodney slammed a stack of berries onto the table, the auction house staff promptly granted him entry. Inside, an auction was underway, featuring a beautiful woman adorned with a collar. Each item for sale bore a chain collar around its neck, rigged to explode if it strayed from its monitored position. A precaution against slave escape and attacks on their masters. However, seasoned individuals like Riley, who playfully sold themselves, could easily detach the explosive collar. The woman was strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was one of numbness, clearly accustomed to her plight, devoid of expectation or hope, resigned to being treated as an object for purchase. Unaware of the fate that awaited her. This was the destiny of such slaves. Rodney could exert control temporarily, but not indefinitely. Thus he chose to close his eyes to the discomfort. He noted the faces of the auctioneers, planning a heist later, for they were all unworthy individuals. Though he would let the auction pirates be, if ordinary people were involved, he would pursue them. Ordinary folks were not born as slaves. The underworld also harbored human traffickers. And sometimes civilians under the jurisdiction of the world government appeared, prompting Rodney to prepare for an assault. There was potential for profit to be made. However, he had yet to devise a plan for handling the aftermath. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. The woman was sold for 6 million berries. And Rodney noted the buyer was a corpulent aristocrat, followed by a member of the long-arm tribe, whose arms bore an extra joint. Despite the crowd, not a sound escaped his lips. To prevent powerful slaves from suddenly attacking guests, the auction house administered tranquilizers to those of greater strength, averting potential mishaps. The long-arm tribe individual was quickly sold, This unusual yet humanoid race fascinated the nobles, many of whom harbored eccentric collecting habits. Some adored gemstones, others cherished artworks. And collecting such humanoid races was not uncommon. The auction continued, featuring not only slaves but also treasures and maps. Rodney's eyes were open to the sordid nature of these seemingly glamorous aristocrats. Some exhibited perverse desires that made him nauseous. The celestial dragons, the world's nobility, were even more egregious, underscoring the depths of their depravity. Now, we present our Pisces d'Ar assistants, a Zoan-type devil fruit. This was what Rodney had long desired. Invigorating many attendees, for a significant number had come specifically for this fruit. The Zoan-type devil fruit grants the consumer the ability to transform into an animal, enhancing physical prowess. The most precious among them are the mythical Zoan types, of which there are few. Examples include Marco's phoenix fruit from the Whitebeard Pirates, Sangoku's human fruit in its Buddha form, Katarina Devon's dog fruit in the form of a nine-tailed fox, and the snake fruit of Kaido in the Yamada no Orochi form, as well as the bat fruit in its vampire form, and the raccoon fruit in its Tanuki form. The ancient Zoan fruits pertain to species that existed in antiquity, generally resembling dinosaurs. In contrast, the ordinary Zoan category comprises contemporary animals, with the carnivorous varieties being the strongest within this classification. Zoan fruits primarily enhance physical strength and are the most easily awakened among the three fruit types. Upon awakening, one gains formidable regenerative and recovery abilities. The auctioneer did not specify which type of devil fruit this was, making it a risky proposition. Rodney contemplated whether to make a purchase. Lester would not be suited for an explosive fruit. Otherwise, if he consumed such a fruit, he would be able to launch explosive punches, which would be quite enticing. 800 million berries. The auctioneer declared with fervor, the starting bid is 80 million berries, with increments of 5 million, no upper limit. 800 million. Just as he finished speaking, a bidder raised their paddle to call the minimum price. 850 million. 950 million. 1 billion. Rodney quietly placed his bid, a standard offer for a devil fruit. Should the price exceed his internal valuation, he would withdraw. It all depended on who the fruit ultimately fell into the hands of. If it were the nobles, then it would undoubtedly be a fierce competition. 100 million. Proclaimed a distinguished guest seated at position 65. Is there another esteemed guest willing to bid over 100 million? 100 million once. 105 million. 115 million. Rodney maintained his composure, for such is the nature of auctions. When one encounters a coveted item, the bidding continues unabated. 120 million. It was evident that the opposing bidder was reluctant to relinquish this precious devil fruit. A glance revealed it was the same corpulent noble from the beginning, who ultimately ceased his bidding. Today, I shall have my revenge, and you shall be left with naught but ashes. Ultimately, the Zoan-type devil fruit was acquired by that noble for a staggering 65 million, eliciting great joy from the rotund gentleman, whose grin stretched from ear to ear. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's auction. We look forward to your next visit. As the attendees departed in an orderly fashion, guided by the attendants, accompanied by their slaves, Rodney slipped into the shadows, conjuring a multitude of doppelgangers, each masquerading as different individuals, and then followed their respective targets. Rodney trailed behind the nobleman possessing the devil fruit, aware that he was not the only one with his sights set on that individual. After all, the allure of a devil fruit, particularly one of the Zoan type, held immense value. The nobleman's subordinates stood no chance against the gathering adversaries. To prevent any prolonged entanglement, Rodney resolved to act swiftly. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. What if that man consumed the fruit before he could intervene? With a single, decisive leap, he breached the confines of the nobleman's carriage. Before the portly figure could utter a scream, Rodney activated his Sharingan, hypnotizing the rotund man and effortlessly seizing his devil fruit. He then vanished without a sound. In the process, he eliminated those who sought to harm the nobleman. Once aboard his ship, the nobleman ordered the release of the slaves he had purchased, ensuring their safe passage to the nearest secure location. However, in a quiet act of despair, he took his own life within his quarters, using a fruit knife. Such peculiar occurrences caught the attention of CP. As the Navy lacked the capacity to manage these affairs, it was imperative for CP to investigate. Apart from intelligence gathering, they were also vigilant for any potential threats to the world government. The slaves Rodney had liberated were not his concern, and he had no intention of revisiting the auction houses, opting for ignorance as a form of escape. He understood that destroying one slave market would only lead to the emergence of another. Until the underlying forces were eradicated, such atrocities would persist. Rayleigh, cognizant of this reality, had chosen not to dismantle the slave markets. This elder was undoubtedly a good man, yet having witnessed too much, he opted for willful ignorance. Even as the legendary Dark King, Rayleigh could not sever the terrifying chain of interest that entangled so many. The web of profit involved far too many influential figures, rendering the presence of any notable individuals unremarkable. Returning to Shaki's bar, Rodney placed the devil fruit before her. Little Josta had successfully acquired it, not through purchase, but by alternative means, as Rodney shook his head, proclaiming the exorbitant price too steep for his liking. I would prefer to avoid spending, he stated. I am quite frugal. Oh, so you two adhere to that doctrine? Shaki remarked, intrigued. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He grasped a knife and declared, Sister Shaki, Robin, and the others are in trouble. I must go. His clone, shadowing Robin and her group, had alerted him to a matter too complicated for it to handle. What has occurred? The celestial dragons have captured Perona, intending to make her their wife. Rodney was taken aback. Perona was hardly the epitome of desirability in her current form. Yet, it seemed there were indeed those who fancied her peculiar appearance. Without further ado, he dashed away, swiftly arriving at the shopping district. A crowd had gathered, where Reiju and Robin shielded Perona and Lester from the gaze of a repugnant youth clad in what resembled a space suit. His bubble helmet framing a face of absurdity as he gazed hungrily at Perona. Stand aside. This esteemed George Martin has taken a liking to your friend. It is her great fortune to potentially become his 25th wife, an unparalleled honor. One of George Martin's sycophants proclaimed, dripping with flattery. As descendants of the 20 noble families that established the world government 8 centuries ago, the celestial dragons wielded immense privilege, surpassing even the laws of this world. They could kill at will, having long abused their supreme power to engage in various tyrannical acts. Especially on Spade Archipelago, the very place where celestial dragons were most frequently encountered. The primary patrons of the slave auction houses were not merely aristocrats and wealthy merchants, but these celestial dragons themselves, whose carefree existence had turned them into parasites of the world. The vast resources of the earth sustained them, transforming them into brutish beings. Arrogant and unreasonable, with few exhibiting normalcy. Their obsession with bloodlines fostered a profound sense of racial superiority, rendering them incapable of recognizing anyone outside their class as human. Some families harbored pathological desires, resorting to incestuous unions under the guise of preserving their pure lineage. There was little to be said of these individuals, should circumstances demand it. Rodney would have no choice but to eliminate the threat and flee with his people into the New World. Why is it that upon arriving at Spade Archipelago, one becomes entangled with the celestial dragons? Is the narrative truly so melodramatic? Rodney, feeling somewhat disheartened, suddenly found himself before Robin and the others. Who are these people? The guards immediately placed themselves before St. George Martin, protecting their master. The 7 warlords, Jay, Rodney, are my subordinates. Who dares to lay a hand on them? Rodney's crimson gaze swept across the crowd, instilling a sense of trepidation in all present. The ordinary folk fell to their knees, bowing in submission to the celestial dragons, signifying their supreme status. Only Rodney, Robin, and the subordinates of St. George Martin remained standing. St. George Martin sneered in disdain. What if you are a 7 warlord? You are merely a dog to us. And your eyes are quite exquisite. I would like to possess them. Name your price. I will take both your subordinate and your eyes. The atmosphere grew tense as silence enveloped the scene. Robin and Reiju exchanged worried glances, fully aware that Rodney would never relinquish Perona, who had become a companion, nor would he ever part with his eyes. Thus, it was likely that he might resort to drastic measures. Rodney was not one to easily compromise. Had he done so, they would not have followed him to Spade Archipelago. They would have departed upon the arrival of Hokage on Germa's ship. Nevertheless, Rodney's choices moved them, compelling them to follow this man. Chapter 104. You desire my eyes? Rodney, infuriated yet amused, retorted, Do you think these eyes are yours to claim? What right do you have to possess them? What a joke. These are Sharingan, the legendary eyes capable of turning the winds of fate. One of the 3 great ocular techniques, Sharingan possesses extraordinary potential for evolution. I am not foolish enough to exchange such precious eyes for mere wealth. Are you worthy? Rodney's words served as a harbinger of impending conflict. Robin, Reiju, and Lester all took their positions, while the trembling Perona succumbed to unconsciousness, ready to employ the powers of her ghost fruit. She had no intention of becoming the wife of such an unsightly fellow. Boldly, you stand before the progeny of the Creator, the supreme celestial dragon of this world. St. George Martin, how dare you utter such foul words? Your subordinates, your vision, and even your very life must be surrendered. Apologize to the illustrious St. George Martin. The attendants, akin to jesters and fools, absurdly expressed their loyalty to St. George Martin. Yet, they were mere sycophants, without the celestial dragons. They would be nothing more than insignificant slaves, possibly rotting away in some forgotten corner. Wouldn't you agree, St. George Martin? Do not jest. Whoever dares to touch what belongs to me will face dire consequences. The blade, Autumn Water, was drawn with a resounding hum that echoed in the ears of the onlookers. A layer of wind chakra enveloped the blade, effortlessly cleaving the ground, while a powerful gust and an overwhelming sense of pressure captivated all present. The guards stood ready. For the 7 warlords represented a crucial force for the world government, established to counterbalance the existence of pirates. They wished to avoid confrontation with the 7 warlords. But their master was St. George Martin, who audaciously sought the eyes of Warlord Rodney. This was infuriating. Nevertheless, they were bound to protect St. George Martin. For he was their master. Should any harm befall him, none of his guards would escape unscathed, facing death, and their families would suffer the repercussions, which were severe indeed. At times, a swift death at the hands of a celestial dragon could be considered a form of reward. How dare you? The attendant's complexion oscillated between shades of pale and flushed, for Rodney's words had struck a painful chord, brutally exposing his cowardice to the light of day. St. George Martin, enraged, commanded, Charge. Subdue him. Remember, do not harm his eyes. Understood. The guards, silently bearing their grievances, encircled Rodney. One by one, negative specters emerged from Perona's body, incapacitating most of the guards, leaving them like discarded fish. The remainder were those who wielded haki. It was inconceivable for the Celestial Dragon's guards to lack such capability. This is the power of the devil fruit. You handle Rodney, while I deal with the others, ensuring a few stay to protect St. George Martin. A burly man in a suit and sunglasses issued commands, clearly the leader of the guards. 6 styles, shave. The technique of instant movement was executed, as both Rodney and the guard captain engaged in a fierce exchange, with autumn water slicing through the air, only to be parried by the captain's armored fists. Imbued with haki, your swordsmanship is not particularly impressive. Moonlit dance. 3 shadow clones emerged, launching a simultaneous assault from the left, center, and right. What? Clones? The captain braced against the blades coming from either side, yet found himself vulnerable to the central strike. 6 styles, iron block. With a clang, the black blade of autumn water narrowly missed the captain's midsection, sparking a shower of embers. 6 styles, finger pistol. The captain pierced through the 2 shadow clones on either side, aiming to impale Rodney with fingers as sharp as steel. 6 styles, paper drawing. Rodney relinquished all strength, drifting backward like a leaf in the wind, propelled by the gust from the captain's finger pistol. Seeing his attack miss, the captain swiftly adjusted his strategy, intent on capturing Rodney through alternative means. Entering attack range. Aido. 1 flash. Autumn water was sheathed, only to be drawn with a sudden flourish, evading the captain's grasp. In that fleeting moment, a deep gash appeared on the captain's arm, a wound too swift for haki to envelop, inflicted by the rapid assault. What a swift blade! The captain muttered under his breath. 6 styles, explode. Rodney suddenly pointed, and a detonating talisman exploded on the back of the captain of the guards. Boom. The captain collapsed, his back marred with extensive wounds, blood gushing forth. Had it not been for his formidable physical constitution, this blow might have cost him his life. Rubble. Frank. You worthless fool. Everyone, attack Rodney. George Martin Saint, witnessing the fall of the captain, was infuriated, commanding his entourage to besiege Rodney. However, the guards hesitated, knowing that should they engage, there would be no one left to protect the esteemed George Martin Saint, a perilous gamble indeed. They dared not take such a risk. Rodney's swift defeat of their captain, leaving him unscathed, underscored his superiority and strength. Even if he resorted to underhanded tactics, victory was his. With a flick of the blood droplets from the autumn water, Rodney lunged at the group. Robin. Understand. 6-wheel flower. Backflip. In an instant, 6 arms ensnared the guards, allowing Rodney to leap over them and confront the still-dazed George Martin Saint. One hand passed through the bubble helmet atop his head, while the other wielded the autumn water to slay a nearby attendant. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, including Robin and her companions, gazed at Rodney in shock, while George Martin Saint struggled, unable to free himself from the iron grip encircling his neck. No. Let go. I am George Martin Saint, the great George Martin Saint. I am a celestial dragon. Release me now. You may overlook the series of grave disrespect. Even at this moment, he maintained his arrogance, attempting to escape Rodney's hold. Locking eyes with those crimson orbs, George Martin Saint's expression shifted, and he chuckled. My apologies, Mr. Rodney, it seems I have failed to recognize your greatness. Consider me insignificant. A mere trifle. Let me go. The sudden shift in George Martin Saint's demeanor left many bewildered. Rodney released him, stating scrim. Yes, yes. The sycophantic smile vanished as he barked at his subordinates. What are you still doing here? Mr. Rodney has spoken. We should leave at once. With that, they hastily departed. Wait for us, George Martin Saint. As the effects of the negative illusion dissipated, the guards hurriedly assisted their captain away from the scene. Observing the retreating figure of George Martin Saint, Rodney's expression paled. He had just imposed a potent illusion on the fool, controlling all of George Martin Saint's words, actions, and expressions, a process that drained considerable chakra and mental energy. He feared that upon returning to Mariehua, the servants of the celestial dragons would uncover the truth, and thus he had to ensure this fool forgot the incident. He could not allow this individual to survive, despite George Martin Saint's considerable value as a celestial dragon. Let us go. Held in Robin's embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, he whispered, we must hurry to Rayleigh. Understood. Suspecting the peculiar technique Rodney had employed, Robin and her companions did not inquire further, allowing Rage to carry him as they swiftly departed. George Martin Saint, under the influence of the illusion, would unknowingly forget the entire affair, remaining on the island to frolic. Meanwhile, Rodney received a warning from the world government, instructing him to respect the celestial dragons. Should there be a next time, they would revoke his title as a warlord of the sea. Rodney regarded this matter with disdain once one entered the new world. The vast ocean welcomed fish to leap freely, and the high skies beckoned birds to soar. Who would concern themselves with trifles? Chapter 105. A visit to Garp at Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Rodney, equipped with a long sword and burdened with a substantial load, was escorted to the marshal's office by a naval officer. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came the voice of Sengoku from within. Upon entering, Rodney beheld the sight of Admiral Garp, soundly asleep upon the sofa, while Sengoku diligently attended to his paperwork. Busy as a bee, yet idle as a sloth, Rodney mused. Reporting to the marshal, I have brought the warlord, Rodney, announced the naval officer. Very well, Sengoku replied, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the young man before him. Rodney appeared to be merely in his 20s, standing just shy of 2 meters tall, with a physique that exuded explosive strength. Each muscle harmoniously distributed throughout his form, a truly captivating sight. His appearance was commendable, albeit tinged with a hint of nonchalance. Please, take a seat, Sengoku urged. Noticing Garp had commandeered the entire sofa. With a frown, he bellowed, Garp. Garp's snores erupted as he awoke with a start, only to descend back into slumber with a hearty laugh. Ah, you're back to sleep, are you? Haha. Well, Admiral Garp, how have you been? Rodney greeted him with familiarity. Oh, Rodney, my boy, I've been well. What have you brought on your back? Garp inquired, eyeing the load Rodney carried. Instead of utilizing his observation haki, Garp simply asked, prompting an inscrutable expression from Sengoku. Upon his initial inspection with haki, Sengoku discerned that it was not a dangerous item but rather something they would find enjoyable. What, then, was this young man's purpose? Rodney set down his backpack and swiftly unfastened it, revealing a delightful assortment of donuts, rice crackers, and premium tea purchased from Spade Archipelago. He remarked, I specifically came to see you today. The donuts were bought by you, and the rice crackers are for Admiral Sengoku in gratitude for your previous reminder. Oh. And this tea, it's from Vice Admiral Crane. I wasn't too sure of her preferences, so I chose this. His demeanor was entirely that of someone paying a visit to an elder. Sengoku pondered this while Garp let out a hearty laugh, affirming, Indeed. Your training was not in vain. I shall gladly accept these. Without further ado, he seized a box of donuts and began feasting, urging, Sengoku, you should indulge as well. This is a token of youth spirit. Humph. It's a wonder he doesn't attract more trouble. Last time he nearly clashed with the celestial dragons. Had this lad not known when to withdraw, Palusolino would have certainly sought him out, Sengoku mused. Despite his words, he brewed a pot of tea from the leaves Rodney had purchased, inviting him to sit down. The three of them, 2 elders and a youth, settled together. Ah. A fine tea indeed, Sengoku noted, savoring it while maintaining a composed expression, though a hint of relaxation was evident. Despite his serious facade, Sengoku had entirely liberated himself from the burdens of the fleet admiral role. In just 2 years, his hair had turned gray, and his attire had loosened. He now donned floral shirts, beach shorts, and flip-flops, reminiscent of Rayleigh. His demeanor had also shifted from stern and grave to humorous and whimsical. Perhaps this was his true self, the jovial comrade of Garp, who thrived in merriment. Haha, these donuts are truly delightful, Garp exclaimed, relishing his favorite treat. Rodney had selected them perfectly to suit Garp's taste. Indeed, the old man was hardly a picky eater, aware of the presence of others. Sengoku maintained the dignity of his rank, savoring his tea slowly as he softly admonished, Rodney, you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble lately. Rodney looked up,